Beautiful lady, how do you intend to take responsibility for me? In the bedroom of a villa, Lu Fan leaned against the headboard, addressing the woman who emerged from the bathroom in silence. Even through Lu Fan's exceedingly discerning eyes, the woman before him could only be described as stunningly beautiful. Her features were exquisitely near perfection, and her graceful curves resembled a work of art, devoid of any excess flesh. Her skin as delicate as silk, seemingly as fragile as a petal. Her cascading waves of hair draped over one shoulder, and her alluring collarbone captivated the gaze, while the fragrant scent of her perfume enveloped the air. Before you leave this place alive, you'd best get out of here immediately, Yi Jihan replied icily, her voice chilling enough to freeze the moisture in the air. What do you mean by that? Lu Fan lit a cheap cigarette from the bedside table, savoring the moment with pleasure. The Fibby Pack cigarette felt like a luxurious cigar in his hands. As the nicotine lingered in his lungs, he exhaled a series of smoke rings, continuing, "Are you really trying to deny everything after the fact? Last night, you nearly had me meeting my grandmother. 7 times, my heavens." "Shut up," Yi Jihan screamed. She was on the brink of collapse recently. The pressures from her family and company had driven her nearly mad. Last night, she had sought solace in a bar, drinking alone, and called for a designated driver when intoxicated. Her lucid thoughts only registered Lu Fan entering her car, and then she collapsed into the back seat. The events that followed were a blur of fragmented memories. The night had been utterly wild. Although she knew Lu Fan's claim of 7 times was likely exaggerated, the marks and bruises on his body were indeed real. Shortly after, Yi Jihan approached the desk, pulled out a checkbook, and began to write. She tossed a check worth 500,000 onto the bed, saying, "Take this and disappear immediately. I never want to see you again. Do you take me for a gigolo?" Lu Fan exhaled a cloud of smoke. "I am, after all, a young man of the new era, with integrity." Yi Jihan reached for the check. "Then forget it. It needs to be more." Lu Fan interjected, "500,000 to dismiss me? You underestimate my worth. Last night was my first time. It's a flat rate of 5 million, not a penny less." As he spoke, his gaze flicked to the vibrant plum blossom mark on the bedsheet. In truth, he felt a bit of a headache. The situation was absurdly melodramatic. After accepting the ride, he had driven Yi Jihan's Porsche to her villa, intending to collect the fare for his services. However, upon turning back, he found Yi Jihan had unbuttoned her shirt, lying in the back seat, her body writhing, occasionally calling out for water. Thinking to see it through, he helped her into the bedroom, but before he could fetch her a drink, she had pounced on him, throwing him onto the bed. "You're a scoundrel," Yi Jihan shouted angrily. Truly, he was a cad, taking advantage and then playing innocent. How could he, of all people, have taken her virtue, something she had guarded for over 20 years, only to demand 5 million from her now? If looks could kill, Lu Fan would have been executed on the spot. If you don't want to pay, fine. Lu Fan took a drag from his cigarette. "You tormented me last night. I want revenge. Tonight, you must let me. Dream on." Yi Jihan interrupted him with a fierce voice. "From now on, you won't lay a finger on me." Just then, as her words trailed off, Lu Fan, who had been smoking bareskinned on the bed, suddenly appeared before her, as if by magic. Before she could fully comprehend the surprise, Lu Fan seized her and toppled her onto the bed. The abrupt movement caused her towel to drop to the floor. Thus, she found herself once more beneath Lu Fan, without a stitch of clothing, their bodies pressing together with no space between them. "You scoundrel!" Yi Jihan, filled with rage, swung her hand toward Lu Fan's face. "I warn you, if you dare to touch me again, I will ensure you meet a miserable end." However, before her hand could reach him, Lu Fan caught her wrist. Suddenly, a bullet shattered the floor-to-ceiling window and curtain, leaving a gaping hole in the opposite wall, glass fragments scattering everywhere. Had Lu Fan not reacted swiftly, Yi Jihan would have been seriously injured. After realizing the danger, Yi Jihan screamed and clung tightly to Lu Fan. Though she was known as a formidable woman, that strength was confined to the workplace. She had never encountered a situation like this before. "The shooter has left. It appears they merely intended to intimidate you." Lu Fan spoke, looking down at the beauty in his arms. "Who on earth have you offended? First, you were drugged last night, and now there's gunfire. This feels like a movie. Have you seen enough? Can you let go now?" Yi Jihan, realizing her misunderstanding of Lu Fan, softened her tone slightly. How could I possibly have seen enough? Lu Fan shook his head. To put it plainly, your figure is simply too get lost. Yi Jihan's anger flared once more, and she pushed Lu Fan away. Then, she retrieved the towel from the floor, wrapped it around herself, and returned to the desk to write another check, handing it to Lu Fan. This 2 million is a reward for saving me just now. Forget it, I don't want it. Lu Fan replied, clicking his tongue. With gunfire involved, that money surely comes with risks. I worry. I want Liv to spin it best not to involve me. Hey, are you afraid now? Yi Jihan scoffed. As she spoke, she pondered how Lu Fan had managed to reach her so quickly it felt surreal. And how did he know there was a shooter outside? This isn't about fear. I simply wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lu Fan, now dressed, moved toward the door. I lost my virginity last night. I can't afford to lose my life too. You are such a scoundrel. Yi Jihan seethed. I am leaving now. If anything comes up, don't look for me. I still have my own mess to deal with. He waved as he reached the door. Farewell. May our paths not cross again. With that, he stepped outside. Crash, behind him, the sound of a vase shattering echoed through the room. After leaving the villa, Lu Fan returned to his rented apartment. The previous night had been exhausting, and he needed a nap. By 10:30 in the morning, dressed in his delivery uniform, Lu Fan arrived at the takeout station to clock in. He had been in Jiangzhou for nearly 2 years, working any job that could help pay for his aunt's medical bills. His current primary occupations included daytime food delivery and nighttime designated driving. His side jobs were limitless. After parking his electric bike, Lu Fan lit a cigarette and entered the hall, where he found his colleagues engrossed in their phones, gossiping about something. Fellow friends, what sensational news do we have today? Lu Fan called out. Brother Fan, you're here. A hefty man handed Lu Fan his phone. Quick, take a look at this explosive news. The man, not much older than Lu Fan, was at least twice his size and bore an innocuous, goofy expression. He had a rather down-to-earth name. Hao Fuguwei. He is one of the few friends that Lu Fan has in this city. Hao Fuguwei possesses 2 distinct characteristics. Firstly, although he is as poor as a church mouse, he never complains about fate nor succumbs to despair. Secondly, in his own words, he has a naturally reckless life, which allows him to endure any hardship and engage in any endeavor. Lu Fan took the phone and glanced at the trending news in Jiangzhou. The headline remarkably eye-catching. Jiangzhou's most beautiful woman drowns her sorrows in a bar, accompanied by a male escort. Is it really that sensational? Lu Fan immediately became intrigued and clicked into the details to read further. What the heck? The moment he saw the photo of the beauty in the news, Lu Fan couldn't help exclaiming. What's wrong, Brother Fan? Several colleagues in the hall turned to look. I slept with this woman last night. Lu Fan replied, TCH. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, several colleagues wore expressions of disbelief. Brother Fan, you're impressive, even moonlighting as a male escort? Hao Fuguwei remarked, looking at Lu Fan. By the way, Brother Fan, this line of work must be quite lucrative. Can you introduce me to a wealthy woman too? Lu Fan, Da Fuguwei, with your physique, which wealthy woman would take a liking to you? Teased a colleague who was as thin as a rail. Slim monkey, get lost. Who do you think you're looking down on? Hao Fuguwei posed in a mock show of strength, but it came off rather awkwardly. Fuguwei, your head must be scrambled. Do you actually believe what Brother Fan just said? Another colleague chimed in earnestly. Firstly, the credibility of this news is quite low. Yi Jihan is the young lady of the Yi family and also the president of Yun Yin Group. Do you not know the status of the Yi family? They are the second most prestigious family in Jiangzhou. A person like Yi Jihan must have countless suitors around her. If she truly needed a man, would she seek out an escort? That's true. Hao Fuguwei lit a cheap cigarette and took a puff, his expression exaggerated as if he were smoking something more potent. And even if Yi Jihan had peculiar tastes and did seek an escort last night, the colleague continued, it would certainly be for those robust, handsome men who start at least today. 100,000 per night. Look at Brother Fan. Does he appear to be worth 100,000? Not really. Hao Fuguwei shook his head vigorously after scrutinizing Lu Fan. Then, he turned to Lu Fan with a sly grin. Brother Fan, you're just teasing me. This time it's true. If you don't believe me, I'll show you the marks she left on me. Lu Fan declared, rolling up his sleeve as if to prove his point. Just then, a Porsche 911 parked at the entrance, and a stunning figure stepped out from the car. With a graceful silhouette and unparalleled beauty, she donned a perfectly tailored business suit that accentuated her curves, paired with high heels. To everyone's astonishment, after exiting the vehicle, the beauty headed straight towards the hall. Why does this beauty look a bit familiar? Hao Fugue couldn't help but gulp, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Of course she looks familiar, you just saw her photo. Another colleague replied. What the heck? Hao Fugue exclaimed. I remember now. She's Yi Jihan. Who else could it be? The colleague responded. Soon, several colleagues approached her, all curious as to why Jiang's most beautiful woman would appear in such a run-down area. Liu Fan, present in the hall, also recognized her and suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. He hoped he wouldn't be embroiled in a troublesome situation. Without further deliberation, he quickly turned to head inside the hall. He genuinely wished to avoid any association with her. Especially upon learning her prestigious background, he wanted no part in that. He was well aware of the entanglements that often accompany elite families, and the mere thought of it was a headache. Moreover, as he mentioned earlier that morning, he still had his own mess to clean up. He had no time to interfere in others' affairs. Miss Yi, may I inquire what you need? At the entrance, Hao Fugue swallowed hard before speaking, his eyes shamelessly roaming over Yi Jihan. This couldn't entirely be blamed on him. She was simply too beautiful. What chance did a guy like him have to converse with such a goddess up close? In his eyes, Yi Jihan was far more stunning than any first-tier celebrity on screen. Not just him, but all his colleagues were equally awestruck, barely holding back their drool, that I'm looking for someone. Yi Jihan replied coldly. Looking for someone? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Miss Yi, may I ask who you are looking for? One colleague inquired. Looking for him. Yi Jihan pointed at Liu Fan, who was turning away. Her expression was far from pleasant. What a jerk. He clearly saw her, yet pretended not to know her, infuriating her. Looking for Brother Fan? Several colleagues were once again caught off guard. After a brief pause, the well-meaning Hao Fugue quickly dashed after Liu Fan. Brother Fan, come back. Missy is looking for you. However, Liu Fan did not stop. Instead, he quickened his pace. Brother Fan, what's wrong? Can't you hear me? Miss Yi is looking for you. Hao Fugue grabbed Liu Fan's arm, shouting, I don't know any Miss Yi, don't pull me. I need to take orders and earn money to support my family. Liu Fan replied, What? Are you so quick to shirk responsibility? Yi Jihan approached rapidly. Last night in bed, how did you swear to me? Thud. Upon hearing her words, the room fell silent. Several colleagues with jaws dropped, staring in disbelief. What did the beautiful Yi just say? She was in bed with Liu Fan last night. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Liu Fan wasn't boasting after all. He really did sleep with Yi Jihan last night. This world is utterly insane. Hee hee. So, it's you? Liu Fan turned to Yi Jihan. Sorry, I didn't recognize you with your clothes on. Coughed out. A chorus of coughs echoed around. Keep pretending. Yi Jihan's gaze pierced through Liu Fan like a dagger. I'm not pretending. Liu Fan took a puff of his cheap cigarette before speaking. By the way, didn't I make it clear this morning? I don't want your money, we're square. From now on, you don't look for me, and I won't look for you. Well, forget each other and never meet again. You think it's that simple? Did I agree to this? Yi Jihan coldly interrupted him. In truth, if given the choice, she would absolutely not seek Liu Fan again. Liu Fan didn't want to meet her, and she wanted even less to meet Liu Fan. She wished fervently that last night had never happened. From childhood, she had envisioned countless times that her first time would be with her beloved Prince Charming on their wedding night. But now, even if it wasn't the wedding night, it was still unacceptable. What made her want to jump off a building the most was the fact that her first time was given to a complete stranger, a poor loser. This man who took her body, aside from his facial features being somewhat acceptable, fell woefully short in every other aspect of her definition of a Prince Charming. Fate played an elaborate jest upon her. What do you wish to do then? Liu Fan exhaled a plume of smoke. Let me make it clear, I was the victim of last night's events. Do not even think about me compensating you, for I have no money to spare. A growing sense of foreboding gnawed at him. It seemed increasingly likely that this woman was indeed trying to extort him. Who wants your filthy money? Yi Jihan interjected coldly. Bring your household registration book and identification card and come with me immediately to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our marriage certificate. Silence. As her words fell, the entire hall was enveloped in an eerie quiet. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Chapter 3. The unconventional proposal in an instant, how Fugaway and several of his companions turned their gazes toward Yi Jihan, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Was it merely an illusion? What had she just uttered? The most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou, the esteemed daughter of the Yi family, was proposing to marry a delivery boy? This world was utterly insane. Let us not speak of the fallacy that professions bear no distinction in value. Such notions are mere tricks of deceit. Humanity is inherently stratified into classes. Some are born amidst opulence, while others labor like beasts of burden. Although earning a living through delivery is commendable, the idea of an heiress marrying a delivery man seems utterly implausible. Don't push your luck. Lu Fan shot a disdainful glance at Yi Jihan. I've already given you the most precious part of my life. Do you intend to ruin the latter half as well? That is too much. A chorus of coughs echoed around them. This was a prime example of how the truly contemptible could become invincible. How Fugaway looked at Lu Fan with newfound admiration. I must learn more from you, Brother Fan. You are truly an idol. You are such a scoundrel. Yi Jihan retorted, her fair face flushed with anger. She felt she had uttered more profanities today than in the entirety of her previous 2 decades. You insufferable fool. Here I am, the esteemed daughter of the Yi family, proposing, and yet I am met with disdain. Why don't you just perish? With that, she stormed toward a small conference room to the right. Come in with me. I have something to discuss. What do you want? I have no time to indulge your whims. I still need to work to support my family. Lu Fan turned to leave. He was not foolish. He sensed that matters were becoming increasingly convoluted. When things go awry, one must be wary. It was evident that this situation reeked of deception. If he was not careful, he could easily be ensnared in this woman's web. The best strategy was to retreat. He had no time to meddle in others' affairs, especially those involving so-called noble family feuds. Such matters were a headache. Try leaving. Yi Jihan brandished her phone. Do you believe I won't report you for assaulting me last night? Are you attempting to intimidate me? Lu Fan took a drag from his cigarette. What evidence do you possess to prove that I assaulted you, rather than the other way around? Childish. Yi Jihan retorted coldly. Do you think the authorities will believe me or you? That assertion holds merit. Lu Fan replied. It was unlikely that anyone would believe a highborn lady would force herself upon an inconspicuous man. Brother Fan, perhaps you should first hear what Miss Yi wishes to say. How Fugaway interjected, attempting to mediate. Indeed, Brother Fan, it would be wise to listen to Miss Yi before making any decisions. Another companion chimed in. The others echoed their encouragement. I'll be clear, marrying me is out of the question, Lu Fan declared before following Yi Jihan into the conference room. His colleagues murmured among themselves, truly, those who suffer from drought perish, while those who are inundated drown. Fan Go, if you truly are unwilling, could you possibly introduce us? We are quite willing. With a resounding thud, Yi Jihan closed the conference room door and cast a cold gaze at Lu Fan. Is marrying me such a burden to you? This is a matter of principle. I do not favor overly assertive women. Lu Fan clicked his tongue, his expression one of vexation. Yi Jihan was indeed on the verge of unleashing a tirade. All right, Lu Fan interrupted her. Speak your mind quickly. If you have grievances, air them swiftly. Unlike you, the privileged daughter of a wealthy family, I cannot afford to lounge about, living in comfort for a lifetime. He halted mid-sentence upon noticing the tears shimmering in Yi Jihan's eyes. Stop it. Lu Fan's lips twitched slightly. What era is this? Are you really resorting to tears and tantrums? You are truly a shameless scoundrel. Yi Jihan took a deep breath, stifling her tears. Now speak. What on earth is going on? Lu Fan exhaled a series of smoke rings. Never mind. Let me take a guess instead. He continued without waiting for Yi Jihan's reply. Your eagerness for a sham marriage must stem from a desire for a married status. There can only be one reason. Someone is pressuring you to marry a man you do not wish to wed. Last night, you were drugged. This morning, you faced threats from an assassin. And then there's that trending topic. These 3 events all point to one conclusion. Someone, like you, does not want you to marry that man. Yet this person likely does not realize that you, too, do not wish to marry him. Am I correct in my analysis? How do you know all this so clearly? Yi Jihan asked, her face a mask of astonishment. Clearly, Lu Fan's observations aligned perfectly with her situation. As she spoke, she scrutinized the man before her once more. This morning, Lu Fan's display of skill had surprised her, and now, hearing his words only deepened her curiosity about him. What is so strange about it? Such straightforward logic can be deduced by anyone. Lu Fan shrugged in response. After a brief pause, he continued, However, there is one thing I do not quite understand. That trending topic is actually in your favor, as long as you do not dispute it. That man should no longer wish to marry you. So why then are you still pursuing this sham marriage with me? Yu Wen-ti suggests that even if he knows you slept with me, he would still insist on marrying you. Would you? You guessed correctly. Yi Jihan replied. Wow. Lu Fan exclaimed, utterly speechless. So to live a decent life, one must wear a bit of green on their head? Take a look at this. Yi Jihan said, handing her phone to Lu Fan. Upon receiving the phone and glancing at it, he read a message from an unfamiliar number. If you dare to marry Zhao Yichen, next time, the bullet will find your heart. Is the man you cannot marry Zhao Yichen? Lu Fan paused in surprise. The heir of the foremost prestigious family in Jiangzhou. Not only was he incredibly handsome, but he was also accomplished at a young age, the very Prince Charming in the dreams of countless women. Why would you refuse to marry him? Although he paid little attention to the so-called aristocracy of Jiangzhou, Zhao Yichen's prominence in the region was undeniable. It was impossible for him to remain oblivious. Just days ago, he had seen in the media that the young master of the Zhao family had been honored with the title of Jiangzhou's most outstanding young entrepreneur. There was no competition. You see only the surface. Behind the glamour lies either hardship or sordidness. Yi Jihan retorted, if you want me to marry him, I would rather die. Very well. Lu Fan returned the phone to her, finally understanding why Yi Jihan had proposed a sham marriage. For her, the simplest way to resolve her current crisis was to marry someone swiftly. Thus, the pressures from both sides would be alleviated. As long as you marry me, I will give you 5 million immediately. After a year, we will divorce, and we will owe each other nothing. Yi Jihan continued. I don't need the money. Lu Fan interjected. Yi Jihan replied, how exhausting. Delivering takeout during the day and driving at night. And you tell me you don't need money? Who do you think you are, some young master experiencing life? She continued, I know your life isn't easy. Your aunt's health is poor, and her medical bills require substantial funds. You've been investigating me? A sharp glint flashed in Lu Fan's eyes. An icy aura emanating from him that chilled the conference room significantly. I just wanted to know you better, Yi Jihan said, involuntarily shivering. She vowed she had never encountered such a terrifying gaze. It was as if he were a ferocious beast ready to tear her to shreds. Do not test the boundaries of your own demise. Lu Fan spoke coldly. If you dare to lay a hand on my aunt, you will suffer dearly. If everyone has a reverse scale, his was his aunt. Touch it, and one would perish. You jerk. Why must you be so aggressive? Tears streamed down Yi Jihan's face, her sorrow palpable. After her outburst, she slammed the door and cried out, you bastard. Just pretend I was ravished by a pig last night. Chapter 4. Trouble approaches Dingling. Just as Lu Fan was about to follow her out, his phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw an unknown number. Hello, how may I assist you? He asked amiably, a habit of his profession. Are you the guy who was with Yi Jihan last night? A coarse male voice inquired over the line. What do you want? Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you realize the trouble you've gotten yourself into? The man continued. Spit it out. Lu Fan interrupted. You have quite the temper. The man responded gravely. Here's a piece of advice. Get out of Jiangzhou immediately and never return, or else. The call was abruptly cut off as Lu Fan hung up, frowning slightly. Annoying. He knew last night's incident would inevitably bring trouble, but he hadn't expected it to arrive so swiftly. Moreover, he initially assumed that the first move would be made by Zhao Yichen's people, considering he had slept with his woman. However, the recent phone call was evidently made by those who had drugged Yi Jihan. Just as he tucked his phone into his pocket, the ringtone sounded again. The same number calling. Although Lu Fan had no desire to respond, he pondered for a moment and decided to answer. You dare hang up on me? You truly possess audacity. A man's voice echoed through the line. Do you believe I can ensure you do not see the sun rise tomorrow? How much garlic did you consume today? Lu Fan took a drag from his cigarette. I'm rather vexed at the moment. You should refrain from further harassment, or I fear I might lose control and end your life. A cacophony of laughter erupted from the receiver. Excellent. You've successfully provoked me. Prepare yourself, for I shall soon teach you a lesson in humility. With that, the call ended. Such a nuisance. Lu Fan muttered as he put away his phone and exited the conference room. Turning to glance outside the hall, he observed a Porsche roaring away in a blur. Brother Fan, what did you do to Miss Yi? Why did she run off in tears? How Fuguei approached him? I have no idea. Perhaps she was moved to tears by my charm. Lu Fan shrugged. How Fuguei retorted. To cry like that, you must have touched her deeply. At that moment, Lu Fan's phone chimed with a notification. A new order has arrived. Please attend to it promptly. Time to get to work, Lu Fan said to Hao Fuguwei before hastily making his way outside. Brother Fan, which direction? Hao Fuguwei followed closely. Pingshan Road. Lu Fan replied. Perfect. I'm headed that way too. Hao Fuguwei checked the order details on his phone. Before long, the two donned their work attire and hopped onto their electric scooters, racing towards Pingshan Road. Despite their vehicles nearing the end of their lifespan, they rode with the vigor and speed reminiscent of roaring Harley motorcycles, speeding along with the wind. Brother Fan, is Miss Yi in some trouble? Hao Fuguwei inquired as they waited at a red light. How did you deduce that? Lu Fan chuckled. Though I may not have an extensive education, after years of navigating society, I possess a modicum of reasoning skills, Hao Fuguwei grinned. She is a pampered heiress. Even if you have been intimate, she wouldn't truly consider marrying you unless faced with significant challenges. Not too foolish, are you? Lu Fan responded with a smile. Brother Fan, her troubles must be considerable, right? Hao Fuguwei pressed on. Just minor issues. Lu Fan replied with another grin. Don't deceive me. If the Yi family cannot resolve it, how can it be trivial? After a brief pause, Hao Fuguwei asked again, Brother Fan, could this implicate you? Not at all. Lu Fan shook his head and glanced at the traffic lights. Let us go. With that, their scooters surged forward. Brother Fan, be careful. At that moment, Hao Fuguwei's expression shifted, and he shouted loudly. He then twisted the throttle, swiftly maneuvering his scooter to push Lu Fan's vehicle aside. Bang! Immediately, a tremendous crash resounded as a running red light Passat sent Hao Fuguwei flying. He landed on the road, 30 meters away, tumbling several times before coming to rest, blood spilling from his mouth. The assailant's target was evidently Lu Fan. Had it not been for Hao Fuguwei's intervention, it would have been him on the ground. A hit and run. Many bystanders gasped in unison. With a roar, the offending vehicle swiftly turned around and fled the scene. Fuguwei. Once Lu Fan regained his footing, he quickly scanned the license plate of the vehicle before rushing toward Hao Fuguwei. Don't worry, I'm fine. Hao Fuguwei, sitting on the ground, flashed a smile at Lu Fan. Get up, we need to go to the hospital. Lu Fan took a deep breath and helped Hao Fuguwei to his feet. At that moment, he was deeply moved. Hao Fuguwei had recklessly shielded him from harm. No need for a hospital. I'm tough. Really, I'm fine. It would just waste money. Hao Fuguwei continued to grin. We still have orders to finish, and if we exceed the time limit, we'll incur penalties. Don't speak. Lu Fan interrupted. I'll have the company send someone else to take over the orders. We're going to the hospital. With that, he hailed a taxi and sped toward the hospital. Ding ding ding. Shortly after the taxi set off, Lu Fan's phone rang, the same unfamiliar number from before. You're in luck. The man's voice came through as the call connected. But this is merely a small warning. If you're not out of Jiangzhou by tomorrow night, your luck will run out. Trust me, this incident will become the greatest regret of your life. Lu Fan interrupted coldly, a sharp glimmer flashing in his eyes. He did not seek trouble, but that did not mean he feared it. After previously receiving a call from the other party at work, he had been inclined to disregard it, but given the reckless behavior displayed, he was delighted to accommodate them. Is that so? The man sneered. I'm eager to see how you'll make me regret it. You will see soon enough, Lu Fan replied, enunciating each word before hanging up. Is this related to Miss Yi? Hao Fuguwei inquired. Yes. After responding, Lu Fan pulled out his phone and accessed several WeChat groups of 500 members each, sending out a simple message asking everyone to keep an eye on the offending vehicle. Brother Fan, I've spotted that car. I'll keep watch. Brother Fan, the car is heading towards Pingshan Road. I'm on its tail. Rest assured, he won't get away. Before long, a cascade of messages flooded the group. Approximately 2 hours later, Lu Fan and Hao Fuguwei emerged from the hospital. Hao Fuguwei was bandaged in several places, but fortunately, after thorough examination, only minor injuries were found. Brother Fan, I'll repay you for the medical expenses after payday, Hao Fuguwei said as they settled onto a stone bench, pulling out a cheap cigarette and offering it to Lu Fan. Do not concern yourself with the finances. Someone will settle the bill. Lu Fan took the cigarette. Brother Fan, you are not considering confronting the other party, are you? Hao Fuguwei paused momentarily. Fuguwei, what are your plans for the future? Lu Fan did not directly respond to his inquiry. Me? Hao Fuguwei exhaled a cloud of smoke and smiled broadly. What plans could there possibly be? I lack connections and education. It is impossible for me to achieve anything significant in this life. My greatest aspiration is to save enough money to marry a wife. And ideally, have a robust son, then my life would be complete. if I can help you earn more money. But you may have to endure hardships that ordinary people do not. Would you be willing? Lu Fan continued to inquire. Brother Fan, are you serious? Hao Fugue's playful demeanor faded. Of course, Lu Fan replied. Then let me speak candidly as well. Hao Fugue took a drag from his cigarette. I have long suspected that you are a man of stories, especially after meeting my aunt, which only solidified my assumptions. However, since you never spoke of your own affairs, I refrain from asking. Since you have posed this question to me today, I shall be forthright. If Brother Fan does not mind, I would like to follow you and do whatever you ask. I have nothing to lose and fear nothing. I am willing to do anything. Good. Lu Fan nodded and stood up. First, let us collect your medical expenses. After speaking, he took out his phone to check the messages in the group chat. Shortly thereafter, the two hailed a taxi and proceeded to their destination. Chapter 5. Who is behind this? Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of a bar. Lu Fan and Hao Fugue exited the vehicle, both still clad in their battle attire. According to the messages in the group chat, the vehicle involved in the accident ultimately arrived at the parking lot of this bar. As Lu Fan had surmised, this was indeed the establishment where Yi Jihan had drowned her sorrows the previous night. Since it was still early, although the bar was open, there were no patrons yet, and preparations for business were underway. Lu Fan led Hao Fugue around the parking lot, and indeed, they spotted the car involved in the accident. Subsequently, the two stepped into the bar's main hall. Wow, man, this is intense, exclaimed a tattooed man sweeping the floor as he noticed the bandaged Hao Fugue. You look like that, and you're still taking orders? Are you out of your mind? Huh, life compels us. Hao Fugue replied with a grin. That's downright impressive. The tattooed man gave him a thumbs up. I'll make sure they give you a 5-star review. Thank you. Hao Fugue smiled again. Who ordered the takeout? The tattooed man called out into the bar. No one did. Came a response from inside. No one ordered. The tattooed man looked confused before turning to Lu Fan and Hao Fugue. Did we get it wrong? No one ordered takeout. Where's the driver of that white Passat in the parking lot? Lu Fan interrupted coldly. Huh. The tattooed man paused, taken aback. Are you guys not here to deliver takeout? Are you looking for trouble? I possess a volatile temperament, so it would be prudent for you to refrain from idle chatter, Lu Fan retorted. How dare a mere delivery worker speak to me in such a manner? Do you have a death wish? The tattooed man discarded the broom in his hand and seized a beer bottle from the table. Do not provoke me into action, Lu Fan responded resolutely. Truly, you are a master of pretense. The tattooed man raised the beer bottle and swung it toward Lu Fan. However, just as the bottle reached its zenith, it was forcefully knocked from his grasp by Hao Fugue, who stood nearby. The rotund man's bulk granted him certain advantages. With that collision, the tattooed man collapsed to the ground, unable to rise, writhing in pain. Upon hearing the commotion, a dozen or so others in the hall rushed over, their expressions hostile. Hao Fugue instinctively paled. Although he possessed considerable strength and could handle 2 or 3 adversaries, being encircled by such a multitude was indeed daunting. Nevertheless, he did not falter and grasped another beer bottle from the table, brandishing it as he faced the crowd. Come on. Anyone who doesn't get crushed can step forward. Even if I perish today, I shall take a couple of you with me. Is it truly the case that delivery workers have become this ridiculous? The leading bald man disdainfully cast a glance at Hao Fugue. After speaking, he waved his hand. Attack. Strike with hands and feet. Understood. The group of 10 responded in unison, preparing to unleash their assault. Halt. At that moment, a male voice rang out. Hearing that voice, Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. It belonged to the individual who had called him. Soon after, a group of 5 or 6 descended the staircase. The leader, a man in his 30s with dark skin and a robust physique, was adorned with tattoos on both arms. Brother Leopard. Upon seeing the man, the dozen individuals in the hall greeted him in unison. I underestimated you. You've arrived rather swiftly, displaying some prowess, I see. The man known as Black Leopard took a puff from his cigar and turned his gaze toward Lu Fan. This is fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Let us settle matters right here. Who drove the car just now? Lu Fan did not respond to him, instead scanning the group. I did. A scrawny man with a pointed chin provocatively stepped forward. What now? Do you wish to take action against me? Before he could finish his taunt, Lu Fan took 2 strides forward and seized the man by the throat. Caught off guard by the suddenness and ferocity of Lu Fan's actions, the man struggled to breathe, his complexion turning a shade of purplish hue. Are you seeking death? You fool. The others exclaimed in astonishment. Bang. Ignoring their cries, Lu Fan lifted the scrawny man off the ground and forcefully slammed him onto the floor behind him. The man curled up, gasping for air, acutely aware that had Lu Fan hesitated even a moment longer, he would have met his demise. Fuguwei, he drove into you. Break his right leg so that he may never drive again. Lu Fan spoke in a low tone. The reason for instructing Hao Fuguwei to take action was evidently to hone his skills. Having resolved to assist Hao Fuguwei, it became imperative for him to confront certain matters rather than merely cower behind another. As for how far Hao Fuguwei might venture in the future, that would ultimately hinge upon his own resolve and fortune. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, Hao Fuguwei gritted his teeth and approached the man. You dare! Shouted the bald adversary, charging at Hao Fuguwei with 4 or 5 others in tow. However, merely a few steps into their advance, the scene before them blurred, followed by a piercing pain in the chest, leading them to collapse one after another. Witnessing this, the remaining assailants were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Lu Fan's remarkable prowess. Simultaneously, Hao Fuguwei showed no mercy, delivering a decisive kick to the right knee of the sharp-featured man, resulting in a distinct sound of bones fracturing. The man let out a horrific scream before losing consciousness. A mere delivery person truly believed himself invincible. If I do not vanquish you today, I shall share your surname. After discarding his cigar, Black Panther seized a cleaver from one of his subordinates and lunged toward Lu Fan. Die! Upon closing the distance, he swung the cleaver swiftly towards Lu Fan's shoulder. Be careful, Brother Fan. Hao Fuguwei's expression shifted dramatically. As he spoke, he attempted to assist, only to be obstructed by several of the opposing men. What of the delivery person? Can a mere delivery person take your life? Lu Fan's voice resonated in Black Panther's ears. As the words echoed, he deftly sidestepped, allowing the cleaver to narrowly graze his sleeve. Bang! In the next instant, Lu Fan executed a flawless Iron Mountain lean and charged forward, sending Black Panther hurtling 7 or 8 meters away. But that was not the end. Lu Fan retrieved the fallen cleaver and swiftly approached Black Panther. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged the blade into Black Panther's right thigh, embedding it 3 inches deep. Black Panther screamed in sheer agony. Hiss! The scene erupted with gasps of disbelief, including Hao Fuguwei, each face etched with shock. They had not anticipated that the seemingly refined Lu Fan could strike with such ferocity. Brother Panther. The remaining adversaries halted, their expressions laden with trepidation. They understood all too well that if even Black Panther fell in a single encounter, their own fate would only be one of torment. A singular thought occupied their minds. When did this delivery person acquire such formidable skills? With such prowess? Why on earth are you delivering food? Had they known of his abilities, who would dare to engage him? What a deception! Listen closely, I shall ask but once. Lu Fan, from his elevated position, gazed down at Black Panther and inquired, who orchestrated this entire affair? Chapter 6. Such anomaly. Something is amiss, you've got some nerve. Black Panther, regaining his composure, glared at Lu Fan, gritting his teeth as he declared, if you have the guts, then kill me. His words were not yet finished when Lu Fan, with a fierce glint in his eyes, withdrew his machete and plunged it into the Black Panther's left leg, piercing through completely. The Black Panther let out a wretched scream. The others, eager to intervene, found themselves paralyzed by fear, none daring to act. Still not speaking? Lu Fan glanced at the Black Panther, extracting the blade with a menacing intent. You certainly have guts. I'll send you on your way. As he spoke, an icy, murderous aura emanated from him, causing everyone around to shudder involuntarily. No, please. Sensing Lu Fan's lethal intent, the Black Panther finally relented. I'll tell you everything. It was Lord Kuin's orders, but I don't know why he targeted the young lady of the Yi family. Still not being honest? Hao Fuguwei kicked the Black Panther's thigh. I swear, I truly don't know. The Black Panther winced in pain. Lord Kuin didn't allow me to ask too many questions. He just instructed me to follow orders. Which Lord Kuin? Lu Fan inquired. Lord Kuin's full name is Yuan Kuin. He is the boss of the East District. The Black Panther replied with difficulty. Smack. Lu Fan pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a drag, and then resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Now, let us discuss the injury inflicted upon my brother. How do you intend to address it? Compensation. I can offer 20,000. The Black Panther quickly responded. What an insult. Are you begging? Lu Fan kicked the hilt of the knife. The Black Panther screamed again. Then, after a moment's pause, he asked, then how much do you propose? medical expenses, lost wages, car repair costs, compensation for emotional distress, fright fees, and so forth. Lu Fan continued, taking another drag from his cigarette, adding it all up, and giving you a discount to round it off. Let us say 200,000. Coughing, Hao Fugui, who was smoking beside him, was taken aback. Brother Fan, isn't that a bit excessive? 200,000 is equivalent to our combined annual income. Brother, this is outright robbery. The corners of the Black Panther's mouth twitched. You don't have to pay. Lu Fan coldly retorted. 10 minutes later, Lu Fan and his companion exited the bar with an additional 200,000 in Hao Fugui's card. Brother Fan, have you practiced before? Hao Fugui looked at Lu Fan with admiration. Although he had suspected Lu Fan possessed some skills prior to today, he never anticipated such prowess. Even now, he struggled to comprehend the surreal scene he had just witnessed, akin to a cinematic stunt. I suppose you could say that. Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, but it will be arduous. Can it be worse than this miserable life? Hao Fugui grinned. As long as Brother Fan is willing to teach me, I can endure any hardship. Good. Lu Fan nodded. I'll teach you some fundamentals another day. You can practice in the meantime. Thank you, Brother Fan. Hao Fugui's eyes brightened. After a brief pause, as if recalling something, he continued, by the way, Brother Fan, I'll transfer 15,000 to you. I'll keep 5,000 for myself. Why would you transfer it to me? That's the money he owes you. Keep it for yourself. Lu Fan interrupted him. That won't do. Don't say I merely suffered a superficial injury. Even if this wretched life of mine were to end, it would not be worth 200,000, Hao Fugui replied, shaking his head. Enough with the nonsense. Go fetch our car. Let's take a day off today and return to work tomorrow, Lu Fan interjected once more. Around 6 in the evening, Lu Fan rode his electric bike back to the building where he rented a room. After securing his bike, he picked up several bags of herbs and walked inside. He resided in a village within Jiangzhou, an area slated for demolition, yet the compensation negotiations had yet to be settled, rendering the demolition temporarily on hold. He and his aunt rented a ground floor unit, as his aunt's health was frail, necessitating frequent hospital visits, making higher floors inconvenient. Furthermore, there was a small courtyard of about 20 square meters behind the balcony on the ground floor, where his aunt could occasionally bask in the sun. Recently, her health had improved significantly. Although she still required daily medication, she could move about freely like an ordinary person. Xiaofan, why are you home so early today? Upon hearing the door open, a woman's voice resonated from within. I took a half-day off today. How are you feeling, Aunt? Lu Fan responded as he entered. In the living room, a woman sat on a dilapidated sofa, appearing to be in her mid-30s. She was beautiful, with a well-proportioned figure. And although she was dressed plainly and adorned with no jewelry, an air of refined elegance emanated from her. However, it was evident to any discerning observer that her health was poor, her complexion was slightly pale, and her features appeared haggard. The woman was none other than Lu Fan's aunt, Lu Ziqing. 2 years ago, after arriving in Jiangzhou, Lu Fan had adopted the Lu surname. Upon entering the living room, Lu Fan's words trailed off, for there was another woman present. Yi Jihan. The woman seated opposite Lu Ziqing was none other than the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Jihan. What are you doing here? Lu Fan frowned, his tone sharp. I came to see Aunt, Yi Jihan replied timidly. Do you take my words lightly? Lu Fan's demeanor darkened. Xiaofan, how can you speak like that? It's impolite. Lu Ziqing interjected with a gentle smile. Aunt, please refrain from allowing just anyone into our home, Lu Fan retorted. Take a seat and rest for a moment. Lu Ziqing smiled again. Before long, once Lu Fan settled down, she picked up a teacup and took a sip, her tone becoming slightly more stern. Xiaofan, Miss Yi has shared everything about her situation with you. As a man, you must bear your responsibilities. Aunt, I am the victim in this matter. Lu Fan replied with a click of his tongue. As he spoke, he instinctively reached for his low-quality cigarettes. However, he quickly restrained himself, despite his strong cravings. He had never smoked at home for the sake of his aunt's health. What nonsense! Is this the kind of thing a man should say? You are shirking your responsibilities. Lu Ziqing responded. Aunt, this is indeed my fault. I do not blame Lu Fan. Yi Jihan glanced at Lu Fan, her expression filled with guilt. Miss Yi, rest assured. I shall take charge of this matter. After Lu Ziqing's response, she turned her gaze toward Lu Fan and spoke. You now have 2 choices. 1. Accompany Miss Yi to obtain a marriage certificate, or 2. Assist Miss Yi in navigating this crisis. Auntie, Lu Fan felt a twinge of discomfort. In this world, if there exists someone capable of managing him, it would only be his aunt. There was no room for negotiation. He must choose one. Lu Ziqing interrupted him directly. Very well then. Lu Fan clicked his tongue again. I choose the second option. In truth, based on his understanding of his aunt, her actions were surely underpinned by her own reasons. His aunt, who led a life of simplicity and restraint, was never one to meddle in others' affairs. Nor would she compel him to do something he detested. Today's unusual behavior was a clear indication of something amiss. Chapter 7. The situation is complicated. The second option is considerably more challenging than the first. Are you certain you wish to choose the latter? Lu Ziqing smiled at Lu Fan. Certainly, absolutely, and unequivocally. Lu Fan poured half a cup of tea for his aunt. Yi Jihan. Although I had long suspected that Lu Fan would inevitably select the second option, hearing it spoken aloud still struck me. Am I truly so inadequate? Unable to offer anything even if I were to pay for it? Do you know who does not wish for you to marry Zhao Yiqin? Lu Fan then turned to Yi Jihan and inquired. It cannot be determined for now. I only possess a vague feeling. After a brief moment of surprise, Yi Jihan replied. Having been reduced to this state, not even knowing who the adversary is, should I call you naive or foolish? Lu Fan was at a loss for words. Xiao Fan. Speak properly. Lu Ziqing shot him a glare before smiling at Yi Jihan. There are individuals who do not desire a union between the Yi and Zhao families. Likely fearing it poses a threat, the mastermind behind it should not be difficult to conjecture. Yes. Yi Jihan nodded thoughtfully. All right, you may leave now. Lu Fan then waved his hand. Zhao Yiqin is a narrow-minded individual. He certainly will not relent, so do exercise caution over the next few days, Yi Jihan advised. Oh, how rare. You actually care about my well-being. Lu Fan glanced at her. I merely act as a driver, earning a meager fee. Whom have I offended? He felt quite exasperated. Had he known it would be this troublesome, he would have adamantly refused last night. Are you regretting it now? What were you doing last night? Lu Ziqing gave him a sidelong glance before smiling at Yi Jihan. Miss Yi, I offer only humble fare, so I shall not keep you for a meal. You may return home for now. In the coming days, should you require anything, feel free to call Xiao Fan. He is at your service. Lu Fan, Auntie. Are you selling me off? Auntie, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Yi Jihan stood and slightly bowed to Lu Ziqing. Her visit today was indeed driven by a strong sense of purpose. Shortly after Lu Fan departed from her villa that morning, she had dispatched someone to investigate Lu Fan's background. The feedback received indicates that Lu Fan and his aunt arrived in Jiangzhou 2 years ago, residing in a humble village within the city, leading a life of modest means. His aunt, in poor health, requires long-term medication. Her intention in seeking out Lu Ziqing was straightforward. She wished to persuade Lu Fan to marry her by offering him financial incentives. And she was prepared for Lu Ziqing to demand a considerable sum. However, upon meeting Lu Ziqing for the first time, she abandoned the idea of negotiating with money. The woman's intuition informed her that the woman before her was no ordinary individual. After a brief conversation, her suspicions were further confirmed. Elegant and poised, with a humility akin to a deep valley, the descriptors of Lu Ziqing fit her remarkably well. This realization made her reflect on Lu Fan. With such an extraordinary aunt, how could Lu Fan be anything but exceptional? Xiao Fan, you have been burdened by your aunt for the past few years. After Yi Jihan departed, Lu Ziqing turned to Lu Fan and said, if it weren't for your aunt, I would have died 2 years ago. Lu Fan interrupted her, as memories of that fateful time flooded his mind. Had it not been for his aunt's selfless act of saving him, he would have long since succumbed to death. His aunt had been injured in that incident, her health deteriorating rapidly, and she had yet to fully recover. Auntie, could you refrain from saying such things in the future? Lu Fan added. All right. Lu Ziqing smiled. I shall not speak of it again. After a brief pause, she suddenly inquired, has someone already taken action? Is it Zhao Yiqin's people or another party? You truly are perceptive. How did you know? Lu Fan asked in astonishment. It's not that I'm perceptive. Rather, I know you too well. Lu Ziqing replied with a faint smile. You would not take a leave of absence without cause, unless you were accompanying me to the hospital. You would work even through a fever. Of course, that is not the primary reason. Most importantly, I sensed a hint of long-lost aggression within you. Huh. My aunt truly understands me. Lu Fan grinned, and then briefly recounted the events of the afternoon. Is Hao Fugui all right? Lu Ziqing's brows furrowed slightly. Just superficial injuries. He is fine. Lu Fan shook his head. That is good to hear. After a moment, Lu Ziqing continued. Do you plan to assist him? Yes, Lu Fan nodded. Then countered, what do you think, Andy? Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Lu Ziqing smiled. She then lifted her teacup, taking a sip. Her gaze fixed ahead. Yuan Kuan truly is unfortunate. Why must he provoke you, the little demon king? From her expression and demeanor, it was evident that she harbored no concerns for Lu Fan's safety. I had no intention of getting involved with them, but if they seek their own demise, I shall not intervene, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Indeed. Lu Ziqing nodded slightly and continued, what are your thoughts on this matter? What matter? Lu Fan countered. Do not feign ignorance. With your intellect, would you not perceive the underlying issues at hand? Lu Ziqing remarked with an exasperated roll of her eyes before continuing. The Zhao family, while not omnipotent in Jiangzhou, undeniably holds dominion over this city, controlling its various spheres of influence. Other so-called prominent families, including the Yi family, pale in comparison to the Zhao family, lacking any semblance of parity. It is inconceivable that someone as inconsequential as Yuan Kuan would dare to act against a woman favored by the young master of the Zhao family, without significant leverage. I have been pondering this as well, Lu Fan nodded thoughtfully. Although he and his aunt had been residing in this impoverished enclave for the past 2 years, it did not imply they were entirely severed from the outside world. They possessed a rough understanding of the dynamics of power within Jiangzhou, even if not in exhaustive detail. Furthermore, Lu Fan harbored a suspicion that, with his aunt's health gradually improving over the past year, she might have been clandestinely preparing the groundwork for his return, engaging in various activities unbeknownst to him. What do you suspect? Lu Ziqing inquired after taking a sip of her tea. The incident involving Yi Jihan is likely just the trigger, Lu Fan replied, refilling her cup. The ultimate objective of the puppet masters may very well be the Zhao family, who in Jiangzhou possesses the audacity and capability to undertake such a venture. Lu Ziqing nodded slightly. None. Lu Fan shook his head, adding, if my conjecture holds true, the instigators likely hail from outside Jiangzhou. If the stakes are sufficiently high, there are certainly those within Jiangzhou willing to act as pawns. He had long contemplated such matters, which was precisely why he wished to remain uninvolved. He understood that the drugging of Yi Jihan, while seemingly a trivial incident, undoubtedly entangled numerous individuals and affairs, and he had little interest in delving into such sordid matters. Indeed, otherwise, Yuan Kuan would not have emerged, Lu Ziqing conceded with a slight nod, setting her teacup down. She continued, I recognize that you wish to avoid these concerns, but from the moment you found yourself in Yi Jihan's bed, you have already been ensnared in this web. Have you not? Lu Fan sighed up. The ancients do not deceive me. Those who cannot govern their desires will find their lives forever entangled in turmoil. Lust is a double-edged sword. After taking a sip from his teacup, he turned to Lu Ziqing, voicing his inner query. Aunt, why assist the Yi family? The Yi family's reputation is passable and may serve you well in the future, Lu Ziqing replied with a smile. Moreover, Yi Jihan is quite commendable. Both in terms of her external attributes and personal capabilities, she stands out among her peers. Aunt, you are not being entirely forthright. Lu Fan interjected with a faint smile. Compared to my adversaries, a family from a second-tier city holds little significance and cannot provide me with assistance. One must consider, the rival who has kept him confined in a second-tier city like Jiangzhou for 2 years is no ordinary opponent. Additionally, at this juncture, he was unlikely to entertain matters of romance. These 2 points, my aunt should be more aware than he is. Thus this cannot be the reason. I knew you wouldn't be easily deceived. Lu Ziqing smiled in return. Some matters, knowing them now may not necessarily be beneficial. Shall I reveal them to you later? Very well. Lu Fan responded with a grin. If my aunt remains silent, there must be compelling reasons for her reticence. He would not persist in his inquiries. Nevertheless, you have indeed been intimate with Yi Jihan, an indisputable fact, and for that alone, you cannot simply wash your hands of the matter. Lu Ziqing continued to smile. To resolve the crisis involving Yi Jihan and the Yi family, Yuan Kuan represents a potential breakthrough. Let us commence with him. All right. Lu Fan smacked his lips. By the way, I happen to have something here that you can show Yuan Kuan when you meet him. As she spoke, Lu Ziqing rose and walked towards the bedroom. In a short while, she emerged holding a broken curved blade, exquisitely crafted, with intricate patterns etched upon the blade. Aunt, what is this? Lu Fan inquired, slightly taken aback as he received the broken sword. A former acquaintance gifted it to me, claiming that Yuan Kuan would likely provide us some assistance upon seeing this blade. Lu Ziqing replied with a faint smile. I was on the verge of forgetting this matter, but it came to mind when Yuan Kuan was mentioned. Is it genuine? Lu Fan squinted slightly. Let us give it a try. After all, if it proves ineffective, it's of little consequence. A mere Yuan Kuan poses no threat to you. Lu Ziqing assured him. Very well. Lu Fan nodded with a smile. Dingling. Around 10 o'clock the next morning, as Lu Fan arrived at the station and checked in, his phone rang. Hello, how may I assist you? Lu Fan greeted with a smile after pressing the answer button. Do you have time at noon? Came Yi Jihan's somewhat anxious voice through the receiver. Oh, it's you? You made me waste my sentiments. Lu Fan clicked his tongue. This is my mobile number. Save it for future contact. After a brief pause, Yi Jihan continued. You don't have time at noon? I need to take orders to earn money. Lu Fan replied rather straightforwardly. On the other end, Yi Jihan fell silent in disbelief. After a moment, she continued. Could you possibly take a leave? I'll pay you double to accompany me to a place. Money makes negotiations easier. Lu Fan responded with a teasing tone. However, let me clarify. I want to be selling myself. Boring. Yi Jihan retorted coldly. Even if you wanted to sell, I wouldn't buy. So where are we going? Lu Fan inquired next. Do you know Yuan Kuan? Yi Jihan countered. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Has Yuan Kuan contacted you? He just called me, asking to meet at noon. Yi Jihan replied. He specifically mentioned that I should bring you along and warned me that if I did not comply, I would bear the consequences. How intriguing. Lu Fan interrupted. Wait for me. I'll join you. You agreed? Yi Jihan was taken aback by Lu Fan's prompt acceptance. Don't forget to pay me. Lu Fan added. He had not anticipated that Yuan Kuan would seek him out so swiftly. He had intended to arrange a meeting with the other party in a couple of days, setting aside matters concerning Yi Jihan for the moment. The incident that transpired yesterday involving a mere Black Panther could not quell his fury. Since this was an order issued by Yuan Kuan, he must be prepared to face the consequences. After hanging up the phone, Lu Fan called Hao Fuguei, instructing him to return to the station promptly, mentioning that he would take him to a place of amusement, having resolved to lend Hao Fuguei a hand. It was only fitting that he not miss out on this opportunity. Shortly after the call, Hao Fuguei appeared at the door on his battered electric bike. Brother Fan, come quickly, you must try this. Upon parking, Hao Fuguei produced an unopened pack of Huazi cigarettes. Oh, splendid. Have you struck it rich? Lu Fan chuckled. Hee, Brother Fan. Have you forgotten? You extorted 200,000 from the Black Panther yesterday. Surely indulging ourselves with a pack of Huazi is not too much to ask? Exclaimed Hao Fuguei. I've never smoked anything worth more than 20 yuan in my life. I truly want to see if smoking this Huazi can elevate one to the heavens. With that, he produced a lighter and ignited a cigarette, inhaling deeply, adopting an expression reminiscent of one indulging in marijuana. His lung capacity was impressive, as he held the nicotine in his lungs for nearly a minute before exhaling, though his countenance turned somewhat ashen. How does it taste? Lu Fan inquired with a smile. Terrible. It's fake. Hao Fuguei cursed. Lu Fan nearly choked on his saliva. Didn't you say you've never smoked Huazi before? How do you know it's counterfeit? It doesn't even compare to my 5 yuan cigarettes in potency. How could it possibly be real? Hao Fuguei replied. His face contorted in despair. Lu Fan's lips twitched. Generally speaking, the more expensive the cigarette, the smoother it is. If you're looking for a kick, dry tobacco is the way to go. Is that true? Hao Fuguei glanced at Lu Fan. Brother Fan, my education is limited. Please don't deceive me. Lu Fan replied. Here, take this Huazi. I'll stick to my 5 yuan pack. Hao Fuguei handed the cigarette to Lu Fan. By the way, Brother Fan, where are you taking me? To meet Yuan Kuan. Lu Fan recounted Yi Jihan's words. Brother Fan, I inquired with some contacts in the underworld last night, and Yuan Kuan is not on the same level as that Black Panther from yesterday. Hao Fuguei paused before continuing. He is a figure of authority in the underground world of the Eastern City, commanding over 1,000 men. If we simply walk in, it might be too reckless. Are you already frightened? Lu Fan chuckled. Brother Fan, you underestimate me. What do I have to fear? Hao Fuguei puffed up his chest. At worst, I'll be reborn. This life has been far too wretched. Perhaps in my next life, I'll be born into a good family. I'm merely concerned for you and Miss Yi. Your lives are far more valuable than mine. Rest assured, we won't perish. Lu Fan replied with a calm smile, interrupting him. If anyone is to die, it will be them. Approximately an hour later, Yi Jihan's Porsche came to a halt at the station entrance. Who is this? Once Lu Fan and the others got into the car, Yi Jihan momentarily paused, glancing at Hao Fugue as she spoke. Her eyes swept over the delivery uniforms worn by the two men, and she felt a twinge of exhaustion. Was it a matter of not having money for clothes? Did they think it was impressive to wear work attire everywhere? "Hello, sister-in-law. I am Hao Fugue," he blurted out. Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Fan delivered a light slap to the back of his head. "What are you shouting for?" Chapter 9. Get him to expel his filth He. A slip of the tongue. Hao Fugue grinned and turned to Yi Jihan. "Miss Yi, just call me Fugue. I am Fan Ji's sidekick." "Hello?" Yi Jihan's lips twitched slightly. "He is my brother." Lu Fan interjected, then retrieved a low-quality cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Hao Fugue. "Is it possible not to smoke in the car?" Yi Jihan frowned slightly. "Fan Go, well, I overindulged earlier and have been feeling nauseous. I won't smoke anymore." Hao Fugue retracted his hand midway. After a moment, he added, "Fan Go, perhaps you should refrain from smoking as well. I feel like a pregnant woman. The smell makes me want to vomit." Yi Jihan asked, "Do you know why Yuan Kun is looking for you?" After putting away the cigarette, Lu Fan directed his gaze at Yi Jihan. "Before today, I had no interactions with him. He suddenly sought me out and specifically requested that you accompany him. It must surely pertain to last night's incident." Yi Jihan responded, "If I am not mistaken, the person who drugged me last night was likely arranged by him. Not too dim-witted after all." Lu Fan continued, "So, do you know what kind of person Yuan Kun is?" "I do." Yi Jihan nodded. "Knowing what he is, you still dare to attend the meeting?" Lu Fan's tone was calm. "Should I commend your bravery, or label you as reckless and foolish? Are you not afraid he might assault you and then eliminate you?" Cough. Hao Fugue nearly choked on his saliva. "Fan Go, could we not speak to a lady in such a manner? Could you refrain from speaking so harshly?" Yi Jihan raised her voice slightly. "Do I have a choice?" Lu Fan retorted. "People like them are capable of anything. If I do not go, who will bear the consequences?" Deep down, she was far from as composed as she appeared. She was acutely aware that attending the meeting was akin to a lamb walking into a den of wolves. Although Lu Fan's words were crude, they were not unfounded. The status of the eldest daughter of the Yi family would not guarantee her safety. While the Yi family still outwardly presented itself as the second most prominent family in Jiangzhou, those in the know understood that it had long since become a gilded shell. Hollow within. This was also the primary reason the Yi family pressured her to marry Zhao Yichen. They desperately needed the Zhao family's support, lest they face imminent collapse. Yuan Kun was undoubtedly aware of all these matters. "Miss Yi, why don't you let your family handle this?" Hao Fugue inquired. "Heh. The Yi family is currently only willing to discuss one matter with me." Yi Jihan replied coldly. "What matter?" Hao Fugue pressed. "They expect me to climb into Zhao Yichen's bed." Yi Jihan spoke with a hint of indignation. "They want him to refrain from blaming the Yi family and, ideally, to marry me into the Zhao family, ensuring everyone's happiness. Is this the attitude of your biological parents as well?" Hao Fuchi asked, utterly flabbergasted. "My mother passed away when I was very young," Yi Jihan replied, her tone tinged with sadness. "My father neglects his duties, indulging only in a life of extravagance. He married a stepmother who takes charge, behaving as if she is the head of the household." "Well," Hao Fuchi clicked his tongue, "I never imagined, Miss Yi. You are even more pitiable than I am. Truly, the wealthy have their own troubles. We may be poor, but at least we find joy. Put away your overflowing sympathy." Lu Fan shot a disapproving glare at Hao Fuchi. He remained largely unaffected by Yi Jihan's words, having witnessed similar situations far too often. Take himself, for instance. His current predicament was a direct consequence of the fierce struggles within affluent families. In comparison, the Yi family's issues seemed relatively mild, at least not life-threatening. Arriving at last, Yi Jihan parked the car in the lot of a private club. "Fanji, have a smoke." After exiting the vehicle, Hao Fuchi offered a cigarette to Lu Fan. With a swift motion, he lit the cigarette and took a deep drag, wearing an expression of bliss. Observing his enjoyment, Yi Jihan's lips twitched slightly. She was acutely aware that Hao Fuchi's earlier claim of feeling nauseous had been a courtesy to her. After a brief pause, she turned to the two men and instructed, "Once we enter, do not speak carelessly, do not provoke them. Rest assured, Miss Yi, both Fanji and I are reasonable individuals. We won't act recklessly." Hao Fuchi exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Let's hope that's the case," Yi Jihan remarked, glancing at Lu Fan before taking a deep breath and leading them toward the entrance. The club was not yet open. Perhaps they would return later. A tattooed man at the entrance raised his hand to stop the trio. "Is Lord Kun in?" "He sent for me," Yi Jihan announced. You are the eldest daughter of the Yi family? The tattooed man brazenly scrutinized her. Indeed, Yi Jihan affirmed with a nod. Lord Kuan is currently occupied. You may wait outside until he is ready. I will notify you, the tattooed man replied. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Lu Fan kicked him, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Yi Jihan stood speechless. Was her earlier instruction merely a figment of her imagination? How dare you lay hands on me? You truly do not know the meaning of death. The tattooed man struggled to his feet, grabbing a wooden stick and charging at Lu Fan. Bang! However, he barely took 2 steps before Hao Fuchi barreled into him, sending him hurtling like a projectile. He slammed into the doorframe and collapsed, unconscious. Yi Jihan opened her mouth, but could not utter a word. Would it have been better to attend this meeting alone? How dare you act so recklessly here? Are you tired of living? A man's voice resonated. Shortly after, a cacophony of footsteps echoed through the club's hall, and a group of 40 to 50 individuals poured out in a single file. Each one bore a menacing expression, most wielding knives and clubs. With a muscular man leading the pack, his age comparable to that of the Black Panther from yesterday. Do not act rashly. It was Master Kuan who sent us. Upon witnessing the intimidating gang before her, Yi Jihan took a deep breath and stepped forward. Did Master Kuan send you merely to negotiate, or to create chaos? The muscular man retorted coldly, tossing a machete at Lu Fan and Hao Fugue's feet. Whoever lays a hand shall forfeit an arm. Otherwise, you needn't bother meeting Master Kuan. Please summon Master Kuan. I wish to speak with him, Yi Jihan asserted after another deep breath. This is a matter between men. What business do you, a woman, have meddling? Step back. Lu Fan interjected, surprised at Yi Jihan's audacity to confront dozens of thugs brandishing weapons. Her courage was commendable. Do not speak. I shall handle this, Yi Jihan replied, her brows furrowing slightly. While she suspected Lu Fan possessed considerable skills, they faced the underground king of the East District. Even if Lu Fan were capable, could he truly contend against such numbers? She had come prepared for compromise. As long as they did not overstep, she would endeavor to fulfill their demands. She was acutely aware of her limited options. The Yi family could not be relied upon. What could she wield against Yuan Kuan, if not concession? Do you not understand my words, woman? Step back. Lu Fan raised his voice. Yi Jihan opened her mouth to speak. Miss Yi, perhaps you should heed Brother Fan's advice. Hao Fugue chimed in. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Jihan relented, exhaling a heavy sigh as she took several steps back. Kid, were you the one who made a move just now? Quite audacious. The muscular man directed his gaze at Lu Fan. Go inside and inform Yuan Kuan. Give him 3 minutes to come out and see me, Lu Fan declared, bending to retrieve the machete from the ground. Otherwise, I shall make him regret it. Chapter 10. Do you recognize this knife? How bold of a mere delivery boy. A man adorned with a thick gold chain stepped forward. If you're so audacious, why not deliver in the heavens? Let the countdown begin. Lu Fan disregarded the taunt and checked the time on his phone. Go to hell. The chain-clad man raised his machete and charged at Lu Fan. Watch out, Yi Jihan exclaimed, her expression shifting in alarm. Hao Fugue, however, remained largely unperturbed. After all, yesterday's events were still vivid in his mind. In his estimation, even if all these dozens of men attacked simultaneously, they would likely not be a match for Lu Fan, let alone just the one with the gold chain. Clang. The golden chain's machete momentarily hovered in the air before plummeting to the ground. Accompanied by one of his severed hands, the cut surface smooth as glass. The man with the golden chain let out a wretched scream as he collapsed. None of the onlookers even noticed when Lu Fan had struck. By the time they grasped the situation, the man was writhing on the ground, blood spilling everywhere. Yi Jihan simultaneously shrieked, her complexion turning pale. Although she was accustomed to the treachery of the marketplace, where betrayal ran rampant, witnessing such a gruesome scene was a first for her, inevitably leaving her shocked. A thread of despair crept into her heart. It seemed unlikely that today's events would resolve peacefully. She regretted bringing Lu Fan along. Had she known it would come to this, she should have come alone first to discuss things with Yuan Kuan. Perhaps there could have been room for negotiation. But now, there was nothing left to contemplate. Seeking death, the muscular man leading the adversaries bellowed, "Attack! Dismember him limb by limb." Agreed. The others echoed in unison. Rhino, let them in. At that moment, an elder's voice resonated from the hall. The muscle-bound man known as Rhino, who had severed the hand of the fire snake, paused and turned to respond. Do you not understand my words? Or do my words hold no weight? The elder continued in a grave tone. I dare not, Rhino retorted, casting a glance at Lu Fan. Boy, you had best pray you do not fall into my hands. Rhino, is it? Hafugi chimed in. You should be grateful to that elder. He just saved your life. Moments later, Lu Fan and his companions entered the hall, where Rhino and his entourage of 40 to 50 were still stationed at the entrance. Facing the trio stood a thin, elderly man clad in simple garments, his sharp gaze revealing a sinister disposition. Miss Yi, please wait a moment. Master Kun will be down shortly. The elder addressed Yi Jihan. Afterward, he turned to Lu Fan. This must be brother Lu Fan, young yet quite skilled. 1 minute remains. If Yuan Kun does not appear. Lu Fan replied in a low voice. Haha, it has been many years since I have encountered such a spirited young man. At that moment, a man's voice echoed from the staircase. As the words fell, a middle-aged man, accompanied by a young woman, ambled down, a cigar clamped between his teeth. The man, in his 50s, bore thick brows and large eyes, a robust frame, and a scar more than 10 centimeters long across his neck. This man was none other than Yuan Kun, the kingpin of the underground world in the East District. The woman in his arms, with alluring features and a voluptuous figure, was flushed and glistening with sweat, clearly having just finished exercising. No wonder Yuan Kun had been unavailable earlier. Master Kun, greetings. Yi Jihan took a deep breath and addressed him. Miss Yi, we shall discuss your matters shortly. Yuan Kun interrupted her, then turned his gaze to Lu Fan. You are called Lu Fan. You possess some skill to have crippled Black Panther's legs. However, do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Hearing these words, Yi Jihan was momentarily taken aback. Though she was unfamiliar with Black Panther, she had heard the name and recognized him as a trusted lieutenant of Yuan Kun. Furthermore, she was aware that the very bar she visited the previous night was owned by Black Panther, and she vaguely recalled hearing someone call out to him during her time there. When had Lu Fan incapacitated the man? Uncertain, Lu Fan shook his head and inquired, Why don't you enlighten me? While speaking, his gaze briefly swept over the woman. With his discerning eyes, it was evident to him that she was not the type to engage in unscrupulous activities for monetary gain. Very well. Yuan Kun released the woman and stepped closer to Lu Fan, exhaling a plume of smoke. Just last month, a so-called outlaw caused a ruckus in this establishment, severing the arm of Rhino's brother. His ultimate fate? Both hands and feet were severed and fed to my Tibetan Mastiff, which relished the meal. As for the remnants of his body, they likely remain at the bottom of a dry well on the outskirts of the southern part of the city. I wonder if any wild beasts have discovered them. Kun Yi, Lu Fan likely doesn't realize that Black Panther is under your command. Hearing Yuan Kun's words, Yi Jihan felt a tumultuous churn in her stomach, nearly retching. Did I permit you to speak? Yuan Kun turned his gaze toward Yi Jihan. Kun Yi, we can compensate Black Panther. Yi Jihan's complexion turned slightly pale. Do you not comprehend my words? Yuan Kun's eyes narrowed. Then he turned to the elder in plain clothing, his tone darkening. Master, discipline her. Slap. The sound of a resounding slap echoed throughout the hall. Instantly, Yuan Kun staggered several steps to the side, a handprint emblazoned on his face. What a load of nonsense. Lu Fan rubbed his hands together and spoke nonchalantly. Silence. The entire hall fell into an oppressive stillness. It's over. Observing the imprint of 5 fingers on Yuan Kun's face, Yi Jihan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. This time, they were truly doomed. Not only was the possibility of negotiations in jeopardy, but it was uncertain whether the 3 of them could even escape this place alive. Could Lu Fan not exercise a modicum of restraint? Beside her, Hao Fugue's lips twitched uncontrollably. Fan Yi, can we not be so reckless? Even if you fear nothing, one must die with purpose. Moreover, Miss Yi is still here. After such a slap, you might show off. But what about her? Will they truly take advantage of her first? Kill him, Rhino bellowed, charging towards Lu Fan with a band of 40 to 50 men. Get back, Yuan Kun shouted in fury. Kun Yi, if he dares to lay a hand on you, allow me to dismember him first, Rhino interjected. Rhino, do you not understand Kun Yi's words? The elder in plain clothes replied coldly. Kun Yi, I apologize on Lu Fan's behalf. He did not mean to act so recklessly. We will compensate you. Yi Jihan managed to speak after a deep breath. You dare to strike me? How dare you? Yuan Kun disregarded everyone else, focusing solely on Lu Fan. His expression twisted with rage. Oh, can you not hit me? Lu Fan smiled faintly. Ha ha ha, can I hit? Of course I can. Yuan Kun, filled with rage, chuckled grimly. Do you wish to try striking again? With that, before he could finish his sentence, a flash appeared before him as Lu Fan approached, delivering another resounding slap. A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. Insanity. Truly insane. This man seemed utterly reckless. Advisor, take action. Yuan Kuan bellowed. Dislocate his limbs, but do not kill him. I must make him experience the torment of slow slicing today. Understood. The elderly man in plain clothes responded solemnly, raising his hand to strike Lu Fan. Suddenly, Lu Fan tossed a half-broken blade at Yuan Kuan's feet. Do you recognize this knife? Yuan Kuan's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. Why is this knife in your possession? He inquired, momentarily taken aback. Your expression suggests you are familiar with it, Lu Fan remarked, lighting a cigarette and taking a puff. Now, tell me, do you intend to proceed with dismembering me, or shall we find a more suitable venue for discussion? You are truly absurd, thinking you can intimidate us with a mere half-blade. You might as well perish. A muscular tattooed man shouted, raising his machete towards Lu Fan. With a swift motion, however, Yuan Kuan kicked him away, sending him crashing to the ground, bloodied and dazed. Silence. Yuan Kuan interrupted him sternly. After a deep breath, he turned to Lu Fan and said, I apologize for any offense caused. If it pleases you, might we have a discussion upstairs? At his words, astonishment spread across the faces of everyone present, including the elderly man and the woman. They knew all too well what kind of person Yuan Kuan was. Given Lu Fan's previous actions, not only he but also Yi Jihan and Hao Fugui would unlikely leave this place alive today. Yet now, Yuan Kuan's demeanor had drastically shifted. This knife seems to hold a significant story. Are you willing to talk? Lu Fan smiled faintly. He was uncertain of the knife's connection to anything. It was merely a test. However, witnessing Yuan Kuan's reaction indicated a deeper significance. After a brief pause, he turned to Yi Jihan, saying, You should return first. No. Yi Jihan hesitated before shaking her head. We came together, and we shall leave together. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the crowd, her eyes still filled with trepidation. She did not believe that merely brandishing a half-blade would grant Lu Fan any mercy from Yuan Kuan. Although she harbored no fondness for Lu Fan thus far, she felt a moral obligation not to abandon him, as he was entangled in her troubles. Oh, I had not anticipated your loyalty, my dear. Lu Fan continued, taking another drag of his cigarette. Yet, I assume your concern is not for my safety, but rather for the potential fallout of my actions? You scoundrel. Yi Jihan's face flushed a deep crimson with indignation. What an utter scoundrel. Truly, a dog-biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize the heart of a good person. Master Kuan, is she able to leave? Lu Fan disregarded Yi Jihan and turned to Yuan Kuan. Yes, Yuan Kuan replied after a moment of contemplation. Yi Jihan continued to speak. Miss Yi, you may return, Ha Fugi interjected softly, stepping closer to her. Without you here, Brother Fan will be safer. Upon hearing his words, Yi Jihan took a deep breath and ceased her insistence, casting one last glance at Lu Fan before turning toward the exit. Ha Fugi was not wrong. Without her as a burden, Lu Fan might indeed be safer. Fugui, wait for me outside, Lu Fan instructed. Understood. Ha Fugi did not hesitate and departed. Before long, Lu Fan followed Yuan Kuan to an opulent private room on the second floor, accompanied by the lady. Please, take a seat, Yuan Kuan said as he settled onto one of the sofas, while the woman poured red wine for both men. My dear, I still have to deliver food later. Do you wish to tempt me into a DUI? Lu Fan sat down opposite Yuan Kuan. I apologize, I was inconsiderate. Allow me to get you some juice instead. The woman's lips twitched slightly. Is the crackdown on DUI really that stringent? Are they checking if electric bike riders have been drinking in the middle of the day? Care for a cigar? Yuan Kuan offered a premium cigar to Lu Fan. No, thank you. I am unaccustomed to dry tobacco. Lu Fan produced a low-quality cigarette from his pocket, igniting it for a puff. Is this truly dry tobacco? Yuan Kuan remarked. This single stick could purchase a sack of fine cigars. After a brief pause, he continued, Can we speak now? Why was that knife found on your person? As he spoke, he subtly signaled to the woman pouring juice for Lu Fan. Understanding his cue, she deftly flipped her wrist, and a fruit knife appeared in her hand as if conjured. In an instant, a cold glint flashed dangerously toward Lu Fan. The woman was evidently skilled with blades, and despite her swift motion, she precisely halted the fruit knife at Lu Fan's throat. Such finesse was not something an ordinary practitioner could achieve. However, To Yuan Kuan and the woman's astonishment, Lu Fan exhibited no reaction whatsoever. He remained seated, leisurely smoking his inferior cigarette without so much as a flutter of his eyelids. This only left two possibilities. Either Lu Fan lacked a nerve and was slow to react, or he simply did not regard the situation as a threat. The latter seemed far more plausible. "Aren't you afraid I might actually kill you?" the woman inquired. "You ought to be grateful that you bear no murderous intent. Otherwise, you would already be dead," Lu Fan replied calmly. To him, while the woman's speed was impressive, he had numerous ways to extinguish her life should he choose. He understood well that Yuan Kuan would never truly harm him until his identity was clarified. This point can be discerned from the lack of murderous intent in the woman. Otherwise, she would have acted long ago. As he spoke, Lu Fan grasped one end of the fruit knife, his gaze tightening slightly. In the next moment, the woman sensed a surge of violent force coursing through the knife's handle into her arm, an immensely terrifying sensation. Her pupils instantaneously constricted to the size of grains of wheat. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly released her grip on the knife and retreated several steps, her complexion pale. She had an instinctive feeling that had she delayed even a moment longer, her arm would have been lost. She finally believed Lu Fan's words. Had she truly intended to kill him, she would now be a lifeless corpse. Two words involuntarily sprang to her mind. Master. This was undoubtedly a master unlike any she had ever encountered in her life. Whoosh. Before the woman could fully recover from her astonishment, Lu Fan flicked his wrist, sending the fruit knife hurtling towards her with the speed of a bullet, cutting through the air with remarkable force. Her pupils narrowed once more, and she instinctively tilted her head aside. The fruit knife zipped past her, embedding itself into the concrete pillar behind her, piercing through it. Hiss! She couldn't help but gasp in shock, her face reflecting sheer horror. Such skill was unheard of. She quickly realized that Lu Fan's strike was not meant to kill her. Otherwise, she would not have been able to evade it. Boom! Without warning, Lu Fan slammed his palm down onto the coffee table before him. In the wake of the thunderous sound, the sturdy marble table was instantly reduced to dust. Drip! As he gazed at the pile of stone debris on the ground, a bead of sweat trickled down Yuan Kuan's forehead. Chapter 12. The man behind the scenes as the leader of the East District. Yuan Kuan was far from being a mere ornamental figure. On the contrary, in terms of personal strength, his prowess could easily rank among the top 3 in the underground world of Jiangzhou. He had attained his current position entirely through his own might. Having encountered numerous so-called strong individuals along the way, the vast majority of whom had merely served as stepping stones for him. Yet, the courier before him instilled a sense of despair. He lacked even the courage to make a move. That marble coffee table, if he had struck it with all his might have shattered into a few pieces, but it could never have been reduced to dust. The distinction between stone and dust was profound. He had only encountered a master of such caliber once, over a year ago. "Can we converse properly now?" Lu Fan exhaled a plume of smoke and spoke. The series of actions just displayed was evidently intended to establish his dominance over Yuan Kuan. He believed that after witnessing his prowess, Yuan Kuan would likely adopt a more compliant demeanor if he wished to prolong his life. "Yuan, having failed to recognize a mountain, has greatly offended you. I implore you to forgive me, young Master Lu." Yuan Kuan rose and bowed to Lu Fan. His previous arrogance entirely vanished. The woman beside him also dared not breathe, her face reflecting an expression of trepidation. At this moment, even the most naive of individuals would comprehend that Lu Fan could not possibly be just an ordinary delivery man. "Please, take a seat," Lu Fan continued. "I need you to answer a few questions promptly, as I have deliveries to make." Yuan Kuan and the woman exchanged glances. "Sir, with your skills, what deliveries are you truly making? Are you here merely to experience life?" "Let us first discuss this half a knife," Lu Fan said, tossing it onto the sofa. "This half a knife belongs to me." Yuan Kuan paused for a moment before adding, "The intricate pattern on the blade is of my own design, so I recognized it immediately. Is it truly your knife?" Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing that he had anticipated this revelation. "Indeed." Yuan Kuan nodded and proceeded to provide a brief explanation. Upon hearing his account, Lu Fan grasped the situation. It was not overly complicated. 2 years prior, while Yuan Kuan was on business in another city, he found himself pursued by enemies. In his moment of peril, he was unexpectedly rescued by an individual who happened to be passing by. This stranger was not deliberately intervening to save him. Rather, They acted out of necessity when Yuan Kuen's foes attempted to silence him. Astonishingly, the adversaries, numbering nearly 100, were vanquished in less than 2 minutes, leaving no survivors. The horrific scene, with limbs scattered and blood flowing like a river, often replayed in his mind, causing turmoil in his stomach each time he recalled it. That was his first encounter with someone possessing such extraordinary might. Ultimately, he gifted his severed curved blade to the stranger, promising that should they ever return with that half a knife, he would fulfill any request without hesitation. Initially, someone of that caliber would likely disdain his gesture, yet for reasons unknown, upon learning that Yuan Kuen was trying to make a living in Jiangzhou, they took the half-knife. Yuan Kuen had inquired about their name and origin, but received the curt response, "Do not ask what should not be asked." You intended for her to attack me earlier to ascertain how I came into possession of this knife, did you not? Lu Fan continued. Precisely, Yuan Kuen acknowledged. I apologize for the intrusion. After a brief pause, he asked, May I inquire, this knife, how did it come to be in your possession? Do you know that esteemed individual? Do not ask what should not be asked. Lu Fan exhaled a stream of smoke. Does your agreement with that person still hold? If one were to come seeking you with this knife, would you truly fulfill any request? Lu Fan pressed further. You jest, young Master Lu. While I, Yuan, may not possess great talent, I certainly uphold basic integrity. Yuan Kuen replied. My life was granted by that esteemed individual, and should they require it, I would not hesitate, even if it meant sacrificing my very existence. Rest assured, I have no intention of taking your life, Lu Fan continued. Now, let us discuss Yi Jihan. Who instructed you to drug her? Young Master Lu, the matter concerning Miss Yi is extensive and exceedingly delicate, Yuan Kuen responded. If possible, it would be best for Lu Xiao to refrain from intervening in this matter. Otherwise, he is bound to be implicated. Do you think I wish to meddle? Lu Fan retorted with irritation. Stop with the nonsense. Just answer the question. He had long recognized that this was a quagmire. Yet who could blame him for losing control of his lower instincts? Very well. After a deep breath, Yuan Kuen began. The person who contacted me regarding this matter is the young master of the Wu family, Wu Yujia. The Wu family ranked third in Jiangzhou. Lu Fan pressed for clarification. Indeed. Yuan Kuen nodded affirmatively. You must understand that to provoke Yi Jihan would not only offend the Yi family, but would also surely draw the ire of the Zhao family. Lu Fan continued. Yet you still proceeded. If all goes as expected, aside from the Wu family, there should be others who have reached out to you or exerted pressure, correct? From what he understood, while the Wu family held some influence in Jiangzhou, it was certainly insufficient for Yuan Kuen to align himself with them against the Zhao and Yi families, unless he truly had a death wish. Lu Xiao, your intellect is truly remarkable, Yuan Kuen acknowledged with a nod. After a brief pause, he appeared hesitant before speaking again. Lu Xiao, this is purely my speculation. Just listen and do not speak of it. Go ahead, Lu Fan urged. Yuji, keep watch outside. Without my permission, no one is to enter. Yuan Kuen instructed the woman, who then exchanged a brief greeting with Lu Fan before departing towards the entrance. Lu Xiao, have you heard of Master Buddha? Once the woman had left, Yuan Kuen inquired of Lu Fan. Is this matter related to him? Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had certainly heard of Master Buddha. If Yuan Kuen was the prominent figure in the Eastern District, then Master Buddha was unequivocally the underground monarch of the entire Jiangzhou. Of course, Master Buddha had long shed his ties to the underworld. Years ago, he began his quest for legitimacy, now presenting himself as the chairman of a corporate group. However, despite his departure from that realm, no one in the underground dared to disregard his presence. Isn't it said that he shares a close relationship with the Zhao family? Why would he target them? Lu Fan continued, taking a puff from his cigarette. This matter, I once heard my aunt mention. The Zhao family controls the red, black, and white aspects of Jiangzhou, with the underworld being managed through Master Buddha. It is said that the elder of the Zhao family shares a profound connection with him, and Master Buddha's current achievements are significantly tied to the Zhao family. I find that quite perplexing as well. Yuan Kuen responded. Did he personally instruct you? Lu Fan inquired once more. Not at all. Yuan Kuen shook his head. Master Buddha has never made an appearance or communicated anything to me directly. However, when Wu Yujia sought me out that day, he deliberately carried a string of prayer beads that I instantly recognized as something Master Buddha often toys with. He is quite astute. Lu Fan nodded slightly. Sometimes, certain things need not be explicitly stated. A mere glance or an object suffices to convey unspoken truths. The Buddha entrusted his belongings to Wu Yujie to seek out Yuan Kun. His intentions were unmistakably clear. By doing so, he could maintain the upper hand, should circumstances arise. He could extricate himself from the situation, as he had never tasked Yuan Kun with any responsibilities. If my conjectures are correct, there must be others supporting the Buddha and the Wu family from behind the scenes, Lu Fan continued. Furthermore, why would they seek to obstruct the marriage between the Yi and Zhao families? Chapter 13. Under surveillance. The hidden figures. I suspect these individuals hail from the provincial capital. Yuan Kun took a deep breath before responding. Do you know which family it specifically is? Lu Fan pressed further. I cannot ascertain that for the moment. Yuan Kun shook his head, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Recently, the provincial capital has been rife with undercurrents, if I am not mistaken. This matter undoubtedly pertains to the power shifts within the province. The Zhao family controls the red, black, and white factions in Jiangzhou, and their connections in the provincial capital are equally intricate. It seems someone wishes to sever their opponent's wings, with the Zhao family being one of their targets. Indeed. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He too had surmised this layer of complexity. Evidently, the situation was more intricate than he had initially perceived. Moreover, based on his judgment, the root of the issue likely extends beyond the provincial capital. Throughout history, power struggles have invariably commenced from the imperial city. However, significant movements are ill-advised beneath the emperor's feet. Thus, the conflicts among families are typically conducted beyond the imperial city. Do you understand why they have targeted Yi Jihan? Lu Fan inquired further. I truly do not know. It perplexes me. Yuan Kun shook his head. Logically, the Yi family should be of little consequence in this affair. Of course, it is possible that my information is insufficient. Indeed, Lu Fan nodded. Simultaneously, he recalled what his aunt had once told him. Perhaps the Yi family is not as simple as it appears on the surface. There must be circumstances of which he is unaware. Since you are aware of the complexity of this matter, why do you still choose to involve yourself? Lu Fan asked. Young Master Lu, I am acutely aware that once entangled in this affair, it will be exceedingly difficult to extricate myself. Yuan Kun wore a look of resignation. Yet, I find myself bound by the circumstances of the world. If given a choice, I would undoubtedly refrain from any involvement. The Buddha clearly intends to bind me irrevocably to him through this situation. Indeed, Lu Fan replied. He could empathize with Yuan Kun's predicament. Life often presents circumstances beyond one's control. From high-ranking officials to ordinary citizens, how many can truly dictate their own lives? He was no exception, if given a choice. Why would he languish in Jiangzhou for 2 years? After their discussion continued for a while, Lu Fan exchanged a few words with Yuan Kun before taking his leave. Brother Fan, are you well? Upon seeing Lu Fan, Hao Fuguei hurried over. I'm fine. Lu Fan smiled. Let us head back to work. Otherwise, we shall learn nothing today. All right. Hao Fuguei grinned broadly. He observed Lu Fan and noted that he bore no visible injuries, thus refraining from further inquiries. In truth, he was quite curious about the connection between the half-knife Lu Fan had previously produced and Yuan Kun. However, he understood well that some questions are best left unasked. If Lu Fan wished to share, he would do so willingly. If not, it was clear that the knowledge was unnecessary for him. Subsequently, the two of them hurried to the company on a shared bicycle they had found by the roadside. Riches, or just a single blade? Lu Fan remarked with a smile as they rode together. Indeed, Hao Fuguei replied cheerfully. With that, they both pedaled furiously, propelling the shared bicycle to a speed rivaling that of electric scooters. As they sped along, the wind whistling past them, numerous electric bikes fell behind, and many onlookers cast incredulous glances at the duo. Delivering takeout on a shared bicycle? How absurd. Are they really so financially constrained that they can't afford a scooter? Is modern life truly this pressurized? Approximately half an hour later, they came to a halt. Though Hao Fuguei was stout, he managed to keep pace with Lu Fan. You've got quite the stamina, Lu Fan remarked with a smile. What can I say? Back when I worked in the mines, that was true endurance. Hao Fuguei grinned. Though he acknowledged that his 2 years of inactivity and reliance on electric bikes had taken a toll on his fitness. You ought to exercise more. Lu Fan chuckled once more. Afterward, his gaze drifted to a black Volkswagen waiting at a nearby traffic light. Do you see that Volkswagen? He asked. Yes, why? Hao Fuguei replied, momentarily puzzled. That car has been tailing us since we left Yuan Kun's establishment, Lu Fan stated matter-of-factly. If he failed to notice such a blatant and crude method of following, he mused, he might have met his demise hundreds of times over. Upon exiting the establishment, he had scanned his surroundings, committing both people and vehicles to memory. He not only remembered the license plate of that car, but also had a clear recollection of the numbers of several others nearby. Hao Fuguwei pondered, momentarily taken aback. Yuan Kuan's people? I doubt it, Lu Fan replied, shaking his head. Then who could they be? Hao Fuguwei pressed. If you wish to know their identities, we need only draw them out, Lu Fan responded. Brother Fan, do you have a plan? Hao Fuguwei inquired. Follow me, Lu Fan instructed as he turned onto a side road. After roughly 20 minutes, they came to a secluded road that had yet to be officially opened to traffic. Unsurprisingly, the black Volkswagen followed closely behind. Soon, 3 men emerged from the vehicle, their demeanor menacing, each wielding a gleaming, specially crafted steel knife, exuding an unmistakable aura of bloodlust. Leading them was a man in his 40s, sporting a crew cut, lean in build, with piercing eyes. I am quite curious, the crew cut man addressed Lu Fan. What exactly do you rely on to have lured us here? 3 comrades, have you mistaken us for someone else? Hao Fuguwei glanced at the trio, stating, We are merely 2 delivery boys. What interest do you have in us? We possess neither wealth nor riches. Our only assets are these 2 bicycles. Perhaps you would like to take them? We assure you, we will not report it. Maintaining a sense of humor amidst such peril, you exhibit considerable audacity. The buzzcut man cast a fleeting glance at Hao Fuguwei. Do you not desire the bicycles? Then what is it that you seek? Hao Fuguwei inquired further. Life. The long-haired man responded in a grave tone. Life? Hao Fuguwei smacked his lips in relief. I thought you were after our money. He then turned to Lu Fan and asked, Brother Fan, will you take the lead, or shall I? Stay put. Lu Fan's lips twitched slightly. After speaking, he lit a cigarette and addressed the buzzcut man. Zhao Yichen sent you, did he not? Such crude tactics, I must admit, have surpassed my expectations of him. Considering the identities of the assailants, he could easily deduce their origins. The Wu family and the Buddha-esque side would not dispatch men to track him so swiftly. Thus they must be Zhao Yichen's lackeys. Initially pondering how the so-called prodigal son of the Zhao family would strike, he now realized it was nothing more than this. Is method truly significant? The buzzcut man's tone darkened. Kill. As the command echoed, the bloodthirsty aura around him intensified once more. Whoosh. A shadow flickered, and a glimmer of cold light surged forth. Chapter 14. Kill. Kill. Simultaneously, the other 2 men followed suit, their specially crafted steel blades emanating a menacing gleam. Whoosh. The leading man charged forward, his gaze narrowing as he swung the steel blade toward Lu Fan's neck, the icy glint apparent. Undoubtedly, he was a professional assassin. Both speed and strength far exceeded those of ordinary thugs. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, sidestepping to avoid the blow, the blade narrowly missing his sleeve. The assailant, taken aback by Lu Fan's unexpected evasion, momentarily froze, then twisted his wrist, angling the blade upward towards Lu Fan's left side. However, it too met with air. Lu Fan had already retreated 2 steps, deftly evading the strike. Die! Almost simultaneously as Lu Fan withdrew, the long-haired assailant had circled to his right. As the words left his lips, the steel blade lunged toward Lu Fan's heart, slicing through the air with a chilling whistle. The man was confident in his strike, believing that after this blow, Lu Fan would either be dead or gravely injured. Yet, his expression quickly turned rigid. Lu Fan merely tilted his body slightly, and the blade missed, gliding past his yellow battle robe. Meanwhile, the remaining assailant had closed in, his steel blade arcing at a treacherous angle toward Lu Fan's chest, his speed equally relentless. Just as before, when he thought he was about to succeed, Lu Fan once again evaded the blade's gleam as if by magic. The 3 men struck simultaneously, believing they could end the battle with a single blow. Yet, the outcome was that Lu Fan effortlessly neutralized their attacks with a mere shift of his feet, even retaining the cigarette in his hand. Impressive. Not far away, Hao Fuguwei watched this scene unfold, involuntarily uttering 2 words. The events of the past 2 days had completely overturned his perception of Lu Fan. Although he had previously suspected that Lu Fan was no ordinary individual, the series of incidents that followed left him utterly astonished. His curiosity about Lu Fan's true identity grew ever stronger. Who exactly are you? The 3 adversaries did not rush to strike again. The crew-cut man turned to Lu Fan and inquired. The disdain that once colored his gaze was replaced by a sense of gravity. Upon receiving this assignment today, he had been informed merely to deal with a delivery boy, and he thought he had misheard. given his own prowess and stature. It was absurd that he was tasked with handling a mere delivery lad. Truly, a case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Even when he was told that Lu Fan was a skilled fighter and that Black Panther and his dozen or so subordinates stood no chance against him, he had brushed it off. After all, he was a bona fide professional assassin. How could he be compared to a bunch of thugs from the underworld? Thus, he had never regarded Lu Fan as a threat until the moment they engaged. Now, he finally realized he had grossly underestimated Lu Fan. This could not possibly be an ordinary delivery boy, given the blood on your hands. I presume you have committed your fair share of murders? Lu Fan replied coolly. I offer you a chance for self-termination. You may retain your corpses intact. What say you? You truly dare to speak like that? The long-haired man retorted coldly. Do you think some meager skills will allow you to survive under our hands? The opportunity is singular. Consider it wisely, Lu Fan declared after taking a drag from his cigarette. Such audacity. The other man interjected, then turned to the crew cut leader. Boss, stop wasting time with him. Let us overwhelm him and finish this quickly. With that, he narrowed his eyes and, gripping his steel knife, charged forward once more. As he advanced halfway, Lu Fan flicked his fingers, sending the cigarette, but soaring like a comet towards his opponent. Although the man saw the cigarette but coming and intended to evade, he found himself powerless to do so. It struck him squarely on the forehead. To his astonishment, the small object induced a dizzying sensation, causing him to involuntarily step back 2 paces. But that was not all. Just as he regained his footing, Lu Fan was suddenly upon him. The man's pupils constricted in fear as he instinctively raised his knife to defend himself. Crack! In the next moment, he felt a searing pain in his wrist. The bone shattered instantly, and the steel knife was snatched from his grasp by Lu Fan. Ah! The man let out a hysterical scream. With a swift flick of his wrist, Lu Fan unleashed a flash of cold light that sliced through the man's throat. As fleeting as a white horse passing through a gap, gurgling sounds escaped the man's mouth, but no words emerged. Instead, a torrent of blood gushed from his throat, his pupils dilating rapidly. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time the buzz-cut man and the long-haired man processed what had happened, the victim lay lifeless on the ground. Old 3, the 2 men cried out in unison. You brat, I will kill you, the long-haired man roared. Charging forward with a contorted expression, his face a mask of rage, and his wrist twisting as he unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp strikes at Lu Fan. The buzz-cut man was equally animated, his face twisted in fury, his eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity. To take my life? You are woefully inadequate. Lu Fan's voice echoed in their ears. As his words resonated, he vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously beside the long-haired man. Huh. The long-haired man instinctively raised his arm to defend against the impending threat from his right side. A slicing blade descended from his elbow, severing his arm, which, along with the steel knife, fell to the ground, the smooth as a mirror. Ah! The long-haired man let out a heart-wrenching scream. With a sharp gaze, Lu Fan executed a powerful whip kick aimed at his temple, creating a fierce gust of wind. The impact echoed as the long-haired man was propelled towards the buzz-cut man, who was mid-charge with his steel knife. Upon witnessing this, the buzz-cut man's pupils constricted in alarm, and he hastily sidestepped. The long-haired man crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, and after a few convulsions, he fell still. Old 2, the buzz-cut man bellowed in anguish. Go join them. Lu Fan's voice reached him before he could regain his composure. With a swift motion, a steel knife plunged into the buzz-cut man's heart, blood erupting forth. He opened his mouth in a silent gasp before collapsing, lifeless. From the moment Lu Fan discarded his cigarette, but to the instant the buzz-cut man breathed his last. No more than 2 minutes had elapsed. Hiss! Observing this, Hao Fuguei could not help but inhale sharply, his stomach churning violently, nearly causing him to retch, his complexion paling. Before today, he believed he had witnessed many shocking scenes, yet in comparison to what lay before him, they seemed trivial. He could not help but recall Lu Fan's words from the previous day. Was this what Lu Fan meant when he said that to earn great wealth, one must endure what ordinary people need not? Are you frightened? Lu Fan smiled faintly. Fear is not the word, just a slight sense of nausea. Hao Fuguei grinned. Brother Fan, give me some time, I will adapt quickly. Good. Lu Fan replied with another smile. After speaking, he took out his phone and called Yuan Kuan, asking him to bring people to clear the scene. It was most fitting for Yuan Kuan to handle such aftermath matters. Just as he hung up, the phone rang again. displaying an unfamiliar number. "Who is this?" Lu Fan inquired upon answering the call. "I suppose I could be considered your future father-in-law," came the voice of a middle-aged man from the other end. "Would you be interested in meeting?" Chapter 15. The future father-in-law's invitation. Wrong number. Before the man could finish, Lu Fan abruptly hung up. He had not even seen a glimpse of his future wife. So how could he have a father-in-law? Truly absurd. Before he could even put his phone away, it rang again, still from the same number. "What's the matter with you? I already told you it was a wrong number," Lu Fan said as he pressed the answer button. "Are you Lu Fan?" The man's voice came through once more. Lu Fan was taken aback. "How do you know my name? Who are you?" He had been certain the call was a mistake, but now, the man had revealed his name, indicating otherwise. "You have wronged my only daughter. Who do you think I am?" The man continued. Lu Fan was stunned again. "You are Yi Jihan's father? Who else would I be?" Yi Jihan retorted from the other end. "Are you telling me you have wronged several women?" Lu Fan was genuinely astonished that Yi Jihan's father would call him. After a brief pause, he asked, "Is there something you need to discuss?" "Let us meet." Yi Jihan replied. 9 o'clock tonight, room 308 at Jinishian. Without waiting for Lu Fan's response, he hung up. "Interesting," Lu Fan remarked, glancing at his phone. "Brother Fan, have the parents come to see you?" Hao Fugui inquired with a smile. "What kind of parent is he? I haven't even agreed to marry his daughter." Lu Fan shrugged in response. "Brother Fan, what did he say in the end? Does he want to meet you?" Hao Fugui continued to ask. "Yes," Lu Fan nodded. "Let us head back to the company first. We can have some fun later tonight." With that, the two rode their bikes back to the company. Initially, Lu Fan had no intention of meeting the man, but after some thought, he decided it wouldn't hurt to see him. After all, there was nothing to lose. Moreover, his aunt had suggested he assist the Yi family to some extent, so it would be wise to understand what kind of person he was. "Where did he ask to meet you?" Hao Fugui asked while riding. "Have you heard of Jinishian?" Lu Fan replied. "Jinishian? Of course. It's such a famous place. How could I not have heard of it?" Hao Fugui responded with a grin. "What kind of place is it?" Lu Fan continued. Brother Fan, you don't know about Jinishian?" Hao Fugui smacked his lips and explained. "It's the most upscale club in Jiangzhou, without a doubt. It is said that the young ladies within are all fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged, each more striking than the last, rivaling the allure of typical flight attendants. Moreover, their educational backgrounds are commendable, with at least a bachelor's degree, and many are current university students. Even the ordinary waitstaff are held to high standards regarding both education and appearance." "How do you know so much? Have you been there?" Lu Fan inquired with a smile. "I have." Hao Fugui nodded. "Impressive." Lu Fan chuckled again. "Just joking. A poor fellow like me has no means to indulge in such luxuries." Hao Fugui grinned. "I merely delivered takeout once, never even stepped inside, just caught a glimpse from outside." After saying this, he wore a contemplative expression and continued, "Brother Fan, being wealthy is truly wonderful. You can indulge in any type of woman you desire. Don't be fooled by the high and mighty demeanor of many women. In reality, everyone has their price. This includes celebrities. As long as the money is right, they are willing. If they refuse, it's simply because the offer isn't sufficient. Look at your ambitions." Lu Fan interrupted him. "Is the purpose of your earnings merely for women? Can't you aspire to something more noble?" "That is my highest aspiration." Hao Fugui grinned, adding, "Hey, Brother Fan, just let me indulge in my fantasies." For half the afternoon, the two were focused on their work, donned in their uniforms, bustling through the streets until they finally turned off their order system at 8:30 in the evening. Subsequently, they rode their dilapidated electric scooters to the entrance of Genie Pavilion. This time, they finally shed their delivery attire. After all, wearing delivery uniforms to Genie Pavilion would likely prevent them from entering, leading to unnecessary complications. It was better to avoid trouble. Genie Pavilion is located in the heart of Jiangzhou, covering approximately 20,000 square meters. The main structure is a 5-story retro-style building, adorned with intricate carvings and exuding an antique charm. In the prime real estate of the city center, the existence of such a leisure club reveals significant backing. Around 9 o'clock, Lu Fan and his companion parked their electric scooters in the courtyard's parking area. "Brother Fan, I had a friend help me gather some information this afternoon." As they approached the hall's entrance, Hao Fugui turned to Lu Fan. "Yi Jihan's father is named Yi Jianhong, and as she mentioned, he essentially does not handle family affairs. He spends his days in a haze of indulgence, reveling in various bars and clubs. Notorious as a wastrel in Jiangzhou's aristocratic circles, If he seeks to meet you today, he likely harbors ill intentions, so be cautious and don't let him swindle you. Impressive. You're quite well informed. Lu Fan smiled. Regardless of the veracity of this information, the mere fact that Hao Fugui could anticipate such matters was commendable. I just happen to know a friend of a friend who works as security at Uni Group, so I had him check on it, Hao Fugui replied with a grin. Moreover, he married a celebrity of little renown, nearly 2 decades his junior. The woman's beauty is indeed undeniable, yet it is said she possesses a rather formidable temperament, leaving the Yi family in disarray. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone, revealing a photograph to Lu Fan. Brother Fan, do take a look. Isn't her appearance quite remarkable? Not too shabby, Lu Fan replied with a subtle smile after glancing at the image. Indeed, she could be considered a beauty. After a brief pause, he continued. Remember this. In this world, no beautiful woman comes without her complexities. Every gain comes with its losses. If one wishes to engage with a beauty, one must be prepared to bear all consequences. His words held no disparagement toward the fairer sex. It was not that there was anything inherently wrong with beautiful women. Rather, they often attract countless admirers. Naturally, they face numerous temptations, and from a human perspective, as temptations abound over time, few can maintain their original intentions. Many men fantasize about marrying a beauty, yet they overlook one crucial point. Even if a beauty were to marry them, could they truly keep her? I understand. Hao Fugui nodded, somewhat perplexed. Shortly thereafter, the two entered the grand hall. The opulence of the decor was evident, radiating splendor and resplendence, evoking a sense of being in a royal palace. 2 rows of ladies in kipeos stood at the entrance, their features exquisite, figures tall, and faces adorned with sweet, professional smiles. Welcome to Zeniixuan. They greeted in unison upon seeing the 2 men. How wonderful it is to possess wealth, Hao Fugui mused, taking in the sight of the beautiful women in the lavish hall. Good evening, gentlemen. May I inquire if you have a reservation? At that moment, a tall woman in uniform approached, her professional smile betraying no hint of disdain despite the modest attire worn by the 2 men. Has the 308 party arrived? Lu Fan inquired. Are you Mr. Lu Fan? The uniformed woman responded, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Lu Fan replied with a gentle smile. It was clear that his name had been conveyed by Yi Jinhong. Please, follow me. Mr. Yi has been awaiting your arrival. The uniformed woman, slightly startled, gestured invitingly. In a short while, they reached the entrance of a private room on the 3rd floor, where the uniformed woman knocked before entering. Goodness! Hao Fugui exclaimed, eyes widening at the scene before him. Brother Fan, your father-in-law certainly knows how to enjoy himself. Chapter 16, An Enigma. Observing the spectacle, a smile flickered at Lu Fan's lips. A casually dressed middle-aged man reclined comfortably on the sofa, a glass in one hand and a cigar in the other. This man was none other than Yi Zhihong, the father of Yi Zhihan. Before him, the coffee table displayed an array of high-end spirits, each bottle boasting a different flavor. A woman clad in a cheongsam stands nearby, skillfully mixing cocktails, the slits of her garment revealing glimpses of delicate black lace stockings. In the space before the coffee table, for statuesque beauties sway gracefully to an unfamiliar rhythm, their movements alluring yet subtle, captivating without being vulgar. Mr. Yi, Mr. Lu has arrived, announces a uniformed woman. Stepping closer to Yi Jinhong. Lu Fan, come over and take a seat. Yi Jinhong exhales a cloud of smoke, gesturing towards the entrance. As he speaks, his gaze casually surveys Lu Fan and Hao Fugui. He then addresses the 4 enchanting dancers, raising his voice. You 4, turn off the music and stop dancing. Come over and keep my son-in-law company. Treat him well, and you shall not go unrewarded. Hao Fugui interjects. Your father-in-law has quite the bold approach to finding companions for his son-in-law. All right, Mr. Yi, the 4 women respond, switching off the music and making their way toward Lu Fan and his companion. I shall abstain. You all focus on my brother. Lu Fan gestures towards Hao Fugui, addressing the women. He is a sincere man, so please be discreet and do not startle him. Coughing slightly, Hao Fugui adds, Brother Fan, I don't need any company. I can assist you all with the drinks. What? Do you look down upon these ladies? Yi Jinhong turns to the uniformed woman, Manager Huang. Summon another batch of ladies for my son-in-law and his friends to choose from. Certainly, replies the uniformed woman, reaching for her intercom to make arrangements. Really, it's unnecessary. Lu Fan waves his hand in protest. Do not worry about the expenses. I shall cover everything tonight. Yi Jinhong pauses before continuing. By the way, Several university students have recently joined the club. Would you like to invite them in? If you prefer not to have the innocent ones, we can also bring in some foreign beauties. I assure you, they will be invigorating. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Lu Fan's lips twitched slightly. How about we send them out first and have a chat? Are you certain? Yi Zhenhong inhales from his cigar. Then let us converse for a while. Yes, let us. Lu Fan nods in agreement. Excellent. Yi Zhenhong then looks towards the uniformed woman. Manager Huang, please escort them out for now. They may return later. Understood. The uniformed woman nods and leads the 5 ladies away. Pour yourself whatever you desire. Once Lu Fan is seated, Yi Zhenhong begins. I shall refrain from drinking. I need to be a designated driver this evening with Fugui, Lu Fan replies. Hao Fugui, standing nearby, pours Lu Fan a glass of soft drink before stepping back. Being a designated driver is commendable. Yi Zhenhong takes another sip of fine liquor and continues. When fortune smiles upon you, you might even encounter delightful opportunities. Far preferable to delivering takeout. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Fan's lips twitch again. Mr. Yi, what was the purpose of summoning me today? Now the entire Jiangzhou knows that Xiao Han has been involved with you. You ought to provide me, as her father, with an explanation, Yi Zhenhong states. Retrieving 2 cigars from the coffee table and surveying Lu Fan once more. Thank you, but we are unaccustomed to cigars. Lu Fan lit a cigarette and smiled, saying, I wonder what Mr. Yi is hoping to hear. While the other party scrutinized him, he too was assessing his counterpart. He initially believed that, given his experience in reading people, discerning the true nature of someone who frequented indulgent venues should be a trivial matter. However, he was somewhat taken aback to find that he could not penetrate the facade of the man before him. At first glance, Yi Zhenhong indeed exuded an air akin to the rumors. His words were frivolous, his demeanor flippant, his gaze wandering, and his expression reeked of cynicism. Yet, beneath the surface of Ye's eyes, Lu Fan occasionally caught a fleeting glimmer of something unusual, leaving him uncertain if it was merely an illusion or an intentional disguise. This fleeting peculiarity suggested that all of Ye's outward appearances might be a deliberate act, far from his true nature. Additionally, Lu Fan felt a tinge of surprise. He had a nagging suspicion that Yi Zhenhong might be a martial artist, yet he could detect no trace of a martial aura emanating from him. Thus, he found it challenging to conclude what sort of individual he was dealing with, which only deepened his curiosity about Yi. You can't just act as if nothing happened after taking everything you want, Yi Zhenhong said, setting down his glass to gaze at Lu Fan. I've heard that Xiao Han took the initiative to seek you out for a marriage certificate, yet you seem reluctant? Mr. Yi, what transpired the night before last was an accident. Lu Fan replied after taking a puff of his cigarette. Your daughter is the esteemed young lady of the Yi family. While I am merely a delivery man, our backgrounds are vastly different, and I fear that I would bring her distress. Don't speak so nobly. Yi Zhenhong shot him a glare. Aren't you simply looking to take advantage of the situation? Lu Fan retorted, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Adults must take responsibility for their actions. Yi Zhenhong continued, since you are unwilling to marry Xiao Han, then you shall compensate me. I am not looking to extort you. Considering Xiao Han's worth, if you can provide 100 million, we can consider this matter settled. Cough, cough, cough. At these words, Hao Fugui, seated beside him, was choked by the smoke, tears springing to his eyes. Once he regained his composure, he looked at Yi Zhenhong and said, Mr. Yi, you are essentially forcing Brother Fan to become your son-in-law. Do not accuse me of lacking compassion, if you cannot raise such a sum at once. I can offer you a path forward, Yi Zhenhong replied, ignoring Hao Fugui's interjection and returning his focus to Lu Fan. Yenya Group is currently hiring. You should consider applying. There is a position that suits you perfectly, and it will undoubtedly pay significantly more than your current earnings. What position? Hao Fugui inquired on Lu Fan's behalf. Special assistant to the president and personal bodyguard. Yi Zhenhong responded, Mr. Yi, I am quite accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle and do not fancy, Lu Fan began to say. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the entrance, followed by the entrance of a woman. She appeared to be around 40, with finely crafted features. A touch of makeup, and her long black hair elegantly pinned atop her head, her professional attire accentuating her alluring figure. The enchanting woman, though somewhat aged, still exuded elegance in every gesture. Mr. Yi, I heard you have a guest. I hope I am not intruding, she smiled at Yi Zhenhong. You arrived just in time. Allow me to introduce you, Yi Zhenhong said, gesturing towards Lu Fan. This is my son-in-law. Chapter 17. Yi Zhenhong seeks help son-in-law. Upon hearing Yi Zhenhong's words, The woman named Xie Yalan paused briefly before breaking into a smile. Mr. Yi, you jest. She then turned to Lu Fan, asking with a smile. May I inquire your name, sir? Lu Fan. Ah, so you are young Master Lu. A pleasure. Xie Yalan approached Lu Fan, extending her hand. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Xie. My full name is Xie Yalan. If you do not mind, you may call me Sister Lan, just as they do. Hello, Sister Lan. After shaking hands with her, Lu Fan turned to Yi Jinhong and inquired, Is she your significant other? Cough, cough, cough. At his words, Hao Fuguei, who was behind, nearly choked. Brother Fan, you mustn't speak so carelessly. Although I have not visited Zhenixuan before, I have heard of Sister Lan's reputation. She is, after all, the owner of Zhenixuan, at least on the surface. Furthermore, it is rumored that she is backed by a formidable figure whose mere stamp can shake the entire Jiangzhou. This is also why Zhenixuan can maintain its standing in Jiangzhou. Young Master Lu, you jest. Mr. Yi would never deign to associate with a woman like me. Xie Yalan chuckled. Young man, if you wish to keep your head, do not involve me in your folly. Yi Jinhong remarked after taking a puff of his cigar. Sister Lan is the proprietor of Zhenixuan. Your earlier comment could bring trouble not only upon yourself, but also upon me. Mr. Yi, you exaggerate. Xie Yalan laughed again. After a brief pause, she produced a card from her possession and handed it to Lu Fan. Young Master Lu, this is a VIP card for Zhenixuan. A small token of our meeting. Please do not refuse it. Thank you for your kindness, Sister Lan, but this card holds little value for me. I must insist you keep it. Lu Fan responded with a smile. I am merely a delivery man, and today, I was invited by Mr. Yi to witness this world. Otherwise, with my meager earnings, I wouldn't dare enter. As he spoke, his gaze swept across her face. Xie Yalan's demeanor felt incongruous with a place like Zhenixuan. Her noble aura bore no trace of worldly allure. Furthermore, he could easily sense the martial presence emanating from her, indicating her considerable skill. Additionally, he noted the complexity in her gaze when she looked at Yi Jinhong, an emotion that was certainly not reflective of the relationship between a business owner and a frequent patron. Yet, Yi Jinhong's gaze towards Xie Yalan revealed no peculiarities. Perhaps he concealed his true feelings well. Do you know the value of this card? Yi Jinhong interrupted Lu Fan, appearing exasperated. I do not, Lu Fan replied, shaking his head. This is the highest level membership card in Zhenixuan, aside from the Black Diamond card. Yi Jinhong continued. Given your current income, if you were to auction this card in the lobby downstairs, it could potentially spare you 30 years of hard work. Is it truly that valuable? Lu Fan received the card, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Sister Lan. I shall graciously accept. The other party presented him with a card of considerable worth, likely due to Yi Jinhong's influence. Yet, could a mere wastrel, one who indulges in frivolities, possess such clout? Lu Xiao, you are being modest. Xie Yalan smiled once more. After a brief exchange among the three, Lu Fan took his leave with Hao Fuguei. Yi Dong, have you taken a liking to him? In the private room, Xie Yalan poured a glass of wine for Yi Jinhong. Sister Lan, you must not tarnish my reputation. I have a penchant for beauties, but I harbor no proclivity for men. Yi Jinhong took a puff of his cigar. Is that so? Xie Yalan chuckled. Then why is it that every time you visit, you order numerous young women, yet never allow them to approach you, let alone take them out? Sister Lan, you misunderstand. Is it only in bed that one expresses affection? Yi Jinhong responded with a smile. Enjoying their dance and song is also a form of pleasure. Then perhaps I shall perform a dance for Yi Dong another day. I assure you it will be no less captivating than theirs. I wonder if Yi Dong would be so gracious? Xie Yalan continued to laugh. Sister Lan, please do not put me in such a predicament. I wish to live a few more years. Yi Jinhong took a sip from his glass. In all of Jiangzhou, I doubt anyone would dare to request a dance from you. Ha ha, just jesting. Do not take it to heart. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Xie Yalan's eyes. She then changed the subject. Are you truly considering allowing your precious daughter to marry a delivery man? Sister Lan, that is a form of occupational prejudice. What is wrong with being a delivery person? As long as he treats my daughter well, is that not sufficient? Yi Jinhong replied. Indeed. Xie Yalan nodded thoughtfully. Yi Dong, I shall not disturb you further. Would you like me to call those 4 young women back in? No need. I feel rather exhausted today and shall be heading home. Yi Jinhong extinguished his cigar and rose. Please settle the bill for me. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the door. Xie Yalan opened her mouth, initially intending to say something, but reconsidered and held her tongue. Once Yi Jinhong had departed, She took out her phone and sent a simple message requesting information on Lu Fan. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Hao Fugui had already arrived outside the club. Brother Fan, did Yi Jinhong summon you today to act as a bodyguard for Miss Yi? Hao Fugui asked. No. Lu Fan shook his head. He knows well that I would not agree. Then what was the purpose of his invitation? Hao Fugui inquired further. There was no specific purpose. Lu Fan pondered. If one must describe a purpose, it would be that he wished to see for himself what kind of person I am. And I believe he has achieved that goal. Understood. Hao Fugui nodded, seemingly enlightened. Fugui, do you notice anything unusual about Yi Jinhong? Lu Fan inquired, directing his gaze towards Hao Fugui. Unusual? Hao Fugui paused, then shook his head. I cannot discern anything. What do you mean, Fango? It's nothing. Merely an intuition of mine, though I cannot articulate it precisely. Lu Fan subtly shook his head before asking again. Have you heard of someone named Sister Lan? Yes. Hao Fugui nodded, sharing the information he possessed with Lu Fan. Have you heard anything about the person behind her? Upon hearing Hao Fugui's words, Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. The specifics are likely known to very few, Hao Fugui replied, shaking his head. However, there are rumors suggesting she is affiliated with a powerful and influential figure. Certainly not from Jiangzhou. She is either from the provincial capital or the imperial city. It is commonly referred to that the top floor of Zenixuan serves as the true lord's residence of Jiangzhou, where many significant matters arise, including personnel changes within elite circles. Is that so? Lu Fan's eyes narrowed further. He had not anticipated the existence of such a place in Jiangzhou, which piqued his interest. Subsequently, the two rode their bicycles towards the company. Lu Fan initially intended to discuss the day's events with his aunt later that evening, but he was taken aback by the overwhelming number of orders that came in, one after another, leaving him to return home at 3 in the morning, abandoning his plans. The next day, around noon, after delivering a meal to the city center, Lu Fan received a new message notification on his phone. Upon checking, he saw it was from Yi Jihan. I am in the office of the chairman of Hongning Group. Please save me. In the chairman's office of Hongning Group, one of Jiangzhou's top 10 conglomerates, a commotion ensued. Crash. A woman in uniform snatched Yi Jihan's phone and let it fall to the floor. Within the room, there were 4 individuals, including Yi Jihan. Apart from the woman in uniform, a robust man in black stood guard at the entrance. Seated behind a grand desk was a middle-aged man with a plump visage, appearing to be in his 50s, puffing on a cigar. This man was none other than Chao Hongning, the chairman of Hongning Group. Having achieved great success, his greatest vice was indulging in the company of women. Surrounding him were a dozen beautiful secretaries, all of whom he had poached from various nightclubs, drawn by high salaries. Of course, these women were not merely for his personal enjoyment. They also performed public relations duties for the company. One can imagine that women thriving in nightlife would have no trouble charming men in political and professional spheres. In recent years, Hongning Group's prosperous development has been significantly attributed to his cadre of secretaries. Chao Hongning, what exactly do you intend to do? Yi Jihan cast a glance at Chao Hongning and shouted loudly. As she spoke, she hastily made her way toward the door. However, before she could take more than a few steps, the secretary shoved her back onto the sofa. Chao Hongning, I warn you not to act recklessly, or the Yi family will not spare you. Yi Jihan scrambled up from the sofa, though she did not attempt to flee again, fully aware that escape was futile. Ms. Yi, it seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Chao Hongning emerged from behind the large desk, a cigar clamped between his teeth. As far as I know, apart from your useless father, every member of the Yi family harbors a deep-seated animosity toward you. They had hoped for your union with the Zhao family to elevate their status, yet you have willingly surrendered yourself to a mere delivery boy. Truly, a fine cabbage trampled by swine. I cannot ascertain the current sentiments of young Master Zhao, but I am certain that even if he learned of my actions toward you, he would not intervene. Thus, you find yourself utterly besieged. To be frank, otherwise, I would not dare to touch you, as a man driven by his desires. He had been captivated by Yi Jihan's beauty since their first encounter over a year ago. Despite being surrounded by many beautiful women of various shapes and sizes, none could compare to her. Particularly, the noble and aloof aura that she exuded overshadowed all other women in his vicinity. However, even though he fantasized about dominating and ravishing her, he had always recognized that this woman was beyond his reach until today. Though he was audacious, he had not lost his wits. The women coveted by Zhao Yichen were untouchable throughout Jiangzhou. In recent days, News of Yi Jihan's drunken escapades had swept through Jiangzhou like a whirlwind, and he had seen the reports. He even dispatched someone to verify the truth of the matter. And upon learning the results, his mind began to race with possibilities. Thus, the scene before us unfolded. Set up the camera. The love scenes of Jiangzhou's most beautiful woman must be preserved for future enjoyment. Chao Hongning took a puff of his cigar and instructed the secretary in uniform. If any clients wish to indulge in them later, they should fetch a handsome price. Understood. The secretary nodded and busied himself with the tripod from a nearby cabinet. Chao Hongning, you scoundrel, do not come any closer. Yi Jihan instinctively retreated to a corner of the sofa. I have already messaged my boyfriend. He will arrive shortly. Heh. Ms. Yi, did you not hear what I just said? Chao Hongning interrupted her with a smile. Do you truly believe you are still the person you once were? That a single message can summon young Master Zhao? How naive of you. He likely wishes nothing more than to see you suffer. My boyfriend is not him. Yi Jihan continued to shout defiantly. She had just taken advantage of the uniformed secretary's momentary distraction to compose that message. And the first name that sprang to her mind was not her father, nor any other member of the Yi family, and certainly not Zhao Yichen, but rather Lu Fan. In truth, she was uncertain whether Lu Fan would come to her rescue. However, given the urgency of the situation, she had little time to ponder her options, so she decided to take a gamble. Not Zhao Yichen. Chao Hongning paused for a moment before asking, You're not suggesting it's that delivery boy, are you? I warn you, he is quite skilled, and if you dare to lay a hand on me, he will not let you off lightly. Is it really him? Chao Hongning threw his head back in laughter. Ha ha, Yi, you are quite the comedian. You expect a mere delivery boy to save you from my grasp? The uniformed secretary and the black-clad man at the door shared similar expressions of derision. They were well aware of the company's circumstances, setting aside Chao Hongning's bodyguards. Even the ordinary security personnel would never allow a delivery boy to enter the premises. Inform the outside. After a while, as he finally managed to suppress his laughter, Chao Hongning turned to the black-clad man at the door. If that delivery boy dares to show up, leave him breathing, break his legs, and bring him in. I want him to witness firsthand how I engage in exercise with ye. Understood. The black-clad man responded, taking out a walkie-talkie to relay instructions. Yi, while your boyfriend is still en route, let us warm up. Once he arrives, we will commence the main event. Chao Hongning plopped down beside Yi Jihan, reaching out to grasp her wrist. Do not touch me, get away. Yi Jihan shouted, retreating. However, before she could escape more than a few steps, Chao Hongning swiftly slapped her, sending her crashing onto the sofa. The force was considerable, leaving a handprint on her left cheek and causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Yi, I am not one to strike women lightly, so do not push me. Chao Hongning licked his dry lips. You will not leave here unscathed today, so it is best to comply and not seek unnecessary suffering. Besides, you are willing to sleep with a stranger delivery boy, yet you still pretend to be innocent here. With that, he seized Yi Jihan's blouse and ripped it open, exposing her fair skin. The uniformed secretary simultaneously pressed the recording button. No, please. Yi Jihan screamed in terror, writhing in a desperate attempt to escape. Rest assured, I shall be gentle. Chao Hongning leaned down toward her collarbone. Bang! At that moment, the office door was forcefully kicked open. The black-clad man at the entrance was sent flying by the door, crashing heavily to the ground, blood streaming from his face. Chapter 19. Meeting with Master Lu. Swish. Immediately, the other three turned their gazes toward the entrance. Oh, and their footage too. Looks like Chairman Chao is having quite the time. A mocking voice echoed. And then Lu Fan strolled in. The once despondent Yi Jihan felt tears uncontrollably welling up the moment she laid eyes on Lu Fan. She had lost all hope. It had only been a few minutes since she messaged him, and even if Lu Fan were willing to rescue her, he surely would not arrive in time. She had mentally prepared herself, resigning to the thought that if there was truly no way to escape, she would rather perish than let Chao Hongning succeed. Yet, to her astonishment, Lu Fan appeared before her so swiftly. Upon noticing the delivery uniform adorning Lu Fan, Chao Hongning's eyes narrowed as he rose from Yi Jihan. He then regarded Lu Fan with a dismissive tone, stating, So you are the lad who put the green hat on Zhao Yichen? Quite audacious, aren't you, to come here? While speaking, he was genuinely perplexed. He had no idea how Lu Fan had managed to reach this place. After all, this very floor housed at least 10 security guards and 10 bodyguards. How could a mere delivery boy navigate through unscathed into his office? How dare a delivery boy come here and act so brazenly? Do you have a death wish? Get out immediately. Simultaneously, a uniformed secretary, having momentarily paused, hastily approached Lu Fan. Though accustomed to the nightlife, she still possessed a modicum of courage. The sight of the fallen black-clad men was gruesome, yet not enough to frighten her. However, as she advanced towards Lu Fan, she was sent flying with a single slap, crashing to the ground. She rolled several times before collapsing, one side of her face swollen and blood trickling from her lips, dizzy and disoriented. Kid, who gave you the audacity to lay hands on my people? Chao Hongning furrowed his brow, his voice low and menacing. An inexplicable sense of foreboding stirred within him, his right eyelid twitching repeatedly. I despise men who force themselves upon women. What era do you live in, still hoping for a free ride? Lu Fan sauntered closer to him. If you wish to bed a woman, simply throw money at her, pay her adequately, and most will willingly ascend to your bed. Yi Jihan interjected. A dog cannot spit out ivory. Do you even know who I am? Chao Hongning retorted furiously. Do you believe a single phone call from me could render you untraceable? How terrifying. Lu Fan ignited a cigarette, taking a puff before glancing at Yi Jihan. What are you still doing there? Come here. Thank you. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Jihan tightened her clothing and approached Lu Fan. Without my permission. You are not going anywhere. Chao Hongning exclaimed, reaching out. Bang. Before his hand could touch Yi Jihan, his vision blurred. A sharp pain shot through his abdomen, and he was sent sprawling backward. He crashed heavily beside the uniformed secretary, curling up like a lobster and retching incessantly. Yet this was not the end. Before he could fully recover, Lu Fan had already approached him, delivering a forceful stomp to his knee. Crack! With a sharp crack, the kneecap was instantly shattered, rendering it irreparable for the rest of his life. Ah! Chao Hongning screamed in a fit of agony, rolling on the ground. Mr. Chao? Both the uniformed secretary and the man in black exclaimed simultaneously, their faces drained of color. How dare you cripple me? I swear I will make you pay. After a brief pause, Chao Hongning glared at Lu Fan, his expression twisted with rage. Oh, still quite defiant, are we? Lu Fan exhaled a plume of smoke, speaking nonchalantly. He then turned to Yi Jihan and inquired, how shall we proceed? You vile woman. Before Yi Jihan could respond, Chao Hongning continued to roar. What are you planning to do? Chao Hongning hesitated momentarily before continuing. I warn you, if you dare to act recklessly, I will ensure that neither of you sees the light of tomorrow. You seem to enjoy toying with women, Yi Jihan interrupted coldly. What do you truly intend to do? Chao Hongning pressed on. Crack. Before he could finish, Yi Jihan clenched her teeth and stomped down on his inner thigh. Ah! Chao Hongning let out a heart-wrenching scream, once again rolling on the floor in agony. Observing the scene before him, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. He had not anticipated that the seemingly fragile Yi Jihan could be so resolute, which prompted him to regard her with a newfound respect. He held no affection for the saintly type of woman. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, excessive compassion could lead to one's downfall. It is human nature to be averse to the weak. For a woman to rise above, she must exhibit strength, lest she be regarded as mere plaything by men. And you? Yi Jihan then approached the uniformed secretary. You must have engaged in similar acts of complicity before today. Do not come any closer. The uniformed secretary, panic-stricken, scrambled to her feet and retreated. Smack! Just as she managed to step back a couple of paces, Yi Jihan struck her across the face, causing her to stumble aside. After a brief pause, she continued, I warn you, I have already sent a message to Master Kun. He will arrive shortly. If you do not leave now. Master Kun? Lu Fan paused slightly. Yuan Kun? Are you beginning to feel fear? The uniformed secretary replied. Mr. Chao is sworn brothers with Master Kun. He will not let you go. Is that so? Lu Fan said coolly. Then I shall wait for him to arrive and see how he intends to deal with me. He then turned to Yi Jihan. This is no longer your concern. You may leave. Absolutely not. Yi Jihan took a deep breath and stated. I have yet to receive my payment. What payment? Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Their company owes Yunya Group 30 million in goods, and they have been dragging their feet on the payment. The reason I came here today is that he called me, asking me to collect the money, Yi Jihan explained. The cash flow for Yunya Group is quite strained. If we do not receive this payment soon, the company will face dire consequences. Ah, I see. Lu Fan shrugged and replied, let us sit for a while. We can discuss it once Yuan Kun arrives. As he spoke, he removed his battle attire and handed it to Yi Jihan, saying, It's quite clean. My aunt helps me wash it daily. What do you mean? Yi Jihan paused momentarily, taken aback. What do you mean by what do you mean? Lu Fan glanced at her, noting her insufficiently clad upper body. Do you have a penchant for indecency? You are the one with such tendencies. Once Yi Jihan realized, she quickly accepted the clothing. Before long, having donned the attire, she turned to Lu Fan and expressed, "Thank you." Her gratitude was sincere. Had it not been for Lu Fan today, her fate would have been dire. I knew that associating with a woman like you would lead to trouble, and indeed it has. Lu Fan inhaled deeply from his cigarette. A series of troublesome matters keeps emerging. I truly wonder what other chaotic incidents await us. How could you arrive so promptly? Yi Jihan disregarded his remark and interrupted him directly. Guess. Lu Fan shot her a glance. Yi Jihan opened her mouth to respond. Approximately 20 minutes later, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a group of individuals entering the room. Leading the pack was Yuan Kuan, closely followed by his so-called advisor. Upon spotting Lu Fan, both men froze for a moment. Kuan Yi, you finally made it. Upon seeing Yuan Kuan, Chao Hongning, supported by the black-clad men and his secretary, approached the door. As he walked, he gritted his teeth and stated, "Quickly have your men incapacitate them, then leave them alive for me. I shall ensure they wish they were dead today." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Yuan Kuan kicked him out of the way, sending him, along with the black-clad men and the secretary, crashing to the floor. Immediately afterward, Yuan Kuan hastily approached Lu Fan and bowed respectfully, proclaiming, "Greetings, young Master Lu." At this sight, the jaws of Chao Hongning and his companions dropped in astonishment. "Kuan Yi, you know him?" Chao Hongning stammered. "Who is he?" Witnessing Yuan Kuan's demeanor, even someone as dim-witted as him recognized that he had undoubtedly stirred up significant trouble. In his recollection, Yuan Kuan was not one to bow easily to anyone, regardless of their status, and he had never witnessed such deference before. He could not fathom why Yuan Kuan would exhibit such respect towards a mere food delivery worker. Not only was he perplexed, but Yi Jihan also shared in his astonishment. Yesterday, after Lu Fan exited Yuan Kuan's establishment, he had sent her a simple message, "It's resolved." Later, when she called Lu Fan to inquire about the details, he had informed her he was busy and would discuss it another day before hanging up. Thus, she remained unaware of what transpired at the club. Now, witnessing Yuan Kuan's attitude toward Lu Fan, she was understandably astonished. "Young Master Lu, my apologies. I was unaware it was you," Yuan Kuan continued, disregarding Chao Hongning and maintaining his respectful stance toward Lu Fan. Though they had only met once, Lu Fan had already become an esteemed figure in Yuan Kuan's eyes. Let us set aside the matter of the half-drawn dagger for now. Merely the prowess of Lu Fan is sufficient to instill no small measure of trepidation in him. The memory of Lu Fan shattering a marble coffee table into powder with a single strike sends shivers down his spine. Truly formidable. Moreover, he personally oversaw the disposal of the 3 assassins' bodies yesterday, and the scene filled him with gratitude that he had not opposed Lu Fan. "Are you sworn brothers?" Lu Fan interrupted him. "Sworn brothers?" Yuan Kuan paused, then shook his head. "That is not the case. I came to know him through Master Fo, and subsequently, he would occasionally pay me to handle some troublesome matters for him." "Oh." Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Lu Xiao, what exactly transpired?" Yuan Kuan inquired further. As he spoke, he glanced at the camera, then at Yi Jihan, and connecting the dots with Chao Hongning's character, he had already surmised much of the situation. Nothing too grave. Lu Fan gestured towards Yi Jihan as he spoke. "Mr. Chao has taken a fancy to this young lady from the Yi family, wishing to take advantage without offering a single penny. When Miss Yi declined, he intended to force himself upon her." Yi Jihan shot a fierce glare at Lu Fan. "What an utter scoundrel! What do you mean he wishes to take advantage without paying a dime? Implicitly, are you suggesting that had Chao Hongning offered money, I would have consented? Chao Hongning, you truly have a death wish." Yuan Kuan frowned as he spoke. Although he was uncertain of the nature of Lu Fan's relationship with Yi Jihan, Lu Fan's willingness to confront Chao Hongning on her behalf already spoke volumes. Chao Hongning is courting disaster. "Lu Xiao, how do you intend to deal with him?" Yuan Kuan asked once more. "Given his character, he must have harmed many before today. He has lived long enough." "You may decide his fate," Lu Fan replied. "Understood." Yuan Kuan nodded in response, indicating that there would be no mercy for Chao Hongning. "Spare me." Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Chao Hongning trembled and crawled towards Lu Fan. "Lu Xiao, please spare me. I was wrong, truly wrong. I beseech you for another chance. I assure you there will be no next time." After saying this, he crawled towards Yuan Kuan. "Kuan Yi, please help me plead with Lu Xiao. Beg him to spare my wretched life. Bang! Before he could finish, he was kicked to the ground by Yuan Kuan, tumbling over 2 or 3 times. Lu Xiao, Mr. Chao's audacious intentions towards Miss Yi are indeed culpable. At this moment, the master stepped forward and spoke. However, it should not warrant death. Furthermore, since Miss Yi is unharmed, Mr. Chao has already faced his due punishment. Thus, might we consider allowing Mr. Chao to provide some form of financial compensation to Miss Yi and grant him a chance at life? And what if I insist on his demise? Lu Fan inquired with a narrowed gaze, smiling as he addressed the master. Lu Xiao, as the saying goes, leaving a thread for future encounters, the master replied. A frown creasing his brow. Master. Yuan Kuan furrowed his brow, interrupting the conversation. If Chairman Chao dies, it will be difficult for us to explain to the Buddha, the advisor continued. Are you trying to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs? Yuan Kuan frowned again, a flicker of unusual emotion flashing in his eyes. I dare not. The elderly man took a deep breath and stepped aside. I am willing to compensate. Chao Hongning exclaimed simultaneously. If you can spare my life, I will immediately instruct the finance department to transfer 30 million yuan in goods payments from Uni Group. Furthermore, I am willing to pay an additional 5 million as compensation for General Manager Yi. What a beggar's offer. Lu Fan flicked the cigarette, but onto Chao Hongning's face, igniting a spark that caused him to grimace in pain. Kuan, it's up to you. In 15 minutes, if the 40 million has not been transferred to Uni Group's account, send him on his way. The decision to spare his life was not without its reasons. On one hand, Chao Hongning had indeed suffered his due punishment. He had lost a leg, and whether he could be restored as a man remained uncertain. On the other hand, there were still many instances where he would require Yuan Kuan's assistance, and he did not wish to create undue hardship for him, especially with the Buddha still involved. Rest assured, he dares not fail to transfer. Yuan Kuan nodded in response. Chairman Chao, I know you will seek revenge. Lu Fan continued, turning to him with a calm demeanor. Allow me to give you a heads up. For any matters, feel free to approach me directly. I am open to any means. However, should you wish to target those around me, be prepared for the consequences. After a slight pause, he added with an innocuous smile, I will annihilate your entire family. Do not doubt my words. A chill ran down Chao Hongning's spine as he beheld Lu Fan's expression. Subsequently, Lu Fan stepped towards the door, with Yi Jihan quickly following suit. Moments later, the duo emerged from the lobby, one after the other. Throughout their passage, nearly everyone cast their gaze upon Yi Jihan's delivery outfit. Such a beautiful woman is delivering food. How unjust. Many men felt a surge of protective instinct, yearning to approach and say, Beautiful lady, stop working. I shall provide for you. However, upon seeing Yi Jihan's distant demeanor, they thought better of it. Furthermore, a woman of such caliber would not entertain the likes of ordinary men seeking to support her. It was wiser to remain realistic. Thank you. Yi Jihan looked at Lu Fan with genuine sincerity. You haven't eaten yet, right? Allow me to treat you. You should spare me. Dining with a woman like you only invites trouble, and I'll surely encounter a heap of issues. Lu Fan interrupted her directly. You should head back. I still have deliveries to make. Remember to return my clothes another day. That outfit cost me half a day's wages. With that, he hurried towards his electric bike. Yi Jihan. Just then, her phone buzzed with a message. Upon picking it up, she discovered it was from the finance department, confirming that the 40 million from Hongning Group had been credited. With this news, Yi Jihan exhaled deeply, momentarily alleviating the company's cash crisis. She promptly strode over to Lu Fan. The funds from Hongning Group have arrived. Provide me with your account number, and I shall transfer the excess 10 million to you. That is your money. Why would you transfer it to me? Lu Fan replied. After a brief pause, he added, If you truly wish to express your gratitude, how about accompanying me for another night? No emotional entanglements involved. Get lost. The flicker of gratitude in Yi Jihan's heart vanished instantly. 10 million for a night. What a bargain. Lu Fan smacked his lips. Besides, this is not our first time. You scoundrel. Yi Jihan's face flushed with indignation. You're quite petty. After finishing his words, Lu Fan revved up his electric bike. Wait, I have something to ask you. Yi Jihan seemed to recall something and stood in front of the electric bike. What is it? Did Yi Jihan contact you? Chapter 21. Surfacing Who is Yi Jihan? Lu Fan squinted slightly. Before leaving Zenixuan the previous night, Yi Jihan had specifically mentioned not to disclose their meeting. Although he was indifferent to Yi Jihan's words, he felt no need to confess since the other party had not informed his daughter. Otherwise, Yi Jihan would undoubtedly bombard him with a slew of questions. Stop pretending. I don't believe you don't know my father's name. Yi Jihan fixed her gaze on Lu Fan. I fail to comprehend your statement. Why must I necessarily know your father's name? Lu Fan countered, continuing, moreover, as his daughter, addressing him by his full name seems rather inappropriate. This is a family matter, and it's none of your concern. Yi Jihan interrupted Lu Fan. Did you meet him yesterday? Before today? I didn't even know who your father was. Why would I meet him? Lu Fan retorted. Regardless of whether you met him or not, I want to convey that he never speaks a word of truth. Whatever he says, just listen, but do not take it to heart. Yi Jihan continued. I've never heard a daughter speak of her father in such a manner. How intriguing. Lu Fan chuckled softly. From Yi Jihan's words, it was evident that the relationship between father and daughter was quite delicate. Are you even listening to me? Yi Jihan spoke again. All right, I understand. Now please step aside. I have orders to fulfill. Lu Fan responded. Am I that detestable to you? Yi Jihan took a deep breath before saying, are you so unwilling to spend even one more minute with me? In discussing this matter, she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. It felt as though she were merely a speck of dust in Lu Fan's eyes, unbearable for even a moment, and once spotted, swiftly brushed away. Was she truly so insignificant? Even without discussing external appearances, I am already a renowned talent from Jiangzhou, a top student from a prestigious university, and possess commendable business acumen. With beauty, intelligence, and financial stability, is this not the epitome of a goddess in the eyes of most men? Yet, why do I feel so disregarded in front of this fellow? It baffles me. Dear sister, you are a wealthy individual, unaware of the struggles of the less fortunate. Lu Fan remarked as he lit a cigarette. Even if you lay idle at home, your company operates autonomously, generating income for you. Meanwhile, for me, a day without work equates to a day without earnings. I must pay rent and provide for my aunt's medical expenses. Where do you expect me to find the time to indulge in your frivolities? Yi Jihan interrupted him. That sounds like an excuse. If you truly cared so much about money, why did you accept 200,000 from Black Panther and give every penny to Hao Fuguei? If money mattered to you, why did you reject my offer of 10 million without a flicker of hesitation? Earlier, when she mentioned transferring 10 million to Lu Fan, she had carefully observed his reaction. As she noted, Lu Fan's refusal was resolute, his eyelids barely fluttering. For the vast majority of ordinary people, earning 10 million in a lifetime is an insurmountable challenge. Yet, for Lu Fan, it seemed akin to a mere 1,000. This revelation deepened her curiosity about his true identity. She did not believe Lu Fan was genuinely indifferent to wealth. Otherwise, he would not be working so diligently across multiple jobs. The only plausible explanation was that he had undoubtedly encountered significant sums of money in the past, rendering 10 million to him as inconsequential as 1,000. Impressive. You managed to win over Fuguei so swiftly. Upon hearing Yi Jihan's words, Lu Fan furrowed his brow slightly. This matter does not concern him. Do not take your frustrations out on him, Yi Jihan replied. I learned that you were involved in an accident that day and he sustained serious injuries. Hence I offered to transfer some medical expenses. He refused to accept a single cent, and I suspect he shared the details of the 200,000 with me merely to rid himself of my incessant inquiries. You are indeed quite bothersome, Lu Fan shrugged. Yi Jihan paused momentarily before continuing. Did Yuan Kun inform you of who drugged me? No, Lu Fan shook his head. You must be lying. Yi Jihan shot him a glance. Although she was unaware of the specifics between Lu Fan and Yuan Kun, the respect Yuan Kun exhibited towards Lu Fan earlier was evident. In such a context, it was inconceivable that Yuan Kun would withhold the identity of the mastermind from Lu Fan. I truly did not deceive you. Lu Fan shrugged again. All right, I won't indulge you further. I must get back to work. With that, he sped away on his electric bike. Before 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Fan returned to his rental apartment with a bundle of herbs. Xiao Fan, you're back. The meal is just about ready. Lu Ziqing greeted him with a smile, taking the herbs from his hands. Aunt, are you making my favorite twice-cooked pork again? I could smell it from outside. Lu Fan beamed. Your nose is quite perceptive. Lu Ziqing responded with a smile. Hurry and wash your hands. I've prepared fish head soup for you. All right. Lu Fan nodded and busied himself. 10 minutes later, the two settled at the dining table. As they dined, Lu Fan briefly recounted the events of yesterday and today to his aunt. What do you think of Yuan Kun? Lu Ziqing inquired. He is capable, Lu Fan replied. Then let us make use of him for now. Lu Ziqing continued. Barring unforeseen circumstances, The waters of Jiangzhou will soon be stirred, and a plethora of chaotic events are bound to unfold. Having someone useful is certainly advantageous. Indeed, Lu Fan nodded. Since Zhao Yichen has already made a move, he likely possesses other means. We must not be complacent, Lu Ziqing reiterated. Additionally, keep an eye on the Buddha. Aside from Yuan Kuan, he has other district heads under his command. Moreover, it is said that he has gathered numerous extraordinary individuals around him. Though they may not be prominent, it's wise to remain vigilant. Rest assured, I am fully aware. Lu Fan nodded. Both sides are currently only testing you with rudimentary tactics. I anticipate they will soon employ state machinery. Lu Ziqing added. Lu Fan nodded again and asked, are you familiar with Zhenixuan? Who is behind it? Do not concern yourself with Zhenixuan for now. I will inform you when the time is right, Lu Ziqing replied. Focus on resolving matters with the Yi family first. All right, Lu Fan responded. What are your impressions of Yi Zhenhong? Lu Ziqing continued to inquire. He is deeply concealed. I cannot see through him. Lu Fan shook his head. After their meeting yesterday, he was almost certain that Yi Zhenhong's outward demeanor was merely an act. However, he remained uncertain about the true nature of the person. It was difficult to judge based solely on their brief encounter. Aunt, how much do you know about the Yi family? Lu Fan pressed on, convinced that his aunt was privy to information he lacked. I know slightly more than you do, but it is not yet time to share, Lu Ziqing smiled. It's not that I'm withholding information, but I fear that preconceived notions may cloud your judgment. After you gain further insight into Yi Zhenhong, we can revisit this topic. All right, Lu Fan did not press further. I have two pieces of news that might pique your interest, Lu Ziqing continued. What news? Lu Fan inquired. The first concerns the Zhao family, Lu Ziqing began. The eldest daughter of the Zhao family is quite a well-known socialite in the provincial capital. She is also the secret lover of the second young master of the Xie family, and there are rumors of her being considered for formal recognition. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. He was well aware of the Xie family's stature. Among the prominent families in the provincial capital, they were known as the top tier, truly a formidable force. The Zhao family's influence in Jiangzhou was clearly connected to the Xie family. What about the second piece of news? Lu Fan continued to inquire. The second matter pertains to the Buddha. Lu Ziqing smiled faintly. He harbors a little-known secret. Ostensibly, he has remained unmarried throughout his life, solitary and unaccompanied. Yet he secretly has a lover who bore him a son. The mother and child have resided in the provincial capital, and it is said that someone from the Shao family has been quite attentive to them. Oh. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. The Shao family, one of the prominent clans in the provincial capital. Is the Shao family preparing to make a bold move? Lu Fan remarked as he took a piece of twice-cooked pork. There are two possibilities, Lu Ziqing replied, sipping her tea. Firstly, the Shao family has been biding their time for years, genuinely intending to ascend the social hierarchy. Secondly, it is possible that they are merely pawns in a larger game. Individuals caught in the currents of the world. Indeed, Lu Fan nodded thoughtfully. After hearing these two pieces of news, he had come to understand the identities of the masters behind the Zhao and Wu families. At 9 o'clock that evening, Lu Fan received his first driving assignment of the night. Hello, where to? After fastening his seatbelt, Lu Fan turned to the somewhat inebriated woman in the back seat. How could it be her? Upon recognizing the woman's face, Lu Fan found himself momentarily stunned. Chapter 22. A dazzling sight. The woman, in her 30s, possessed enchanting features. A voluptuous figure and cascading waves of hair, accentuated by fiery red lips and alluring collarbones. Objectively speaking, she could be deemed a stunning beauty. And coupled with her distinctive aura of maturity, her allure was formidable. Strictly speaking, Lu Fan did not truly know her. He had only seen her photograph. The woman was none other than Yao Jieqi, the stepmother of Yi Zhihan, whose picture had been shown to him by Hao Fuguei the previous day. He had not anticipated such a serendipitous encounter. What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? Yao Jieqi frowned. Be careful, or I shall file a complaint against you. Apologies, I merely thought you resembled someone I know, hence my lingering gaze, Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. A mere driver, aspiring to engage affluent individuals through such cliché means. A truly fanciful notion. Yao Jieqi scoffed dismissively. I concede. I was in the wrong. And I apologize. Lu Fan smiled again and inquired. Where are you headed, beautiful? Perhaps finding Lu Fan's acknowledgement of his mistakes somewhat acceptable. Or perhaps due to her own time constraints, Yao Jiechi did not press the matter further and provided him with the address. Beautiful lady, please make yourself comfortable. We are off. After setting the navigation, Lu Fan pressed the accelerator. The car was impressive, a new Maserati. Dingling. Shortly after the car set off, Yao Jiechi's phone rang. Darling, did you grow impatient so soon? Please wait a little longer. I shall be there shortly. After pressing the answer button, Yao Jiechi spoke in a flirtatious tone. Uncertain of what was being said on the other end, she continued, Darling, don't be angry. The moment I received your call, I set off. As a token of compensation, how about we explore that position you've always wanted tonight? Ah, my dear, how vexatious you are. After a brief pause, Yao Jiechi continued. Could you please refrain from mentioning that useless Yi Zhenhong? He is nothing but a complete failure, utterly incomparable to you. It has been ages since he last approached me. I suspect he has long since lost his ability to engage in any intimate relations. He still harbors the delusion that I would remain faithful to him. What a foolish dream. All right, darling, I shall not be angry any longer. Yao Jiechi interjected once more. I have already informed that waste of space, Yi Zhenhong, that I have urgent matters to attend to in the provincial capital, and I won't be returning tonight. I assure you, I will make it worth your while. By the way, I have brought along 5 or 6 different outfits for us to indulge in some role-playing later, if you are amenable. Now, I mustn't linger. You go ahead and take a shower while you wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. With that, she blew a kiss into the phone and ended the call. Upon hearing her conversation, Lu Fan felt a pang of sympathy for Yi Zhenhong, who seemed to be drowning in a sea of debauchery, his life already marked by infidelity. Approximately half an hour later, Lu Fan parked his car in front of a secluded villa. After Yao Jiechi settled the fare for the chauffeur, Lu Fan stepped out of the vehicle and rode away on his folding electric bicycle. However, he did not venture far, stopping at a nearby corner. He then took out his phone and dialed Hao Fugui. Once the call connected, he exchanged a few words with him. After around 30 to 40 minutes, Hao Fugui arrived on his delivery electric bike. Brother Fan, what is the situation? He inquired, parking his bike and approaching Lu Fan. A cigarette in one hand and a DSLR camera in the other. Why did you want me to bring a camera at this late hour? Isn't this the one that old Ma purchased recently? How did you come by it? Lu Fan asked, fiddling with the camera. Old Ma was the manager of the delivery station, in his 50s, with a penchant for photography equipment. I borrowed it. Hao Fugui exhaled a cloud of smoke. That miser actually lent you such a fine camera? Lu Fan chuckled. He had no choice. Hao Fugui grinned. I must tell you, just the other day while delivering, I happened to see him with a young model entering a budget hotel, so I snapped a few photos. When I asked to borrow the camera, he was reluctant until I sent him those photos along with his wife's phone number. He quickly relented and lent it to me. Brother Fan, you still haven't told me what this is all about. Hao Fugui pressed. Surveillance. Lu Fan replied. Surveillance. Hao Fugui paused, taken aback. Brother Fan, when did you develop such a hobby? If you truly wish to see clandestine footage, you needn't go through the trouble of filming it yourself. I can provide you with a website filled with such content. Get lost. Lu Fan kicked him lightly. I need you to secretly photograph Yi Zhenhong's wife. He then proceeded to explain the situation to Hao Fugui. Are you serious? Upon hearing this, Hao Fugui couldn't help but exclaim, the person is inside the villa. As Lu Fan spoke, he gestured towards the nearby villa estate. I just took a look. Aside from the 2 security guards at the entrance, there is no one else. I have incapacitated those 2 guards, and it will take them at least 4 to 5 hours to regain consciousness. Understood. Hao Fugui nodded. Brother Fan, you can head back now. I will take care of the subsequent matters and guarantee the completion of the task. Do you not need me to accompany you? Lu Fan inquired. No need. Hao Fugui shook his head. For such a trivial matter, your presence is unnecessary. Go and attend to your other tasks. I will call you once I have resolved everything. All right. Lu Fan did not press further. Indeed, this was not a significant issue. If Hao Fugui could not handle such a minor task, how could he be expected to manage more substantial matters in the future? Subsequently, Lu Fan rode off on his bicycle, while Hao Fugui made his way towards the villa, carrying his DSLR camera. Dingling. Around 3 in the morning. After wrapping up his work for the day and returning home, Lu Fan received a call from Hao Fugui. How did it go? Lu Fan asked upon answering the phone. Brother Fan, it's explosive, truly sensational, came Hao Fugui's exaggerated voice through the receiver. By the way, do you know who the man is? Who? Lu Fan instinctively inquired. Wu Yujie. Hao Fugui replied. Wu Yujie? Lu Fan paused, momentarily taken aback. The heir of the Wu family? Isn't it astonishing? Hao Fugui asked excitedly. How do you know it's Wu Yujia? Do you know him? Lu Fan probed further. I'm absolutely certain it is him, Hao Fugui asserted. Last month, I went to a bar to deliver a package and happened to see him coming out with a group of rich kids. Several of them were calling his name. I never expected it would be him. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. This revelation indeed caught him off guard. Just yesterday, he had learned from Yuan Kuan that it was Wu Yujia who had instructed someone to drug Yi Jihan. And now, he was being informed that Yi Jihan's stepmother had an affair with Wu Yujia. This situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Brother Fan, I will send the photos and videos to your phone shortly. Hao Fugui continued, maintaining his exaggerated tone. Wow, the visuals are simply astounding. Far more eye-catching than anything I have ever seen online. That woman is incredibly daring, effortlessly switching between various poses. Send them to me for review. Lu Fan replied with a faint smile before ending the call. In a short while, the files were sent. Lu Fan casually opened one of the video clips, and upon viewing it, he couldn't help but exclaim, damn. Chapter 23. Fugui gets beaten. It was indeed quite the visual spectacle. The woman was proficient in every conceivable art. The props, costumes, expressions, movements, and sounds were on par with those of professional adult films. There was no denying it. After watching several other videos, Lu Fan put away his phone, his gaze fixed ahead as he sank into a brief contemplation. Time passes swiftly, mere days slipping away in the blink of an eye. During this brief interval, Yi Jihan sought out Lu Fan on 2 occasions. The first visit was to return some clothing, during which she presented him with a bank card containing a sum of 10 million. However, Lu Fan declined the offer. On her second visit, she specifically wished to discuss employment opportunities with Lu Fan, extending an invitation for him to join Yunya Group. Aside from the position of president, all other roles were open for selection. Predictably, he rejected her once more. This time, Yi Jihan left in a fit of anger, her face tinged with green. And as she departed, she declared in a huff that she would no longer be in contact with Lu Fan. Dingling. That afternoon, after delivering an order, Lu Fan's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Hao Fugui. Fugui, what is the matter? Lu Fan inquired as he answered the call. Do you know the owner of this phone? A woman's voice replied from the other end. He is my friend. Lu Fan responded, momentarily taken aback. Who are you? How did you come by Fugui's phone? He has been injured and is in serious condition. He is currently unconscious, the woman interrupted. I reviewed his call records, and out of hundreds of recent calls, only your number was labeled with a name, so I called you. Who injured him? Lu Fan interjected, a chill spreading through him as his gaze sharpened. I do not know, the woman replied. I am a nurse at the hospital. He was found collapsed by a kind passerby who brought him here. That person had to leave urgently. If possible, could you come to the hospital or notify his family? Which hospital? Lu Fan asked again, cutting her off. Jiangzhou First People's Hospital. Once you arrive, please call your friend's number, the woman responded. I'll be there shortly. Lu Fan concluded the call and hastily rode his electric bike towards the hospital. In less than 20 minutes, he parked in the hospital lot and, while dialing on his phone, made his way to the building. Upon connecting the call, the same woman's voice instructed him to go to Building 1, 8th floor. Shortly thereafter, Lu Fan emerged from the elevator on the 8th floor. Hello, are you the gentleman who called earlier? A striking nurse approached him. Yes, Lu Fan replied, his expression grave. How is Fugui? You need not worry excessively. He is merely unconscious due to significant blood loss, but there is no imminent danger to his life, the nurse reassured him. Gesturing towards the operating room, our deputy director Bai is inside attending to his wounds. Please wait here. He should be out shortly. Thank you. Lu Fan nodded appreciatively. Here is his phone. Please hold on to it for him. The nurse handed over Hao Fugui's device. All right. Lu Fan accepted it. Time passed slowly as Lu Fan waited for nearly 3 to 4 hours before the operating room door finally swung open. Shortly thereafter, 2 nurses emerged, pushing a mobile hospital bed upon which lay Hao Fugui, bandaged in multiple places, already awake but with a pale complexion. Following closely behind was a tall, stunning woman clad in a white coat, her mask removed. She appeared to be of similar age to Yi Jihan, possessing exquisitely defined features, a classic oval face, a petite cherry blossom mouth, a prominent nose, and fair skin. A goddess of beauty indeed. If she were to trade her white coat for professional attire, her allure would rival that of Yi Jihan. How is Fugui? Lu Fan approached hastily. Brother Fan, I knew they would surely inform you. I apologize for delaying your work. Hao Fugui said, a hint of guilt in his voice. Enough of that. How are you? It's nothing serious, right? Lu Fan interjected. Hey, brother Fan, do not worry. My life is as resilient as old dog excrement, stinky and tough. I won't be dying so easily, Hao Fugui grinned. Several women present remarked. It's the first time I've heard someone describe themselves like that. Are you truly all right? Lu Fan scrutinized him once more, asking again. Really, I'm fine. Hao Fugui chuckled again, raising 2 fingers. Brother Fan, quickly, lend me a cigarette. I haven't smoked for hours. I'm about to burst. One of the nurses twitched her lips. Smoking is prohibited in the hospital. Even in such a state, you're still thinking about smoking, truly. All right. Hao Fugui smacked his lips. Then I'll wait to sneak a smoke in the restroom. If you wish to avoid an early demise, hold it in, at least until you're discharged. The woman in the white coat wore a similarly exasperated expression. Director Bai, may I discharge myself now? Hao Fugui inquired. Upon hearing him, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Is she the Director Bai? He had previously assumed that the nurse referred to an older expert tending to Hao Fugui's wounds. He never anticipated such a youthful, stunning woman held the position. For someone of her age to be the deputy director of Jiangzhou's top-tier hospital, she must possess either remarkable talent or influential connections. He leaned towards the latter, as it seemed only natural for such a beautiful woman to have support behind her. You just realized? A nurse glanced at Lu Fan with admiration directed at the beauty. Director Bai is not only the youngest deputy director in our hospital, but also the youngest in the entire nation. Moreover, she is a reserve member of the Imperial Physicians team. Had she not been so young, she would have already been a formal member. Is that so? Lu Fan smiled, casting a meaningful gaze at the beauty. It seems Director Bai has quite a profound background. At his words, a hint of surprise flashed across the face of the woman named by Shixian. With her intellect, she naturally understood Lu Fan's insinuation that she had relied on connections to attain her position. However, with her grace, she deemed it unworthy to engage in conflict with a mere delivery man. If you cannot speak wisely, it's better to remain silent. Another nurse frowned. What does it mean to have a profound background? Do you think that Director Bai's current success is merely a result of connections? You are truly ignorant, Shaoling. Bai Shixian interjected. Hey, Director Bai, Fan Ge was just joking with you. Hao Fugui turned to Bai Shixian and grinned. Thank you for saving my life, Director Bai. Can I be discharged now? You have 2 options. Bai Shixian no longer paid attention to Lu Fan. The first is to be discharged today, but return to the hospital for a dressing change in the coming days. The second is to remain hospitalized. The first option. I choose the first option. Before the other could finish, Hao Fugui interrupted her. Who can afford to stay in a place like this? It's pricier than a 7-star hotel. I would have to work like a dog for a month just to stay here for 2 or 3 days. It's utterly outrageous. Bai Shixian's lips twitched slightly. Although you have only superficial injuries, they are still quite serious. It would be best for you to stay in the hospital. Really, no need. Thank you, Director Bai. As he spoke, Hao Fugui leapt directly off the bed. An hour later, the 2 emerged from the main entrance after settling the bill. The most profitable institution in the world, truly deserving of its reputation. Hao Fugui gazed at the payment slip in his hand, wincing at the cost. So tell me, what happened? Lu Fan lit a cigarette and took a puff. Who did this? Chapter 24. A hero saving a beauty. Fan Ge. Let it go. Hao Fugui smacked his lips. I'm really fine. These minor injuries will heal in a couple of days. Consider it a small financial loss to avert disaster. While speaking, he pulled out a cigarette and prepared to light it. Didn't that beautiful doctor say to abstain from smoking for at least a day? Lu Fan shot him a bemused glance before continuing in a serious tone. Who did this? Fan Ge. I truly am fine, Hao Fugui replied again. If you're this scared, then perhaps you shouldn't follow me anymore. Lu Fan interrupted him. From his understanding of Hao Fugui, the more he avoided the subject, the more it indicated that the person behind this was surely someone significant. However, he simply could not fathom why a powerful individual would target someone as inconsequential as Hao Fugui. Don't. I want to say, Hao Fugui hastily exclaimed. After saying that, he disregarded everything else and lit his cigarette, taking a deep drag. Cough, cough, cough. He inhaled too forcefully, causing tears to spring to his eyes. Lu Fan, Fan Ge. This incident is no one's fault, but my own for meddling in others' affairs. Once he regained his composure, Hao Fugui began to explain the situation to Lu Fan. After 3 to 5 minutes of recounting the events, just as he had said, It was indeed his penchant for championing justice that had brought about this trouble. Around noon today, he had gone to a villa community not far from here to deliver a package. Upon arrival, the recipient opened the parcel right in front of him, revealing various props commonly seen in romantic films. For Hao Fuguwei, this was nothing unusual. He had seen such items just a few nights prior at Wu Yuji's villa. Additionally, he observed that the recipient's gaze was rather dazed, reminiscent of someone intoxicated, yet not entirely so. Furthermore, 3 men were lounging on the sofa in the lobby, their expressions equally clouded. Upon noticing a collection of paraphernalia on the coffee table, Hao Fuguwei quickly deduced that these individuals were evidently substance abusers, lost in their high. Naturally, he had no inclination to intervene, nor was it within his capacity to do so. So after the recipient signed for the package, he turned to leave. However, just as he pivoted, he faintly heard a woman's voice from within calling for help. Though her voice was soft, he was certain he had not misheard. Thus, he inquired further. The recipient, already in an agitated state, took offense at Hao Fuguwei's meddling and retaliated. Unfazed, Hao Fuguwei confronted them, engaging in a skirmish against 4. As the saying goes, the meek fear the strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who disregard their own lives. Ultimately, the 4 were intimidated by Hao Fuguwei's reckless audacity, leaving them bloodied yet still unwilling to relent. Each of them bore injuries to varying degrees, and together they managed to force Hao Fuguwei out of the door, securing it tightly behind them. Severely weakened from blood loss, Hao Fuguwei ceased his attempts to break in and wobbled on his electric scooter toward the First People's Hospital. Along the way, his bloodied appearance drew the attention of passers-by, eliciting stares from everyone he encountered. Finally, just a few hundred meters from the hospital, he could bear it no longer. His vision faded, and he collapsed to the ground, only to be assisted by a kind-hearted stranger who took him to the hospital. Do you know who they were? Lu Fan inquired, looking at Hao Fuguwei. I don't recognize them. Hao Fuguwei shook his head, adding, I only know the recipient's name is He Jiaoyang. He must be the one who initially attacked me. Send me his name and phone number. Lu Fan commanded. Brother Fan, that guy might have some influence. Otherwise, he wouldn't reside in such a lavish villa. Hao Fuguwei paused before continuing. You still have to attend to Miss Ye's matters. I'll let this minor issue slide. Enough of the chatter, hurry up. Lu Fan interrupted. All right. Hao Fuguwei sighed, retrieving his phone to send the information to Lu Fan. Subsequently, Lu Fan opened several groups of 500 members each, disseminating He Jiaoyang's name and number, seeking to see if anyone recognized him. Do you know who the woman you saved was? Lu Fan continued to question Hao Fuguwei. I can't say for certain. Hao Fuguwei replied, shaking his head. What do you mean? Lu Fan asked, momentarily taken aback. I didn't get a clear look at her. Hao Fuguwei responded, pursing his lips. She dashed out from the room while I was engaged with the 4 of them, completely ignoring my plight. I only caught a glimpse of her. She seemed somewhat familiar, but I can't recall where I might have seen her. She might be a 3rd or 4th tier celebrity or an online influencer. Saving a damsel in distress without even seeing her face. Impressive. Lu Fan complimented him with a nod. Hee, Fan Go, please don't mock me. I am not here merely for the beautiful women. Hao Fuguwei chuckled, and at that moment, several messages popped up in one of the delivery groups. Fan Go, this person is the eldest son of the He family in Jiangzhou. The last time I delivered to the He residence, he was the one who signed for it. Indeed, I have delivered to him as well. He is certainly a young master of the He family. That young master owns a limited edition Lamborghini. It seems to be the only one in Jiangzhou. I even remember the license plate number. I'll send it to you. Upon reading the messages in the group, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. As he had suspected, the individual had some clout. Although he wasn't well acquainted with the He family, he was aware of their general standing, which should place them among the top 8 in Jiangzhou. No wonder he has the audacity. He is indeed a member of the He family. Hao Fuguwei exclaimed after seeing the messages. After speaking, he turned to Lu Fan and said, Fan Go, let us put this matter on hold for now. We should deal with Miss Ye's situation first. At the very least, let him cover some medical expenses. Lu Fan interrupted him. After saying that, he entered He Jiaoyang's license plate number into the delivery and designated driver groups, asking everyone to keep an eye out for the vehicle's whereabouts. The various groups on his phone were perfect for locating people, almost rivaling official tracking systems. Less than 15 minutes after sending the message, a response came. Fan Go, I spotted that car. It was just in front of mine a moment ago, a bright yellow Lamborghini, and now it has turned into the parking lot of a clubhouse. Thanks, brother. Which clubhouse? Lu Fan replied. Zhenixuan, came the response. After reading this message, Lu Fan and Hao Fugui exchanged glances, surprised to hear the name Zhenixuan again. Fugui, you head back first. I'll go to Zhenixuan to meet the young master of the He family, Lu Fan said, turning to Hao Fugui. Fan Gu, that place is quite formidable. It has strong backing, and even those from the city lord's mansion wouldn't dare to cause trouble there. Hao Fugui remarked with a serious expression. Creating too much of a disturbance inside would be hard to handle. Perhaps we should wait until he comes out. I am not going there to cause a ruckus. I merely intend to reason with him. Lu Fan interjected. Fan Gu, do you really seem like the type to reason with others? Hao Fugui paused slightly before continuing. Fan Gu, then I will accompany you. You should not go. Lu Fan replied. That brat made me spend so much on medical expenses. I must have a good reckoning with him. After saying this, Hao Fugui directly sat on the back of Lu Fan's electric bike. The two first went to the place where Hao Fugui had previously fainted, retrieved his electric bike, and continued on to Zhenixuan. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after parking their electric bike, they took a stroll around the parking lot and indeed spotted He Jiayang's car. Subsequently, they changed their clothes and headed towards the lobby of Zhenixuan. Chapter 25. Surprised? Welcome to Zhenixuan. The two rows of tall women in kipayos at the entrance stared at Hao Fugui in astonishment. The atmosphere was heavy with excess, reminiscent of a mummy on the brink of decay, yet there was still a desire to revel in the club's ambience. Lu Xiao, it's a pleasure to see you again. Do you have a reservation for tonight? A professionally attired beauty approached with a smile. It was Huang Huiwen, the same uniformed woman from their last encounter. Upon seeing Hao Fugui, she couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. Is this a joke? Manager Huang, what a coincidence. Lu Fan replied with a beaming smile. Young Master Liang has arranged to meet me. He mentioned discussing a micro-project worth around $1 million. He should be here by now. Young Master Liang? Huang Huiwen paused, momentarily taken aback. Are you referring to the heir of the He family? Who else could have the audacity to summon me for a mere $1 million project? Lu Fan shrugged nonchalantly. My earnings fluctuate around several $100,000 per minute. If it weren't for the He family's reputation, I wouldn't have bothered to make this trip. This pittance wouldn't even cover my fuel costs. Hao Fugui chimed in. Brother Fan, I admire your confidence. Your bravado deserves full marks. You may enter, Lu Xiao. Young Master Liang has been waiting for quite some time, Huang Huiwen said, leading them deeper into the corridor. She held no belief that Lu Fan was genuinely there to discuss any project with He Jiayang. However, she dared not offend him. Following their previous encounter, she had conducted some discreet inquiries into Lu Fan, albeit with limited findings. One undeniable fact emerged. Lu Fan had not only incapacitated Yuan Kuen's formidable aide, Black Panther, but had also ventured unharmed into Yuan Kuen's stronghold. This alone suggested that Lu Fan was no ordinary individual. Moreover, Lan Jie had specifically instructed her to avoid antagonizing Lu Fan should he return to Zhenixuan. She had already begun to suspect that Lu Fan might be seeking trouble with He Jiayang. However, if she failed to guide him, he would undoubtedly react explosively. Thus, it was better to feign ignorance, pretending she knew nothing. It was merely her duty to lead someone seeking He Jiayang. There was nothing amiss in that. After all, He Jiayang was hardly an upstanding character. Many of the club's younger women bore the scars of his indiscretions. A little mischief at his expense didn't seem unwarranted. As for any potential repercussions, that was beyond her concern. After all, in Jiangzhou, there was nothing Zhen Yixuan couldn't handle. Bang, bang, bang. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of an opulent private room, where Huang Huiwen knocked before entering. Lu Fan and Hao Fugui surveyed the interior, where four young gentlemen lounged on a long sofa, each accompanied by two women, their clothing disheveled and faces flushed, clearly having indulged in excess. Additionally, four scantily clad foreign women swayed to the music, their figures voluptuous and enticing. The air was thick with the scent of potent hormones. Just as the three entered the room, He Jiayang, seated at the head of the table, slapped the face of the woman to his right with a resounding smack. You despicable creature, acting all innocent while selling yourself. What is the big deal if I touch you? Do you believe I take you right here and now? You wretched thing, get on your knees immediately and crawl 3 circles around this private room, and maybe I'll spare your miserable life. The young woman covered her cheek, fighting back tears, filled with anger but too afraid to speak. Damn it, are you deaf or mute? Didn't you hear what I said? He Jiaoyang made a move as if to strike again. Master Liang, please calm down. Huang Huiwen called out loudly. Swish. Everyone in the room turned their heads toward the entrance. Upon seeing Hao Fugui's appearance, each person's expression shifted dramatically. Manager Huang, what is going on? Who are these two? He Jiaoyang shouted after a moment of stunned silence. Clearly, he hadn't recognized Hao Fugui at all. This was understandable. The lighting in the room was dim, and Hao Fugui's altered appearance made it difficult to identify him immediately. Master Liang, this is young Master Liu. He mentioned that you had arranged to discuss a project with him. Huang Huiwen explained, gesturing toward Lu Fan. Who the hell are you? When did I ever arrange to discuss any project with you? He Jiaoyang scrutinized Lu Fan. Master Liang, isn't that the guy who delivered the package this afternoon? One of the young men interjected, pointing at Hao Fugui. Hearing this, He Jiaoyang and the other two men took a closer look at Hao Fugui. Damn, it really is him. Another long-haired man exclaimed. Heh, finally recognized me? Hao Fugui grinned widely at them. Didn't he expect to see me again, did you? Surprised? Thrilled? Huang Huiwen, she had guessed correctly. Earlier, when Lu Fan mentioned coming to see He Jiaoyang, she had a faint suspicion that Hao Fugui's injuries might have been caused by He Jiaoyang, and indeed, that was the case. It seemed there might be a bit of trouble tonight. With that thought, she took out her phone and sent a message to Xie Yalan. Damn, you really have no idea how to spell death, do you? He Jiaoyang downed his drink in one gulp. Then, pushing the woman beside him aside, he stood up and walked over, saying, let us hear it. What do you want, coming all the way here to find me? The four foreign women, sensing the tension, quickly turned off the music and retreated to a corner. Don't be nervous, it's nothing serious, Hao Fugui said, taking a drag from his cigarette before pulling out a medical bill and handing it over. It's just that I incurred some minor expenses getting my wounds treated at the hospital. Do you think you could reimburse me? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, all four men burst into laughter. After a good while, He Jiaoyang finally managed to stop laughing and took the bill. With a scornful tear, he shredded it into pieces and blew the scraps into Hao Fugui's face. Are you here to joke around? Get the hell out of here before I lose my temper. Sigh, I was only trying to save you some money. All you had to do was reimburse the amount on that bill, Hao Fugui replied, still wearing his harmless, innocent expression. Yet you tore it apart without even glancing at the numbers, so now I can only say whatever I wish. Do you truly wish for your own demise? He Jiaoyang's expression darkened. I grant you 1 minute. If you do not vanish, I shall break your legs. 1 million. At that moment, Lu Fan calmly interjected. 1 million? He Jiaoyang paused, slightly taken aback. Present 1 million as compensation for my brother, and this matter can be resolved. Lu Fan elaborated. Huang Huiwen finally comprehended why Lu Fan mentioned negotiating a minor project worth millions. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but scrutinize Lu Fan once more. To audaciously extort the heir of the He family, few in Jiangzhou would dare, though they certainly exist. It is essential to note that He Jiaoyang is not only the heir of the He family, but also the son of a notoriously fierce mother. After a brief lull in the private room, He Jiaoyang and his companions burst into laughter once again. 1 million? Are you certain you don't desire 10 million? He Jiaoyang then turned his gaze towards Lu Fan. After speaking, he shifted his tone. What if I refuse? I suggest it would be wise for you to comply. Lu Fan replied indifferently, lest you encounter minor troubles. What minor troubles? He Jiaoyang stepped closer to Lu Fan. Are you saying that if I do not comply, you will strike me? Why not give it a try? Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, a crisp sound of a slap echoed in the ears of everyone present. Chapter 26. Whose aunt is she? Silence. Following that resounding slap, the entire room fell into a profound stillness. Except for Hao Fugui, all others wore expressions of disbelief. Their jaws dropped. A nameless youth had the audacity to openly slap He Jiaoyang? This was utterly insane. Did he truly not fear for his life? You actually dared to hit me? After a considerable pause, He Jiaoyang looked at Lu Fan, enunciating each word. How dare you? At that moment, his expression was grotesquely contorted. Having grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, this was undoubtedly the first time in over 20 years that he had been publicly slapped. Most importantly, the perpetrator was an unknown youth who seemingly emerged from nowhere. This was utterly intolerable. In his heart, He Jiaoyang had already sentenced Lu Fan to a fate worse than death. He was determined to make the other party experience a life more miserable than death. Including Hao Fugui, none of them would leave this place unscathed today. Why should I fear? Lu Fan produced a cigarette, lit it, and took a drag. Kid, do you truly wish for your life to be cut short? A long-haired man approached. Do you know who young Master Liang is? The other two young masters, naturally, were no longer in the mood for frivolities and quickly surrounded Lu Fan. The injuries sustained by my brother involve all three of you, do they not? Lu Fan addressed the trio coolly. Allow me to make myself clear. Each of you should prepare 200,000. Otherwise, you shall not leave this private room today. Even when death looms, one still clings to insolence, truly ignorant and fearless. The long-haired man scoffed. Manager Huang, please escort them out. Lu Fan disregarded the other's taunts. Turning to Huang Huiwen beside him, you all should leave. Huang Huiwen waved her hand towards the group of women. The dozen or so ladies, eager to exit the tense atmosphere, hurried towards the door, while He Jiaoyang and the others made no effort to stop them. Manager Huang, you should also step outside. Lu Fan continued, just pretend you are unaware of this situation. Huang Huiwen responded, how can we pretend ignorance when things have escalated to this point? Her concern was not about the He family causing trouble at Zhenyi, but rather her own professional responsibilities. Zhenyi strictly forbids any fighting within its premises. While she might overlook minor skirmishes, today's incident was decidedly more severe, making it impossible for her to leave. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed Lu Fan. Young Master Lu, it is better to resolve enmity than to escalate it. Could you grant me this favor and allow young Master Liang to apologize and compensate for the medical expenses of 200,000? Impossible. Before she could finish, He Jiaoyang shouted vehemently, you expect me to apologize and pay them? In your dreams. Today, even if the King of Heaven descended, I would still break their legs. Young Master Liang, while there is still room for reconciliation, it would be wise to back down, Huang Huiwen said, her brow furrowing slightly. If it weren't for her duties, she would prefer not to involve herself in He Jiaoyang's troublesome affairs. Among the many young masters in Jiangzhou, He Jiaoyang was one of the least favored by her, and he was indeed due for a reckoning. This matter does not concern you. Stop your incessant prattling here, or I will not hesitate to deal with you too. He Jiaoyang shot her a glare. Do not doubt my words. Do not think that just because you are from Zhenyi, I will not dare to act. Young Master Liang, don't let a few drinks cloud your judgment. Huang Huiwen frowned again. Manager Huang, allow me to handle this. Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. Some individuals must be thoroughly intimidated before they will behave. Otherwise, they will only become more troublesome. Lu Xiao, let it go, his mother is. Huang Huiwen began again. Try it, I dare you. At that moment, He Jiaoyang raised his hand, pointing at Lu Fan and shouting loudly. All right. Lu Fan responded with a smile. Before the words had left his mouth, he stepped forward, grasped He Jiaoyang's index finger, and wrenched it sharply. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and the finger was rendered useless. Ah! He Jiaoyang screamed in abject agony. The torment had only just begun. Before he could catch his breath, a searing pain erupted in his lower abdomen. Instantly, he was sent flying like a rag doll. Crashing heavily beside the tea table, a mouthful of blood sprang forth. Just as he struggled to regain his composure, Lu Fan was already at his side, seizing his hair and slamming his head onto the tea table. Crash! The sturdy glass table shattered, tempered glass scattering across the floor. The entire ordeal transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time others grasped the situation, He Jiaoyang lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog. Blood oozing from his mouth and 2 gaping wounds on his forehead, his visage drenched in crimson. Young Master Liang, a man with long hair, momentarily taken aback, turned to Lu Fan and bellowed, you truly wish to die, don't you? Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by a kick. Before he could rise, Lu Fan picked up a fruit knife from the ground and approached. Thud! In the next instant, Lu Fan's hand wielded the knife, piercing through the back of the long-haired man's hand, the blade embedding itself 3 inches into the ground. Ah! The man let out a piercing scream, his expression grotesque. Hiss! Witnessing this, Huang Huiwen and 2 other young masters collectively inhaled sharply. How ruthless! Huang Huiwen now regretted bringing Lu Fan along. She had not anticipated the severity of his actions. This was a matter of life and death. On the side, Hao Fugue exhibited little change in his expression. Ever since he had witnessed Lu Fan dispatch 3 assassins with ease, such scenes had lost their shock value. As long as Lu Fan did not kill his opponent outright, it seemed normal to him. So do you wish to say something? Lu Fan settled onto the sofa, glancing down at the prostrate He Jiaoyang, his voice nonchalant. Kid, I promise you, I will kill you. He Jiaoyang struggled to sit up on the floor. In Jiangzhou, no one dares to treat me this way. Within 3 days, if I do not eliminate you, I shall take on your surname. It appeared he was not yet cowed. Thus, Lu Fan decided to continue. He bent down to retrieve a fork from the ground, saying, "Let us see how long you can endure. What do you intend to do?" He Jiaoyang's complexion shifted. "Lu Xiao, enough." Huang Huiwen interjected. Not only is he the eldest son of the He family, but his mother is also the aunt of Zhao Yichen. Thud. As her words echoed, Lu Fan had already plunged the fork into He Jiaoyang's thigh, blood gushing forth. Ah! He Jiaoyang once again emitted a heart-wrenching scream. "Manager Huang, what did you just say?" Lu Fan turned to Huang Huiwen, asking, "Who is his mother's aunt?" Huang Huiwen replied, "His mother is the younger sister of the Zhao family head. He is Zhao Yichen's cousin." "Oh, no wonder he is so arrogant. It turns out he has the Zhao family backing him." Lu Fan smiled lightly. He too had not anticipated such a serendipitous connection to the Zhao family. "I swear I will make your life a living hell, not just for you, but for your entire family." He Jiaoyang's expression twisted into a menacing grimace after a brief pause. "You have some backbone," Lu Fan replied with an innocent demeanor. "Then let us proceed." After saying this, he picked up a dining knife from the ground. "This time, you choose your arm or the other leg. Of course, you may opt for your heart. Gambling whether I dare to kill you here. What do you say?" As his words echoed, a chilling aura enveloped him, causing the temperature in the room to plummet dramatically. "You cannot kill me," He Jiaoyang stammered, trembling under the suffocating pressure. "If you kill me, not only will the He family seek revenge, but the Zhao family will not spare you either." At that moment, he was stripped of his earlier bravado, his face a mask of profound terror. He had no doubt that Lu Fan would indeed take his life. "This is terrifying." Lu Fan continued in a calm tone, then shifted his words, "I apologize. But neither the He family nor the Zhao family can intimidate me. Furthermore, even if I were to release you, you would undoubtedly hunt me down. So it is better to eliminate you first, don't you agree? Please, do not kill me. I promise I will not seek revenge." He Jiaoyang pleaded, inching backward. "Enough of this nonsense, let's get on with it," Lu Fan declared, manipulating the knife in his hand. "Please, no?" He Jiaoyang cried out in horror. "Young Master Lu, please stop." At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a graceful figure standing in the doorway, Xie Yalan, accompanied by an elderly man in a long robe. Yalan. Upon seeing Xie Yalan, Huang Huiwen felt a wave of relief wash over her. The events of the night had spiraled beyond her control, and she feared how to handle it if Yalan did not arrive soon. "Yalan, save me." He Jiaoyang scrambled toward the entrance, the floor slick with blood, exuding a nauseating stench. "I am terrified. Young Master Lu, could you grant me this favor? Let us put an end to this matter for today." Xie Yalan glanced at He Jiaoyang before turning her attention to Lu Fan. "Yalan, I apologize, but it is not a matter of me lacking respect for you." Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. "These individuals have severely injured my brother, who lay on the operating table for 5 or 6 hours while several esteemed doctors toiled away, nearly facing death. This situation must be addressed. Is the injury truly that severe? How could I be unaware of this? What happened?" Xie Yalan inquired, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. "Originally, it was not a significant issue. They could have compensated a bit, and we would have moved on," Lu Fan recounted succinctly. "You are truly outrageous." Xie Yalan glared at He Jiaoyang before returning her gaze to Lu Fan. "Young Master Lu, while he deserves punishment, his crimes do not warrant death. He has already suffered greatly at your hands. Let him compensate your brother and call it a day. You may be fearless when it comes to He Jia, but the Zhao family is not to be trifled with. Escalating matters will serve you no benefit." "Huh, the Zhao family does not intimidate me," Lu Fan shrugged in response. "You greatly overestimate yourself while underestimating the Zhao family." Xie Yalan frowned once more. Although she was aware that Lu Fan was certainly no ordinary individual, she did not believe he possessed the strength to contend with the Zhao family. She understood the Zhao family better than anyone present. In Jiangzhou, apart from Zhenyi Xuan, the Zhao family regarded no one with any significance, possessing such power. To her, Lu Fan's words were merely a manifestation of ignorance and reckless bravado. "Sister Lan seems to hold the Zhao family in high regard?" Lu Fan continued to smile. "A touch of confidence in youth is not a detriment. Yet excessive arrogance can lead to folly." The elder in the robe spoke. "Do you comprehend what the Zhao family signifies?" "Not quite. Why don't you enlighten me?" Lu Fan replied with a calm smile. "Let me put it this way," the elder responded. in Jiangzhou. If the Zhao family truly wishes for someone to vanish silently from this world, it is undoubtedly a trivial matter, regardless of who that individual may be. Is that so? Lu Fan queried with a smile. If the Zhao family desired to eliminate someone from Zhenishuan, could they accomplish it? Hao Fuguwei interjected, Brother Fan, can we refrain from posing such sensitive inquiries? You are merely stirring the pot. Lu Xiao, I have said all I can. Whether you heed my words is entirely your choice. A flicker of displeasure crossed Xie Yalan's face. The events that transpired within this private room I can overlook. Yet I will not tolerate further disturbances. Your grievances may be settled outside of Zhenishuan. Just then, her phone rang, and upon glancing at it, her expression shifted slightly. Simultaneously, her icy gaze swept over the two young gentlemen who accompanied He Jiaoyang. Subsequently, she pressed the answer button and inquired, Chen Xiao, hello. What prompts you to call me today? It was evident that the call was from Zhao Yichen, likely a report from the other two young gentlemen. Unbeknownst to her what Zhao Yichen mentioned on the other end, Xie Yalan responded, Very well, please hold for a moment. After saying this, she handed the phone to Lu Fan. Chen Xiao wishes to speak with you. Will you take the call? Which Chen Xiao? Lu Fan countered. Zhao Yichen. Xie Yalan replied. She was aware that Lu Fan was feigning ignorance, yet she could not be bothered to dwell on it. In her view, Lu Fan had begun to overstep. Had it not been for Yi Zhenhong's reputation, she would never have entertained such lengthy discourse with him. To her astonishment, the illustrious first young master of Jiangzhou would deign to call me. I am utterly flabbergasted. Lu Fan took the phone and spoke with a smile. Is this not precisely what you desired? The voice of Zhao Yichen echoed from the receiver. You are deliberately antagonizing Jiaoyang. Are you not hoping for me to intervene? Young Master Zhao, you are unjustly accusing me. Initially, I had no inkling he was your cousin, Lu Fan replied. After a brief pause, he added, Of course. Had I known earlier, he might have already set out. Upon hearing his words, the others present were rendered speechless. This individual truly exhibited no fear of Jiangzhou's foremost young master. How audacious! Although Zhao Yichen belonged to the third generation of the Zhao family, those who merely perceived him as a spoiled heir were gravely mistaken. Even without the title of the Zhao family's young master, his capabilities in all respects would certainly preclude him from being an ordinary person. Lu Fan, I advise you to maintain a low profile, Zhao Yichen intoned gravely, or you may find yourself oblivious to your own demise one day. Huh? May I report you for intimidation? Lu Fan chuckled lightly. Do not assume I jest. You should be aware of my capabilities. Zhao Yichen retorted. You truly lack grace. All I did was place a green hat upon you, and you resorted to hiring assassins against me. Such a base tactic. Lu Fan laughed once more. Upon hearing this, He Jiaoyang and the others simultaneously turned their gazes toward Lu Fan, their faces painted with astonishment. So it was you all along. Those three worthless fools are indeed dead. I underestimated you. Zhao Yichen on the other end of the line momentarily froze. He had been unable to reach the three assassins for days. Initially believing they had absconded with the money, but later suspecting they had fallen victim to Lu Fan. His suspicions were now confirmed. If you wish to employ more sophisticated methods, I shall oblige. Zhao Yichen continued coldly. By the way, I have heard you live with a little ant. Is that correct? Hearing Zhao Yichen's words, a chilling aura erupted from Lu Fan, his gaze sharpening like a blade. You would do well to avoid courting death. Chapter 28. Yuan Kuan encountered misfortune half an hour later. Lu Fan and Hao Fuguwei emerged from the entrance of the club. As for He Jiaoyang and the others, Lu Fan had no intention of truly harming them. In the end, He Jiaoyang transferred 1 million to Hao Fuguwei, and with the additional 600,000 from the other three, his account swelled by 160,000. For Hao Fuguwei, this sum was almost a fortune. Having lived for over 20 years, he had never seen so much money. This time, he was adamant about not accepting such a large amount, lamenting and insisting on sending Lu Fan 100,000. Unable to dissuade him, Lu Fan reluctantly retrieved his phone to send him his account details, only to discover that it had inexplicably run out of battery. Hao Fuguwei had no choice but to temporarily relent. Brother Fan, He Jiaoyang will not let this go easily. He will surely take further action, Hao Fuguwei remarked as they approached the electric scooter. Indeed, Lu Fan nodded. You should be cautious in the time to come. To him, someone like He Jiaoyang was easily disregarded. His thoughts were consumed by Zhao Yichen. The latter had specifically mentioned his little ant on the phone, which undoubtedly held greater significance than mere chatter. While Lu Fan was not intimidated by Zhao Yichen, he was aware of the need for vigilance, as his adversary remained concealed in the shadows. Brother Fan, do you think Zhao Yiqin will hire assassins to target my aunt? A flicker of concern passed over Hao Fugui's face. Let us see how many lives he has. Lu Fan's gaze narrowed slightly. After speaking, he continued, Come, let us return. I have asked my aunt to prepare a late-night snack for us. Really? How wonderful. It has been ages since I last enjoyed my aunt's late-night treats. They are simply delectable. Hao Fugui nearly drooled at the thought. After a brief pause, he added, But first, Brother Fan, you must accompany me to the supermarket. I cannot visit my aunt empty-handed. As if implying he had never gone empty-handed before, Lu Fan retorted, showing no regard for his pride. Hey, back then, I simply lacked the funds. Now that I have some money, I certainly cannot show up empty-handed. Hao Fugui grinned widely. Enough of the chatter, let us go. Lu Fan interrupted him. What do you need to buy at this late hour? We can do it another time. Thus, the two of them rode their bicycles toward the urban village. After approximately half an hour, they veered off the main road into a side street. Just as they had traveled less than 100 meters further, a disheveled woman stumbled towards them. Her hair was in disarray, and she bore numerous injuries, with cuts on her arms and waist. Moreover, a couple of figures clad in black, a man and a woman, were rapidly pursuing her, each wielding a butterfly knife. At first glance, Lu Fan thought the woman looked somewhat familiar. However, due to the dim streetlights and her hair obscuring half her face, he could not ascertain whether she was someone he knew. Brother Fan, don't you think that woman resembles the beauty we saw at Lord Cohen's the other day? Hao Fugui remarked after scrutinizing her. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan finally recalled. The woman was indeed Yi Ji, the one who was with Yuan Cohen. Why was she here at such a late hour? It was evident she was being chased. Young Master Lu, please hurry and save Lord Cohen. At this moment, Yi Ji had nearly reached them. From her tone, it seemed she had come specifically to find Lu Fan. What has happened to Lord Cohen? Lu Fan's brow furrowed slightly. Don't meddle if you wish to live. Leave immediately, shouted the pursuing man, who had caught up with them. Who are they? Lu Fan inquired further, looking at Yi Ji. They are from Buddha Yi. Yi Ji replied after a brief pause. Lu Fan's pupils constricted slightly. Buddha Yi has made a move against Lord Cohen? He had not anticipated that Buddha Yi would strike at Yuan Cohen first. He had originally thought they would come after him. You deaf, boy? I'm talking to you. The muscular man had approached them closely. 1 minute. If you do not leave, you will die? Lu Fan cast a glance at him. Ignorant fool. As the man spoke, he brandished his butterfly knife and charged forward. Let me send you on your way. Idiot. Lu Fan's expression hardened as he stepped forward to meet him. Die. The muscular man, now in close proximity, showed no hesitation, swiftly aiming a blade towards Lu Fan's throat. He possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities, estimating that a mere encounter would leave Lu Fan incapacitated. Yet, he soon realized the absurdity of his assumptions. The butterfly knife halted a mere fist's distance from Lu Fan's throat, and no matter the force exerted, it could not advance even an inch further. In the next moment, a sharp crack resonated from his wrist, bones fracturing entirely as the butterfly knife slipped from his grip. Ah! The man's expression twisted in pain as he cried out. Just as his voice trailed off, Lu Fan seized the butterfly knife and swiftly drew it across the man's throat, a spray of blood erupting forth. With a gurgle, the man fell, convulsing a few times before life departed him. Ming. Upon witnessing the man on the ground, the woman clad in combat attire was engulfed in sorrow. As she spoke, her figure flickered and she charged forward, an aura of murderous intent surrounding her. You scoundrel, I shall avenge him. Her wrists twisted, unleashing a flurry of sharp glints aimed at Lu Fan, her prowess evidently surpassing that of the previous man. However, she had misjudged her opponent. To Lu Fan, her strength was scarcely above that of an average individual. As she approached, Lu Fan deftly sidestepped the blade's trajectory with minimal movement and delivered a sweeping punch toward her head. The woman, taken aback by his astonishing reaction speed, momentarily froze before hastily raising her hand to block. With a crack, Lu Fan's seemingly ordinary punch concealed an explosive force that shattered her arm, causing her to collide heavily with her own head. She staggered sideways for several paces, dazed and spitting a mouthful of blood. Before she could fully regain her senses, Lu Fan had already closed the distance, sending her hurtling backward as if struck by a vehicle. She crashed to the ground several meters away, her ribs shattered, leaving her with no hope of survival. Who are you? The woman managed to utter a few words before her head tilted and she fell silent, her expression one of profound shock. She had never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent in Jiangzhou, one capable of taking her life in an instant. In her final moments, concern for the Buddha arose in her heart. She realized she had likely provoked the wrong individual. What transpired? Lu Fan turned to Yi Ji and inquired. Quan Yi is at the Tiangong Club, Yi Ji responded, succinctly recounting the events. That evening, the Buddha had invited Yuan Quan to dine and discuss matters at the Tiangong Club, a stronghold of the formidable Tianlang in the northern district of Jiangzhou. Sensing a potential trap, Yuan Quan had deliberately instructed Yi Ji to remain behind. He took with him his advisor, a rhinoceros, and 4 associates to the banquet. Approximately an hour ago, Yi Ji received a message from Yuan Quan, which simply stated, "Find Lu Xiao." Upon reading this, she instinctively knew something had gone awry, but her attempts to return the call went unanswered. Subsequently, without a moment's hesitation, Yi Ji swiftly dialed Lu Fan's number, only to be met with the disheartening notification that his phone was turned off. Fortunately, Yuan Kuan had previously arranged for someone to investigate Lu Fan's residence. So after putting away her phone, Yi Ji set off towards the urban village, uncertain whether Lu Fan would be home, relying solely on chance. As she stepped out of the club's entrance, she spotted the same man and woman descending from a vehicle. The two parties quickly engaged in conflict, and with the valiant assistance of her comrades, she managed to extricate herself and make her way over. However, before she could locate Lu Fan, she was once again pursued by the two individuals. "Where's your vehicle?" Lu Fan inquired, casting a glance at Yi Ji. "It's the large one at the intersection," Yi Ji replied, handing the car keys to Lu Fan. "Fugaway, you and she should handle the situation here, then go find my aunt," Lu Fan instructed after accepting the keys. "Brother Fan, should we take her to the hospital to treat her wounds?" Hao Fugaway asked, eyeing the bloodied Yi Ji. "I'm fine, there's no need for a hospital," Yi Ji interrupted. "My aunt will take care of it," Lu Fan added in agreement. As soon as the words left his mouth, they were already 100 meters away. Boom. Shortly after, a thunderous roar erupted as the vehicle sped off at breakneck speed. Chapter 29. The Insatiable Heart. The Tiangong Club was not exceedingly distant from the urban village, merely a 20-minute drive. Given that it was nighttime and traffic had eased considerably, with Lu Fan's speed, he would arrive in less than 10 minutes. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the Tiangong Club, Yuan Kuan lay slumped on the floor, drenched in blood, with 2 or 3 dozen wounds adorning his body. The most severe was a deep gash on his lower back. His complexion was as pale as wax, and his gaze was vacant. Nearby, the rhino lay prostrate, its life hanging by a thread, blood continuously oozing from its mouth. Additionally, not far from the two, 4 men lay lifeless, Yuan Kuan's companions, now devoid of breath. Surrounding them stood 30 or so robust men, each wielding a machete stained with blood. Within the confines of the hall, 3 men sat at a table. The central figure, a man in his 50s or 60s clad in a black robe, possessed a piercing gaze and an unfriendly demeanor, surrounded by an aura of formidable energy. To his left sat a burly man in his 40s, muscular and also brandishing a machete. This man was none other than the underworld boss of the northern district of Jiangzhou, the Wolf of Heaven. Seated to the right of the elderly man was Yuan Kuan's advisor. "He Qian, you treacherous old wretch, may you meet a terrible fate." The rhino glared at Yuan Kuan's advisor, teeth clenched. "Rhino, if I were you, I would remain silent," He Qian retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the rhino. "What you should be contemplating now is whether to submit with your men to me or accompany Kuan to the afterlife." "Huh." The rhino spat out a mouthful of blood. "You'd best kill me swiftly. Otherwise, should I escape this calamity, I shall surely bring ruin upon your entire family. Rhino, it would be wise for you to heed my warning. I spare your life solely out of respect for your remaining vitality, so do not tempt fate." Tianlang ignited a cigar and took a deep draw. "If you are a man, grant me a swift end," Rhino exclaimed in anger. "Do you truly desire death?" Tianlang inquired coldly. "Stop your incessant prattle," Rhino roared. "Since the day I embarked on this path, I have never anticipated a peaceful conclusion. 18 years later, I am still a valiant rhino." Yuan Kuan, after a brief moment of contemplation, gestured towards Rhino. Turning to He Quan, he remarked, "Master, I believe I have treated you fairly. Grant me a reason?" In truth, he had long harbored suspicions that this advisor was no longer entirely loyal to him. Thus, for several months, he had excluded the other from numerous matters. This included the situation with Lu Fan. During their last clandestine meeting, Lu Fan had brandished a partial blade. and only Yi Ji accompanied him. Consequently, He Quan remained unaware of the blade's origin and Lu Fan's prowess. Otherwise, in the office of Chao Hongning, he would not have attempted to impede Lu Fan. However, Yuan Kuan believed he had been reasonably cordial to He Quan, and even if the latter harbored ulterior motives, he presumed they would not escalate excessively. Little did he know that the individual who would deliver the most fatal blow that night was indeed He Quan. As the seven of them entered the club's main hall and encountered Tian Lang and the elderly man in black, He Quan seized the opportunity to plunge a knife into Yuan Kuan's lower back when he was unawares. Given his skill, even if he could not best the opponent, escaping with his life would have been plausible. That strike severely injured him, and the outcome was inevitable. There was no particularly compelling rationale. If one were to extract a reason, it would be that Director Chao offered me 10 million to take action, He Quan stated nonchalantly. Is that so? Yuan Kuan replied with a cold laugh. Allow me to elaborate. A few months prior, you met a woman named Xiao at the club, and subsequently, she moved into a 3-bedroom apartment that you specifically procured for her. She was sent by Lord Buddha to draw near to you, was she not? Under her whispered influence. You met privately with Lord Buddha several times. Lord Buddha has long sought to exert complete control over me, yet he recognizes the difficulty of this endeavor. Thus, he requires a more obedient individual to oversee the Eastern District. You claim Director Chao provided you with 10 million to act, and I believe that. However, he merely sparked the flame, while your true aim is my position. Am I mistaken? Water flows downhill, and man aspires upwards, a timeless truth. I desire the position of the Eastern District's overseer. Is that problematic? He Quan did not deny it. No issue. Yuan Kuan shook his head and added, however, you are overly presumptuous. You have no comprehension of Lord Buddha's character. What are you insinuating? He Quan continued. In his youth, Lord Buddha was nearly betrayed by his most trusted confidant, which almost cost him his life. Yuan Kuan paused before speaking again. Thus, from that moment forward, he ceased to place his trust in anyone, particularly those who betrayed their master. You are my advisor, yet you stab me in the back. Do you truly believe the Buddha can elevate you to the position of the East District's overseer? You need not concern yourself with that. He Qian furrowed his brow slightly before speaking. If you perish, no one is more suited for that position than I. Before he could finish his words, the elderly figure clad in black swiftly turned his wrist, and a dagger lunged toward He Qian's neck. Sensing the impending danger, He Qian's pupils constricted in an instant. Evasion was futile, and he could only instinctively raise his hand in defense. However, despite his considerable prowess, the black-clad elder's strength far surpassed his own. Moreover, the attack came unexpectedly, leaving him with no chance of resistance. With a sickening plunge, the dagger pierced He Qian's neck, burying itself deep, and blood gushed forth. Subsequently, He Qian, along with his chair, collapsed onto the floor, his complexion paling instantly as blood pooled around him. Struggling to speak, he instinctively pressed his hand against the gaping wound. Lord Kuan was not entirely mistaken. The black-clad elder replied coolly. The Buddha has harbored a lifelong hatred for those who betray their masters. From the day you pledged your loyalty to him, your fate was sealed. Gulp. He Qian opened his mouth, and a torrent of blood surged forth, followed by a series of convulsions as he breathed his last. In that fleeting moment of demise, a flicker of regret stirred within him. Had he not harbored such grand ambitions and remained by Yuan Kuan's side, perhaps he could have met a more favorable end. Yet now, he had gained nothing and met his end in vain. The insatiable human heart devours like a serpent. Elder Eagle, shall we hasten to escort Lord Kuan? Tian Lang turned to the black-clad elder and spoke. I have arranged for a pair of Twin University students to await you in the upstairs room. After you finish with Lord Kuan, you may ascend to unwind. There is no rush. The black-clad elder replied, casting his gaze toward Yuan Kuan. If I am not mistaken, you must have sent out a distress signal earlier, correct? I am quite curious as to whom you expect to come to your aid. Guess. At that moment, a voice resonated at the door. In the next instant, Lu Fan strolled in. Chapter 30. Strength that inspires despair with a swish. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned their attention to the entrance. Who are you? The black-clad elder inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. Unfamiliar with me? Lu Fan replied nonchalantly. Did you not wish for me to vanish in Jiangzhou? Have you not even seen my photograph? The black-clad elder momentarily faltered. It's you? He could hardly fathom why Yuan Kuan had summoned Lu Fan. It bewildered him. What purpose could a mere delivery man serve? save for adding another head to their collection. After a brief pause, he turned to Yuan Kun. You cannot possibly expect a delivery man to rescue you, can you? Pray for your own salvation. Yuan Kun cast a sympathetic glance at the other party before turning to Lu Fan. I apologize, young Master Lu, for making you come all this way. He is the only one who truly understands your prowess. Despite the considerable number of adversaries present, including the formidable eagle and the cunning wolf, he was acutely aware that they stood no chance. Their objective was me. I have implicated you. Lu Fan interjected. He was well aware that Buddha's decision to strike against Yuan Kun at this juncture was, to some extent, linked to him. The adversaries had instructed Yuan Kun to vanish from Jianggo, yet instead of complying, he had sided with Lu Fan during the incident at Hongning Group, undoubtedly incurring Buddha's displeasure. Young Master Lu, what about Yi Ji? Yuan Kun continued to inquire. Based on his understanding of Buddha, once a move was made, Yi Ji would certainly not be spared. Rest assured, she is safe, Lu Fan assured him. Thank you, young Master Lu. Yuan Kun expressed his gratitude. Where's Buddha? Is he absent? Lu Fan scanned the surroundings before directing his question to Yuan Kun. Upon entering, he had initially believed the elderly man in black to be Buddha, but quickly dismissed that notion. The man lacked the commanding aura of a long-established leader, merely an underling at best. Buddha has not made an appearance today, Yuan Kun replied, gesturing towards the man in black. He is an associate of Buddha, quite skilled. Merely an ant. Lu Fan retorted. You should rest for a moment. I shall take you out shortly. Heh, quite the bravado. Wolf coldly chuckled, turning to the man in black. Eagle, who exactly is this young man? He was unfamiliar with Lu Fan, having not been involved in the matter concerning Yi Jihan. I will explain later. The man in black stood up, his gaze fixed on Lu Fan. I am rather intrigued. What is it about you that compels a hard-nosed individual like Yuan Kun to heed your every word? His curiosity was piqued. He understood well the nature of Yuan Kun. Buddha had long desired to recruit him, yet after all these years, he had not succeeded. Previously, he had pressed a knife to Yuan Kun's throat, demanding to know what had transpired that day and why Lu Fan had been allowed to leave his establishment unharmed. Yet, Yuan Kun had resolutely refused to divulge anything. You will soon find out. Lu Fan interrupted the elder's discourse. He then surveyed the assembly of adversaries. Everyone, listen closely. I shall speak only once. You have 1 minute. Those willing to sever a limb may depart alive, otherwise death awaits. Ha ha. Wolf erupted in laughter. Kid, from where did you spring forth? Your arrogance knows no bounds. The other burly men regarded Lu Fan with expressions of disbelief, as if he were a fool. They could not fathom the audacity that allowed him to speak so brazenly. 30 seconds remaining. Lu Fan continued. Kid, do you not realize that boasting could lead to your downfall? A man near the entrance shouted, raising his machete and charging at Lu Fan. In the blink of an eye, a chilling gleam flashed as a blade descended towards Lu Fan's head. With a resounding crack, the mountain-splitting knife halted midway. As the man wielding it suddenly felt a searing pain in his chest. Before he could react, both he and the weapon were hurled away, crashing onto the floor not far off. His sternum shattered completely, and a torrent of blood gushed from his mouth. Soon after, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Witnessing this scene, the others froze momentarily. Time's up. Lu Fan spoke again, his tone unwavering. If you desire death so earnestly, then let it be as you wish. Tianlang raised the mountain-splitting knife in a furious roar, commanding, attack. Slay him. Kill. The chorus of 30 to 40 men erupted simultaneously as they charged towards Lu Fan. Ants. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. As his words echoed, he took several large strides to confront the foremost assailant. Dodging the man's blade with a deft sidestep, he seized the mountain-splitting knife from his grasp. With a swift motion, before the man could comprehend the situation, Lu Fan's knife had already sliced through his throat. The man's eyes widened in shock, pupils dilating rapidly, before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. After dispatching that foe, Lu Fan surged into the throng, akin to a wolf among sheep. His afterimage flickered, and the blade glinted menacingly. The entire ordeal was concluded in under 3 minutes, leaving all 30 to 40 adversaries sprawled on the ground, half dead, half wounded. The hall's floor was strewn with severed limbs, blood splattered everywhere, and anguished cries filled the air, rendering the scene a veritable purgatory. Not far away, the already weakened rhino retched, expelling a mixture of blood and vomit. Though Tianlang managed to keep his composure, his stomach churned violently, and had he not restrained himself, he too would have succumbed to the nausea. They were indeed seasoned denizens of the underworld, having witnessed many deaths and prided themselves on their extensive experience. Few scenarios could truly frighten them. Yet, confronted with the carnage before them, they realized what it meant for the small to encounter the great. It was utterly horrifying. "It's your turn," Lu Fan said, his body smeared with blood as he turned his gaze towards Tianlang and the cloaked elder. "Will you settle this yourselves? Or shall I assist you? Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him." Tianlang, forcing himself to remain calm, rested the mountain-splitting knife against Yuan Kuen's shoulder. A look of deep apprehension etched on his face. "I truly underestimated you," the cloaked elder retorted coldly. "I shall have a go at you." With that, he swiftly lunged at Lu Fan, his hands adopting an eagle claw stance, striking out towards Lu Fan's throat. In terms of speed and strength, he was reasonably competent, creating a gust of wind with his movements. This time, Lu Fan chose not to engage directly. Instead, he evaded the elder's onslaught. The elder showed no signs of relenting, pausing only briefly before continuing his attack. "Eagle Master, do not hold back. Kill him," Tianlang shouted from behind, originally teetering on the brink of despair. Hope flickered in his heart as he witnessed the cloaked elder managing to keep Lu Fan at bay. Indeed, one cannot deny the extraordinary prowess of those who stand by the Buddha's side. Slightly exhilarated, he abandoned the notion of taking Yuan Kuen hostage, brandishing his machete as he charged towards Lu Fan and his companion, intent on providing assistance to the elder, seeking a swift resolution. Whoosh! However, just as he departed from Yuan Kuen, the machete in Lu Fan's hand whirled towards him with alarming speed. "Damn!" the wolf could not help but exclaim. Although he sensed the impending danger, it was evidently too late to evade. He could only watch in horror as the blade grew larger in his vision. Sizzle! Before he could finish his exclamation, the blade flashed past his throat, and he collapsed straight down, blood pooling around him. In that fleeting moment of expiration, a realization dawned upon him. Lu Fan's apparent struggle under the eagle's dominance was likely a ruse, designed to lower his guard, allowing Lu Fan the opportunity to rescue Yuan Kuen. And indeed, the reality aligned with his suspicions. With a single stroke dispatching the wolf, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, without any flourish, delivered a punch directly to the elder's chest. The elder's pupils contracted, and without time for further contemplation, he quickly crossed his arms in defense. Bang! Lu Fan's fist, along with the elder's arms, collided forcefully against his chest, shattering the elder's arm in the process, sending him tumbling several meters away. Blood spewing from his mouth. Before the elder could rise, Lu Fan was upon him, launching a kick. "Spare me!" The elder's spirit fled in terror. Crack! In the next instant, a sharp sound emanated from his neck, his head drooping to one side as he met the king of hell. Hiss! Observing this, the slightly recuperated rhinoceros involuntarily gasped, reflecting on his initial encounter with Lu Fan. When he had boasted of severing Lu Fan's limbs, he suddenly felt like a mere fool. "Thank you, young Master Lu, for saving my life." Yuan Kuen struggled to rise from the ground. "What happened to him?" Lu Fan inquired, gesturing towards He Quan's lifeless body. "He brought this upon himself." Yuan Kuen succinctly recounted the situation. As anticipated, after listening to his account, Lu Fan nodded slightly. He had sensed something amiss during their previous encounter in Chao Hongning's office. His instincts had proven correct. "Are there others in the club?" Lu Fan continued. "There should be no one left. The club was not open to the public tonight," Yuan Kuen replied, shaking his head. "The staff cleared out long ago. Call your people to manage the scene," Lu Fan instructed. "Understood." Yuan Kuen moved to the bar, picking up the landline to make the call. Approximately half an hour later, a minibus and a refrigerated truck arrived at the club's entrance, followed by a procession of 20 to 30 individuals. "The remaining matters are in your hands." Lu Fan turned to Yuan Kuen. "The Buddha will not relent. You and Yi Ji should find a place to take refuge with your people and re-emerge after some time." "Understood." Yuan Kuen nodded. "Chao Hongning has sent someone to handle the matter. He has already been given a chance. If he insists on courting disaster, then let him have his way," Lu Fan remarked. "Understood." Yuan Kuen nodded once more. 2 minutes later, Lu Fan continued to issue a few more instructions before taking his leave. The following day, neither Lu Fan nor Hao Fugue reported to work. At noon, Lu Fan, accompanied by his aunt, hailed a taxi and arrived at the entrance of an upscale restaurant. The reason for their visit was that Hao Fugue was adamant about treating the two to a meal. Unable to refuse him, Lu Fan acquiesced. taking the opportunity to take his aunt out for a stroll as well. Hao Fugui's desire to host this meal stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, as he himself put it, having lived for over 20 years, he was curious about the culinary delights offered at a restaurant where the average expenditure exceeded 1,000. Now that he had the means, he was determined to experience it at least once. Secondly, this gathering served as his apprenticeship banquet, although his mentor was not Lu Fan, but rather Lu Ziqing. Hao Fugui had stayed up until 3 or 4 in the morning, entranced by Lu Ziqing's teachings on the fundamentals of martial arts. It was only today that he realized he had grossly underestimated her capabilities. "Aunt, are you truly planning to take Fugui as your disciple?" Lu Fan asked with a smile after they alighted from the vehicle. "I'm merely helping him get started. It hardly qualifies as taking on a disciple." Lu Ziqing replied with a charming smile. "Thank you, Aunt." Lu Fan returned her smile, adding, "To receive your guidance is a fortune that Fugui could only dream of." He understood that his aunt's willingness to mentor Hao Fugui was meant to alleviate his burdens. As he had stated, for Hao Fugui to receive personal instruction from his aunt was indeed an extraordinary blessing. In certain circles, this was a dream coveted by many. As for the Buddha and the Wu family, there is currently little to worry about, but we must remain vigilant regarding Zhao Yichen, Lu Ziqing remarked, shifting the topic with another smile. "He is merely testing you with underhanded tactics. It is likely that he will soon employ a combination of both legitimate and illicit means." "Rest assured, Aunt, I am well aware." Lu Fan nodded. He had surmised that Zhao Yichen, if not foolish, would not persist in solely using underworld methods against him. "Do not be overly complacent," Lu Ziqing cautioned. "Often, the legitimate realm can be far more insidious than the underworld, as you should have experienced firsthand." Indeed, Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. His aunt's words resonated deeply with him. He had indeed felt this truth. When power in the legitimate realm is abused, its impact can far exceed that of the underworld. It can label one as guilty or innocent at will, declaring one's guilt even when innocent, and vice versa. His current predicament was a direct result of the misuse of state machinery. "Aunt, Brother Fan, you have arrived." At that moment, Hao Fugui joyfully emerged from the restaurant lobby. "Fugui, this is a bit extravagant. This place is not inexpensive," Lu Ziqing remarked with a smile. "Hee, it's a rare occasion." Hao Fugui broke into a grin, saying, "Aunt, just order whatever you like with Fango. Money is no object." He looked down on such ostentatious displays of wealth. Lu Fan chuckled in response. "Haven't you ever heard that saying? When life is good, one must not be complacent. Do not let the wine cup face the moon empty." Lu Fan's lips twitched slightly. "Perhaps you should refrain from misusing poetic verses." With a chuckle, Hao Fugui led the two into the dining hall. Before long, the trio settled into a booth by the window. "Good afternoon, esteemed guests. What would you like to eat?" A uniformed waiter approached with a professional smile. "Aunt, would you like to see the menu?" Hao Fugui inquired of Lu Ziqing. "No need. I am not picky about food. Just order 3 or 4 dishes." "No need to waste," Lu Ziqing replied. "That simply won't do. We've made the effort to come here. We cannot settle for less." After saying this, Hao Fugui turned to the waiter. "I won't bother with the menu. Just bring us one of each of your 6 most expensive dishes. And a bottle of high-end red wine." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's lips twitched again. "Fugui, do you have any idea how much that will cost?" "Fear not, Fango. No matter how expensive, it won't break the bank, and we are not short on funds." Hao Fugui took a large sip from his teacup, embodying the persona of a nouveau riche. The total for the 6 most expensive dishes would amount to around 100,000. The waiter smiled and responded, "Well, sir." Hao Fugui sputtered, nearly spraying the waiter with tea. "What did you say? 100,000 for 6 dishes? Are you robbing us?" The waiter maintained a professional smile. "Sir, please don't jest. Our prices are clearly marked, and we are honest in our dealings. Additionally, our high-end red wines range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. May I inquire which one you prefer?" Coughing, Hao Fugui was so taken aback that tears welled in his eyes. Lu Ziqing couldn't help but laugh at Hao Fugui's reaction. After 5 minutes, Lu Fan casually ordered a few home-style dishes and a bottle of red wine priced at 300 to 500, then instructed the waiter to leave. Given their former status, he and his aunt had dined on far more extravagant fare. Home-style dishes were simply more comfortable. "Aunt." At that moment, a melodious female voice chimed in. "Are you all dining here as well?" The trio turned to see that the speaker was Yi Jihan, accompanied by another beautiful woman whose looks and demeanor were nearly comparable to hers. "Is that her?" Recognizing the other woman, Both Lu Fan and Hao Fugui were momentarily stunned. The other beauty was none other than Bai Shixian, the vice president of Jiangzhou First People's Hospital. Today, she wore a tailored royal blue gown complemented by a pair of pointed stilettos. Long, flowing waves of hair cascaded to one side, adorned with a gem necklace that graced her delicate neck, while in her hand, she carried the latest luxury handbag. Upon removing her white coat, she revealed herself as a stunning beauty. Xiaohan, what a coincidence. Lu Ziqing smiled and greeted Yi Jihan. Shixian is off work today, so I'm accompanying her for a stroll. We happened to be passing by and I felt a bit hungry, hence we came in, Yi Jihan replied with a smile. After speaking, she turned to Lu Fan and asked, are you free today? Don't you have to work? One must eat, after all. Lu Fan shrugged in response. I thought you didn't need to eat. Yi Jihan shot him an exasperated glance. She had invited this scoundrel countless times, only to hear him insist that he was too busy earning a living to have time for meals. It turned out he merely lacked the time to dine with her. Is it really you two? Meanwhile, Bai Shixian, standing nearby, looked at Lu Fan and his companion in surprise. She truly hadn't anticipated encountering them here. Weren't these two the ones reluctant to pay for their hospital bills, eager to be discharged? How could they afford to indulge in such an upscale restaurant? Shixian, do you know Lu Fan? Yi Jihan asked, momentarily taken aback. Lu Ziqing also cast a curious glance at Lu Fan. Miss Yi, allow me to clarify. Hao Fugui grinned and recounted the hospital events in broad strokes. After concluding, he turned to Yi Jihan and added, Miss Yi, I didn't realize you were friends with Director Bai. Had I known, I would have called you yesterday to ask for a favor on my behalf. Bai Shixian interjected. Are hospital visits subject to bargaining? So it's Director Bai? Lu Ziqing smiled at Bai Shixian. Seeing is believing. Director Bai truly deserves her reputation as a medical genius in Jiangzhou. To be so young and yet such a beauty. What a pleasure to meet you. Too kind. Bai Shixian slightly bowed and then turned to Yi Jihan, inquiring, Jihan, who is this? Although it was her first meeting with Lu Ziqing, she shared Yi Jihan's intuition that this woman was no ordinary individual. Despite her simple attire and lack of ostentation, she exuded an undeniable aura of nobility that was impossible to conceal. Having come from a prominent family herself, Bai Shixian had encountered many influential figures and possessed the discernment to recognize them. However, she found it perplexing why someone of such stature would associate with Lu Fan and Hao Fugui, and their relationship seemed rather amicable. I am Lu Fan's aunt, and I share the same surname. Lu Ziqing smiled before Yi Jihan could respond. Aunt. Bai Shixian was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected Lu Ziqing to be Lu Fan's aunt. Upon hearing Yi Jihan address her as aunt, she had assumed it was a relative of Yi Jihan. Her mind momentarily short-circuited, making it difficult to connect Lu Ziqing and Lu Fan. Lu Fan had left a rather unimpressive first impression on her yesterday, displaying somewhat frivolous behavior and a casual manner of speech typical of someone from a lower socioeconomic background. What? Doesn't he seem like it? Lu Fan smiled faintly. Would you like to see my ID? He was well aware of the thoughts swirling in the other person's mind. His demeanor and behavior bore no resemblance to that of his aunt, and it was only natural for the other party to harbor doubts. Mr. Lu jested. I was merely taken aback. Bai Shixian furrowed her delicate brows and responded, Aunt, have you heard of Director Bai before? At this moment, Hao Fugui turned to Lu Ziqing and inquired. Certainly. Lu Ziqing replied with a gentle smile. Director Bai is undoubtedly a medical prodigy. Not only the youngest vice president of a top-tier hospital, but also a member of the reserve Royal Medical Team. If all goes well, Director Bai will soon become an official member of the Royal Medical Team, making him the youngest royal physician. Indeed, he possesses genuine talent, Hao Fugui remarked. Glancing at Lu Fan, Brother Fan, it seems you have misjudged. Director Bai did not ascend through connections. Lu Fan quipped. Such is the meaning of having teammates as foolish as pigs. Xiao Fan, did you say something that angered Director Bai? Upon hearing Hao Fugui's words, Lu Ziqing turned to Lu Fan and asked. Not at all. Bai Shixian interjected on Hao Fugui's behalf. I misspoke yesterday. I owe you an apology. Lu Fan said with a faint smile. Mr. Lu is too modest. Bai Shixian replied. Aunt, we shall not disturb you any longer. Yi Jihan's gaze swept over Bai Shixian and Lu Fan before turning to Lu Ziqing. Shixian and I will be seated in that booth over there. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call for me. She had initially intended to invite Bai Shixian to join her and Lu Ziqing for lunch, but after some contemplation, she abandoned the idea. Xiaohan, you are being too polite. Lu Ziqing responded with a smile. Subsequently, Yi Jihan led Bai Shixian to another booth, placing them one seat apart from Lu Fan and his companions. Jihan, how do you know them? After they had ordered their dishes, Bai Shixian asked Yi Jihan. That night, he was the one who took me home. Yi Jihan replied. Ah, Bai Shixian exclaimed in surprise, her voice resonating loudly enough to attract the attention of several nearby diners. Shixian, keep your voice down, Yi Jihan cautioned, scanning their surroundings. Jihan, you are not jesting. Are you? Bai Shixian adjusted her emotions, asking, he is the man who took your first time? Yes, Yi Jihan nodded slightly. Well then. Bai Shixian looked at Yi Jihan with palpable sympathy. Your fate is indeed unfortunate. After a brief pause, she continued. So, do you know him well now? What kind of person is he? I gather that his aunt is not an ordinary individual. He himself is not ordinary either. Yi Jihan replied. What do you mean? Bai Shixian asked, momentarily taken aback. I cannot articulate it precisely. Yi Jihan shook her head. But I have a feeling that he and his aunt might have come to Jiangzhou to evade something. I had someone look into him, but I could only find information from the past 2 years. Prior to that, there was nothing. Really? Bai Shixian was astonished once more. Yes, Yi Jihan affirmed. Should I send someone to investigate? Bai Shixian inquired. Forget it. It doesn't matter whether we check or not. Yi Jihan replied, shaking her head. What are your plans next? Bai Shixian asked again. What is Zhao Yichen's current attitude? I don't know. Yi Jihan responded after taking a deep breath. Miss Yi, Shixian. What a coincidence to see you both dining here. At that moment, a man's voice rang out. They turned to see a dashing young gentleman striding towards them, followed by a group of 5 or 6 men and women. Why do we keep running into him? It's quite bothersome. Bai Shixian frowned upon seeing the man. Chapter 33. The reckless young master. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, clad in designer attire, with striking features and an extraordinary demeanor. This dandy was none other than Wu Yujie, the eldest son of the Wu family. He was also among the many suitors vying for Bai Shixian's affection. Fan Gu. Do you still recognize him? Hao Fugue asked Lu Fan with a grin. Who is he? Lu Fan replied, feeling a sense of familiarity. Hey, you don't remember? He was the best male lead that night. Hao Fugue chuckled. Ah, so it is him. What a coincidence. Lu Fan realized after a brief pause. The eldest son of the Wu family? Lu Ziqing smiled lightly and turned to Hao Fugue. Although she had no interest in the video from that night, she was aware of its existence. Indeed, Hao Fugue nodded in agreement, then turned back to Lu Fan. Fan Gu. That dandy is likely here to cause trouble for Miss Yi. Should we intervene? Let us observe for now, Lu Fan replied. As they conversed, Wu Yujie had approached Yi Jihan and Bai Shixian, directing his gaze towards Bai Shixian. Shixian, what a fateful encounter to see you here. I've reserved a private room upstairs. Would you two honor me with your company for lunch? With his refined demeanor, it was difficult to associate him with the male lead from that night's video. Wu Yujie, I'm not well acquainted with you. Please mind your own business and do not disturb us, Bai Shixian retorted coldly. If you two are unwilling to join me upstairs, would you mind if I added an extra set of chopsticks? Wu Yujie maintained his gentlemanly smile. As the heir of the Wu family, he had lost count of the women he had seduced. However, throughout Jiangzhou, no woman ignited his desire for conquest more than Bai Shixian, aside from Yi Jihan, who he knew was Zhao Yichen's interest. Thus, even if he harbored inappropriate thoughts, he dared not pursue them openly. Fortunately, Bai Shixian diverted his attention from Yi Jihan. Though he refrained from making overt advances towards Yi Jihan, he felt no such restraint with Bai Shixian, a mere deputy director of a tertiary hospital, whom he believed he could easily manipulate. Had it not been for his desire to allure Bai Shixian into his bed through his charm, he would have already taken action. I mind very much. Bai Shixian interjected sharply. Allow me to reiterate, please do not disturb us. I have matters to discuss with Jihan. Could you kindly take your leave? The gentleman in the floral shirt interjected. What status does young Master Jie possess, and what is yours? Given young Master Jie's courtesy towards you, you ought to be grateful. Are you aware of how many women in Jiangzhou strive to share a meal with him? I am neither aware nor inclined to know, Bai Shixian replied, casting a glance at him. Madam, it would be wise to know when to retreat, another long-haired man suggested. You must understand that should you offend young Master Jie, a mere phone call could cost you your position as deputy dean. You are quite ignorant. Yi Jihan retorted after sipping her tea. While she was not entirely familiar with Bai Shixian's background, she was confident that a mere Wu Yujie could not easily jeopardize Bai Shixian's vice-deanship. Miss Yi, this matter does not concern you. It would be prudent to remain silent. The long-haired man frowned slightly. What if I insist on interjecting? Yi Jihan shot a glance at him. Miss Yi, one must possess self-awareness. While you are the eldest daughter of the Yi family, circumstances have changed. And you should be acutely aware of your current situation. It would be best for you to manage your affairs first. If any issues arise at this juncture, I doubt Qin Xiao would come to your aid again. Silence. Bai Shixian interrupted sternly. If you wish to avoid trouble, you would do well to restrain your tongue. Otherwise, I assure you, you will come to regret it. Huh? Are you attempting to intimidate me? I am quite eager to see you try. The long-haired man retorted with a cold smirk. Enough. Wu Yujia waved his hand to silence him. Casting a glance at Yi Jihan, he continued, Miss Yi, this is a personal matter between Shixian and me. I would prefer you not to meddle. Wu Yujia, Jihan and I are about to dine. I must insist you leave immediately. Bai Shixian's brow furrowed. Shixian, what if I insist on dining with you today? Wu Yujia declared as he pulled a chair from the side and seated himself. As he spoke, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He had pursued Bai Shixian for nearly a year. Not only had he failed to hold her hand, but he had not even received a pleasant expression from her, which had long since brewed resentment within him. Throughout the year, he had devoted considerable effort to win her favor, yet no matter his displays of charm, he remained unacknowledged in her eyes. His patience was waning. Recently, with the Wu family aligning with a powerful ally in the provincial capital, his confidence surged. He had been contemplating that once the matters concerning Yi Jihan settled, he would seize the opportunity to make Bai Shixian his own, regardless of her willingness. Little did he anticipate encountering her here today. Upon seeing Bai Shixian, he resolved that he would, by all means, persuade her to share a few drinks with him tonight. If all went well, he intended to finalize matters by evening's end. In his mind, he could not help but envision the scene of Bai Shixian submitting beneath him. Wu Yujia, you had better not seek trouble. Bai Shixian frowned once more. Heh, trouble is the least of my concerns, Wu Yujia replied with a faint smile. Do not provoke my wrath. Bai Shixian's tone grew more frigid. I have yet to witness your anger. Why not show me just once? Wu Yujia chuckled again. Wu Yujia, do not go too far, Yi Jihan interjected, her brow furrowed and voice cold. Yi Jihan, I suggest you mind your own business. Do you think I care for your opinion? Wu Yujia interrupted her with a fierce tone. This is your final warning. If you speak again, do not blame me for being impolite. After this, without waiting for Yi Jihan's response, he added, You, a withered flower, truly believe you remain cherished in Zhao Yiqin's heart? Had he spoken such words openly before, he would have never dared. Though the Wu family did not necessarily fear the Yi family, he had to consider the Zhao family's presence. But now, circumstances had changed. It was not only due to Yi Jihan's diminished importance in Zhao Yiqin's eyes, but also because the Wu family had the strength to contest the Zhao family. Wu Yujia, be silent. Bai Shixian shouted angrily upon hearing his words. As she spoke, she glanced toward Lu Fan and the others. She was well aware that Lu Fan could undoubtedly hear their conversation, yet he remained completely unresponsive, which diminished her opinion of him further. After all, Yi Jihan had once been his wife for a night. Now, hearing Wu Yujia's vile words, his indifference rendered him unworthy of being called a man. Repeat that. Yi Jihan's voice sliced through the air, icy and piercing. What of it? You demean yourself, allowing a fine cabbage to be ravaged by a swine, Wu Yujia scoffed. Slap. Before he could finish, Yi Jihan struck him across the face, the sound of the slap echoing in the brief silence that followed. You wretched creature. Do you dare strike me? Wu Yujia exclaimed, snapping back to reality as he raised his hand to retaliate against Yi Jihan. Bang! Before his hand could touch her, a bottle of red wine spiraled through the air, shattering upon his head. Chapter 34. Have you developed feelings for him? Thud. The force of the wine bottle was considerable. Wu Yujia fell to the ground, chair and all. A gash opened on his head, blood mingling with the spilled wine. And it did not end there. As he collapsed, Lu Fan approached him swiftly. He then bent down, lifted Wu Yujia, and slammed him heavily onto a nearby vacant dining table. Bang! The table shattered instantaneously, and Wu Yujia curled up on the ground like a boiled lobster, coughing up blood profusely. From Lu Fan's strike to Wu Yujia's collapse, the entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone processed the events, the young master of the Wu family lay on the ground like a lifeless sack. Silence. The entire hall fell into an eerie stillness. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The expressions on the faces of the majority were akin to witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. with jaws dropping in disbelief. The esteemed heir of the Wu family had been humiliated in public, reduced to a pitiful state. Who could believe it if they had not seen it with their own eyes? What compounded the astonishment was that the perpetrator was an obscure youth, blatantly disregarding the Wu family's reputation. How formidable! Bai Shishuan's expression was equally captivating. Just moments ago, she had contemplated how weak Lu Fan was, unworthy of being called a man. Yet now, he had swung to the opposite extreme, publicly defeating Wu Yujia in such a manner. How could he possibly manage the aftermath? Young man, have you a death wish? In the next moment, two burly men in black, summoned by Wu Yujia, charged at Lu Fan with furious roars. Bang! Bang! Mere steps into their advance, Lu Fan dispatched them with a single kick apiece, sending them crashing to the ground, spitting blood, with several ribs shattered. Unable to rise for a considerable time. Hiss! A collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd. Two men, each nearly 200 pounds, were dispatched as effortlessly as children. It was like a scene from a film. Bai Shishuan's face also registered surprise. She had not anticipated Lu Fan possessed such prowess. Who are you? The long-haired man struggled to inquire, gazing at Lu Fan. Slap! Before he could finish his question, Lu Fan's hand sent him sprawling to the floor, two front teeth flying, rendered mute by the pain. Is there anyone else willing to defend the young Master Wu? Lu Fan scanned the remaining individuals. Those who met his gaze hastily lowered their heads, terror etched on their faces. Goodness, with such an intimidating presence, who would dare to step forward? Were they courting death? Seeing that no one dared to speak, Lu Fan approached Wu Yujia and calmly asked, "Who is it that you referred to as a pig?" Yi Jihan felt a flicker of gratitude in her heart for Lu Fan standing up for her in front of so many people. Yet this scoundrel, only concerned about being called a pig, missed the crux of the matter. Who the hell are you? Wu Yujia managed to regain his composure. Mid-sentence, he seemed to realize. You're the delivery boy? Only now do you recognize me? Lu Fan retorted. So it was you. Wu Yujia gritted his teeth. How dare you lay a hand on me? I assure you, you won't live for more than 3 days. I will see to your demise within that time. Forget 3 days. Let it be today. Lu Fan interjected. I have about half an hour left to finish my meal. Is half an hour sufficient for you to call for help? You have guts. Wu Yujia's face twisted in rage. If I do not kill you today, I shall take your surname. With that, he rose from the ground, retrieving his phone, striding away. A glint of icy malice flashing in his eyes. The other young masters hastily followed suit. You were too impulsive, Bai Shishuan addressed Lu Fan. Though his words were indeed harsh, you should not have beaten him to such a state. You may be unaware of the significance of the Wu family in Jiangzhou. With their family's influence, confronting you would not evoke any sympathy, would it? Lu Fan interjected with a smile. Lu Fan. Yi Jihan frowned, casting him a glare. What an insufferable rogue. That jest was hardly amusing. Bai Shishuan continued, the Wu family should arrive shortly. If I were you, I would leave this place immediately. Previously, Lu Fan had been perceived as a cowardly weakling in her eyes. Now, he had transformed into a reckless brute. The Wu family, after all, is one of the prominent clans in Jiangzhou. Although they cannot be compared to the Zhao family, they are certainly not an ordinary family. Lu Fan not only left Wu Yujia in such a state, but also provocatively urged him to summon reinforcements, displaying a remarkable lack of awareness. I believe I just saved you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Lu Fan grinned once more. Thank you, Bai Shishuan replied after a slight furrow of her brows. You're welcome. After saying this, Lu Fan turned to Yi Jihan. If you wish to avoid trouble, it would be best to escort her away promptly. He then returned to his seat. Lu Fan, the Wu family is not a trivial clan. Do not overestimate your capabilities. Your aunt is still here, so please accompany Aunt Yi Jihan to the table. She urged. Thank you for your concern, Xiaohan, but it's fine. Lu Ziqing smiled. You should go back and eat. Nothing will happen. Aunt. Wu Yujia's father is one of the deputy city lords of Jiangzhou. I am worried. Yi Jihan persisted. I am aware. Lu Ziqing nodded with a smile. It truly is fine. Then please be cautious. Yi Jihan finally relented and turned to Lu Fan. Protect Aunt. After saying this, she turned and walked back. Upon receding, she looked at Bai Shishuan and said, Shishuan, perhaps you should leave first. Jihan, have you developed feelings for him? Bai Shishuan fixed her gaze on Yi Jihan. What are you talking about? Yi Jihan was taken aback. I am discussing serious matters here. Wu Yujia will not let this go easily. He will summon reinforcements shortly. Then come with me. Bai Shishuan interrupted. I cannot leave just yet. Yi Jihan was stunned once more. He has drawn Wu Yujia's ire on my behalf. I cannot simply abandon him. You should return, and I will call you once I have resolved this matter. How do you plan to handle it? Wu Yujia's father is a deputy city lord. Bai Shixin chuckled. Aside from your father, no one in the Yi family cares about your welfare. And even if your father wished to intervene, he is powerless to do so. The Zhao family would not take an interest in you, and you cannot turn to them for assistance. Beyond that, you would be hard-pressed to find anyone who could speak on equal terms with a deputy city lord. Your presence here serves no purpose other than to share in his misfortunes. Am I wrong? After finishing, she took a sip of tea and added, I never imagined that the Ice Queen of Jiangzhou would truly be moved. Shixin, what time is it, and you still find amusement in teasing me? If you do not leave soon, it will be too late. Yi Jihan rolled her eyes at her. Rest assured, nothing will go awry. Bai Shixin interjected with a smile, urging, you should have something to eat while I make a phone call. With that, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Chapter 35. Dean Bai's Deep Concealment. Fan Go. I never anticipated that the young man's father would be the deputy city lord. What plans do we have? Meanwhile, at another seat, Hao Fugue addressed Lu Fan. Observing that both Lu Fan and Lu Ziqing showed no intention of leaving and remained entirely composed, he deduced that they must have devised a strategy. However, he found it perplexing how they planned to counteract someone of such high authority as the deputy city lord. What plans? We can simply act. Lu Fan shrugged in response. Cough. Hao Fugue choked slightly. Fan Go, isn't that a bit too reckless? The deputy city lord is not someone you can just confront at will. He is backed by a formidable state apparatus. No matter how skilled an individual may be, it is impossible to contend against the might of the government. After a brief pause, he turned to Lu Ziqing, suggesting, Aunt, perhaps you should take a taxi home first? I'll stay here with Fan Go, and I can treat you to dinner tomorrow. Rest assured, there should be no need for us to worry. Lu Ziqing interrupted with a charming smile. No need for us to worry? What do you mean? Hao Fugue was taken aback. Just wait, and you shall soon find out. Lu Ziqing smiled again, glancing intentionally yet casually at Yi Jihan and Bai Shixuan's direction. Suddenly, footsteps echoed at the entrance, and the Wu family's people arrived swiftly within 20 minutes. However, the scene unfolded quite differently from Hao Fugue's expectations. He had envisioned a dramatic entrance. Perhaps a line of uniformed personnel bursting in, ready to apprehend individuals without hesitation. That would be the standard procedure of the government. And as for the treatment of those taken, it would depend entirely on their disposition. In a scenario where someone like Lu Fan had mercilessly bested the deputy city lord's son, the chance of release was slim. With a stroke of luck, one might retain their life, but incarceration for a decade or more was a common fate. Yet now, only 3 individuals entered, and none donned the uniforms of law enforcement. At the forefront was a bespectacled man in his 30s, elegantly attired in a suit, exuding a courteous demeanor with a professional smile. Secretary Wang, why are you the only one here? Where's my father? Upon seeing the bespectacled man, Wu Yujia approached, momentarily taken aback. Young master, your father sent me to escort you home, the bespectacled man replied with a smile. Did you not hear my question? I am asking why my father is not here. Wu Yujia interrupted him sternly. Young master, let us return first, and I will explain on the way, the bespectacled man responded. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Yujia struck him, nearly causing his glasses to fall to the ground. Who do you think you are, telling me to go home? Wu Yujia shouted angrily. If you wish to live, you will answer my questions. He was still counting on his father to bring people over to take Lu Fan away. He wanted Lu Fan to understand the consequences of daring to strike him. Moreover, he had firmly resolved to seduce that wretched Bai Shixin tonight. He had even devised a plan for her training. The villa conveniently housed an entire set of props, allowing for an all-night affair. However, now, not only had his father failed to arrive, but even the enforcers were nowhere to be seen. Only a mere secretary had appeared, which ignited his fury. I apologize. Young Master Jia, please temper your anger. The bespectacled man continued to greet him with a smile. How about you call the deputy city lord first? We can deal with you afterward. As Wu Yujia spoke, he retrieved his phone and dialed. Clang. Approximately 3 or 4 minutes later, Dali smashed his phone on the ground, his expression darkening. He then glanced at Lu Fan and the others, and finally at Yi Jihan and Bai Shixin. Subsequently, he strode towards the door. And in that fleeting moment of turning, an exceedingly cold glint flickered in his eyes. His father hadn't elaborated much over the phone, merely informing him that someone in the provincial city had called, stating that today's matter should cease. The caller did not specify the reasons, but left a message for his father. Prioritize the greater good and avoid unnecessary complications. Hearing his father's words, despite his myriad of discontent, he had no choice but to yield. He was acutely aware that this was a sensitive period. A small concession could prevent a larger upheaval. Concurrently, he surmised that the involvement of someone from the provincial city must have been orchestrated by either Yi Zhihan or by Shi Xian. Undoubtedly, Lu Fan lacked such influence. Thus, for him, there were numerous other avenues to deal with Lu Fan. No need to act today. Time was on his side. What is going on? They're just leaving like that? Observing the retreating figures, Hao Fugui clicked his tongue and spoke. If they don't leave, are they just looking for trouble? After sipping his tea, Lu Fan responded, why stay here to invite discomfort? Brother Fan, did Miss Yi send someone? Hao Fugui inquired. Given her current predicament, who could she possibly call for help? Lu Fan replied coolly, not her. Then it must be Dean Bai? Hao Fugui paused. She is quite elusive. To think she could connect with such a significant figure as the deputy city lord? We might have underestimated her. Lu Fan nodded slightly. He was well aware that this matter was undoubtedly instigated by Shi Xian. It seemed that this youngest deputy dean of Jiangzhou First Hospital held quite an unusual background. One phone call could compel the deputy city lord to yield. Such was not the feat of an ordinary person. Aunt, do you know her background? Lu Fan then turned to look at Lu Ziqing. Previously, his aunt had been quite certain that there would be no trouble, and having glanced at Shi Xian, she likely knew her background. I know a little. Lu Ziqing smiled gently. There are no families named by among the prominent clans in Jiangzhou, nor seemingly in the provincial city. Lu Fan pondered before speaking. She is neither from Jiangzhou nor the Jiangnan province. Lu Ziqing smiled again. No wonder. Lu Fan wore a contemplative expression. Brother Fan, do you know her background? Hao Fugui inquired. Which prominent family does she belong to? The Bai family, Lu Fan replied. Hao Fugui responded. I am aware she hails from the Bai family, but which Bai family? There are so many families with that surname across the country. Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further, understanding that even if Lu Fan divulged the specifics, it would be of little relevance to him. Before long, Yi Zhihan and Shi Xian arrived at their side. Thank you, Dean Bai, for coming to Xiao Fan's aid, Lu Ziqing remarked, directing a smile at Shi Xian. Auntie, you're too kind. It was merely a small gesture. Shi Xian replied with a smile, not denying her involvement. After speaking, she turned to Lu Fan and added, You've injured him so severely. He certainly won't let this go easily. Do not underestimate him. I await his arrival. Lu Fan interrupted with a faint smile. Even if you disregard your own safety, shouldn't you consider Auntie's well-being? Shi Xian raised an eyebrow slightly, as her impression of Lu Fan was far from favorable. The adage goes, commoners should not contend with officials, nor should the poor confront the wealthy. What can a mere brash individual use to challenge a deputy city lord? Mere brute strength? She now somewhat regretted making that phone call earlier. She should have waited for Wu Yujia and his father to arrive at the scene to observe how Lu Fan would handle the situation. You need not trouble Dean Bai with this, Lu Fan shrugged in response. Do as you wish, Shi Xian replied, her mouth agape momentarily. A wise word does not persuade a doomed person. Compassion cannot save those who seek their own demise, she thought to herself, feeling disinclined to offer further counsel. After a brief pause, she turned to Lu Ziqing and asked, Auntie, I hear from Zhihan that your health is not well. If you don't mind, may I take your pulse? Dean Bai, aren't you a Western medicine practitioner? Can you also take a pulse? Hao Fugui inquired as he stood to relinquish his seat to the two ladies. Shi Xian specializes in traditional Chinese medicine. Western medicine is merely her minor. Yi Zhihan interjected on Shi Xuan's behalf. Otherwise, she could not possibly serve as a reserve member of the Imperial Physician Corps. Understood. Hao Fugui nodded, though somewhat perplexed. Thank you for your kindness, Dean Bai. My health is an old issue. There's no need to trouble you. Lu Ziqing smiled. Auntie, Shi Xuan's medical skills are exceptional. You should let her examine you, Yi Zhihan suggested. Very well, I shall trouble you, Dean Bai. Lu Ziqing smiled once more. Given their enthusiasm, she felt it inappropriate to be overly rigid. After all, it wouldn't hurt to have a look. You're too polite, Auntie, Shi Xian responded. Subsequently, she began to take Lu Ziqing's pulse, and as time passed, her brow furrowed deeply. Shi Xian, how is it? Yi Zhihan inquired once the pulse-taking was completed. Auntie, have you sustained an injury? Shi Xian did not directly answer Yi Zhihan, but regarded Lu Ziqing with a thoughtful expression. Upon hearing her words, Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. There's more to this than meets the eye. He was most aware of his aunt's condition. 2 years prior, she had sustained severe injuries while rescuing him, causing significant damage to her internal organs. Most importantly, half of the meridians throughout the body have been shattered, a true brush with death. After 2 years of recuperation, while other internal injuries have nearly healed, the lack of rare treasures to restore the meridians has prevented full recovery. Originally, with Lu Fan's profound knowledge in martial arts and medicine, assisting others in mending their meridians would be a simple task. However, his own condition is no better than that of his aunt, leaving him in a state of anxious helplessness. His surprise at Bai Shishuan's words stemmed from the fact that, given his aunt's current physical state, even a comprehensive examination at a hospital might not reveal the underlying issues. Yet, Bai Shishuan, with just a few minutes of pulse diagnosis, could ascertain that his aunt was injured, showcasing her remarkable medical skills. This elevated Lu Fan's opinion of her. It seemed she possessed genuine talent. Injured? Upon hearing Bai Shishuan's words, Yi Jihan was momentarily taken aback. It had been a long time since that incident. Lu Ziqing smiled brightly. It's nothing serious now. She was somewhat surprised that Bai Shishuan could detect her injury. Shishuan, do you have a solution? Yi Jihan inquired. I cannot draw a conclusion just yet. I need to conduct further examinations on your aunt, Bai Shishuan replied after a brief moment of contemplation. Turning back to Lu Ziqing, she continued, Auntie, if it's convenient, could you accompany me to the hospital? You won't be able to help her at the hospital. Lu Fan interjected, the fact that you discern my aunt's injury is commendable. You haven't brought shame upon the Imperial medical team. How do you know I can't help? A flicker of displeasure crossed Bai Shishuan's face. While she could tolerate doubts about her other abilities, questioning her medical expertise was unacceptable. As the youngest reserve member of the National Imperial Medical Team, she held her confidence dearly. Don't be stubborn, Lu Fan replied with a gentle smile. If it were that simple to heal my aunt, we wouldn't have waited until now. Not even a fully fledged Imperial physician could achieve that. Bai Shishuan's expression darkened. Director Bai, don't bicker with Xiaofan. He has thick skin, and you won't win, Lu Ziqing chuckled. I am well aware of my own body. It requires time for gradual recuperation, so there's no need for you to worry. Auntie, why not let Shishuan give it a try? Yi Jihan suggested. She just said she can't help. Lu Fan interrupted, then turned back to Bai Shishuan. If you truly wish to assist, find me a specific medicinal herb. If you can locate it, that would demonstrate your abilities. What herb? Bai Shishuan instinctively asked. Dragon spittlegrass. Lu Fan responded. Dragon spittlegrass? Bai Shishuan was taken aback. What kind of herb is that? I have never heard of it. That merely indicates your knowledge is somewhat lacking. Lu Fan chuckled. If you manage to find dragon spittlegrass, consider it a significant favor owed to you. It was entirely normal for Bai Shishuan to be unfamiliar with dragon spittlegrass. Even among the seasoned members of the Imperial Medical Team, few had encountered it. Moreover, even if one has heard of it, acquiring such a rare herb is nearly impossible before his own body has fully recovered. The dragon spittlegrass is indispensable for healing his aunt's injuries. I do not require your favors. Bai Shishuan cast a glance at Lu Fan and declared, Give me a month, and I shall provide you with a response. Very well, Lu Fan responded with a smile. After exchanging a few more words, Yi Jihan and Bai Shishuan took their leave. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lu Fan and his companions exited through the door. Just then, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Who is this? Lu Fan inquired upon answering. Kid, I called you last time. You haven't even saved my number? A man's voice emerged from the receiver. Who are you? If you don't identify yourself, I shall hang up. Lu Fan retorted, unwilling to play guessing games with someone whose name was not saved in his contacts. Clearly, anyone without a saved name was of little significance and dared to act like a big shot. Don't hang up. I have business with you. Come to Seducing. The man continued. Upon hearing the name Seducing, Lu Fan finally recalled the identity of the caller. Yi Jihan? Mind your manners. Address me as your father-in-law. Yi Jihan replied. I must say, Mr. Yi, indulging in flower wine in broad daylight? Have you truly mistaken the club for your own home? Lu Fan's lips twitched slightly. He was indeed speechless. Spending the day at the club seemed to suggest he intended to indulge in debauchery. Enough chit-chat. It's the same private room as last time. I'll be waiting for you. Yi Jihan concluded before abruptly hanging up. Yi Jihan is looking for you? Lu Ziqing inquired with a smile. Yes. Lu Fan nodded and added. I can't be bothered with him. It surely bodes no good. Let us head home. He is your future father-in-law. Be cautious about leaving him hanging, or he might seek retribution later. Lu Ziqing continued to jest. Aunt, please refrain from teasing me. What makes him a future father-in-law? Lu Fan paused and turned to Lu Ziqing. Aunt, you Haven Tea secretly sold me to the Yi family, have you? I refuse to comply. My promising life has only just begun, and I cannot hang all my hopes on a single tree. Hao Fugui commented, the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. A president of a publicly listed company, a goddess with both beauty and intellect, and yet Brother Fan finds her lacking. Truly, comparison is a bitter pill to swallow. Huh. Lu Ziqing stifled a laugh. If I wish to sell, they might not even be willing to buy. Your own troubles are yours to bear. Indeed. Lu Fan nodded. Very well, you go meet him and see what he wants. Fugui can accompany me home. Lu Ziqing smiled again. All right then. Lu Fan nodded once more. He also had matters to discuss with Yi Zhenhong. It was essential to inform him about Yao Jiaqing. Before long, after his aunt and Hao Fugui had entered the car, Lu Fan hailed a taxi and made his way to Zhenixuan. Chapter 37. This individual is no ordinary person. Half an hour later, Lu Fan knocked on the door to room 308 of Zhenixuan. This time, there was no little sister inside. Only Yi Zhenhong sat alone on the sofa, sipping foreign wine. Mr. Yi, Lu Fan greeted as he settled onto the sofa opposite Yi Zhenhong. Care for a drink? Yi Zhenhong inquired, lifting a bottle of liquor towards Lu Fan. Sure. Lu Fan nodded. Oh, truly drinking? Don't you have deliveries to make today? Yi Zhenhong chuckled. I've taken a day off for myself. Lu Fan smiled as he lit a cigarette and took a puff. A rare treat. Yi Zhenhong poured a glass for Lu Fan with an empty cup. Thank you. Lu Fan exhaled a plume of smoke and looked at Yi Zhenhong. What do you need me for? I heard you had a scuffle with Wu Hanya's son. Yi Zhenhong did not directly answer his question. Wu Hanya? Lu Fan paused, then realized, you mean Wu Yujia? Mr. Yi, you are quite well informed. What is there to be well informed about? Yi Zhenhong took a sip from his glass. Xiao Han told me, so naturally I would know. All right. Lu Fan shrugged in response, pondering that he had heard the father and daughter had little communication. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Han would not reach out to him. Yi Zhenhong seemed to see through his thoughts. If I recall correctly, the last time she spoke to me was half a month ago. The reason she messaged me today was that she was concerned you might not be able to handle Wu Hanya, so she asked if I could intercede on your behalf. I see. Lu Fan nodded. I have a feeling that girl may have developed a bit of affection for you. Yi Zhenhong remarked, taking a puff of his cigar. This is quite understandable. Since ancient times, beautiful women have admired heroes. You have repeatedly come to her aid, naturally stirring feelings in her heart. Mr. Yi, you're overthinking it. Lu Fan chuckled. Miss Yi, a dignified president of a conglomerate, would she really fall for someone like me, a mere delivery guy? Such a plot only exists in television dramas. He certainly did not believe that notion. If Miss Yi held a sense of gratitude towards him, he could understand. After all, that day at Hongming Group, without him, the consequences for her would have been dire. If she had even a modicum of conscience, she would undoubtedly remember his kindness. However, the idea that Miss Yi might harbor feelings for him was somewhat absurd. He was not that narcissistic. Do you know my daughter better, or do I? Yi Zhenhong glared at Lu Fan. Then, with an expression as if preparing to contend with Lu Fan, he continued, Kid, I warn you, you better treat her well. She is my only daughter. If you dare to harm her, I won't let this go. I assure you, I have nothing to do with your daughter. Lu Fan protested. Has Xiao Han mentioned anything about Unigroup to you? Yi Zhenhong took another sip of his liquor, shifting the topic. We hardly met, so she wouldn't share too much with me, Lu Fan replied. Are you interested in hearing about it? After Yi Zhenhong finished speaking, without waiting for Lu Fan's response, he added, you must listen, whether you want to or not. Subsequently, Yi Zhenhong devoted approximately 10 minutes to outlining the general situation of Unigroup. After hearing his account, Lu Fan finally understood why Yi Zhenhong had sought refuge in a bar that fateful night. Although Unigroup boasted a market value of several hundred billion, it was merely a facade, as the company was perilously close to collapse. In the past year, numerous issues had plagued the company, both internal and external, pushing it toward the brink of insolvency. Many large enterprises face similar predicaments. They may appear colossal on the surface, but in reality, they are crumbling, with bankruptcy looming just a night away. Under Yi Zhenhong's stewardship, Unigroup should not have reached such a dire state. However, several significant events had transpired in the past year. First, the company's executive vice president resigned. taking a substantial portion of the management team with him and siphoning off numerous clients. Secondly, the medical and beauty sectors under the group encountered severe quality issues, leading to several patients succumbing to the company's medication, which nearly resulted in the closure of that division. Additionally, a previously reliable banking partner not only ceased lending to Uni Group, but also began to call in loans that were not yet due. The bank justified this by stating that its risk control department had downgraded Uni Group's credit rating, necessitating the recovery of loans. Any one of these incidents could plunge a company into a winter of despair. Mr. Yi, I am merely a delivery worker. Discussing such high-level issues with me is akin to mere idle chatter, Lu Fan chuckled. A company in good standing could experience such a cascade of troubles in just 1 year, which was clearly not a coincidence. Yi Zhenhong seemed to disregard Lu Fan's remarks entirely. Xiaohan is still too naive. She refuses to acknowledge that someone is orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. Mr. Yi, I truly do not understand these matters. Lu Fan's lips twitched slightly. If you were to ask me how to motivate delivery workers, I could certainly offer some insights. I am discussing serious matters, and you jest. Is that amusing? Yi Zhenhong interrupted him sharply. Then, his gaze sharpened, locking onto Lu Fan as he spoke with gravity. If you were merely a delivery worker, how could you compel Yuan Kuan to bow to you? How could you dare to confront Buddha openly? If you were just a delivery worker, how could you send the professional assassin hired by Zhao Yiqian to meet the king of hell? If you were merely a delivery worker, how could you have reduced He Jiaoliang and Wu Yujie to such a state? After posing several hypothetical questions, Yi Zhenhong raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Lu Fan realized his earlier conjectures were indeed correct. This individual before him, despite his flamboyant demeanor, was merely a facade, far removed from his true nature. A man who seemed to indulge solely in revelry could not possibly possess the inclination or capability to uncover such matters. Every detail precisely mirrored the actions he had undertaken during this period. Moreover, the aura and gaze emanating from the other party at this moment are certainly not characteristic of an ordinary individual. This seemingly inept scion of the Yi family is quite extraordinary. Must we continue this charade? Yi Zhenhong set down his wineglass. He chuckled, claiming, I am not pretending. I merely possess a modicum of skill. Lu Fan smiled broadly. How dull. Yi Zhenhong waved his hand dismissively. Then you may leave, as though we have never crossed paths. After uttering this, he picked up a cigar from the coffee table, taking a puff and reverting to his nonchalant demeanor. Mr. Yi, Lu Fan began anew. Get lost. Yi Zhenhong retorted. Mr. Yi, do not be so hasty in dismissing me. Allow me to show you something first, Lu Fan continued. However, I must preface this by saying that you should brace yourself. It is not a pleasant revelation. A grown man, prattling on, hand it over. Yi Zhenhong interrupted. It truly is not a good thing. Lu Fan retrieved his phone, opened a video featuring Yao Jiechi, and presented it to him. What on earth is this? Yi Zhenhong took the phone, and soon he was engrossed in the footage. Wow, quite the performance. More professional than seasoned actors. Moments later, as he scrutinized the screen, Yi Zhenhong remarked, the filming technique is commendable, very professional. Did you capture this? Lu Fan coughed, choking slightly on the liquor he had just consumed. Isn't your focus a bit misplaced, sir? He assessed Yi Zhenhong's expression, which remained inscrutable, devoid of any turmoil, akin to one savoring a romantic action film. It was chilling. Lu Fan's assessment of Yi Zhenhong was stark. Logically speaking, even if Yi Zhenhong harbored no feelings for Yao Jiechi, she is still legally his wife. To witness his spouse reveling with another man and maintain such composure, how terrifying. Mr. Yi, that night I happened to be the designated driver for her order. Lu Fan poured a glass of liquor for Yi Zhenhong. Send me the video. I would like to savor it at my leisure. Yi Zhenhong interjected. Very well. After Lu Fan sent the video, he continued, Mr. Yi, about this matter, let us not discuss that. Yi Zhenhong interrupted once more. After taking a puff from his cigar, he appeared contemplative and continued. Xiaohan has had a difficult time. If you can assist her, consider it a great favor owed to you, which I shall repay in the future. Mr. Yi, you cannot be an ordinary individual, can you? Lu Fan responded, slightly pausing before adding. Why do you not take matters into your own hands? There are many issues I cannot address directly, Yi Zhenhong replied. If I intervene, the troubles for the Yi family and Yunya Group will only escalate. I understand, Lu Fan nodded slightly. Upon hearing the other's words, he harbored a vague suspicion. Perhaps Yi Zhenhong's facade as a debauched wastrel was intricately linked to these circumstances. You have yet to agree to my proposal. Yi Zhenhong sipped his liquor. Within my capabilities. It should not be a significant issue. After a brief contemplation, Lu Fan responded. As long as you genuinely wish to assist Xiaoan. Emir Jiangzhou holds no problems beyond your resolution, Yi Zhenhong continued. Lu Fan's lips twitched. Director Yi, are you flattering me to death? Or do you aspire to be a hands-off manager? Should you encounter troublesome matters, do not hesitate to call me. Yi Zhenhong replied. In fact, I do have a rather challenging issue at hand, Lu Fan responded with a smile. If it pertains to persuading Zhao Yichen, then spare your breath. Yi Zhenhong cast a glance at Lu Fan. As for the Zhao family's affairs, I too cannot intervene, and I firmly believe you are more than capable of handling it. I have faith in you, Lu Fan remarked. Isn't this precisely the definition of a hands-off manager? However, I can provide you with a lead. After a brief pause, Yi Zhenhong added, to wrestle with the Zhao family, you might consider establishing contact with Buddha Yi. He could serve as your breakthrough. Oh, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. However, the extent of its usefulness will depend on your own abilities. Yi Zhenhong interjected. Moreover, do not underestimate Zhao Yichen and the individuals backing the Zhao family. How much do you know about them? Lu Fan inquired. Limited. Yi Zhenhong replied. Why would those behind the Wu family seek to thwart the union between the Yi and Zhao families? Lu Fan pressed further. Some matters may not be advantageous for you to know at this moment. I will inform you later. Yi Zhenhong stated. If you withhold information from me, how am I to assist your daughter? Lu Fan exhaled a cloud of smoke. What I say may not even be credible to you. Yi Zhenhong retorted. You could conduct your own investigation. Perhaps you will uncover many matters of interest. Lu Fan, after taking a sip from his wine glass, turned to his companion and continued. Who is the true mastermind behind Zeni Ixuan? I am quite curious. Yi Zhenhong shrugged. That Lan Jie must harbor some feelings for you, no? Did she not inform you? Lu Fan set down his wine glass. This statement was half truth and half jest, although there was an element of humor. He had indeed observed that Xie Yalan's gaze towards Yi Zhenhong differed from how she regarded others. Whether Xie Yalan harbored romantic feelings for Yi Zhenhong remained uncertain to him. Yet, he was sure that Yi Zhenhong was far from a debauched wastrel in Xie Yalan's eyes. Get lost. Yi Zhenhong shot a glare at Lu Fan. If you wish to avoid trouble, refrain from discussing her at Zeni Ixuan. Feeling guilty? Lu Fan chuckled again, wearing a mischievous expression as he pressed on. By the way, how do you intend to handle your little celebrity darling? Scram. Yi Zhenhong glared fiercely at him. 5 minutes later, Lu Fan exited the lobby of Zeni Ixuan. This visit had not been in vain. It had at least validated his suspicions. Yi Zhenhong was indeed no ordinary character. As for how Yi Zhenhong would address the matters concerning Yao Jieqi and Wu Yujia, that was no longer his concern. He had fulfilled his duty to inform. How it was resolved was entirely Yi Zhenhong's affair. His current curiosity revolved around the fact that his aunt had evidently known about Yi Zhenhong's facade all along. Had she been acquainted with him prior? Dingling. As Lu Fan settled into the taxi, his phone rang shortly thereafter. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed it was the number of Hao Fugawei. Fugawei, have you and my aunt arrived home? Lu Fan inquired once the call connected. Brother Fan, have you finished your discussion with Yi Zhenhong? Hao Fugawei countered. I just concluded the meeting. Is something amiss? A sudden unease gripped Lu Fan as he discerned an unusual tone in Hao Fugawei's voice. Indeed, there has been an incident. Hao Fugawei paused before continuing. After I exited the car with your aunt, we were intercepted by 4 assassins as we entered the alley. Lu Fan interrupted him. Is my aunt unharmed? As he spoke, a suffocating aura of murderous intent emanated uncontrollably from him, chilling the entire cabin. The driver, unable to contain himself, shivered and nearly lost control of the vehicle. Brother Fan, do not worry, both my aunt and I are safe. Even through the phone, Hao Fugawei could sense the palpable menace radiating from Lu Fan. After a brief pause, he added, your aunt has asked you to call Yuan Kuan and request that he send someone to manage the scene. We can discuss the rest upon your return. Understood. Lu Fan replied before disconnecting the call and immediately dialing Yuan Kuan's number. Although Yuan Kuan had been absent for the time being, handling a matter as trivial as disposing of a few corpses posed no challenge for him. After finishing his call with Yuan Kuan, Lu Fan urged the driver to accelerate towards the urban village. Initially flustered by concern, he gradually regained his composure, finding solace in his knowledge of his aunt's capabilities. Even if injured, dealing with a few ordinary assassins would be as effortless as drinking water for her. Only he truly understood the formidable presence his aunt possessed during her prime. Half an hour later, Lu Fan arrived home. Yuan Kuan's efficiency was remarkable. Apart from some scattered bloodstains on the ground, no anomalies were evident in the alley. Brother Fan. Upon seeing Lu Fan, Hao Fuguei approached him. Xiao Fan, you're back. His aunt, seated on the sofa knitting, greeted him with a gentle smile. Aunt, do you know who was behind this? Lu Fan asked. Was it someone sent by Zhao Chen? He continued, scrutinizing both his aunt and Hao Fuguei, relieved to see that neither bore any visible injuries. Brother Fan, it wasn't Zhao Chen. It was someone sent by He Jiaoyang. Hao Fuguei replied on behalf of Lu Ziqing. His complexion had yet to return to normal, and he remained shaken. His reaction stemmed not merely from the four assassins, but from the profound impact Lu Ziqing had on him. Despite having anticipated that Lu Ziqing was a practitioner of martial arts, after all, she had shared extensive knowledge about martial disciplines with him the previous night. He had never fathomed the extent of her terrifying prowess. From his perspective, he felt that compared to Lu Fan, he was utterly eclipsed. The scenes that transpired in the alley remain vividly etched in my memory. For professional assassins, each wielding a specially crafted curved dagger, with one among them brandishing a firearm. Yet, within a mere 2 minutes, all four lay sprawled on the ground. 3 of them having their throats sliced open. The one with the gun did not even have the chance to squeeze the trigger. His pistol was cleaved in 2 by Lu Ziqing's strike. Had it not been for the intention to leave a survivor for interrogation, that blow could have severed both man and weapon in half. It was utterly astonishing, akin to a cinematic stunt. He Jiaoyang. Lu Fan's gaze sharpened, truly seeking his own demise. He had already afforded the opportunity to the other party during their previous encounter at Zhenyixian, yet he was intent on courting danger once more, a prospect Lu Fan was more than willing to facilitate. Xiao Fan, let it go. He is merely a lowly grasshopper. Unworthy of your concern, Lu Ziqing interjected. Such grasshoppers, if not crushed, will continue to leap. Lu Fan retorted. Let him learn a lesson. Spare his life for now. Lu Ziqing pondered briefly before speaking. It is not yet the time to confront the Zhao family head-on. She understood her significance in Lu Fan's heart. Actions like He Jiaoyang's were utterly unforgivable in his eyes. However, the moment for an open confrontation with the Zhao family had not yet arrived. Aunt, do not concern yourself with this matter. I have it under control. Lu Fan interrupted her. Very well. Lu Ziqing paused momentarily before diverting the conversation, smiling at Lu Fan. Is Yi Zhenhong seeking you out regarding his daughter? Does he wish for your assistance? Aunt, you are quite perceptive. How could you deduce that? Lu Fan inquired with a grin. It is not difficult to guess. Lu Ziqing smiled again. The only connection between you two is through his daughter. Aside from that, he likely has no other matters to discuss with you. Moreover, from what I understand, the situation with Yunya Group is rather grim. If the tide does not turn, it may collapse before long. He is unable to step forth in many matters, hence the need for someone to charge into battle on his behalf. And you are undoubtedly the prime candidate. Aunt, what kind of person is Yi Zhenhong? Asked Hao Fuguei from the side. My knowledge of him is limited, Lu Ziqing replied. There are certain aspects I am still verifying. I will share more with you later. Turning back to Lu Fan, she asked, have you spoken to him about Yao Jieqi? Yes, Lu Fan nodded. I directly showed him the message on my phone. Brother Fan, what was his reaction? He didn't smash your phone, did he? Hao Fuguei queried. I was also concerned he might break my phone. However, he didn't even blink, his face revealing no hint of emotional turmoil. Lu Fan responded. Is that for real? Hao Fuguei was taken aback. He couldn't possibly have failed to recognize that it was his wife, could he? Lu Fan's lips twitched slightly. What do you think? Then why did he not react? Hao Fuguei mused. He has already reacted. Lu Ziqing interjected. His lack of response is, in itself, a response. What does that mean? Hao Fuguei asked, utterly perplexed. Just wait and see. Lu Ziqing responded thoughtfully. If all goes well, you should find out in a couple of days. Hao Fuguei, having spent considerable time with his aunt, harbored grave doubts about his own intellect, feeling utterly out of sync with the unfolding events. At around 7 or 8 in the evening, after finishing dinner at home, Lu Fan and Hao Fuguei emerged from the urban village. The situation concerning He Jiaoyang could not simply be brushed aside. If the conflict were solely directed at him, he might have chosen to ignore it. However, regrettably, the reckless He Jiaoyang had touched upon a sensitive nerve. His aunt was someone he was willing to protect with his life. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on her would have to be prepared to face the consequences. Fangirl, have you located He Jiaoyang? As they reached the main road, Hao Fugui inquired. Yes, Lu Fan nodded. His car entered a private estate half an hour ago. He Jiaoyang's vehicle was a unique model in Jiangzhou, making it relatively easy to track. Earlier that afternoon, he had shared this information in a group chat, asking his friends to keep an eye out for that particular car, and just half an hour ago, he received a response. Let us proceed to meet this young master of the He family. After speaking, Lu Fan flagged down a taxi, and they set off towards their destination. Fangirl, do you think Zhao Yiqin could be behind today's incident? Hao Fugui asked while they were en route. Quite possibly, Lu Fan replied, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He had long harbored suspicions regarding this matter. During his last phone conversation with Zhao Yiqin, the latter had mentioned his aunt, suggesting that He Jiaoyang had likely been manipulated by him. The esteemed young master of Jiangzhou resorting to such despicable tactics. Hao Fugui responded, clicking his tongue. I now somewhat understand why Miss Yi is reluctant to marry him. He truly seems lacking. Indeed, Lu Fan nodded. Yi Jihan spoke the truth. Behind the glamorous facade lies either hardship or filth. Those like Zhao Yiqin, obscured by their ostentation, are certainly not burdened by hardship. 30 to 40 minutes later, they disembarked from the taxi. 100 meters away stood a secluded villa estate, sprawling over several thousand square meters, with an opulent mansion at its center. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, where 4 security guards stood outside the gate, each wielding an electric baton. Peering through the ornate iron gate, Lu Fan and Hao Fugui spotted several luxury vehicles in the parking lot, with He Jiaoyang's Lamborghini prominently among them. The villa was ablaze with lights, and even from outside the courtyard, the sounds of revelry could be heard emanating from within. What brings you here? Do you have business? One of the security guards approached them. Hey there, we're just looking for someone, could you let us in? Hao Fugui stepped forward, offering a cigarette. Do you even know where you are? The guard glanced at Hao Fugui with an expression of disbelief. Although they were not dressed in delivery uniforms today, their casual attire likely cost no more than 200 yuan combined. Moreover, the pack of cigarettes in Hao Fugui's possession cost less than 5 yuan, a brand that even a mere security guard like him would not smoke. It is quite absurd for such individuals to come here claiming they wish to enter and seek someone. Unfazed, Hao Fugui chuckled. However, I suggest you allow me to enter for your own good. It seems you are quite unwell. The guard interrupted him. Before I lose my temper, get lost immediately. Get as far away as you can, or else. Before he could finish his threat, Hao Fugui charged directly at him. The guard, taken aback by Hao Fugui's audacity, was caught off guard and toppled to the ground, wincing in pain. You seek death, he exclaimed. The other 3, momentarily stunned, raised their electric batons and rushed forward. However, before they could reach Hao Fugui, a fleeting shadow passed, and all 3 lay incapacitated, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. Let us go. Lu Fan turned to Hao Fugui and, after a brief exchange, stepped into the estate. Before long, the two arrived at the villa's entrance, where the door stood ajar, and the sounds of playful banter between men and women echoed incessantly. Hao Fugui strode forward and kicked the door wide open. Upon witnessing the scene within, he could not help but exclaim, "What on earth?" Chapter 40. The Pimp Company this time. One cannot blame Hao Fugui for being taken aback. The sight was truly shocking. Inside the hall were about 7 or 8 young individuals, comprising 3 men and 5 women. Among the 3 men were He Jiaoyang and another from the group that had assaulted Hao Fugui that day. The third man, with a buzz cut and under 40, possessed a robust physique and a commanding presence that slightly overshadowed He Jiaoyang. He Jiaoyang and the buzz-cut man lounged on the sofa, their upper bodies bare, each holding a glass of red wine while draping an arm over the shoulder of a woman beside them. The other man, also shirtless, was dancing closely with 2 women, swaying to the music. On a nearby open space, a woman writhed like a madwoman, particularly shaking her head with an intensity reminiscent of a rattling drum. Upon the glass coffee table rested several bottles of foreign liquor, along with a set of paraphernalia for substance use and remnants of white powder, accompanied by an array of colorful pills. Notably, the 5 women were exceptionally attractive, each scoring at least an 85, boasting striking features, tall statures, and alluring curves. Hao Fugui's exclamation stemmed from the scanty attire remaining on each woman, their outer garments ripped and strewn across the floor, rendering the scene quite provocative. Upon hearing the noise at the doorway, all but the head-shaking woman turned to look. Each expression was momentarily frozen, likely astonished by the unexpected intrusion of strangers. "Who are you?" the buzzcut man shouted furiously after regaining his composure. "It's you," He Jiaoyang and the other man exclaimed in unison. "Young Master Liang, do you know them?" the buzzcut man inquired, turning to He Jiaoyang. "Tao Ge, he is the one who let that wretched Yu Qian go." He Jiaoyang raised his hand and pointed at Hao Fugui, uttering a remark. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Lu Fan, his eyes cold and venomous like a serpent. For the first time in his life, he had been publicly humiliated, and his anger towards Lu Fan had escalated to an unbearable level. His intention for bringing assassins to Jiangzhou was to capture Lu Ziqing alive and then demand Lu Fan's life in exchange. Yesterday, when he met with the assassins, they had taken half of the advance payment along with Lu Ziqing's address and photograph before departing. They did not specify when the operation would take place, but merely informed him that it would be completed within 3 days. However, what troubled him was that he could no longer reach those 4 assassins. Initially, he believed he had been deceived, likely left high and dry after they absconded with his advance payment. Yet, seeing Lu Fan appear here caused an inexplicable jolt of anxiety within him. "Are you the delivery boy?" The crew-cut man named Gu Mingtang shook his head and looked at Hao Fugui, inquiring, "Has that wretched Yu Qian contacted you since then?" Crack. Crack. Hao Fugui disregarded him entirely, picking up his phone and wildly snapping pictures in the hall. Several women, realizing what was happening, hastily scrambled to pick up their torn clothing to cover themselves. "Don't block the view, beautiful." Hao Fugui grinned. "With figures like yours, it would be a shame not to capture this. Rest assured, my photography skills are exceptional. Strike a pose." "You lunatic," one woman shouted, charging forward to snatch the phone from him. Smack. She had barely reached him when Hao Fugui swiftly slapped her, sending her sprawling to the ground. Before resuming his frenzied photography, "Mr. Gu, you must take that phone away from him," another woman shouted toward Gu Mingtang. "You brat, go to hell," another man yelled, grabbing a bottle of liquor from the coffee table and hurling it at Hao Fugui. Boom. Just a few steps into his advance, the man felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a forceful impact that sent him crashing to the ground. He gasped, spitting blood, and realized he had likely fractured 2 or 3 ribs. Struggling to look at Lu Fan, he opened his mouth but quickly lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back. The women screamed once more. "I have no intention of harming women or seeking trouble. Leave immediately." Lu Fan cast a glance at the women. However, they clearly hesitated to depart, instead turning to look at Gu Mingtang. "Get out." Gu Mingtang's voice was low and commanding. Upon hearing this, the women rushed towards the door, dragging the one who had been lost in her own world along with them. Quite bold, Gu Mingtang then directed his attention to Lu Fan, saying, "Do you know who I am to cause a ruckus in my presence?" "I do not," Lu Fan replied, shaking his head. "Please enlighten me." "Listen carefully, brat." He Jiaoyang interjected coldly. "Tao Gu is the president of Liren Media. You are courting disaster." "Oh, so it's a pimping company," Lu Fan remarked, turning to Gu Mingtang. "Were those women earlier all from your company? Was that woman saved by Fu Gui last time as well?" In his recollection, the so-called media companies are essentially all the same. The previous women he encountered were all quite attractive, likely consisting mostly of young models and internet celebrities masquerading as artists. Including the woman Fu Gui rescued last time, it is without a doubt that she, too, is an employee of Liren Media. "Where is Yu Qian?" Gu Mingtao spoke in a low voice. "Tell me her hiding place. I can act as if nothing happened today. Otherwise, neither of you will escape unscathed. A mere pimping company does not intimidate us. Is there not a more formidable identity?" Lu Fan interjected. "You may not have heard of Liren Media, but you must have heard of Seducing Group, right?" "Liren Media is a wholly owned subsidiary of Seducing Group," He Jiaoyang responded. "Seducing Group? What is that?" Lu Fan turned to look at Fu Gui. "Have you heard of it? What a nonsensical company. I've never heard of it." Fu Gui shrugged his shoulders with an expression of feigned ignorance, lighting a cigarette and taking a puff. Cough. However, the next moment, he was choked by the smoke. After a brief moment of recovery, he turned to Lu Fan. "Brother Fan, I just remembered that the chairman of Seducing Group should be Buddha." "Oh." Lu Fan was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated such a coincidence. He was preparing to seek an opportunity to meet Buddha and now found himself face to face with someone connected to him. "At least you have some knowledge. You even know Buddha's real name," He Jiaoyang coldly retorted. "Now you know to be afraid, right?" After speaking, he pointed at Gu Mingtao. "Do you know the relationship between Tao and Buddha?" What relationship? Lu Fan exhaled a cloud of smoke. He can't possibly be Buddha's illegitimate son, right? Kid, do you really wish to die? Gu Mingtao fixed his gaze on Lu Fan. In the entire Jiangzhou, there are few who dare speak to me like that. And you are certainly not one of them. I assure you. Enough with the nonsense. Lu Fan interrupted him. If you want to live, just stay put. I am not here to seek you out. Unaware of your own mortality. Gu Mingtao frowned. I hope you can still act tough later. With that, he took a few steps toward Lu Fan and raised his fist to strike. To him, in Jiangzhou, there were hardly any who dared to be unruly on his territory, and he had already sentenced Lu Fan and his companion to heavy punishment in his mind. Although he was not a martial artist, he could still hold his own, and he believed that 3 or 5 grown men could not match him. Thus, he did not consider Lu Fan a worthy opponent. Of course, he would soon realize who truly was not a match for whom. Bang! Before his fist could reach Lu Fan, he was sent flying across the room, crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 41. What is happening? How is this possible? Gu Mingtao raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with shock as he exclaimed, Who are you? A person capable of effortlessly kicking him away was clearly not an ordinary individual. I have no desire to perish. It is best to remain honest, replied Hao Fugui. You truly possess audacity. He Jiaoyang paused for a moment before speaking. Tao Gu is the nephew of the Buddha. Should you dare to harm him, the Buddha will surely flay your skin. Bang! Before he could finish, he was sent flying, crashing against the coffee table behind him, which shattered instantaneously, scattering glass everywhere. Before he could catch his breath, Lu Fan had already approached, seizing an unbroken bottle of whiskey and bringing it crashing down upon his head. Bang! The bottle shattered, leaving a gash on his forehead, blood mingling with the whiskey, streaming down his face. Yet it did not end there. Before he Jiaoyang could utter a sound, Lu Fan stomped down on his right knee. With a sharp crack, his kneecap was reduced to fragments. He Jiaoyang emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Hiss! Seeing he Jiaoyang sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, Gu Mingtao could not help but gasp in shock. Such ruthless brutality. This was a matter of life and death. Taking a deep breath, he rose from the ground to face Lu Fan. His grandfather is the patriarch of the Zhao family. How dare you inflict such harm upon him? You truly court your own demise. Hao Fugui picked up a fruit knife, brandishing it menacingly. What nerve! I am eager to see how this ends for you today. Gu Mingtao added. Did I not warn you at Zhenyi Pavilion? If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Lu Fan cast a glance at Gu Mingtao before turning his gaze back to He Jiaoyang. Then, shifting his tone, he declared, Dare to lay your hands on my aunt, and I shall take your life today. Do you have any final words? Have the courage to kill me. I wish to see if you possess the gall. He Jiaoyang responded, recovering slightly. He genuinely did not believe Lu Fan would dare to kill him so brazenly. In Jiangzhou, no one had ever had the audacity to slay him openly. They had yet to be born, unless Lu Fan truly wished for his own demise. Moreover, from Lu Fan's words, he deduced that the 4 assassins had already sought out Lu Ziqing and, without a doubt, had met their end. Astonished, he thought, how could 4 professional killers fail to subdue a single woman? What could be the explanation? Crack! Before he could finish speaking, Lu Fan once again stomped down on his left knee, shattering the kneecap in a similar fashion. A hysterical scream echoed once more. Poor young Master He, even if he survived today, would be destined for a life bound to a wheelchair. The idea to hire assassins against my aunt must have come from Zhao Yiqin, correct? Lu Fan remarked, inhaling a puff of smoke. He Jiaoyang was in such pain that he could hardly articulate a response, his expression contorted in agony. You may depart this world now. I shall soon ensure Zhao Yiqin joins you. Lu Fan declared once more, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Please, do not kill me. He Jiaoyang managed to speak, his voice strained and desperate. Zhao Yiqin informed me that you have a distant aunt residing in the urban village, and it was he who introduced those 4 assassins to me. I acknowledge my mistakes. Please grant me a chance to redeem myself. I assure you there will be no recurrence of such folly. At that moment, he was bereft of any bravado, fully aware that should he persist in his defiance, Lu Fan would indeed take his life without hesitation. It is too late. Lu Fan responded coolly. From the moment you entertain such thoughts, your life ceased to be your own. Remember to be a good person in your next life. Now, depart. Please, no? He Jiaoyang's spirit trembled in fear. Just then, Lu Fan's phone rang, revealing a call from Yi Zhenhong. Is there something you need? Lu Fan asked, slightly taken aback before answering the call. Well. It seems you finally recognize my number. Shouldn't I feel touched? Yi Zhenhong replied. Speak plainly. I have matters to attend to. Lu Fan interrupted. That insignificant He Jiaoyang is merely a nuisance. Eliminating him will only invite trouble. His mother still holds some weight in Zhao's eyes. Yi Zhenhong continued. The He family has discreetly handled numerous affairs for old man Zhao. If He Jiaoyang were to perish, the He family would undoubtedly seek revenge through Zhao. You have yet to amass sufficient strength to confront Zhao directly. Spare his life, for he poses no real threat. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's pupils constricted slightly. Yi Zhenhong was aware of his dealings with He Jiaoyang? What was the meaning of this? Do not be overly astonished. Yi Zhenhong seemed to have anticipated Lu Fan's thoughts. Rest assured, I am not eavesdropping on you. For now, do not inquire too much. I will explain next time. Take my advice. Teach him a lesson to vent your frustrations, but allow him to breathe. Otherwise, both you and your aunt may find yourselves in considerable trouble. The core departments in Jiangzhou, even if not directly affiliated with the Zhao family, are still disciples of old man Zhao. It would not be difficult for them to deal with you. Understood. Lu Fan replied curtly before hanging up the phone. Although he had long suspected Yi Zhenhong's complexity, it seemed he had underestimated him. He contemplated two possibilities. Either one of the women from earlier was connected to Yi Zhenhong, or the latter had the means to eavesdrop on this villa. He leaned towards the latter, for even if one of those women were aligned with Yi Zhenhong, it was unlikely she would relay events to him in real time. Yet, if the second scenario were true, another question arose. Why would Yi Zhenhong want to eavesdrop on Gu Mingtao? I truly realize my mistakes. I implore you to spare my life. He Jiaoyang pleaded, gazing at Lu Fan. If you take my life, both the He and Zhao families will not rest easily. You need not create enemies for the sake of a mere wastrel like me. Though his legs had been rendered useless, it was better to cling to life than to succumb to death, for in death, one possesses nothing. I have crippled you. Do you not desire revenge? Lu Fan inquired after stowing his phone away. No revenge, I promise I won't. He Jiaoyang hastily shook his head. Do you think we would believe you? Hao Fugui remarked, inhaling from his cigarette. I truly won't. I beg you. He Jiaoyang trembled. Brother Fan, just kill him. Otherwise, it will surely complicate matters further. Hao Fugui turned to Lu Fan. We are law-abiding citizens. We cannot resort to murder casually. Lu Fan shrugged. Brother Fan, it seems you have taken quite a few lives recently. Hao Fugui continued. I understand you cannot swallow this grievance today. You are welcome to seek me out anytime. Lu Fan then glanced at Gu Mingtao. However, before you take action, it is prudent to consider the consequences. Upon finishing, he and Hao Fugui turned to exit through the door. Watching their retreating figures, Gu Mingtao's eyes flashed with a chilling glint. He promptly retrieved his phone and composed a message. Brother Fan, why not eliminate him? As Lu Fan and Hao Fugui stood outside the estate, Hao Fugui asked Lu Fan. He is but a worthless wretch. Whether he lives or dies bears no significance, Lu Fan replied. In truth, his intention in coming here was never to truly kill He Jiaoyang. Yi Zhenhong once said something profound. There is no need to stir up bloodshed over a worthless individual. He was indifferent to his own safety, yet he had to consider the well-being of his aunt and Hao Fugui. Otherwise, he would not have spared the latter's life during their previous encounter at Zhenishuan. Let us depart, Lu Fan said once more as he headed toward the main road. Clang. The following morning, while Lu Fan was still lost in slumber, the door to his rented apartment was forcefully kicked open. A group of armed individuals, clad in uniforms, stormed in with an intimidating presence. Who are you? What do you want? Hao Fugui, who had been sleeping on the sofa in the hall, sprang up. Lu Fan, come out. The leading man shouted, ignoring Hao Fugui. You disregard human life and indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Come with us at once. Chapter 42. My aunt wants to kill who his brother Fan killed? Hao Fugui was momentarily taken aback. After speaking, he turned to Lu Fan's room and shouted, Brother Fan, someone is here to apprehend you. Quickly escape through the window. Bang. Before he could finish, one of the uniformed men kicked him to the ground with considerable force. Hao Fugui coughed up a mouthful of blood. How dare you touch me? I will fight you. He cursed, rising again. Yet, he halted mid-sentence, for the man had already leveled his gun at Hao Fugui's forehead. You had better lower the weapon. At that moment, Lu Fan emerged from the room, and Lu Ziqing stepped out from another room. Brother Fan, they are here to arrest you. You must flee. Hao Fugui exclaimed. If you utter another word. Do you believe I will not shoot you? The uniformed man interrupted sternly. Enough. I was raised to be fearless. If you have the guts, then pull the trigger. Hao Fuguwei defiantly leaned forward. Fuguwei. Lu Ziqing interrupted with a sharp tone. Turning to the man at the forefront, she inquired, which department do you belong to? See for yourself. The man named Zhou Ming tossed his credentials towards Lu Ziqing. Special Operations Group, Deputy Leader. After glancing at the credentials, Lu Ziqing replied coolly. Quite an impressive background. The Special Operations Group is a uniquely specialized department under the City Lord's jurisdiction, with one group assigned per city, managed by a chief leader and several deputy leaders. In strict terms, the City Lord holds only partial authority over the Special Operations Group. The remainder lies with the Provincial Special Operations Office. The group's responsibilities are extensive, theoretically granting them jurisdiction over all unlawful activities. However, due to limited personnel, they typically only handle particularly critical cases. Ordinarily, even if Lu Fan had indeed committed murder, it would be unlikely for the Special Operations Group to intervene. The mere presence of their personnel here indicated a deliberate escalation towards a major case. Who did Xiaofan kill? Lu Ziqing returned the credentials to Zhou Ming. He knows exactly who he killed. Zhou Ming retorted, directing his gaze at Lu Fan. You are audacious beyond belief, treating human life as mere fodder. Do you still recognize the law? You'd best tell me who I supposedly killed. Lu Fan replied coolly. Kid, you still want to play innocent? Another officer in uniform shouted, pointing at Lu Fan. There are witnesses who saw you murder He Jiaoyang and Huang Tianhao. Are you still denying it? What did you say? Hao Fuguwei exclaimed in shock. He Jiaoyang is dead. Do you need me to take you to the morgue for confirmation? The officer shot a glance at Hao Fuguwei, intrigued. Lu Fan exchanged a look with his aunt. This revelation was indeed unexpected. He had intentionally spared He Jiaoyang's life the previous night, only to learn that he had ultimately perished. As for Huang Tianhao, he likely referred to the man Lu Fan had knocked unconscious. Gu Mingtao claimed he witnessed me kill He Jiaoyang and Huang Tianhao. Lu Fan inquired further. He didn't need to ask. It was undoubtedly Gu Mingtao's doing. However, he could not fathom the motive behind such actions. If it were merely to target him, the cost-benefit ratio was far too low. To kill He Jiaoyang just to vent frustration and frame him in the process seemed unnecessarily risky, antagonizing both the He and Zhao families without cause. Based solely on his word, we wouldn't have come to you so hastily, Zhou Ming replied solemnly. While speaking, he retrieved his phone, opened a video, and handed it to Lu Fan. Take a look for yourself. Lu Fan accepted the phone, glancing at the screen as Hao Fuguwei leaned in to see as well. The video is not lengthy. It begins with Lu Fan kicking away a man named Huang Tianhao, followed by his assault on Gu Mingtao and the brutal breaking of He Jiaoyang's legs. The entire sequence is captured in clear detail, abruptly ending after Lu Fan utters the words, "Let South hit the road." Gu Mingtao, indeed, had surveillance cameras installed in his own home mess hall. After a brief pause, Hao Fuguwei turned to Zhou Ming and spoke. This video can only demonstrate that Brother Fan incapacitated He Jiaoyang. Where do you see evidence of him killing him? Need I even say it? A man in uniform interjected, his voice low and serious. He is not a fool. If he intended to commit murder, he would naturally first destroy the surveillance. Are you implying that Brother Fan discovered the cameras before committing the act, so he disabled them before proceeding? Hao Fuguwei pressed further. Otherwise what? The uniformed man retorted. Wow, is that even possible? Hao Fuguwei paused before continuing. Then why didn't Brother Fan eliminate Gu Mingtao as well? Did he deliberately spare him to report to the authorities? That is a question for him to answer. The uniformed man replied curtly. Take your people and leave. The murder was not committed by Xiao Fan. Lu Ziqing gestured dismissively towards Zhou Ming. Regardless of which side you represent or what promises they have made to you, I advise you not to provoke a dangerous situation. You are quite humorous, Zhou Ming remarked, casting a glance at Lu Ziqing before refocusing on Lu Fan. Will you come with us willingly, or do we need to resort to force? I will say this one last time. Lu Ziqing interrupted him. The murder was not committed by Xiao Fan. Before I lose my temper, take your people and leave, or you shall bear the consequences. As she spoke, an icy aura emanated from her, causing the temperature in the living room to plummet dramatically. Hao Fuguwei could not help but shiver, a grave expression crossing his face. He was not concerned about Lu Ziqing angering the other party, which might place her in danger. Rather, he feared that in her fury, she might annihilate them all. From his observations of Lu Ziqing and Lu Fan, their demeanor revealed no signs of panic, suggesting that, should conflict arise, the opposing party, even armed, might not stand a chance. However, should that occur, it would indeed be a grave matter. These men were on the government payroll. One could not recklessly dispose of them. Who do you think you are? One of the uniformed men stepped forward, gun raised towards Lu Ziqing. What do you think the consequences will be? Before he could finish, a flash of movement caught his eye, and he suddenly felt a sharp sting on his cheek. He staggered to the side, his face swelling, and the gun he had been holding vanished into Lu Ziqing's grasp as if by magic. With a casual flick of her wrist, the handgun transformed into a pile of scrap metal, cascading to the floor. Hao Fuguei gasped in astonishment. He was not the only one. Shock mirrored on Zhou Ming and the other uniformed men's faces. A true expert reveals their prowess in an instant. Immediately, everyone, including Zhou Ming, raised their guns simultaneously, directing their aim at Lu Ziqing. Do you understand? Impeding the Special Operations Team's investigation is tantamount to being considered an accomplice. Zhou Ming inhaled deeply before speaking in a somber tone. Furthermore, any aggression towards the members of the Special Operations Team will result in immediate execution, with no mercy. If you wish to perish, so be it. Lu Ziqing cast a glance at them. As her words fell, an overwhelming aura of lethal intent radiated from her. Chapter 43. Whose pawn are you? Upon sensing the murderous energy emanating from Lu Ziqing, everyone except Lu Fan involuntarily shuddered. Panic flickered across each face. The sheer terror of her invisible presence instilling a sense of hopelessness. Little Ant, we cannot kill, Hao Fuguei said, swallowing hard. Little Ant, it's fine. I'll go with them for a while. Lu Fan smiled at his aunt. He was acutely aware that for him, she was his Achilles heel, just as he was hers. He would willingly sacrifice his life to protect her, just as she would for him, a poignant example from 2 years prior. If the members of the Special Operations Team truly attempted to take him by force, none would escape alive, given his aunt's prowess. You stay at home. There's no need for you to go anywhere. As Lu Ziqing spoke, she reigned in her fierce aura. Afterward, she retrieved her phone, preparing to make a call. Aunt. Lu Fan smiled again, locking eyes with her. There's no rush to call. I'll go with them first. He understood her intent to summon assistance. But as he indicated, there was no immediate urgency. Very well. Lu Ziqing contemplated briefly before putting away her phone. After a moment, she turned to Zhou Ming. You may take Xiao Fan, but I hope you do not regret it. You will bear all consequences. With a heavy exhale, Zhou Ming raised his hand and commanded, take him away. The oppressive atmosphere from Lu Ziqing left him breathless, and a vague sense of foreboding began to gnaw at him. However, he was already in too deep. Failing to bring Lu Fan back today would have dire repercussions. Thus, he pressed forward, prepared to face whatever lay ahead, unaware that stepping out now would yield far graver consequences than halting his advance. Aunt, are we really letting them take Brother Fan just like that? He won't be harmed, will he? After the group departed, Hao Fuguei turned to Lu Ziqing with concern. A mere second-tier city's Special Operations Team thinks they can cause Xiao Fan harm? They are overestimating themselves. Lu Ziqing replied. After a moment's thought, she addressed Hao Fuguei. Fuguei, there's something you need to attend to. Of course, Aunt. Hao Fuguei nodded. All right, Lu Ziqing affirmed, instructing him further. An hour later, Lu Fan was escorted into an interrogation room. Lu Fan, do you plead guilty? Zhou Ming sat across from Lu Fan and spoke in a low voice. Let me guess. Whose pawn are you? Lu Fan, after a moment of contemplation, fixed his gaze upon Zhou Ming and replied, Is it Zhao Yiqin? He had been mulling over the entire situation on his way here. In present-day Jiangzhou, those wishing to see him perish undoubtedly included Zhao Yiqin, along with Wu Yujie. Of course, Buddha Master could also be counted among them, as he was Gu Mingtao's uncle. However, given the tumultuous times, it would be unwise and unnecessary for Buddha Master to eliminate He Jiaoyang at this juncture. In other words, it was improbable that Gu Mingtao was acting under Buddha Master's orders. Aside from Buddha Master, only Zhao Yiqin and Wu Yujie remained as suspects. Yet Wu Yujie and He Jiaoyang appeared to be of the same spoiled ilk. It was doubtful he could exert influence over Gu Mingtao. Thus, after much deliberation, he concluded that Zhao Yiqin was the most likely candidate. If indeed it were Zhao Yiqin, then this young master of the Zhao family was quite ruthless, willing to use the life of his own cousin as a bargaining chip to deal with him. However, one question lingered in his mind. Since Gu Mingtao was Buddha Master's nephew, why would he heed Zhao Yiqin's commands? Did he not know that his uncle and the Zhao family were already at odds? With a resounding clap, Zhou Ming struck the table. Lu Fan, you'd best not play tricks. Do you think I cannot handle you if you refuse to confess? So agitated, have I struck a nerve? Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. What benefits has the young master of the Zhao family promised you? Is it wealth or power? Lu Fan, I warn you. Zhou Ming retorted angrily. The Special Operations Group possesses the privilege of executing first and reporting later based on solid evidence. Keep babbling. And do you believe that if I were to kill you right now, no one would say a word? If Zhao Yiqin is willing to use his own cousin as a bargaining chip, tell me, do you think you would have any chance of survival if the truth were to come out? Lu Fan continued to smile. How about this? I offer you a chance to submit to me. Being my dog might at least ensure your survival. Nonsense. Zhou Ming shouted, my patience is limited. You'd best not court your own demise. The opportunity has been presented to you. Whether to take it is your own affair. Lu Fan shrugged. I am saving your life. Ignorant. You should be contemplating how to preserve your own existence. Zhou Ming spoke in a grave tone. If you voluntarily confess, I might plead for leniency on your behalf, perhaps allowing you to keep your life. Otherwise, do not expect to leave here alive. Huh? Is it your ignorance, or do you think I am the ignorant one? Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. Zhao Yiqin orchestrates so many schemes, even killing his own cousin, all to take my life. If I were to admit to being the one who killed him, do you really think I would leave here alive? I doubt I would even finish my sentence before you acted. I shall give you 3 minutes to contemplate. When the time is up, if you still do not come clean, you shall bear the consequences. As Zhou Ming spoke, he withdrew a handgun from his person. Do not think I am merely threatening you. There is ample evidence. Do you believe that by denying it, you can escape your fate? I am quite curious. Is this action of yours a personal decision, or is it a directive from your superior? Lu Fan continued to smile. Such a trivial matter has actually warranted the attention of the Special Operations Team. Zhao Yiqin truly holds me in high regard. Only 2 minutes remain. Zhou Ming fixed his gaze upon Lu Fan. Think carefully. If you truly pull the trigger, your life will no longer belong to you. Lu Fan spoke calmly. Arrogant and ignorant. Zhou Ming scoffed. Earlier, on the way from the urban village to the Special Operations Team's headquarters, he had felt a sense of unease regarding Lu Ziqing's capabilities. He was not foolish. Someone with such skills could hardly be an ordinary individual. However, now that he was on his own territory, he felt somewhat reassured. Even though he had surmised that he might have provoked someone he ought not to, he found himself unable to retreat, compelled to press on, at least for the time being. Very well, do as you wish. Lu Fan shrugged. Only 1 minute left. Zhou Ming disengaged the safety on his pistol. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to pull the trigger? You may test it. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. If that is the case, do not blame me. All of this is of your own making. Zhou Ming gritted his teeth. In your next life, be a more prudent person. After saying this, he feigned a move to pull the trigger. Clang. At that moment, the interrogation room door was forcefully kicked open, and a middle-aged man strode in, followed by 4 subordinates. The middle-aged man, in his 40s or 50s, with a square face and a robust physique, emanated a subtle air of authority. His expression was grim as he walked in, speaking in a furious tone. Zhou Ming, you have a tremendous amount of audacity. Who gave you the right to abuse your power? Chapter 44. Zhou Ming's despair. The team leader? Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Zhou Ming's expression darkened, and he felt a shiver run down his spine. Weren't you supposed to be on a business trip to the provincial capital? When did you return? I am asking you. Who gave you such audacity? The middle-aged man spoke again, his voice laced with anger. He was none other than Lu Zhenghong, the leader of the Jiangzhou Special Operations Team. In terms of administrative rank, the leader of the Special Operations Team in each city holds a position equivalent to that of a deputy city lord. Due to the unique nature of the Special Operations Team, even a city's deputy city lord would not dare to offend someone in this position without good reason. Team leader. He is lawless and disregards human life. I received a report, which is why I brought him back for questioning. Zhou Ming took a deep breath and pointed at Lu Fan as he spoke. As he did, his inner unease grew stronger. He never anticipated that his immediate superior would return to Jiangzhou at this moment. How unfortunate. The only reason he dared to take on this task today was the knowledge that Lu Zhenghong was away. Otherwise, he would never have acted so rashly. According to his plan, once everything settled, even if Lu Zhenghong pursued accountability, he would only face a minor charge of acting without prior approval, which would not be of great consequence. However, now, Lu Zhenghong has unexpectedly returned early, leaving him somewhat taken aback. He is acutely aware of the nature of Lu Zhenghong, the renowned iron-faced judge of Jiangzhou, known for his unwavering fairness and impenetrable demeanor. Countless dignitaries in Jiangzhou have attempted to ingratiate themselves with him, only to be rebuffed. Even the mayor of Jiangzhou holds no sway over him. He maintains his principles steadfastly. If there exists a neutral faction within Jiangzhou's political realm, Lu Zhenghong undoubtedly stands among them. Who reported this? Lu Zhenghong's voice escalated in intensity. Was it the He family or the Zhao family? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan could not help but smile. It appeared that this leader of the special operations team was indeed perceptive. Leader, someone witnessed him commit murder. And there is also surveillance footage. Zhou Ming continued to speak. You're talking absolute nonsense. Lu Zhenghong interjected sharply. Who witnessed him kill? Bring them in so I can question them directly. Furthermore, is this your first day in the special operations team? Presenting a truncated surveillance video as evidence? And are you simply idling away your time? Is this the sort of matter the special operations team is supposed to handle? How is your investigation into the drug manufacturing facility in Jiangzhou progressing? Leader, the witness is afraid of retaliation and has gone into hiding. I can't reach him. Zhou Ming's face displayed a flicker of panic. Listen to yourself. Do you even sound coherent? Lu Zhenghong retorted angrily. If you cannot contact the witness, can I assume that your so-called testimony is merely a fabrication of your own making? Are you attempting to frame someone else? Of course not. Zhou Ming frowned deeply. This matter is abundantly clear. It was him. Enough. Lu Zhenghong raised his hand to interrupt him. Confiscate his handgun and mobile phone. Take him away. Without my consent. He is not to contact anyone. Additionally, have someone investigate his financial transactions over the past few years, including all assets in his name. I want a complete breakdown. Understood. For subordinates responded in unison. Lu Zhenghong, you cannot do this. You are abusing your power, and I will not stand for it. Zhou Ming exclaimed. He is a murder suspect. I am conducting an investigation. What wrong have I committed? How can you treat me this way? You want to shed tears until you see the coffin. Lu Zhenghong coldly replied. You are dissatisfied, are you? Then I shall ensure you are thoroughly convinced. With that, Lu Zhenghong retrieved his phone, played an audio recording, and tossed it onto the table. Listen for yourself. Before long, the voices of He Jiaoyang and Gu Mingtao echoed from the phone. Tao Ge, what are you doing? He Jiaoyang's voice sounded alarmed. Why are you holding a knife? Don't worry, Liang Xiao. Someone will avenge you. Gu Mingtao responded. Gu Mingtao, what is wrong with you? He Jiaoyang shouted. If you dare to kill me, my family will not spare you. You are mistaken. The one who will kill you is not me, but that Lu Fan. Gu Mingtao continued. Your parents seeking vengeance will only lead them to him. Why? Why do you want to kill me? He Jiaoyang continued to shout. What purpose does knowing so much serve for a dying person? Gu Mingtao replied. Please no? He Jiaoyang exclaimed in sheer terror. Before the words could fully escape, they were abruptly silenced. The audio concluded at that moment. How about that? Are you convinced now? Lu Zhenghong then turned to Zhou Ming, stating, your so-called witness must be this Gu Mingtao among us, correct? Thud. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming could no longer remain seated. He slumped in his chair, his face a mask of despair. How could this recording exist? Why was he unaware of it? Although the audio did not mention him directly, he was acutely aware that his fate was sealed. Over the past 2 years, he had frequented the circles of Jiangzhou's elite. And even though he had managed to clean most of his illicit gains, should Lu Zhenghong truly seek to investigate, it would undoubtedly not pose a significant challenge. Once those matters were verified, losing his official position would be the least of his concerns. The preservation of his life would be in jeopardy. In that moment, a flicker of regret stirred within him. The insatiable greed of mankind knows no bounds. Do you go by the name Lu Fan? After 4 subordinates escorted Zhou Ming away, Lu Zhenghong turned to Lu Fan and inquired. Thank you, team leader. Lu Fan smiled. He too felt a degree of surprise. How had Lu Zhenghong come into possession of this recording? However, after a moment's reflection, he surmised that the source likely traced back to Yi Zhenhong. It now appeared that Yi Zhenhong had learned of his actions against He Jiaoyang last night, undoubtedly having the means to eavesdrop on Gu Mingtao's villa. This recording was most likely sent to Lu Zhenhong by Yi Zhenhong. Initially, he had presumed Lu Zhenhong was summoned by his aunt, but it was evident that was not the case. His prospective father-in-law had concealed himself quite well. Spare me your smirking. You are no paragon of virtue. Lu Zhenhong shot him a glare. Hey, team leader, that is a grave injustice. I am but a law-abiding citizen. Lu Fan grinned. If you are a law-abiding citizen, Then there are no villains in this world. Lu Zhenghong cast him a sidelong glance. You'd best behave yourself, should you dare to misbehave. I shall personally see to your capture next time. Rest assured, team leader, that will not occur. Lu Fan chuckled in response before continuing, team leader. Is it true that Gu Mingtao has genuinely gone missing? That is not your concern. Lu Zhenghong waved his hand dismissively. Enough, be off. There are others awaiting you outside. Who is waiting for me? Lu Fan inquired. The one who sent me the recording. Lu Zhenghong replied tersely. 5 minutes later, Lu Fan arrived at the entrance of the Special Operations Team's compound. Lu Fan, are you alright? A striking figure approached. It was Yi Jihan. How is it you? Upon seeing Yi Jihan, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated encountering Yi Jihan, not her. They haven't harmed you, have they? Yi Jihan did not respond to Lu Fan's query, but instead scrutinized him from head to toe. No. Lu Fan shook his head in reply. You should be off work today, right? Shall we take a walk together? Yi Jihan continued her inquiry. Where is your father? Lu Fan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two individuals strolled along the sidewalk. Although Lu Fan endeavored to maintain a respectful distance from Yi Jihan, he recognized that it would be discourteous to dismiss her upon their first meeting, especially since she had come with good intentions to assist him. He did not come. Yi Jihan shook her head. He merely sent me the recording and requested that I forward it to team leader Lu. Cunning old fox, Lu Fan remarked. Fully aware of Yi Zhenhong's intentions, it was a maneuver to place him in a position of indebtedness to Yi Jihan. I have already heard about He Jiaoyang from Yi Zhenhong. I just called my aunt to assure her not to worry, Yi Jihan continued. Thank you, Lu Fan replied. Although you did not kill He Jiaoyang, the He family will undoubtedly hold you accountable now that Gu Mingtao is missing, so be cautious. Yi Jihan reiterated. Let them come. I welcome them, Lu Fan shrugged in response. He had long been mentally prepared for such an eventuality. Gu Mingtao's disappearance, even with that recording from Yi Zhenhong, would not completely absolve Lu Fan of suspicion. After all, that recording alone could not confirm that he did not instigate Gu Mingtao to commit murder, and he had indeed incapacitated He Jiaoyang. It was only reasonable for the He family to seek retribution against him. Could you refrain from being so arrogant? Yi Jihan shot him an exasperated glance. He Jiaoyang is the grandson of the Zhao family's elder. He certainly will not let this matter rest easily. If the Zhao family sets its sights on you, let us not dwell on this, Lu Fan interjected with a faint smile. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. If you had not come, I would have had no idea when I might escape from this predicament. As he spoke, he retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. Tell me about your situation. I have heard that Yunya Group is facing dire straits. Could you possibly smoke less? Yi Jihan furrowed her delicate brows. After speaking, she produced an expensive-looking cigarette from her bag and offered it to Lu Fan. If you cannot quit immediately, at least smoke something of better quality. Inferior cigarettes are far more harmful to your health. Why are you being so kind to me? Could it be that you have genuinely developed feelings for me? Lu Fan chuckled once more before speaking. We are not suited for one another. Please do not misplace your affections. Yi Jihan feigned an intention to retract the cigarette, her heart inexplicably fluttering. This was the second time someone had inquired whether she truly harbored feelings for Lu Fan. The first was during a conversation with Bai Shixian a few days prior. Ordinarily, she would have readily dismissed such a notion, convinced that there was no way she could ever like someone as reckless as him. Yet, she was perplexed. After just a few days without seeing him, she felt an unexpected emptiness within. Moreover, upon receiving a call from her father informing her that Lu Fan had been taken by the Special Operations Team, she experienced an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fearing for his safety. It was only when she saw Lu Fan appear before her unharmed that she finally exhaled in relief. She has never been in love and is uncertain whether this is what it feels like to like someone. Yet, how could she have developed feelings for such a man? He is worlds apart from the Prince Charming she had always envisioned. Could it be because she gave him her first time? Just kidding. Why take it so seriously? After taking the cigarette from him, Lu Fan grinned, saying, There is no reason to reclaim a gift. Your words are truly irritating. Yi Jihan shot him a disdainful glance. This is my nature. I cannot be compared to those suave and accomplished young men around you. Lu Fan laughed again. Therefore, you must constantly remind yourself not to truly fall for me, or you will find yourself in quite the predicament. Are you done yet? Yi Jihan interrupted him with annoyance. After a brief pause, she shifted the topic. Didn't you say you hadn't met Yi Zhenhong? Why is he so eager for me to help you clear your name? After receiving a call from her father, she confirmed her earlier suspicion that Lu Fan and Yi Zhenhong had indeed met. She just didn't understand how these two could be connected. Do you also call your father by his full name at home? Lu Fan retorted. This is between him and me. It has nothing to do with you. Yi Jihan replied. I don't know what transpired between the two of you, but I suspect you might have some misconceptions about your father, Lu Fan responded. He is not as despicable as you imagine. Oh, really? Yi Jihan replied coldly. When my mother was gravely ill and wished to see him one last time, he didn't even show his face. He turned off his phone. When Yunya Group faced crises and teetered on the brink of collapse, he was either reveling in clubs or on his way to one. Marrying an obscure starlet caused chaos in the Yi family, and he never even raised his voice in reproach. Even during my recent troubles, he never inquired once, spending more time in clubs than at home. If you were in my shoes, how would you feel? After venting her frustrations, she exhaled heavily, her expression darkening. Dealing with such a father left her utterly helpless. Have you ever attempted to communicate with him calmly? Lu Fan asked Yi Jihan. These are family matters. An outsider like you cannot judge, he added. Though he believed Yi Jianhong must have his own untold struggles. Seeing is believing. These events are tangible occurrences. Is there still a need for communication? Yi Jihan countered. You are mistaken. Lu Fan replied. Often, what we see is not necessarily the truth. It could be a deliberate performance by someone with ulterior motives. Do you know him better than I do? Yi Jihan pressed on. Do you truly understand your father? Lu Fan paused before adding, or rather, do you understand the Yi family? What do you mean? Yi Jihan was taken aback. Nothing. Lu Fan responded after a moment's reflection. I suggest you take the time to learn more about your father. He initially intended to converse further with Yi Jihan, but after some contemplation, he abandoned the thought. Since Yi Jianhong had not spoken, why should he add to the discourse? Perhaps for Yi Jihan, knowing more was not necessarily a blessing. I detest those who leave their words unspoken. Yi Jihan glared at him. Let me first savor the flavor of your premium cigarettes. Lu Fan chuckled before bending down to open the cigarette box. At that moment, a man clad in a helmet rode a motorcycle directly towards them. Be careful. Yi Jihan shouted loudly, stepping forward without hesitation to shield Lu Fan. Bang! Almost simultaneously with her movement, the helmeted man raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. Thud! The bullet pierced through Yi Jihan, a spray of crimson erupting forth. Chapter 46. Your daughter has been shot. The bullet continued through her back, clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. The trajectory of the bullet had struck near her left shoulder blade, perilously close to her heart. A slightly lower position would have been fatal. The assailant's target was Lu Fan's head. Had Yi Jihan not intervened, he would have sustained grievous injuries, if not death. Following the gunfire, Yi Jihan screamed as she fell backward. Wretched woman. The man, taken aback by Yi Jihan's audacity, momentarily hesitated before dismounting his motorcycle. Without a second thought, he advanced towards them, pulling the trigger once more. His mission was to take Lu Fan's life, and failure was not an option. Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, bullets whizzed through the air with a faint whooshing sound. Concurrently, as Yi Jihan was shot, Lu Fan reacted swiftly, catching her as she toppled towards him and darting aside. His speed was astonishing. As the assailant fired again, Lu Fan had already taken refuge behind a large tree, with 3 bullets striking the sidewalk instead. Damn it! The man cursed again, clearly astonished by Lu Fan's quick reflexes. After a brief moment of disbelief, he approached the tree. Lu Fan, I'm so cold. Yi Jihan struggled to speak, lying in Lu Fan's arms, her lips turning purple from blood loss, her face pale as wax. Wait here. I will get you to the hospital immediately. Lu Fan took a deep breath and spoke. Looking at Yi Jihan in his arms, he felt a stir within him. This woman had risked her life to shield him from the bullet. Don't go out. He has a gun, Yi Jihan managed to utter again. Though before she could finish, Lu Fan laid her down and swiftly dashed out. Bang! The gunfire erupted once more, 3 bullets hurtling forth. However, Lu Fan's instantaneous speed was despairingly swift. The 3 bullets missed their mark once again. Crack! The man furrowed his brow and pulled the trigger once more, only to realize that all 7 bullets had been expended. In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, Lu Fan had already closed the distance. Almost immediately, he felt a searing pain in his chest, his sternum shattered, and his internal organs pierced. He was propelled backwards several meters. He crashed heavily to the ground, rolling over multiple times before coming to a halt, blood gushing from his mouth. Gurgling, he opened his mouth but could utter not a single word, his legs twitching before falling still. For Lu Fan, had Yi Jihan not been injured, He might have spared the man's life to extract information about the mastermind behind the attack. However, given the current circumstances, there was evidently no time for such considerations. With a swift kick, he dispatched the assassin and hurried to Yi Jihan's side, promptly tending to her wounds and staunching the flow of blood. Am I going to die? Yi Jihan's voice was frail. Don't say such things. Lu Fan interrupted. Just hold on. We must get to the hospital immediately. He lifted Yi Jihan into his arms and dashed towards the entrance of the Special Operations Group compound, having previously noted her Porsche 911 parked not far from the entrance. With a roar, the Porsche surged towards the First People's Hospital. Stay awake, talk to me, Lu Fan urged as he pressed the accelerator. After a brief pause, he continued. Miss Yi, should I label you as ignorant or fearless? To shield yourself from bullets, as if you were Superman? I wasn't thinking at the time. Yi Jihan replied, catching her breath. This was indeed her genuine reaction. The moment she saw the gunman draw his weapon, she instinctively positioned herself in front of Lu Fan, not entirely understanding her own actions. Please refrain from such reckless heroics next time, Lu Fan admonished. If you were to die here today, your father would undoubtedly send me to keep you company in the afterlife. He wouldn't care about my life or death, Yi Jihan countered. He only concerns himself with whether I transfer the money on time each month. Do not think of your father that way. He is not the man you imagine, Lu Fan interjected. While I do not know him well, I can assure you that you harbor misunderstandings about him. He has his own burdens. You must strive to understand and empathize with him. Ever since my mother passed away, I have not wanted to speak with him, Yi Jihan replied. No matter what. He is still your biological father, Lu Fan responded. Can we change the subject? Yi Jihan suggested, taking a moment to collect herself. Very well, Lu Fan acquiesced, choosing not to pursue the topic further. The two exchanged casual conversation for approximately 20 minutes before Lu Fan parked the car at the hospital entrance. Subsequently, he used Yi Jihan's phone to call Bai Shixian and then carried Yi Jihan towards the main building. Jihan, what happened? What's wrong? As Lu Fan hurried to the entrance, Bai Shixian emerged briskly from within, followed closely by two nurses pushing a mobile hospital bed. I'll explain later. She took a bullet for me. You need to tend to her wounds first. As he spoke, Lu Fan laid Yi Jihan gently onto the bed. Sha. Bai Shixian's expression changed dramatically as she rushed to the bedside. Jihan, how are you? I'm fine, Yi Jihan replied, gritting her teeth against the pain. How can you say you're fine after this? Bai Shixian exclaimed, her face etched with concern. I warned you long ago. He's nothing but trouble, a walking disaster. I told you to stay away from him, but you wouldn't listen. Do you understand now? She then turned to Lu Fan, her voice icy. If anything happens to Jihan, I want to let you off the hook. Her disdain for Lu Fan had already been considerable, and this incident only served to exacerbate it. With that, she led the nurses quickly toward the elevator. Lu Fan followed closely behind. But he had barely taken a few steps when Bai Shixian halted him with a sharp reprimand. What are you following for? Aren't you satisfied with the trouble you've already caused, Jihan? Shixian, this incident has nothing to do with Lu Fan. It was my own choice. Yi Jihan managed to say with great difficulty. You're nearly dead because of him, and you still defend him? I'm at a loss for words. Bai Shixian retorted with frustration, then turned away, quickening her pace with the nurses. Before long, Yi Jihan was wheeled into the operating room. After finding a spot in the corridor to sit down, Lu Fan took out his phone and dialed Yi Jihan's number. Is everything all right? Did they give you a hard time in the Special Operations Group? Yi Jihan's voice came through, tinged with a mocking tone. There was an accident. Lu Fan took a deep breath and interrupted him. Your daughter has been shot. What? Yi Jihan shouted, his voice rising in alarm. Chapter 47. A call from Yu Qian. This is my fault. Lu Fan recounted the sequence of events to Yi Jihan, taking another deep breath. How is Xiaoan now? Yi Jihan's voice turned cold. Director Bai is treating her wounds. She should be all right, Lu Fan replied. Kid, I sent Xiaoan to help you out. And now she has been shot. You really know how to handle things. Yi Jihan interrupted. If anything happens to her, I want to let you off easy. I'm sorry. I truly underestimated the situation. I promise it won't happen again, Lu Fan said, surprisingly refraining from arguing back. Promise? What can you possibly guarantee? Yi Jihan snapped. After a brief pause, he continued. Do you know who did this? The He family or the Zhao family? Not certain yet, but the He family seems more likely. Lu Fan responded. If the Zhao family were to act, it wouldn't be so discreet or happen so quickly. The He family, Yi Jinhong's voice sharpened with a hint of cold fury. They are truly courting death. What are your plans? Although Lu Fan was uncertain of Yi Jinhong's full capabilities, he sensed that dealing with the He family would not pose a significant challenge. This matter does not concern you. Your focus should solely be on Xiao Han and the Yunya group. Yi Jinhong paused momentarily before continuing. That girl risked her life to shield you from bullets. It seems she has genuinely developed feelings for you. I warn you, you had better treat her well from now on. If I discover that you have wronged her, I will not let this matter rest. Lu Fan replied. Is she truly taking on the role of a daughter-in-law? I have not yet agreed to that. He then inquired. By the way, have you been eavesdropping on Gu Mingtao's phone? Can you locate him? Lu Fan continued. The root of today's issue lies with Gu Mingtao. It is imperative that we find him swiftly. The assassin failed this time. The other party will undoubtedly attempt again. Even if he is unconcerned for his own safety, he must consider those around him. Only by apprehending Gu Mingtao and forcing him to reveal who is manipulating him can we hope to alleviate some of the pressure. Absolutely not. Yi Jinhong responded. I only had people install listening devices in his villa. I did not tamper with his phone. Moreover, if he intends to hide, his phone is likely turned off, rendering location tracking futile. Very well. Lu Fan paused before pressing further. I am genuinely curious. Why do you wish to eavesdrop on him? His curiosity was indeed piqued. Gu Mingtao is the owner of Liren Media and also the nephew of the Buddha. Could it be that Yi Jinhong is targeting the Buddha? Why ask so many questions? Yi Jinhong countered. Who do you suspect is orchestrating his actions? He must have communicated with his backer before attacking He Jiaoyang, correct? Did you not intercept any conversations? Lu Fan inquired. Of course, if I had intercepted anything, would I need to ask you? Yi Jinhong replied, then probed. Do you have any suspects? The most likely candidate is Zhao Yichen. Lu Fan succinctly relayed his speculation. That aligns closely with my thoughts. Yi Jinhong responded. That young master from the Zhao family is indeed quite a character. After a brief pause, seemingly recalling something, he continued, by the way, do you know the whereabouts of the woman named Yu Qian mentioned by Gu Mingtao? You wouldn't be interested in her, would you? Lu Fan remarked. Get lost. Yi Jinhong retorted. I need to find her. If she reaches out to you again, either inform me or bring her directly to me. Why? Lu Fan questioned, perplexed. Why do you have so many questions? Yi Jinhong replied, I will tell you later. Without waiting for a response, he abruptly hung up the phone. Mysterious indeed. Lu Fan muttered to his phone. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up his phone again and dialed Yuan Kuan. Young Master Lu, how may I assist you? The call was answered promptly. Are you familiar with Gu Mingtao from Liren Media? Lu Fan inquired. Yes. Yuan Kuan replied, taken aback for a moment. He is the Buddha's nephew. He has gone into hiding. Mobilize all your personnel and see if you can locate him. Lu Fan instructed. Young Master Lu, has something occurred? Yuan Kuan pressed further. Do not inquire too much. I will inform you another day. Lu Fan replied. All right. I will arrange it immediately. Yuan Kuan responded before hanging up. Time passed swiftly, 4 to 5 hours fleeting by in the blink of an eye. During this interval, Lu Fan placed a call to his aunt, recounting the matter of the assassin. Though she spoke little during the conversation, he could discern her anger from her tone. Before ending the call, his aunt made a point to say that he should treat Yi Jihan well in the future. He felt that both his aunt and Yi Jinhong were eager to see him and Yi Jihan united. After a while, the door to the operating room swung open, and Bai Shixian, accompanied by several nurses, wheeled Yi Jihan out. How is she? Lu Fan hurriedly approached. You've been waiting here all this time? Yi Jihan asked, momentarily taken aback as she looked at Lu Fan. Her complexion was pale, her demeanor weak, and with the anesthesia not yet fully worn off, she appeared to be in a semi-conscious state. Yes. Lu Fan nodded and turned to Bai Shixian. Director Bai, is Jihan all right? If the bullet had moved just a fist's length further down, you would have lost her. Bai Shixian shot him an exasperated glare. I truly do not understand what Jihan sees in you, to be foolish enough to shield you from a bullet. It's simply beyond reason. Today's events were indeed my fault. Lu Fan refrained from retorting this time. A man must recognize his mistakes. This matter is not Lu Fan's fault. Yi Jihan interjected after regaining her composure. I am fine. Shishuan's medical skills are exceptional. I just need a few days of rest. You go about your business. Do not concern yourself with me. I am fine. I will stay with you for a while, Lu Fan replied. Even if you are well, do not linger here. I implore you to keep your distance from Jihan. As far away as possible. Bai Shixian continued to glare at him. I have known her for so long, and nothing ever went awry. Ever since you became involved, troubles have been incessant, and this time, it nearly cost her life. Sure, Xian, there are aspects you still do not understand. Without Lu Fan, my troubles would only have escalated. Yi Jihan interrupted her. After saying this, she turned to Lu Fan. You should attend to your tasks. I assure you I am fine. If anything arises, I will call you. Your father is quite worried about you. You should reassure him, Lu Fan insisted. Just as he was about to continue, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Hao Fuguwei. Fuguwei, what is it? He answered. Brother Fan, are you still at the hospital? Hao Fuguwei inquired. Yes, Lu Fan responded. What is the matter? That woman, Yu Qian, whom I saved the other day, just called me, Hao Fuguwei stated. Oh, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. What did she say? He asked, slightly pausing. It was somewhat unexpected. He had not anticipated that she would reach out to Hao Fuguwei. She did not elaborate much, merely stating that she is in grave danger and that someone is after her, asking if I could assist in her rescue. Hao Fuguwei replied. Where is she? Lu Fan inquired once more, his surprise evident. She provided me with an address, which I forwarded to you, responded Hao Fuguwei. Great. Lu Fan interjected. I'll head over immediately. Let us meet there. All right. Hao Fuguwei replied. After Lu Fan ended the call, he turned to Yi Jihan and said, I apologize, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please continue with your tasks. There's no need to worry about me. Yi Jihan interrupted him. I will return to see you once I have handled my affairs. Upon completing his words, Lu Fan hurriedly made his way towards the stairway. Such pretense. Bai Shixian cast a fierce glare at Lu Fan's retreating figure. That call was likely prearranged. He merely sought an excuse to depart. Lu Fan learned that the address from Hao Fuguwei pointed to a secluded hotel on the outskirts of the city. After approximately an hour, the taxi halted on the main road outside the hotel. Fangu. As soon as Lu Fan alighted, Hao Fuguwei swiftly approached from the hotel entrance. Where is she? Inside. Lu Fan inquired. Not here. Hao Fuguwei shook his head. I just inquired at the front desk. A few minutes ago, 5 or 6 thugs came and took her away. Do you know who they were? Lu Fan's brow furrowed slightly. The front desk indicated they were likely men under Scorpion. Hao Fuguwei elaborated. Scorpion is one of the 4 main enforcers under Ho Kuei, the boss of the Southern District. Can we reach Yu Qian by phone? Lu Fan pressed. Unfortunately, I just tried and couldn't get through. Hao Fuguwei replied. Wait a moment. After a brief contemplation, Lu Fan picked up his phone and dialed Yuan Cohen. The purpose of the call was straightforward, to inquire about Ho Kuei's situation and the location of his stronghold. 2 to 3 minutes later, he hung up and, along with Hao Fuguwei, entered a taxi. Fangu, how is Miss Yi? Is she all right? Hao Fuguwei asked as they settled into the vehicle. She has completed her surgery and should be fine after a period of rest, Lu Fan affirmed with a nod. Fangu, Miss Yi is quite exceptional in many aspects. You should seriously consider her, Hao Fuguwei continued. Enough. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Fan shot him a glare. I'm not in the mood for romantic entanglements right now. Besides, even if I were interested, she might not feel the same. If she were unwilling, she wouldn't have shielded you from danger. Hao Fuguwei remarked, clicking his tongue. What do you know, you straight man? Lu Fan retorted before changing the subject. How does Yu Qian have your number? Who knows? Hao Fuguwei shrugged. However, if she truly wishes to investigate, it shouldn't be difficult. She could simply call the company and ask for the number of the chubbiest delivery person. True. Lu Fan nodded in agreement. Fangu, I have another question. Hao Fuguwei continued. Why would she think to ask me for help? Does she really believe I could take on 4 people single-handedly? Thinking I'm some sort of superhero? Perhaps she has taken a liking to you. Lu Fan replied with a chuckle. This is a puzzle I can't quite solve. Hao Fuguwei said. Fangu, please don't tease me. She probably hasn't even seen my face clearly. Forget about her for now. We'll find out when we meet. By the way, Fangu, there's something I wish to discuss with you. Hao Fuguwei spoke again. What is it? Lu Fan inquired. We have a bit of money on hand now. How about we find a better place for my aunt to live? Hao Fuguwei suggested. The conditions in the urban village are simply deplorable. Are you hoping to live with us? Lu Fan retorted. He could easily guess Hao Fuguwei's little intentions with a mere thought. Recently, having begun his journey into martial arts alongside his aunt, Hao Fuguwei had become utterly enthralled, wishing to be by her side 24 hours a day. Thus, he had not returned to his own residence for days, choosing to spend his nights on the couch, content in his situation. Indeed, that is one of my thoughts. However, I genuinely believe it's time to find a new place for my aunt. Hao Fuguwei grinned. Very well, you handle it. Lu Fan nodded. Be sure to inquire about her specific requirements. He had actually contemplated this matter for some time, originally intending to take his aunt out to search for a new abode once he had the opportunity. However, a series of events had delayed him until now. All right. Hao Fugue's eyes brightened. Rest assured, Fan Gu, I will ensure it is taken care of. As they conversed, a taxi halted in front of a 6-story office building. The sign at the entrance boldly displaying the name Yongli Financial Company. Fan Gu, is this the stronghold of Hokue? Hao Fugue asked as they exited the vehicle. Indeed. Lu Fan confirmed with a nod. From what Yuan Kuan indicated, this company not only engages in regular high-interest loans, but is also particularly fond of predatory lending, specifically targeting students and ordinary white-collar workers. I wonder what the authorities in Jiangzhou are doing, allowing such a significant company to operate without oversight. Hao Fugue clicked his tongue in disapproval. Such malignant entities are ubiquitous. How could they possibly be managed? Lu Fan shrugged. Moreover, many of those authorities are breeding grounds for such corruption. As they spoke, the two entered the lobby on the ground floor. Good afternoon, gentlemen. How may I assist you? The receptionist inquired, glancing at them. Is Hokue here? Hao Fugue's voice boomed, loud enough for everyone in the lobby to hear. At his words, approximately 20 men engaged in various tasks turned to look at them, their expressions decidedly unfriendly. To audaciously call out the name of the Lord Ho in the headquarters of Yongli Company was not an unfamiliar occurrence. But such instances were exceedingly rare and typically involved significant figures. Yet these two young men did not appear to be of notable stature. Such disrespect seemed to suggest they were courting trouble. Are you looking for trouble? A burly, bald man approached, speaking in a dispassionate tone. We're pressed for time and wish to avoid any complications. Kindly summon Hokue immediately. Fan Gu has matters to discuss with him. Hao Fugue lit a cigarette and took a drag. In recent days, having handled numerous affairs with Lu Fan, while he had yet to master much else, his ability to wield power through association had certainly improved. I see you're courting disaster. The bald man sneered, then swung a kick towards Hao Fugue. Bang! Before the kick could even graze Hao Fugue's clothing, Lu Fan swiftly retaliated, sending the man flying. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by the scene before them. A man adorned with a gold chain discarded his cigarette, but, exclaiming, "Grab your weapons, let's take them down." In an instant, approximately 20 individuals pivoted and made their way to a corner of the hall, retrieving knives and clubs to encircle the two men. Meanwhile, in a lavish office on the 6th floor, Hokue lounged on a sofa, puffing on a cigar. A voluptuous woman crouched beside the coffee table, peeling an apple, while another woman assisted him by massaging his thigh. Not far away, a uniformed woman knelt on the floor, trembling uncontrollably, her face a mask of terror. Master Ho, I only borrowed 20,000 from you. The uniformed woman spoke in a quivering voice. To date, I have repaid nearly 60,000, yet you demand another 50,000. Are you suggesting that borrowing money comes without interest? If so, might you lend me some more? After taking a drag from his cigar, Hokue replied nonchalantly. But your interest rates are exorbitantly high. I truly cannot repay any more, the uniformed woman continued. Cannot repay? That is quite simple. Hokue's hand wandered over the woman beside him. Considering you possess some beauty, if you spend just one night with me, I shall waive 5,000. Spend 10 nights with me, and your debt will be forgiven. No, the uniformed woman exclaimed. I already have a boyfriend. Is that so? Hokue shrugged. That makes it even simpler. He then turned to the voluptuous woman beside him, commanding, Go, post her nude photos online. Let those unfortunate souls on the internet enjoy some benefits. Please, no? The uniformed woman cried out in alarm. That is not an option. Hokue's tone turned cold. Then you leave me no choice. You have 1 minute. If you do not strip and crawl over here, I shall ensure your nude photos become trending online. Please, no? The uniformed woman sobbed. Just then, the office door was forcefully flung open. 2 tattooed men crashed to the floor, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness, their knives clattering beside them. The uniformed woman screamed and hastily retreated to a corner. Hokue was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the entrance. His voice low and steady. Who goes there? Master Ho, what a pleasant surprise. Soon after, Lu Fan and Hao Fugue stepped through the doorway. Are you seeking an untimely demise? Hokue assessed the 2 men before him, taking his time to act. Having ascended to the position of a prominent figure in the southern city, his intelligence was undoubtedly considerable. Despite Lu Fan and Hao Fugue appearing rather ordinary, they dared to disturb his stronghold, which suggested they were far from being mere commoners. Furthermore, to reach his office from the ground floor, they would have had to overcome nearly 100 obstacles. The mere presence of Lu Fan and his companion indicated that those 100 individuals had likely been dealt with. "Where is Scorpion?" Hao Fuguei inquired, taking a drag from his cigarette. "Scorpion?" Hokuei was momentarily taken aback. "What is it that you seek from him?" he inquired. "Our patience is limited. It would be wise for you to refrain from unnecessary chatter, lest you find yourself in considerable trouble," responded Hao Fuguei. "Do you two truly underestimate my presence?" Hokuei narrowed his eyes slightly, then exchanged a glance with the woman peeling an apple, with a silent understanding. The woman swiftly lunged towards Hao Fuguei, her fruit knife gleaming ominously. Simultaneously, the other woman, who had been massaging Hokuei, sprang into action, a blur racing towards Lu Fan. Both women were evidently skilled martial artists. Their speed alone indicated their prowess. However, in relative terms, while they might be formidable to the average person, to Lu Fan, they were scarcely distinguishable from the ordinary. Before they could comprehend Lu Fan's movements, they found themselves propelled backward, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, their faces etched with shock. "Interesting," Hokuei remarked, surprise flickering across his visage. He was acutely aware of the women's capabilities, yet they had been so effortlessly dispatched in a single encounter. Indeed, the newcomers were no benign visitors. "I shall only say this once." Lu Fan's gaze fixed upon Hokuei. "Bring Scorpion and the remaining Qian to me at once, or bear the consequences." Upon hearing Lu Fan's command, Hokuei's pupils contracted slightly. "Who exactly are you? Cannot comprehend my words?" A chill emanated from Lu Fan. "Do not be arrogant." Hokuei's voice turned grave. "I shall confront you." With that, he lunged at Lu Fan like a ferocious beast, his speed astonishing. Gathering his strength, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Lu Fan, creating a gust of wind in its wake. One does not weep until the coffin is present. Lu Fan stepped forward, mirroring the punch with one of his own. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as a stark white bone protruded from Hokuei's shoulder, blood gushing forth. "Ah!" Hokuei screamed, collapsing back onto the sofa. Before his words fully escaped his lips, Lu Fan kicked a cleaver from the ground, sending it slicing through the air, embedding itself into the sofa just inches from Hokuei's head. Hokuei's body trembled, the pain in his arm momentarily forgotten, as sheer horror overcame him. He understood that Lu Fan had deliberately spared his life. Otherwise, he would have been dead already. Impressive. This was the singular thought racing through Hokuei's mind. The fact that he could not withstand even a single blow from his opponent was simply unfathomable. "Can Scorpion bring reinforcements now?" Lu Fan continued, his tone indifferent. "Alternatively, you may call for help, but be warned, the outcome could very well be your demise. The choice is yours." "Scorpion is not here," Hokuei replied after a brief pause. Having witnessed Lu Fan's capabilities, his thoughts now considerably subdued. He indeed has quite a few subordinates, numbering in the hundreds, if not 1,000. However, he possesses self-awareness. Before a person of Lu Fan's caliber, even if he summoned everyone back, it would likely be futile. Moreover, he harbors no doubt regarding Lu Fan's words. If he were to call for reinforcements, he feared that his own life would be forfeit that very day. "Where are they?" Lu Fan inquired. "They've taken Yu Qian to Zhenyi Pavilion, and they're already en route." Hokuei replied. "Zhenyi Pavilion?" Lu Fan paused momentarily. "What business do they have there?" "Grabbing Yu Qian is a task entrusted to me by President Yuan." He did not elaborate on the reasons, nor did I inquire further, Hokuei explained. "After Scorpion captured her, I received a call instructing me to bring her to Zhenyi Pavilion." "President Yuan?" Lu Fan momentarily hesitated. "Gu Mingtao?" "Indeed." Hokuei nodded. "So it is him." Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. When one seeks, fortune comes unbidden. He had not anticipated such serendipity, as he was at a loss for where to begin his search. "Are you pulling my leg?" interjected Hao Fuguei. "Gu Mingtao is like a rat scurrying across the street. Everyone is out to get him, having long since gone into hiding. His phone is probably switched off. How could he still be in contact with you? I have several of his numbers and only managed to reach him after trying 3 or 4 times. Hokuei continued. "He is at Zhenyi Pavilion?" Hao Fuguei pressed on. "In such a chaotic place, does he not fear being discovered? Even if he is found, it matters not." Hokuei retorted. "As long as he can afford the price. Zhenyi Pavilion will ensure his safety. No one dares to commit murder there, nor can anyone take away those they are sworn to protect. Enough of this chatter. Call Scorpion immediately and have him bring Yu Qian back." Lu Fan commanded in a grave tone. I'll ask if he has arrived, Hokuei responded. You had best pray that he has not yet reached, or I shall send you on your way. A chill emanated from Lu Fan. I'll call now. Hokuei took a deep breath and swiftly pulled out his phone to make the call. Before long, after hanging up, he turned to Lu Fan. He hasn't arrived yet. Bring Yu Qian back immediately. You are fortunate. Lu Fan took a drag from his cigarette and continued. Give me the phone number you used to contact Gu Mingtao. Understood. Hokuei replied, promptly relaying the number to Lu Fan. Approximately half an hour later, footsteps echoed at the entrance. Soon after, a man with a buzz cut entered, accompanied by a woman. The buzz-cut man was none other than Scorpion, one of Hokuei's most capable aides. The woman, in her mid-20s, strikingly beautiful and tall, was indeed Yu Qian, the very one Hao Fuguei had rescued. As Yu Qian laid eyes on Hao Fuguei, a flicker of hope flashed within her weary gaze. Master Ho, what has transpired? Scorpion stammered upon witnessing Hokuei's disheveled state. Who are they? At that moment, Yu Qian hurriedly approached Hao Fuguei and knelt before him. Thank you, benefactor. Chapter 50. The Prelude and Consequence. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Fan and his companions emerged from the entrance on the first floor. Just before departing, Lu Fan took the opportunity to retrieve the loan contract from the uniformed woman. Additionally, he instructed Hokuei to refund the excess 40,000 yuan that had been paid by the other party. The uniformed woman expressed her profound gratitude before bidding them farewell. Once again, I thank you both for saving my life. Shortly thereafter, the three settled into a nearby tea restaurant, where Yu Qian turned to the two with a look of heartfelt appreciation. Please, enlighten us on the situation, Lu Fan inquired. I was originally Gu Mingtao's girlfriend. Yu Qian began after taking a deep breath. However, that scoundrel grew weary of me and, like a mere commodity, handed me over to He Jiaoyang. The time when Mr. Hao rescued me was precisely when he personally delivered me to that villa. He Jiaoyang, that scoundrel, is fond of group play and had invited 3 other men to join. Yu Qian continued, had it not been for Mr. Hao's timely intervention, my fate would have been dire. Is that so? Hao Fuguei exclaimed in astonishment. Since Gu Mingtao has already cast you aside, why would he still send Hokuei to capture you? Lu Fan pressed further. He demanded that I deliver something to him. Yu Qian replied, having been with Gu Mingtao for a considerable time, I am acutely aware of his character and knew that one day I would be discarded, which is why I was prepared. As she spoke, she retrieved a disc from her possession and placed it on the coffee table. This contains evidence of some of his unsavory dealings. He sent someone to capture me to obtain this disc. What kind of evidence? Lu Fan inquired. Drugs, money, and women. Yu Qian responded. Be more specific. Lu Fan insisted. Liren Media appears to be a cultural media company on the surface, but in reality, it is the largest cancer in Jiangzhou. Yu Qian took another deep breath before posing a question. Have you heard of a secret drug manufacturing facility in Jiangzhou? A drug manufacturing facility? Lu Fan hesitated momentarily, recalling a mention made by Lu Zhenghong to Zhou Ming in the interrogation room regarding the investigation into drug processing plants. Indeed, Yu Qian affirmed. That drug manufacturing facility is a partnership involving Gu Mingtao. With whom? Hao Fuguei inquired. Is it He Jiaoyang? Not at all. Yu Qian shook her head. He Jiaoyang is merely a small pawn in the grand scheme. Is it the Zhao family? Lu Fan asked. Yes. Yu Qian nodded. The individual behind it is Zhao Mingxing, the second in command of the Zhao family. As for whether others from the Zhao family are involved, I cannot say for certain. They have amassed considerable wealth through the drug trade and have utilized this money to maintain their network of connections. Those corrupted by their wealth include not only various officials in Jiangzhou, but also many influential figures in the provincial capital. Furthermore, besides money, they also employ women as a common tactic. Most of the employees at Liren Media are tools used to ingratiate themselves with the powerful and affluent. They possess a substantial collection of compromising photographs and inappropriate videos featuring government officials and employees of Liren Media. Hafugi exclaimed, astonished that such scenarios depicted on television truly exist in reality. This dossier contains a partial list of those they have corrupted, comprising individuals of relatively high rank, along with details of the bribes and the compromising footage, Yu Qian added. Additionally, it includes several recorded conversations between Gu Mingtao and Zhao Mingxing, secretly recorded by Gu Mingtao for self-preservation. No wonder he is after you. Hafugi remarked again. Is Zhao Mingxing aware of this dossier? Lu Fan inquired. Upon hearing this, he grasped the general situation. If all goes as expected, Yi Jinhong is likely investigating this matter as well. Otherwise, he would not be eavesdropping on Gu Mingtiao. Especially since he specifically mentioned Yu Qian. He should be unaware. Otherwise, he would have already caused trouble for Gu Mingtiao. Yu Qian shook her head. As it stands, only Gu Mingtiao and I are privy to this information. Excellent. After nodding, Lu Fan continued. Do you know where their drug manufacturing facility is located? I am not certain of the exact location, but I believe it is situated in one of the counties or towns beneath Jiangzhou, Yu Qian responded. I am curious as to why, after you escaped from that villa, you did not leave Jiangzhou? Hafugi paused before asking. Moreover, what made you think to contact me? How could you be so sure I could assist you? That bastard Gu Mingtiao treated me so poorly. I will ensure he does not get away unscathed. Even if it means we perish together. Yu Qian seethed. I initially intended to hand over the dossier directly to the authorities. But realizing that nearly every department in Jiangzhou has their people, I dismissed that thought. This morning, I learned from a colleague at Liren Media about Gu Mingtiao and He Jiaoyang, and discovered that you two were involved. Thus, I called your company to obtain your phone number. I see. Hafugi nodded. Provide him with a bank account so he can transfer some money to you. You should leave Jiangzhou for now. Staying here could cost you your life. Lu Fan suggested after a moment of contemplation. No, I don't need it. Yu Qian hesitated before vigorously shaking her head. I cannot repay your life-saving kindness with money. You also earn your living with difficulty. Keep it. We do not have much. Lu Fan interjected. Once you leave Jiangzhou, find a place to hide for a while. When things settle down, you can return if you wish. Really, it is unnecessary. I have saved some money over the past 2 years. Even without work, it is sufficient for me to live for 2 to 3 years. Yu Qian continued to respond. As long as the contents of this dossier can serve their purpose and bring Gu Mingtiao to justice, I will be utterly content. After a moment of stalemate, seeing Lu Fan's earnest insistence, Yu Qian ultimately provided her account details to Hafugi. Lu Fan instructed Hafugi to transfer 1 million to her account, and upon seeing the amount, Yu Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. With a mere gesture amounting to 1 million, has the delivery industry truly become so lucrative? Shortly after, Lu Fan continued to pose several inquiries, after which Yu Qian expressed her heartfelt gratitude and bid farewell to the two men. Brother Fan, have you taken a liking to her? Hao Fugui inquired once Yu Qian had departed. Get lost. Lu Fan shot him a glare. Do you think I'm like you? Falling for every pretty face? If you're not interested, why transfer such a substantial sum to her? Hao Fugui queried, clicking his tongue. The value of her market is such that, believe me, even 1 billion wouldn't be too much. Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. Brother Fan, you're not contemplating extorting the officials involved in this, are you? Hao Fugui's eyes brightened. That's a feasible plan. After all, they're not exactly virtuous. Let us hit them hard. Lu Fan remarked. Your thought process is uniquely peculiar. After a brief pause, he stood up. Let us go. We should exchange this for some cash. Brother Fan, I was joking. You can't be serious about that. Hao Fugui was taken aback. What nonsense? Lu Fan glared at him. Following this, he retrieved his phone and dialed Yi Jinhong's number. Why aren't you at the hospital with Xiaohan? Instead of wasting time on the phone, Yi Jinhong's voice came through once the call connected. She's recovering well. A few days of rest will suffice. I'll visit her again tomorrow, Lu Fan interrupted. Do you want to buy something? It's not expensive, just 5 million. Chapter 51. Extorting 5 million from the father-in-law. Hao Fugui nearly choked on his own saliva. Brother Fan, are you not afraid of getting beaten for swindling your future father-in-law? What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Jinhong was momentarily taken aback. Let us meet somewhere to discuss this. Lu Fan suggested. I assure you, you'll be intrigued. Then let us stick to the usual place, Yi Jinhong replied. Zhenishian? Lu Fan hesitated before saying, this matter isn't really suitable to discuss there. Let us choose another location. He was certain that Gu Mingtiao had already received news about his intercepting Yu Qian from Hokuei, making a visit to Zhan Yixian rather inappropriate at this juncture. What on earth is going on that it's so shrouded in mystery? Yi Jinhong asked, perplexed. Do you want it or not? Lu Fan countered. You'd better ensure your item is worth something. Otherwise, you'll see how I deal with you. Yi Jinhong paused before responding. I'll send you an address shortly. You can take a cab here. All right, Lu Fan replied. Remember to bring a laptop. After hanging up, he quickly received a message from Yi Jinhong. Soon after, Lu Fan and Hao Fugui hailed a taxi and made their way to the destination. About an hour later, the taxi halted in front of a quaint tea house courtyard. The courtyard, neither too large nor too small, spanned roughly 2 to 3,000 square meters, featuring a charming 3-story wooden building steeped in antiquity. Surrounding the tea house was a lush bamboo grove, where the gentle breeze rustled, producing a soothing sound. 5 minutes later, guided by the waiter, the two men ascended to a private room on the 3rd floor. Upon entering, their eyes were drawn to Yi Jinhong, who sat in a carved redwood chair, deep in thought. A stunning woman in a cheongsam was preparing tea beside the coffee table, while in one corner of the room, a lady in a blue gown played a classical piece on the guzheng. "Mr. Yi, what an exquisite ambience," Lu Fan remarked with a smile as he stepped inside. "Why the delay? I've been waiting for you for ages." Yi Jinhong glanced at Lu Fan. "Oh, Mr. Yi, you are a wealthy man, unaware of the plight of the less fortunate. We have no private vehicle, and we waited for a taxi for nearly 20 minutes. Lu Fan replied, taking a seat opposite Yi Jinhong alongside Hao Fugui. "Is it amusing to lament about poverty upon your arrival?" Yi Jinhong shot him a glare. "You two managed to extort over $1 million from He Jiaoyang and his associates, not to mention the 200,000 from Black Panther. Can't you afford a modest vehicle? How do you know so much?" Hao Fugui asked, momentarily taken aback. "With the antics of you two clowns, you are becoming quite the celebrities in Jiangzhou. How could I not be aware?" Yi Jinhong retorted. "Fine." Hao Fugui clicked his tongue. "I truly am out of funds." Lu Fan continued. "When I called you earlier, I had to liquidate all my assets to assist you. I even contributed the 3 million we painstakingly saved over the years. In total, it amounts to 5 million. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Brother Fan, that seems a bit excessive. How could 2 delivery men ever save 3 million? I wouldn't believe you even if you punctuated your sentences." Yi Jinhong shot another glare at Lu Fan. "For Xiao Han to be with you for life. One wonders if it's a blessing or a curse." Lu Fan's lips twitched. "Mr. Yi, I don't believe I've consented to that yet. Do you dare to refuse?" Yi Jinhong lifted his teacup and took a sip. "Return her first time to her, and you may refuse. Enough of that. Let us get to the point. What exactly is it?" Yi Jinhong surveyed Lu Fan. "Could the ladies please step outside for a moment? We will call for you if necessary," Lu Fan said to the two women. They hesitated, glancing at Yi Jinhong. "Go ahead." Yi Jinhong waved his hand. "All right." The two women bowed slightly and exited. "Can we speak now?" Yi Jinhong turned back to Lu Fan. "First, the payment." Lu Fan extended his hand. 5 million. Not a cent less. "Are you feeling bold?" Yi Jinhong replied coldly. "Rest assured, my business dealings are conducted with utmost integrity. If I assert that this item is worth 5 million, it certainly is." Lu Fan countered. "Of course, if you truly refuse to purchase it, I won't insist. Rest assured, there will be others eager to buy, and the price will certainly exceed 5 million. You insolent brat, do not toy with me, or you will regret it." Yi Jinhong glared at Lu Fan once more. As he spoke, he pulled out a bank card from his pocket and tossed it onto the coffee table. "The password is 666. "Ah, I knew Chairman Yi would be straightforward." Lu Fan handed his bank card to Hao Fugui. "Are you really going to check the account, Brother Fan? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Hao Fugui replied. "You little rascal, could you at least show some basic trust?" Yi Jinhong glared. "It's wise to be cautious during our first transaction. I am responsible for you. Wouldn't you agree?" Lu Fan responded with a solemn expression. "Get lost," Yi Jinhong exclaimed as he drained his teacup. After a while, Hao Fugui returned from checking the account. Addressing Lu Fan, "Brother Fan, the amount is accurate. 5 million, not a cent less." "You fool. I was just joking, and you actually checked?" Lu Fan playfully smacked the back of Hao Fugui's head. "Do you really have so little faith in Chairman Yi?" Yi Jinhong pondered. "Did I truly make the right decision by pushing my daughter onto this fellow? Haha, Chairman Yi, I was wrong. I promise not to do it again next time." Hao Fugui grinned after momentarily being taken aback. "Where's the disc?" Yi Jinhong ignored Hao Fugui's question. "Look for yourself." Lu Fan offered the disc. "A disc?" Yi Jinhong momentarily paused before retrieving his laptop and inserting it. He then opened the files contained within. After a short while, his pupils slightly contracted. After examining it for some time, he ejected the disc and inquired, "Where did you obtain this?" "That's none of your concern. Just tell me if it's worth 5 million. Lu Fan chuckled. "Did Yu Qian give this to you?" Yi Jinhong pressed further. To him, the 5 million was inconsequential. Even if Lu Fan had asked him outright for 5 million without offering anything in return, he would still comply. To say nothing of how Lu Fan had helped Yunya Group recover that 40 million, making him worthy of the 5 million. Indeed, Lu Fan did not hold back any longer and briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Excellent. A glimmer of excitement crossed Yi Jinhong's eyes. If I'm not mistaken, you're secretly investigating this matter to deal with the Zhao family, correct? Lu Fan addressed him directly. The Zhao family won't be so easily toppled. Caution is paramount. Beware of cornered dogs. Oh, how rare it is for you to show concern for me, Yi Jinhong remarked after taking a sip of tea. Fear not. A mere Zhao family is not worth my personal involvement. Someone else will handle it for me. Quite the impressive tone. Lu Fan regarded Yi Jinhong intently. Chairman Yi, could you enlighten me about your true identity? Chapter 52. A call from Xie Yalan. In truth, Lu Fan did not believe Yi Jinhong was boasting. Although he was unaware of Yi Jinhong's full background, he sensed that this individual likely operated on a level even above the Zhao family. Moreover, he vaguely suspected that Yi Jinhong had someone specific in mind to address this issue. Curious about my identity? Yi Jinhong set down his teacup and added, I will reveal it to you on the day you obtain your marriage certificate with Xiao Han. Lu Fan's lips twitched. Chairman Yi, do you genuinely wish to marry off your daughter to me? Aren't you concerned about her well-being? Do you think I have a choice? Yi Jinhong shot him a glare. If it weren't for you, you wretched brat, tarnishing her purity, I would wish for you to perish as far away as possible. Lu Fan interjected. Hao Fuguwei, Mr. Yi, I have a question. After a brief pause, Hao Fuguwei turned to Yi Jinhong. The information in this dossier can at most bring down Zhao Mingxing. It shouldn't shake the foundation of the Zhao family, right? Have you considered the consequences if this information were to be exposed? Yi Jinhong smiled faintly before responding. Especially after apprehending a few heavyweight figures from this list, what do you think the Zhao family will face? I see. Hao Fuguwei nodded, somewhat enlightened. This matter isn't particularly difficult to comprehend. Once the information is exposed, on one hand, no one will dare to associate with the Zhao family in the future. On the other hand, certain prominent individuals will undoubtedly harbor deep-seated animosity towards them, and the repercussions from some extreme individuals could be unpredictable. The Zhao family might feign ignorance, pretending not to know about this, and shift all the blame onto Gu Mingtao. But those officials are not fools. Without the Zhao family's tacit approval, how could Gu Mingtao have the audacity to document such matters, especially considering the recorded conversations between Zhao Mingxing and Gu Mingtao? Therefore, it is nearly impossible for the Zhao family to extricate themselves entirely from this situation. When do you plan to take action? Lu Fan inquired further. Not in a rush. Yi Jinhong shook his head. Some matters require careful planning, while the Zhao family is not formidable. The Xie family from the provincial capital possesses considerable influence and should not be underestimated. I understand. Lu Fan nodded. Gu Mingtao should already be aware that you have acquired this dossier, so be cautious, especially since he has Buddha behind him. Yi Jinhong added, in your estimation, what role does Buddha play in this situation? Uncertain, Yi Jinhong replied with a slight shake of his head. Gu Mingtao is undoubtedly aware of these dealings. As for his level of involvement, only he knows the extent of it. Indeed, Lu Fan nodded slightly. After taking a puff from his cigarette, he continued, should we go to Zhen Yishuan and extract Gu Mingtao to reveal the location of the drug factory? What do you think? Yi Jinhong glanced at Lu Fan. He dares not hide from Buddha but instead burrows into Zhen Yishuan precisely because he knows that no one in Jiangzhou has the audacity to demand someone from there. The stunning beauty at Zhen Yishuan has a particular affection for you. Can't we leverage her? Lu Fan chuckled. Don't create a mismatched couple. Yi Jinhong glared at him. What makes you think she has any special feelings for me? I may lack other talents, but I can assure you, she is indeed fond of you. Lu Fan continued to smile. Given your prowess, have you noticed that Xiao Han has developed feelings for you? Yi Jinhong interrupted. Lu Fan, can we not have a serious conversation? The waters within Zhen Yishuan run deep. Let's refrain from acting rashly for now. Yi Jinhong added. Rest assured, I am not one to act impulsively. Lu Fan responded. Yi Jinhong sighed deeply. Just then, his phone, resting on the coffee table, rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his eyes narrowing slightly. After pressing the answer button, he adopted a nonchalant tone, saying, Sister Lan, what a delightful surprise to receive a call from such a beautiful lady. Although he could not hear what was said on the other end, he paused briefly before continuing. What else would I be doing? Besides women and wine. I have no other passions. Lu Fan and Hao Fuguwei exchanged glances, their lips twitching in amusement. It was a pity this director Yi wasn't pursuing a career in acting. You want Lu Fan's phone number? Sister Lan, when did you change your tastes? Have you developed a fondness for young men? Yi Jinhong chuckled. Lu Fan interjected. I'll send it to you shortly. Consider it a favor owed to me. Just remember to give me a lovely companion next time. Yi Zhenhong laughed again. After a brief exchange of banter, he hung up the phone. She asked for your phone number. What do you think that means? Yi Zhenhong inquired, turning his gaze towards Lu Fan. If I'm not mistaken, after our last meeting at Jinni Pavilion, she must have done some background research on me. Lu Fan replied thoughtfully. If she wanted my number, it would have been easy. There was no need to call you specifically. She's not foolish. Yi Zhenhong chuckled. Then what do you suppose was the purpose of her call? That's not hard to guess. Lu Fan shrugged. After a moment's pause, he added, however, judging by this, it seems your performance as an actor before her wasn't quite convincing. She's no fool. Yi Zhenhong replied with a subtle smile. Listening to their conversation, Hao Fugui looked utterly baffled, unable to comprehend their exchange. All right, let us leave it at that. Be cautious regarding Jinni Pavilion. Yi Zhenhong waved them off. Also, if you have time in the next few days, go check on Xiaohan. Understood. Lu Fan nodded, and, accompanied by Hao Fugui, they departed. Shortly thereafter, they hailed a taxi toward the urban village. Brother Fan, what did you mean by those last two sentences with Director Yi? I couldn't follow, Hao Fugui asked. Looking at Lu Fan in the cab. The reason Xie Yalan called Yi Zhenhong was not merely to ask for my number, Lu Fan explained. She was conveying a message to him, subtly indicating that she would reach out to me, as a courtesy to him. Is that so? Hao Fugui appeared to grasp some of it. So your latter statement suggests that Xie Yalan is aware that Director Yi's usual demeanor is merely an act? Not too dull. Lu Fan smiled lightly. All right then. Hao Fugui smacked his lips. You intellectuals speak in such convoluted ways. Can't you be more straightforward? After about 30 to 40 minutes, they exited the taxi and walked into an alley. Not far inside, a young man was seen assisting an elderly woman who was crossing from the opposite side. The man, dressed in a gray robe, appeared to be under 40, with a ponytail and a pallid complexion akin to wax. The elderly woman, her age indiscernible, appeared frail and emaciated. Upon seeing the two individuals, Lu Fan's pupils narrowed slightly as he instructed Hao Fugui, Fugui, leave the alley and wait for me outside. Understood, Hao Fugui replied, momentarily taken aback before turning to retrace his steps. Although he was unaware of Lu Fan's sudden request for him to depart, he sensed it must be for a significant reason and refrained from further inquiries. Before long, the two figures approached, halting a mere 10 meters from Lu Fan. Young man, I wish to borrow something from you, the old woman rasped. That depends on what you wish to borrow, Lu Fan replied coolly. A plate, the old woman continued. Intriguing. Lu Fan's gaze sharpened slightly. Chapter 53. Is Miaojiang truly formidable? Did Buddha send you? Lu Fan replied with a hint of indifference. He could deduce the origins of the two with a mere thought. The only individuals aware of the plate's existence were Yu Qian and Gu Mingtao. It was improbable that Yu Qian would divulge such information, and Gu Mingtao would certainly not disclose it to the Zhao family, leaving only those affiliated with Buddha as the source. Hiding within Zini Yixuan, he had no one to rely on but his uncle. Moreover, it was evident that these two belonged to the so-called extraordinary figures, likely exclusive to Buddha's circle in Jiangzhou. You cannot possess that item. Heed my advice and surrender it, the old woman urged. And what if I refuse? Lu Fan countered. Surrendering it ensures your survival. Refusing will lead to your demise. The young man interjected. If you two leave now, I can pretend this encounter never occurred. Would you consider it? Lu Fan continued. Haha, I had heard you were somewhat arrogant. And it appears to be true. The old woman chuckled. Do you believe that defeating a few ordinary assassins grants you the right to speak so defiantly before me? The opportunity has been presented. The choice is yours to make. Lu Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Arrogant, the young man proclaimed, striding toward Lu Fan. Let me see just how much arrogance you possess. With that, he narrowed his eyes and swiftly darted forward. Whoosh. In the next instant, a projectile resembling a plum blossom darted toward Lu Fan, slicing through the air with a whispering sound, relentless in its approach. The weapon glistened with a faint blue sheen, undoubtedly laced with poison. Lu Fan remained motionless, merely tilting his head slightly as the projectile whizzed past his left ear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The young man did not relent, continuously releasing dozens of projectiles, all similarly tainted with venom. This time, Lu Fan sprang into action, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a fleeting afterimage. Clink! The projectiles struck the ground, producing a series of crisp sounds. The The man was taken aback by Lu Fan's astonishing speed. He could hardly catch a glimpse of Lu Fan's figure before he found himself momentarily dazed. Heir, retreat quickly. In the next instant, the elderly woman behind him shouted. Just as her voice echoed, Lu Fan had already arrived before the man, launching a punch without any preamble. The man immediately sensed an overwhelming aura of danger enveloping him, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinholes. With no time to evade, he hastily crossed his arms defensively across his chest. Crack! In the following moment, Lu Fan's fist, akin to a colossal hammer, struck the man's arm with tremendous force against his chest. A sharp sound resonated as one of the man's arm bones shattered completely. The man coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered backward, retreating several steps before he could barely come to a stop, his face etched with shock. Lu Fan's punch had not merely incapacitated his arm. The violent impact had also injured his internal organs, causing a torrent of blood to surge from his mouth. In a single strike, his combat effectiveness was utterly obliterated. Impressive, you can still stand after my punch. Lu Fan's voice rang out as he advanced once more. You brat. Prepare to die. The elderly woman simultaneously launched her attack. Whoosh. With a flick of her wrist, a small green snake, measuring half the length of an arm, shot forth from her sleeve with lightning speed, aiming directly for Lu Fan's throat. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He displayed no inclination to dodge and instead reached out to grasp the snake. Foolish. The elderly woman's face briefly reflected disdain upon witnessing Lu Fan's action. She was acutely aware of the snake's deadly venom. To attempt to catch it barehanded was tantamount to courting death. In the next moment, Lu Fan had indeed seized the small green snake in his hand. Puff! With a slight exertion, a cloud of blood mist erupted from the snake, and its body fell lifelessly to the ground. You are truly ignorant. The elderly woman coldly regarded Lu Fan, her voice devoid of warmth. Do not think that simply wiping your hands will absolve you of the venom. The moment you grasped the green snake, the toxin entered your body. In no more than a minute, it will invade your heart, and not even a deity could save you. Is that so? Lu Fan pulled out a tissue from his pocket and wiped his hands. What a ridiculous notion. Do you truly believe that merely wiping it away will suffice? The elderly woman continued with a chilling smile. The toxin has already infiltrated your system. You might as well consider your last words. With that, she disregarded Lu Fan, retrieving a medicinal pill from her person and tossing it to the young man. Heir, take this healing pill and rest. I will aid you in recovery upon our return. Do not bother with the dying. It would only be a waste. Lu Fan stated after cleaning the blood off his hands, still defiant even at death's door. The man, having caught the pill and swallowed it, turned to Lu Fan with a cold glare. How dare you inflict such harm upon me? Even if you succumb to your own poison shortly, I shall flay your skin. You may not have that opportunity, Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. Only 10 seconds remain. The elderly woman beside him cast a cold glance at Lu Fan. If you can endure for just 10 more seconds. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Fan had already appeared before the man, swiftly grasping his throat. With a crisp crack, the man's windpipe shattered, and his head drooped lifelessly. Thud! As Lu Fan released his grip, the man toppled over, his body falling straight to the ground. This transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time the elderly woman registered the event, the man had already drawn his last breath. Heir, she screamed, her voice filled with anguish. Cease your cries. I shall send you to join him. Lu Fan replied coldly. You scoundrel. I will kill you. The elderly woman, nearly driven mad, lunged towards Lu Fan. Instead of retreating, Lu Fan advanced, delivering a sweeping kick that sliced through the air with a piercing sound. The woman's pupils constricted as she summoned all her strength, aiming a punch at Lu Fan's ankle. Crack! As her fist made contact, a violent force surged into her arm, shattering her bones with ease. She stumbled sideways, staggering several steps before collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. Lying there, she took a moment to recover, her face a mask of shock as she gazed at Lu Fan. What? Why are you not poisoned? Surprised? Lu Fan replied nonchalantly. If a mere earthworm could poison me, I would have perished 100 times over. There was no hint of bravado in his words. Had the elderly woman known of his past, her astonishment would have vanished. No ordinary venomous creature, even the most toxic of them all, would likely pose a threat to him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The elderly woman was filled with disbelief. Do you have any last words? Lu Fan strolled closer. I hail from the Miao region. If you dare to kill me, My sect will never let you go, the elderly woman stammered. Crack. Before she could finish, Lu Fan delivered a kick, and a sharp sound echoed from her neck. The woman opened her mouth, her head tilting as her breath ceased. Miao region, is it formidable? Lu Fan remarked, gazing at her lifeless body. Chapter 54. 2 Lives Lost. Brother Fan, are you all right? Shortly thereafter, Hao Fuguei approached. As he spoke, he glanced at the scattered darts on the ground, feeling a lingering sense of dread. It was only due to Lu Fan's warning that he had escaped the alley unscathed. These darts, Lu Fan could evade, but he could not. Had he been struck, he would have surely met his demise. Just a couple of petty thieves, what could possibly happen? Lu Fan replied. He then took out his phone and called Yuan Kuan, instructing him to arrange for the cleanup of the scene. Before long, the two made their way back to the rental apartment. You're back? Lu Ziqing, who was knitting, smiled upon seeing them enter. Haven't you had dinner yet? Please take a seat for a moment. I shall prepare the meal shortly, said Andy. No need for you to trouble yourself. I will handle it, responded Hao Fuguei, merrily making his way to the kitchen. Let us not burden Fuguei. Lu Ziqing did not insist further. Hee, Auntie, do not be so polite. I am only capable of such physical tasks, Hao Fuguei chuckled. Xiao Fan, has much transpired today? Lu Ziqing poured a cup of tea for Lu Fan. Indeed, Lu Fan replied with a smile, recounting everything that had occurred since morning. Yi Zhenhong purchased that plate for 5 million. What a profit! Upon hearing this, Lu Ziqing beamed. However, do exercise caution, should you truly become his son-in-law one day. He may seek to settle the score. Lu Fan's lips twitched slightly. Annie, have you and Yi Zhenhong secretly arranged my marriage? Yi Zhenhong excels in every regard. And now she risks her life to shield you from harm. What kind of woman do you expect to marry, if not someone like her? Lu Ziqing continued to smile. You must endeavor to embrace her. Do not allow past wounds to dictate your future. The events of yesteryear are behind you. Look forward. Auntie, let us change the subject. Lu Fan pouted before inquiring. Auntie, can Zeni Ixuan be mobilized? Do you wish to bring Gu Mingtang out? Lu Ziqing asked after sipping her tea. Yes. Lu Fan nodded. I want him to speak a few words. He was nearly certain that the matter concerning He Jiaoyang was instigated by the Zhao family. If Gu Mingtang could reveal those who orchestrated it, a rift would inevitably form between the He and Zhao families, a scenario he would be pleased to witness. If Zeni Ixuan does not provoke you first, let it be for now, Lu Ziqing pondered briefly before suggesting. If you have time in a couple of days, go seek out Buddha. What do you mean, Annie? Lu Fan sipped his tea. Gu Mingtang has taken refuge in Zeni Ixuan out of fear of the He and Zhao families seeking him. He knows that relying solely on Buddha cannot ensure his safety. Lu Ziqing continued. Yet, he cannot hide in Zeni Ixuan indefinitely. He does not possess the means to pay Zeni Ixuan for his life. True, Lu Fan nodded thoughtfully. In the ensuing days, the entire Jiangzhou appeared unusually tranquil. Neither side took any action, as though nothing had transpired. Lu Fan had expected Xie Yalan from Zeni Ixuan to contact him, but to his surprise, there was no sign of activity. Perhaps this was what they referred to as the calm before the storm. During this period, Lu Fan visited the hospital. Yi Zhenhong's condition had improved significantly, and she would soon be discharged. Xiao Fan, Auntie, great news. On this particular morning, Hao Fuguei burst into the room, having returned with breakfast. How fatty, you are no longer a child. Could you not feign some composure? Lu Fan shot him an exasperated glance. What significant news could you possibly have this early? Xiao Fan, it is indeed momentous news. After Hao Fuguei set down his breakfast, he handed his phone to Lu Fan, saying, take a look. Lu Fan accepted the device and glanced at it. The headline of the local news in Jiangzhou captured his attention. Luxurious villa engulfed in flames. Wealthy heir perishes in the inferno. Upon clicking the headline to delve into the details, Lu Fan's eyes flickered with intrigue. What news has stirred Fuguei so much? Lu Ziqing emerged from her room with a smile. Wu Yujie is dead. Lu Fan replied with a faint smile as he passed the phone to Lu Ziqing. Indeed, the wealthy heir mentioned in the news was none other than Wu Yujie, the scion of the Wu family. According to the report, Wu Yujie had hosted a birthday party at his villa last night, reveling with a group of young men and women until the early hours of the morning, indulging in considerable amounts of alcohol. After the festivities concluded, the guests departed one by one, leaving the inebriated Wu Yujie to collapse onto his bed. For reasons unknown, the villa suddenly caught fire, and Wu Yujie was tragically turned to ash, his identity confirmed only through forensic examination. Eyewitnesses from the party stated that everything was perfectly fine before their departure, expressing bewilderment at the sudden blaze. Authorities reviewed surveillance footage from the vicinity but found no suspicious individuals, effectively ruling out the possibility of arson. Why all the fuss over the demise of a debauched heir? Lu Ziqing remarked, her expression unchanged as she scanned the news, showing no sign of emotional disturbance, as if merely hearing about the death of a stray cat or dog. Auntie, don't you find it peculiar? Hao Fuguwei responded. How could a fire start so suddenly? What is so strange about that? Lu Ziqing chuckled again. In the city, fires occur almost every few days. It's quite commonplace. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that this incident is rather unusual, Hao Fuguwei mused, glancing at Lu Fan. Brother Fan, do you think this might be related to Yi? Mind your words, be cautious, or someone might accuse you of slander. Lu Fan interjected. Certain matters were better left unspoken, understood by all without needing direct mention. He was aware of the underlying circumstances, and so was his aunt. They were both astute individuals. Moreover, the death of a scoundrel like Wu Yujia was hardly a loss. I'm merely curious. Hao Fuguwei grinned. Beware, curiosity may lead to peril. Lu Fan added. Understood. I shall refrain from further comment. Hao Fuguwei remarked. The likes of that playboy dying is for the best, sparing others from his mischief. Xiaofan, Xiaohan should be discharged today. Right? Lu Ziqing instructed as she returned the phone to Hao Fuguwei. You and Fuguwei should request some time off from the company to pick her up. All right. Lu Fan nodded in agreement. This was a promise he made to Yi Jihan, and he intended to keep it. After finishing breakfast, Lu Fan and Hao Fuguwei took a taxi to the hospital. An hour later, they arrived at Yi Jihan's hospital room. As the two individuals entered the hospital room, an unsettling atmosphere immediately enveloped them. Yi Jihan reclined on the hospital bed, her gaze fixed ahead, and her expression bore a hint of complexity. Bai Shixian sat beside her on a stool, her face devoid of discernible emotions, betraying no joy, anger, or sorrow. Silence reigned between them, the tension markedly contrasting with their usual banter and laughter. Miss Yi, Director Bai, what has transpired? Hao Fuguwei inquired, observing the two. You're here, Yi Jihan remarked, returning to the present moment. Yao Jiechi is dead. What? Your stepmother has passed away? Hao Fuguwei responded, astonishment etched on his face, before instinctively glancing at Lu Fan. After a brief pause, he pressed on. How did she die? Was it also Fuguwei? Lu Fan interjected, his brow slightly furrowing. Was it also what? Yi Jihan asked, momentarily taken aback. And nothing. Hao Fuguwei hastily shook his head and added, I just heard a colleague mention that his grandmother had passed away due to illness. So I wondered if your stepmother met a similar fate. She was in a car accident. Yi Jihan continued after a glance at Lu Fan. I just heard from my family that her car suddenly lost control, crashed through the guardrail of an overpass, and fell. The vehicle was destroyed, and she perished. Oh, so it was a car accident, Hao Fuguwei mused, clicking his tongue. Well, she's dead, so it's done and over with. You never liked her anyway. Now you can enjoy some peace. Lu Fan smiled faintly, the image of Yi Jihan surfacing in his mind. He had anticipated that the so-called waste of space, in everyone's eyes, would act with such decisiveness. When he had shown the video to Yi Jihan last time, the latter had reacted with complete indifference, akin to watching a mundane action film featuring strangers. Lu Fan had presumed that Yi Jihan hadn't given the matter a second thought. As he held no affection for Yao Jiechi, she could sleep with whomever she pleased. Moreover, as days passed without any action from Yi Jihan, Lu Fan believed the matter had been laid to rest. However, he was taken aback to find that Wu Yujia and Yao Jiechi had met their demise so abruptly. How ruthless. Indeed, as his aunt had suggested, a lack of reaction often signifies the most profound response. The more composed Yi Jihan appeared, the greater his inner fury must be. I am not a saint, and I admit I found her intolerable, but I never wished for her death, Yi Jihan added thoughtfully. Perhaps she had committed numerous transgressions unbeknownst to you, and fate has exacted its toll, Lu Fan replied with another smile. Did you have a hand in Wu Yujia's situation? At that moment, Bai Shixian interrupted. Shixian, what has happened to Wu Yujia? Yi Jihan asked, momentarily bewildered as she turned to Bai Shixian. Just check the top trending news in Jiangzhou, and you'll find out. Bai Shixian responded. Upon hearing her words, Yi Jihan reached for her phone to investigate. Before long, a voice of astonishment echoed. Wu Yujia's villa caught fire in the early hours of this morning, and he was reduced to ashes? After speaking, the gaze shifted towards Lu Fan, Did you truly do this? Lu Fan's lips twitched slightly. Do I appear to be the type who would kill at the slightest provocation? You don't seem like it, Bai Shixian retorted. But you essentially are? Director Bai, you are truly misjudging Fan Ge this time. I assure you. He has no connection to this incident. Interjected Hao Fugui, who spoke courteously, having been saved by Bai Shixian's intervention. How can you assure that? Bai Shixian shot a glance at Hao Fugui. Your blind admiration for him means that even if he claimed the sun rises in the west, you would agree. Hao Fugui replied, Director Bai, are you not afraid I might accuse you of defamation? Lu Fan observed Bai Shixian, realizing the perils of offending women, especially beautiful ones, who harbor long memories. Suit yourself, pursue whatever legal action you desire. Bai Shixian cast another glance at Lu Fan. You had such an intense confrontation with Wu Yujiao in public, regardless of your involvement in this calamity. You will undoubtedly be the first suspect in the Wu family's eyes. Your safety is of no concern to me. I merely worry that you may implicate Zihan. She is fortunate this time, but she cannot rely on luck forever. You are inherently a significant trouble. Wherever you go, chaos follows. Zihan. Shixian. This incident is truly not his fault. Yi Zihan interjected. Just protect him. Bai Shixian shot Yi Zihan a knowing look. One day you will regret this. With that, she rose and made her way to the door. Enough. I can't be bothered with your affairs. I will assist you in completing the discharge paperwork. Pack your belongings. You are leaving today? Thank you, Shixian. Yi Zihan replied with a smile. Shortly thereafter, after Bai Shixian departed, she turned to Lu Fan. Shixian has that kind of temperament. She means no harm, so don't take it to heart. In truth, she isn't wrong. Lu Fan shrugged. I am indeed a considerable burden. Not only ensnared in my own troubles, but also carelessly creating chaos, often dragging those around me into my mess. My aunt has suffered because of me. If it weren't for my issues, her life could be 1,000 times better. You may not believe me now, but once you understand the kind of person I am, you will see she is correct. Actually, you don't need to say all this. Yi Zihan interrupted him with a gentle smile. Rest assured, I am not one to cling stubbornly. I want to entangle you. You have assisted me several times before, and I took a bullet for you this time. We are even now, and from henceforth, no one owes anything to the other. Moreover, I will no longer pressure you into a sham marriage. My previous actions were desperate and frantic, so please do not hold it against me. If you are willing, let us simply be friends. If you find me bothersome, let us act as if we have never met. Have you truly considered this? Lu Fan smiled faintly, taken aback by Yi Zihan's unexpected declaration. Human nature can be rather pitiable. He has consistently restrained himself from getting too close to Yi Zihan. One would expect that upon hearing such words, he would feel a sense of relief. However, it appears otherwise. It cannot be said that he has truly come to terms with it. Yi Zihan smiled once more. Our connection was merely a result of circumstance. There exists no emotional foundation between us. Moreover, our social circles are entirely distinct, and our worldviews are vastly different. Forcing ourselves together would only bring suffering to both, wouldn't it? Now the entire Jiangzhou is aware of our intimate encounter. Are you not concerned that you may find yourself unwanted in the future? Lu Fan smiled again. Why must one always seek validation from others? As she spoke, Yi Zihan gracefully swung her legs off the bed. In today's society, there are countless individuals who choose to remain unmarried for life. I do not rely on a man for my livelihood. Why must I seek someone out? Just then, Lu Fan's phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. Who is this? After signaling to Yi Zihan, he answered the call. Young Master Lu, this is Xie Yalan. A melodious female voice emerged from the receiver. Am I disturbing you? Oh, it is Sister Yalan. Lu Fan replied with a smile. It is an honor for someone of your stature to personally call me. There is no question of disturbance. He had anticipated this call days ago, yet it had only arrived today. You jest, young Master Lu. Xie Yalan chuckled in return. I wonder if you are free for lunch. Would you do me the honor of dining at Jinyi Pavilion? When Sister Yalan extends an invitation, I must make time. Lu Fan responded with a grin. Although he could have easily ignored the call, he was curious about Xie Yalan's intentions, thus he accepted the invitation. Thank you, young Master Lu. Xie Yalan replied. I shall await your arrival at Jinyi Pavilion. After concluding the call, Lu Fan turned to Yi Zihan. Was that the call from Xie Yalan at Jinyi Pavilion? Yi Zihan inquired cautiously. Are you familiar with her? Lu Fan replied with a subtle smile. Is it truly her? Yi Zihan paused in surprise and added. In Jiangzhou, few are those who have not heard of her. As the daughter of the Yi family, She is well aware of the nature of Jinyi Pavilion and Xie Yalan's status and identity in Jiangzhou. She could not fathom why the illustrious Xie Yalan would reach out to Lu Fan. After a brief pause, she continued, "Did she require your assistance?" "She was quite insistent on treating me to a meal. How could I refuse her hospitality?" Lu Fan shrugged in response. "Treating you to a meal?" Yi Jihan was taken aback once more. After a moment's pause, she regarded Lu Fan with an expression full of meaning. "Are you on particularly good terms with her?" "We have only met twice, and our exchanges amount to perhaps no more than 10 sentences. She likely acquired my phone number from someone else," Lu Fan replied. "Do you perceive me as lacking in intelligence?" Yi Jihan remarked coolly. Throughout the entire Jiangzhou, it is likely that the esteemed dignitaries yearning to share a meal with her could encircle the city, yet the fortunate few who achieve such a desire are remarkably scarce. You, a mere acquaintance who has encountered her but twice, think she would extend an invitation for lunch? Perhaps she has taken a liking to me," Lu Fan replied with a shrug. "You know, she is at that age, ravenous for attention, and a young man like me is precisely her type." Yi Jihan's lips twitched. "It is one thing to jest with me. However, if you wish to avoid trouble, it would be prudent not to make such jokes." From her perspective, there exists no other soul in Jiangzhou bold enough to jest with Xie Yalan as Lu Fan does. "Do not mistake my words for mere alarmism," Yi Jihan continued, emphasizing, "the establishment known as Jinyi Xian is not one to be trifled with. Even the Zhao family treads lightly around it. You would do well to heed caution." "Is the Zhao family truly formidable?" Lu Fan interjected. "Their reluctance does not imply my own. A mere second-tier city's so-called elite does not command my respect, were it not for the concern of drawing unwarranted attention. The last incident where Zhao Yichen incited He Jiaoyang to send assassins after my aunt would have warranted my intervention. Do you truly understand what Jinyi Xian represents?" Yi Jihan furrowed her brow slightly. "Do not presume to think that even those within the Lord's manor would dare to act recklessly within its walls. Are you genuinely concerned for my well-being?" Lu Fan interrupted her once more with a smile. "As a friend, I merely offer a word of caution. Whether you heed it is entirely your decision." Following her words, Yi Jihan began to gather her belongings. "Miss Yi, allow me to handle these menial tasks. Simply inform me of what you wish to take with you," Hao Fugui said with a smile. "Thank you, Fugui," Yi Jihan replied with a gentle smile. "I have little to take with me. It is no trouble for you. I shall manage with a simple tidy." "Miss Yi, as the president of such a large conglomerate, how is it that no one from the company has come to accompany you during your hospital stay?" Hao Fugui remarked. "I prefer solitude," Yi Jihan responded. "The staff is unaware of my hospitalization. I merely informed them I was on a business trip." "No wonder," Hao Fugui nodded. "If you have matters to attend to, do not concern yourself with me. I shall have Shi Xian drive me home shortly." Yi Jihan turned her gaze towards Lu Fan. "I promised my aunt that I would come to escort you home from the hospital. I must ensure you return safely," Lu Fan replied. "There is truly no need," Yi Jihan interjected. "I will call my aunt shortly to explain. You should go dine with Xie Yalan. Besides, my home will surely be a flurry of activity today, making your visit inconvenient. Perhaps another time. Enough of this chatter. Hasten to gather your things. I shall take you home." Lu Fan decisively interrupted her. Yi Jihan opened her mouth, intending to say more, but ultimately refrained. Approximately half an hour later, after Bai Shixian completed the necessary procedures, Hao Fugui drove Lu Fan and Yi Jihan towards the Yi family manor. Along the way, Lu Fan inquired about the current status of Yinyan Group. For having promised Yi Jinhong to assist Yi Jihan, it was essential to first grasp the situation at hand. Although Yi Jihan felt perplexed by Lu Fan's sudden interest in her company's affairs, she did not withhold any information and briefly introduced the issues her company was currently facing. After approximately 30 to 40 minutes, Hao Fugui parked the car at the entrance of the Yi family estate. The Yi family, renowned as the second most prestigious family in Jiangzhou, was evident from the scale and architecture of their estate. "Shall we go in for a while?" Yi Jihan inquired, glancing at Lu Fan. "No, perhaps next time," Lu Fan replied, shaking his head. It was evidently not the right moment for him to visit the Yi residence. "Very well then." Yi Jihan did not press the matter further. "Thank you for bringing me back. I'll treat you to dinner when you have time." "Sounds good." After Lu Fan spoke, he and Hao Fugui exited the vehicle. "You may keep this car," Yi Jihan said as she stepped out. "If you don't fancy this model, I can arrange for a different one next time. Your kindness is appreciated." Lu Fan smiled and interrupted her. "Have you ever seen a delivery person driving such an extravagant vehicle?" After this remark, He and Hao Fugue hailed a taxi heading towards Zeniixuan. As she watched the taxi disappear from sight, an inscrutable complexity washed over Yi Jihan's face. The words she had exchanged with Lu Fan at the hospital were tinged with defiance. She was irked by Lu Fan's demeanor, which suggested he was wary of being entangled with her, making her feel as though she were an unwanted attachment, which wounded her pride. Additionally, as a woman, her intuition told her that Lu Fan could not possibly harbor no feelings for her at all. This fact had been apparent since the day she was shot. Had he been indifferent, his reactions would have been entirely different. However, she could also sense that Lu Fan was deliberately suppressing his emotions, much like someone who had been hurt in the past and was reluctant to open up. Perhaps my aunt can provide me with the answers, Yi Jihan murmured to herself as she returned to the car. As noon approached, Lu Fan and Hao Fugue arrived at the entrance of Zeniixuan after getting out of the taxi. Fugue, you need not enter. Return home first, Lu Fan instructed Hao Fugue. Then I shall wait for you outside. Hao Fugue did not insist on accompanying him inside, understanding that today's meal could potentially be a trap, and his presence might be a burden. That works, Lu Fan nodded and proceeded into the lobby on the first floor. Mr. Lu, greetings. Upon entering the lobby, Huang Huiwen approached with a smile. Sister Lan has been awaiting your arrival. Please follow me. The personal welcome from Manager Huang took Lu Fan by surprise. I appreciate the warm reception. He smiled as he stepped forward. Mr. Lu, your talents are truly remarkable. In our previous encounters, I failed to recognize your standing, and I hope you will not hold it against me. Huang Huiwen responded with a smile, feeling quite contemplative. During their first meeting, she had perceived Lu Fan as a typical underachiever, lacking any remarkable qualities. The second encounter, however, where Lu Fan dealt with He Jiaoyang, had slightly elevated her regard for him. However, she merely regarded Lu Fan's courage as slightly greater than before, and his actions and words at that time only suggested that he was a reckless man with bravery but lacking in intellect. Therefore, she still did not hold him in high esteem. After all, during her years at Zhenishuan, she had encountered numerous so-called influential figures. Yet, a few days ago, upon learning certain information, she realized that she had significantly underestimated Lu Fan. He was a typical example of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Who told Manager Huang that I am an expert? Lu Fan continued with a smile. How could I be unaware of that? Master Lu, you are far too modest. Huang Huiwen replied. Before long, the two emerged from the exclusive elevator on the 5th floor. As soon as Lu Fan stepped out, he was dazzled by the opulence before him. There was no limit to luxury. Compared to the lower floors, the entire 5th floor resembled a palace, adorned with intricate carvings and resplendent gold. Moreover, the layout on this floor differed greatly from below. It was no longer a series of private rooms, but rather divided into several distinct areas, resembling a labyrinth without a guide. Indeed, Zhenishuan is truly affluent. Lu Fan glanced around. This way, please. Huang Huiwen smiled and led Lu Fan through one of the corridors. Lu Fan discerned that the area Huang Huiwen was guiding him to was likely the dining section, as he passed two private rooms where it appeared patrons were indulging in their meals. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of a private room, and Huang Huiwen knocked before entering. Lu Fan surveyed the room, noting that the dining table was already set with 7 or 8 exquisite cold dishes. Xie Yalan was seated in a nearby lounge area, preparing tea with fluid grace, clearly a master of the tea art. The spacious room was empty save for her. Sister Lan, Master Lu has arrived. Huang Huiwen announced to Xie Yalan. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, Master Lu. Please, have a seat. Xie Yalan replied with a smile as she rose. A friend recently gifted me some premium Longjing tea. Do try it, and see how it tastes. Haha. I am but a simple man. Drinking such fine tea would be a waste. Lu Fan chuckled as he took a seat opposite Xie Yalan. Sister Lan, Master Lu, do enjoy your conversation. Huang Huiwen slightly bowed and retreated. Master Lu, you are far too modest. After resuming her seat, Xie Yalan poured a cup of tea for Lu Fan. You are no mere simpleton. You are a fierce dragon crossing the river. Haha. Is Sister Lan attempting to flatter me? Lu Fan raised his teacup and drank it all at once. Not bad. It is certainly superior to the 5 yuan per jean tea I usually have. May I smoke? Lu Fan inquired, retrieving a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Before receiving a response, he took one out, lit it, and inhaled deeply, adopting a carefree demeanor. He then produced another and offered it to her. Sister Lan, would you care for one? Xie Yalan's lips twitched. Thank you, Master Lu. but I shall pass. It's not that you can't, but rather that you look down upon my cigarettes, right? Lu Fan chuckled. After a brief pause, she continued, Sister Lan, I prefer directness over circumlocution. What brings you to seek my company today? Actually, there's nothing particularly urgent. I merely wish to share a meal with young Master Lu and engage in some conversation, Xie Yalan replied. If there is nothing pressing, then why summon me? You cannot truly have feelings for me, can you? Lu Fan exhaled a cloud of smoke as he spoke. Though you, Sister Lan, are indeed a beauty among beauties, you are not my type, and I am already in a committed relationship. I am quite devoted in matters of the heart. Xie Yalan interjected. Can we not have a proper conversation? After setting down her teacup, she smiled lightly. Young Master Lu, you are the first to dare to jest with me in such a manner. Are you not interested in me then? Lu Fan raised his cup, taking another sip of tea. Then I am relieved. I was beginning to wonder. I am quite curious, young Master Lu, what exactly are you? Xie Yalan asked, interrupting him after taking a sip of tea. Since their first meeting, she had arranged for someone to investigate Lu Fan, but to her surprise, only information from the past 2 years could be uncovered. Given the power and resources behind Jin Yishuan, the inability to obtain a complete profile on an individual was telling. If he were an ordinary person, a simple phone call would suffice to uncover even the most distant ancestors in less than half an hour. This indicated that Lu Fan was by no means an ordinary individual. Did you not investigate? Lu Fan replied with a smile. It was no surprise to him that they could not find his information. Although he was still unaware of the organization behind Jin Yishuan, he was certain that no fruitful results could be expected. After all, in the minds of most, the original version of him had long since perished. His records were likely sealed, making it improbable for anyone to uncover them. Otherwise, he would not have enjoyed such peace over the past 2 years. If it could be found, I would not need to ask, Xie Yalan smiled in response. Why do you all find it so hard to believe that I am merely a penniless individual? Lu Fan took a drag from his cigarette. Since young Master Lu is unwilling to discuss this matter, shall we change the subject? Xie Yalan refilled Lu Fan's teacup. You've guessed correctly. Young Master Lu has likely been searching for Gu Mingtao these past few days. Is there even a need to search? Isn't he right there at Jin Yishuan? Lu Fan replied nonchalantly. Both were astute individuals, and there was no need for him to engage in riddles. Could young Master Lu show Jin Yishuan some consideration and let this matter rest? Xie Yalan did not deny it. What matter? Lu Fan inquired with a smile. In truth, he was quite curious whether Jin Yishuan was aware of the dealings Gu Mingtao had with the Zhao family. If they were aware, what stance would Jin Yishuan take? Or was it possible that Jin Yishuan itself was involved in those affairs? Furthermore, did Xie Yalan know of the existence of that disc? I know that young Master Lu seeks him to prove that he Jiaoyang's death has nothing to do with you, Xie Yalan responded. If young Master Lu trusts me, I can assure you that the He family will never trouble you again. And what about the matters preceding this? Lu Fan pressed. What matters? Xie Yalan paused in confusion. Sister Lan, if you feign ignorance like this, it loses all significance. Lu Fan shrugged in response. That day, I was nearly executed on the spot by that deputy leader of the Special Task Force, Zhou Ming. Moreover, after leaving the Special Operations Department, I narrowly escaped being shot in the head by an assassin. You cannot tell me you were unaware of these events? I have heard about it. Xie Yalan nodded. Then, with whom should I settle this account? Lu Fan pressed further. What do you think of this arrangement? Xie Yalan pondered briefly before speaking. I will have both the He family and Gu Mingtao each contribute 5 million as compensation to young Master Lu, and we can let this matter pass. How does that sound? What if I refuse? Lu Fan replied with a smile, posing a counter-question. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? 10 million. Xie Yalan took a deep breath before continuing. I will have he and Gu each contribute 10 million. How does that sound? It appears Sister Lan is quite invested in this matter. Lu Fan chuckled once more. The more concern she showed, the more it indicated that Jin Yishuan was entangled in numerous affairs. In truth, he leaned towards the belief that Jin Yishuan was aware of the dealings between Gu Mingtao and the Zhao family, as this was a significant event occurring in Jiangzhou. It would be improbable for Jin Yishuan to remain uninformed. As for whether Jin Yishuan was involved, he could not yet ascertain. I am merely acting on someone else's behalf. Xie Yalan replied, slightly taken aback. It seems Gu Mingtao and the He family hold considerable favor with Sister Lan. Lu Fan responded. After saying this, he shifted the topic. What if I still refuse? Young Master Lu, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Take my advice. No matter how great the animosity 20 million would suffice to dissolve it. Xie Yalan replied with a slight frown. If this matter escalates further, it will benefit no one. I know young Master Lu possesses remarkable skills, but you are but one individual. While one may evade visible arrows, it is the hidden daggers that are perilous. Am I to understand that Sister Lan is subtly threatening me? Lu Fan exhaled a cloud of smoke, speaking with a hint of detachment. Young Master Lu, you are misinterpreting my words. I harbor no ill will towards you, Xie Yalan stated, her brow furrowing once more. Are you quite certain there is no malice? Lu Fan interjected. Then may I inquire about the two individuals stationed outside? You wouldn't claim they are mere waitstaff, would you? Shortly after Huang Huiwen departed, he had already discerned that two individuals of considerable skill had arrived outside. By his estimation, their prowess exceeded that of the elderly woman from Yaojiang a few days prior. In a second-tier city like Jiangzhou, they could barely be considered experts. Young Master Lu, let me reiterate. Xie Yalan hesitated momentarily. I must return to work, so I will not join you for dinner, Sister Lan. Lu Fan interrupted her once more, extinguishing his cigarette and rising to his feet. Allow me to be forthright. I intend to take care of Gu Mingtao. If Zhen Yixuan wishes to avoid trouble, it is advisable to dismiss him. Otherwise, do not expect me to show Sister Lan any leniency. Furthermore, please convey to the He family that if they wish to settle this matter peacefully, they must present 100 million. I may consider it. Otherwise, our negotiations are at an impasse. With that, he disregarded her further and turned toward the door. Xie Yalan parted her lips, initially intending to utter something, but ultimately chose to remain silent. With a resounding thud, the door to the private room swung open before Lu Fan could reach it, revealing two elderly men who entered. Both were clad in long robes, one tall and the other short, their slender figures devoid of expression, yet their eyes gleamed with sharpness, surrounded by an aura of formidable energy. Lan Jia, you would do well to ponder this matter carefully. Lu Fan turned his gaze towards Xie Yalan. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Some matters, once embarked upon, leave no avenue for retreat. The arrogance of youth is not a virtue. Before Xie Yalan could respond, the taller elder directed his words at Lu Fan. Lan Jia has offered you a sum of 20 million, which exceeds her authority, yet you seem unappreciative of her generosity. Do you not realize that even a mere 10 million could easily procure an assassin capable of ending your life in the black market? Is that so? Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. Then perhaps you both should put that to the test. If you can kill me, you may retrieve your funds from Gu Mingtao and the He family. Very well, then I shall take this opportunity to gauge your skills. The shorter elder responded in a low, measured tone. Are you certain you wish to engage? Lu Fan assessed his opponent with a keen glance. Enough with the chatter. The shorter elder insisted again. Yu Lao, Xie Yalan took a deep breath before speaking. Lan Jia, you need not involve yourself in this. The taller elder interrupted. Imparting a lesson to this young man is not without merit. It will instill in him the understanding that there are always greater forces at play, which will benefit his future growth. A complex expression flickered across Xie Yalan's face, yet she refrained from further protest, perhaps eager to witness Lu Fan's prowess firsthand. With a sudden rush, the shorter elder launched his attack, his aura surging dramatically, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He advanced with 2 swift strides, unleashing a powerful straight punch that cut through the air with a whoosh. The speed and force of his strike were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner. Lu Fan opted not to engage directly, deftly sidestepping and evading the blow as it whooshed past him. Without pause, the elder transitioned from a punch to a palm strike aimed at Lu Fan, the sound of rushing wind accompanying his assault. Lu Fan raised his hand to block the attack, successfully deflecting the elder's palm while the latter stumbled slightly, struggling to regain his balance. You possess some skill. Let us continue. The shorter elder sneered, his expression turning somewhat menacing as he shaped his hands into talon-like claws, launching a series of cold, lethal strikes toward Lu Fan's throat. Lu Fan still refrained from making the first move, retreating a few steps to evade the onslaught once more. The elder's brow furrowed in concentration as he propelled himself into the air, his right knee, infused with thunderous force, crashing toward Lu Fan's chest. With a decisive clap, Lu Fan met the elder's knee with his palm, and the elder immediately felt an overwhelming force surge into his leg. Subsequently, he fell to the ground, barely managing to steady himself as he retreated 5 or 6 steps before regaining his composure. A tingling sensation coursed through his right leg, rendering it almost numb, his complexion paling in response. Indeed, I had underestimated you. The elderly man took a brief moment to adjust his breath before launching another attack, his aura surging to its peak in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was before Lu Fan, unleashing a powerful, direct punch that reverberated with a sound of explosive air. Is this the extent of the abilities nurtured by Zhenixuan? Lu Fan's voice echoed in his ears. Without any preamble, he reached out directly toward the opponent's fist. Arrogance, the short elder scoffed. The punch he unleashed with all his might was capable of shattering stone, and Lu Fan's audacity was nothing short of naivete. However, he would soon discover who was truly the fool. Smack! His offensive came to a halt mere centimeters away from Lu Fan, as the latter firmly grasped his fist in his palm. Drip! A bead of sweat, akin to a yellow bean, fell from his forehead, stirring a storm of panic within. The ease with which Lu Fan blocked his punch indicated that he was undoubtedly facing a formidable opponent, far beyond his own level. With no time to ponder further, he desperately attempted to break free from Lu Fan's grip, only to be met with despair. Even exerting all his strength yielded no movement. As Lu Fan's grip tightened, the elder's fist felt as if it were ensnared by a colossal iron clamp, inflicting excruciating pain, and his complexion turned ashen. Crack! In the next moment, Lu Fan's expression shifted slightly as he increased his strength by another 10%, followed by the sound of fractured bones. Ah! The short elder cried out in agony. Release me, you brat! Simultaneously, the tall elder rushed over with a fierce shout. Chapter 59, The Shock of Xiaoyan. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he reached Lu Fan, executing a fierce sweeping kick. His agility was evidently superior to that of the short elder, his legs slicing through the air like a massive pendulum aimed at Lu Fan. Still too weak, Lu Fan cast a glance at him. While speaking, he released the short elder and raised his hand to block. Bang! The tall elder's kick collided with Lu Fan's arm without any hindrance, producing a resounding thud. The elder had been confident in his strength, believing that after this strike, Lu Fan would surely be incapacitated. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he realized he had overestimated his abilities. His calf felt as though it had struck an impenetrable wall, causing excruciating pain, and he nearly broke his leg. Subsequently, he staggered several steps to the side, his face changing colors multiple times. The shock he felt was no less than that of the short elder. He was indeed facing a true master. However, he could not afford to concede defeat. Shaking off the pain in his right leg, he charged forward once more. In the next moment, he lunged at Lu Fan like a leopard, his fists creating sonic booms in the air. Yet, to his dismay, after all his efforts, he didn't even graze the hem of Lu Fan's garment. Lu Fan seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of his opponent's tactics. Regardless of the speed of the elder's offensives, they were effortlessly neutralized. In a short span, while the elder found himself utterly exhausted, Lu Fan remained as composed as ever. Kid, aren't you supposed to be formidable? Why do you only know how to evade? The elder exclaimed in frustration. Bang! Before he could finish his words, a blur appeared before him as Lu Fan closed the distance, delivering a powerful palm strike aimed at his chest. The elder's pupils contracted, hastily raising his hands to block. In the next moment, he was propelled backward as if struck by a vehicle, stumbling several steps before barely regaining his footing. His arms numb and his blood surging with indignation. Li Lao, this kid is quite sinister. Do not underestimate him. Let us confront him together. The shorter elder spoke gravely, having momentarily regained his composure. Despite having lost 2 fingers, it did not significantly impair his combat prowess. He could still muster 70 to 80% of his strength. Very well, the taller elder replied, suppressing his tumultuous energy. With a swift motion, they both lunged toward Lu Fan, unleashing a series of formidable combination punches. The shorter elder, not to be outdone, crouched low, alternating his legs to strike at Lu Fan's lower body. Both were fully committed, their attacks resonating with the sound of howling winds throughout the room. Have you lived for so long without a shred of self-awareness? Lu Fan's voice echoed. Do you not possess even a modicum of understanding regarding your capabilities? Having uttered these words, he deftly evaded the taller elder's barrage with remarkable ease. Without retreating, he advanced, swiftly delivering a kick to the shorter elder. The speed was so astonishing that there was no time for a response. Bang! The already injured shorter elder had no chance of resistance, sent flying several meters by Lu Fan's kick. He crashed heavily against the wall, collapsing to the ground and spitting out blood, unable to rise. As Lu Fan dispatched the shorter elder, the taller elder launched his second wave of attacks. This time, Lu Fan did not retreat. He met the elder's punch with a strike of his own. What appeared to be a casual blow carried an overwhelming force, causing the elder to feel as though he were being crushed beneath a mountain. In an instant, the elder's pupils shrank to the size of grains of wheat. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. He could only brace himself and counterattack. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as several of the elder's ribs shattered, and he was sent reeling backward as if struck by a ferocious beast. He landed near the shorter elder, also coughing up blood and rendered completely powerless. Hiss! Witnessing this, Xie Yalan gasped in shock, her expression one of disbelief. She knew all too well the capabilities of these two elders. Though they might not be the strongest in Jinni Pavilion, they were undoubtedly formidable opponents. According to her estimation, few individuals across the entirety of Jiangzhou could surpass the prowess of the two elderly men, particularly the taller one, who could easily rank among the top 5 in Jiangzhou. Yet, astonishingly, under the circumstance of their combined efforts, they were incapacitated in less than 3 minutes. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have never believed it. She had considered that Lu Fan's skills were commendable, given that even seasoned assassins had fallen before him. However, she never anticipated that his strength would be of such an extraordinary caliber. It was nothing short of incredible. This revelation intensified her curiosity regarding Lu Fan's origins. Who exactly are you? The tall elder inquired with a look of trepidation as he struggled to rise, fully aware that Lu Fan had shown them mercy. Otherwise, they would have had no chance of survival. He sensed that if Lu Fan had unleashed his full power, the two of them combined would barely stand a chance against him. In the realm of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. At that moment, he wore no trace of disdain upon his face. You should consider yourselves fortunate for not harboring murderous intent towards me. Otherwise, you would have already met the King of Hell. Lu Fan responded nonchalantly. This was indeed the reason he had spared their lives. Had it not been for that, they would have long since perished. While the two elders possessed skills that were passable, they were little more than ants in comparison to him. Lanjia, did you not wish to witness my abilities? You have seen them now, are you satisfied? Lu Fan then turned to Xie Yalan with a faint smile. He was well aware that Xie Yalan had refrained from stopping the two elders earlier, intending to gauge his prowess. Young Master Lu, on behalf of Elder Li and Elder Yu, I offer my sincerest apologies for any offense. Please forgive us, Xie Yalan said after taking a deep breath. Do you need to call for assistance? Lu Fan interjected. Young Master Lu, the actions taken earlier were our own doing, separate from Lanjia, the tall elder remarked. If you're not calling anyone, then I shall take my leave, Lu Fan replied, ignoring the elder and continuing to address Xie Yalan. Do not forget what I previously stated. If Zhen Yixuan wishes to avoid trouble, it is best to have Gu Mingtao leave voluntarily, lest I show no mercy. After delivering his ultimatum, he turned and strode towards the exit. Xie Yalan stood rooted to the spot, her expression far from pleasant. Lanjia, I apologize, the tall elder said to Xie Yalan once Lu Fan had departed, his face tinged with embarrassment. Should we inform the higher-ups? The shorter elder chimed in. Is it not enough to feel humiliated? Xie Yalan shot a glance at him. We did not foresee that he possessed such skills. The shorter elder admitted after a deep breath. Enough. This matter ends here. Xie Yalan interrupted him once more. Lanjia, he is unlikely to let this go. Gu Mingtao remains a threat. What do you think? The tall elder pondered before continuing. Contact Buddha, Xie Yalan instructed after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 60. Zhao Yiqin proposes Ding Ling Ling. On the morning of the third day, Lu Fan was preparing to leave for work with Hao Fugui when his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Yi Zhenhong. Director Yi, you still have time to call me? Have you resolved matters at home? Lu Fan asked with a hint of significance once the call connected. Yao Jiaqing has died in a car accident, regardless of the circumstances. She was a member of the Yi family. The past few days must have been quite chaotic for them. Come to the Yi residence. Yi Zhenhong did not answer Lu Fan's question directly. To your house? Lu Fan was taken aback. Is there something urgent? Of course. What do you think I called you for? Yi Zhenhong retorted. What is the matter? Lu Fan pressed on. Zhao Yiqin has come to propose. Yi Zhenhong revealed. Huh. Lu Fan was momentarily stunned. This was rather unexpected. Zhao Yiqin was still thinking about this matter at such a time? Quite intriguing. After a brief pause, he continued. He is going to your house to propose. So what do I have to do? Are you itching for trouble? Yi Zhenhong responded. Are you really considering allowing Xiaohan to marry him? Lu Fan's lips twitched slightly. If your family insists on forcing her to marry, my presence won't resolve anything. I am not someone significant in her life. Besides, aren't you at home? If you don't want her to marry into the Zhao family, why not? Enough nonsense. Yi Zhenhong interrupted. You have half an hour. If you don't appear at the Yi residence, you'll see how I deal with you. He hung up before Lu Fan could respond. Lu Fan, bewildered, cursed under his breath, old fox. He could mostly guess Yi Zhenhong's intentions. From a father's perspective, Yi Zhenhong would undoubtedly be reluctant to let Yi Zhihan marry Zhao Yichen, setting aside other considerations. Given the current situation of the Zhao family that Yi Zhenhong was aware of, he could never allow his daughter to leap into such a perilous situation. The Zhao family's unsavory dealings, if exposed, would lead to their downfall if not supported by a formidable backing. Thus, Yi Zhenhong would never consent to such a marriage. However, he needed to maintain his faade of ineptitude, making it inconvenient for him to take a stand, which is why he sought out Lu Fan. Xiao Fan. Did Zhao Yichen really go to propose to Miss Yi? Lu Ziqing smiled at Lu Fan. Yes, Lu Fan nodded in response. Oh my. Zhao Yichen really must have his heart set on Miss Yi. He is already wearing a crown of envy, yet he is unbothered by others' gossip, Hao Fugui remarked, clicking his tongue. Fugui, don't speak nonsense. Lu Ziqing admonished. Just joking. Hao Fugui grinned. Xiao Fan go? You wouldn't want to see Xiaohan tumble into a pit of fire, would you? Lu Ziqing smiled at him. All right. Lu Fan shrugged. Brother Fan. I'll go with you. I also want to witness the grandeur of the foremost young master of Jiangzhou. Hao Fugui grinned once more. 2 minutes later, the two rode their electric bike towards the Yi residence. As the two individuals made their way within the grand estate of the Yi family, a number of people gathered in the hall of a villa, either seated or standing. Among them was Yi Zhenhong's younger brother, Yi Zhenbiao, the current head of the Yi family, accompanied by his wife, Lu Xiuqin. Also present were Yi Zhenhui, the third master of the Yi family, alongside his wife, Sun Xiaoman. While Yi Zhihan sat alone on a separate sofa, her expression rather inscrutable. The Zhao family was well represented, led by a middle-aged man of less than 50 years. Wearing glasses and clad in a tailored suit, he exuded an air of sophistication befitting a person of authority. This man was Zhao Minghua, the third master of the Zhao family. The Zhao siblings included Zhao Mingquan, the eldest and current head of the family, a prominent figure in Jiangzhou whose influence could send ripples through the city. Zhao Mingsheng, the second brother, was renowned for his social prowess. Adept at mingling with all walks of life, managing the family's various gray enterprises. Zhao Minghua, the third brother, was the most commercially astute, serving as the chairman of the Zhao group and overseeing a significant portion of the family's legitimate enterprises. Seated to Zhao Minghua's right was a young man, the renowned Zhao Yichen, the most eligible bachelor in Jiangzhou. In his late 20s, he possessed striking features and a robust physique, exuding an exceptional demeanor, his face adorned with a subtle smile. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, Zhao Yichen epitomized the archetypal Prince Charming in the hearts of countless young women. Aside from Zhao Minghua and Zhao Yichen, there were several other individuals from the Yi family standing behind them. The Yi family head pondered the whereabouts of the elderly patriarch. Zhao Minghua raised his teacup for a sip. Please wait a moment, Mr. Zhao. My elder brother has gone to fetch the patriarch. Yi Zhenbiao responded with a courteous smile. Despite being the head of the Yi family, he was acutely aware of his position and felt no sense of superiority in Zhao Minghua's presence. He understood well that none of the Zhao brothers were benevolent. Though Zhao Minghua appeared genteel on the surface, his methods were as ruthless as those of his elder brothers, if not more so. If given a choice, he would prefer to offend Zhao Mingsheng rather than cross paths with Zhao Minghua. No rush. Zhao Minghua smiled and turned to Zhao Yichen. Why don't you and Xiaohan take a stroll? You young people have much in common. I'm afraid I can't, Mr. Zhao. I'm not feeling well and would prefer to stay put. Yi Zhihan interjected directly. Zhihan, what's the matter? Where do you feel unwell? Would you like me to accompany you to the hospital? Zhao Yichen inquired with concern. Thank you for your concern, young Master Chen. But I am merely experiencing a minor ailment. There is no need for you to worry, Yi Zhihan replied. Zhihan, we are soon to be family. There is no need to be so formal, Zhao Yichen chuckled. Indeed. Lu Xiuqin chimed in. Zhihan, you and Yichen will be engaged soon, so there's no need for such distance. Aunt, I don't recall agreeing to any engagement. Yi Zhihan interrupted her. Zhihan, is this really the time for such a temper? Yi Zhenbiao frowned. Mourning, regardless of the aspect, is far superior to you. To marry him is a fortune earned from a previous life. Do not dwell in blessings while being oblivious to them. For him, it is truly unexpected that Zhao Yiqin would come to the Yi family to propose. Ever since Yi Jihan's incident of drunkenness at the bar, the hearts of the entire Yi family have plummeted. The hope of climbing the great tree of the Zhao family has turned into a mere illusion. As the head of the Yi family, he is acutely aware of their predicament. While they may appear prosperous on the surface, they are, in truth, on the brink of collapse. Without the support of the Zhao family, it is likely that within a year, the Yi family will fall from grace. The old master has recently fallen ill and has been largely disengaged from family matters. As for Yi Zhenhong, he is utterly unreliable, leaving him in a state of profound worry. Therefore, when he received a call from Zhao Minghua, stating that he would come to assist Zhao Yiqin with his proposal, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. He resolved that this time, he must facilitate the marriage, as this is the Yi family's sole opportunity. My marital affairs are my own to decide. There is no need to trouble uncle and aunt. Yi Jihan continued to respond. After speaking, she turned to Zhao Yiqin, saying, Mr. Chun, I appreciate your affection, but I already have a boyfriend, and it is impossible for me to be engaged to you. Please, do take your leave. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Yiqin's brow furrowed slightly, and a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. How lively it is. Xiaohan, what nonsense are you spouting? Where did you get a boyfriend? Yi Zhibiao's expression changed, and he spoke angrily. You are a member of the Yi family. Your marriage is a matter for the family to decide. When did it become your prerogative? As the head of the family, I clearly state that you can only marry Mr. Chun. Otherwise, you may leave the Yi family. After saying this, he turned back to Zhao Yiqin. I apologize, Mr. Chun. Xiaohan is merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. The head of the Yi family speaks harshly. Zhao Yiqin regained his composure, maintaining a gentle smile. I understand that Jihan is joking with me. It is also my fault for being so occupied lately that I have not had time to spend with her. Mr. Chun, I am not jesting. Yi Jihan interrupted once more. Let me reiterate, I already have a boyfriend. There is no possibility of engagement with you. Please leave. Jihan, I know you have been under considerable stress lately and must be harboring resentment for my lack of support. Zhao Yiqin replied. I assure you before everyone here today that such occurrences will not happen again. Furthermore, regarding the issues facing Yunyu Group, once I have managed my current obligations, I will assist you in addressing them one by one. I am confident that within 2 months, we will navigate Yunyu Group through its crisis. His speech was measured and courteous, a smile ever present on his face. However, upon closer observation, one could occasionally detect a fierce glint in his eyes. As the foremost heir of the Zhao family and the undisputed young master of Jiangzhou, the most humiliating incident he has endured thus far was undoubtedly the matter of Yi Jihan drowning her sorrows in a bar. It was common knowledge that the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou was the object of his affections, destined to become a member of the Zhao family in due course. Thus, despite the multitude of admirers vying for Yi Jihan's beauty, none dared to take action, for no one possessed the audacity to openly oppose the Zhao family. However, what drove him to the brink of madness was the revelation that Yi Jihan had bestowed her first intimate experience upon a mere delivery boy, a man he had never even touched. Upon receiving this news that fateful morning, he nearly sent Yi Jihan directly to meet the king of hell. Now, the entire Jiangzhou was aware that Zhao Yiqin wore a metaphorical green hat, a fact that had become the greatest disgrace of his life. Today, he approached the Yi family with 2 intentions. Firstly, to fulfill the familial duty imposed upon him. While he was not entirely certain why his grandfather insisted he marry Yi Jihan, he felt compelled to comply with the elder's command. Secondly, given Yi Jihan's audacity towards him, he was determined to ensure that she would endure a lifetime of suffering. The day of their wedding would mark the beginning of her nightmare. Do you not comprehend my words, young Master Qin? Yi Jihan retorted. Thank you for your lofty opinion. But I am unworthy of you. I lack the fortune to marry into the Zhao family, so please do not waste your time on me. Yi Jihan, what exactly do you wish to achieve? Lu Xiuqin interjected loudly. Are you not aware of your own actions? Young Master Chun is not repulsed by you. You should be filled with gratitude, yet here you are speaking nonsense. Do you truly wish to drive us all to despair? Aunt, I am fully aware of my actions and do not require your concern. Yi Jihan shot her a glance. Master Yi. It seems that Xiaohan is displaying a hint of emotion. At this moment, Zhao Minghua turned to Yi Zhenbiao with a faint smile. Like Zhao Yiqin, he maintained a facade of cheerfulness, yet his gaze was sharp as a blade. Given his standing in Jiangzhou, he had never before been so openly disrespected by a junior, and his patience was wearing thin. While the Yi family was a prominent clan, second only to the Zhao family, in his eyes, they were no different from ordinary citizens. With the Zhao family's influence, they could easily expel the Yi family from Jiangzhou at any moment. Had it not been for the greater good, he would have lost his temper long ago. Mr. Zhao, I sincerely apologize for our lax discipline. I beg for your understanding. Yi Zhenbiao hurriedly responded. Turning to Yi Zhihan, he spoke sternly. You cannot act with impunity today. This marriage is a decision made by the family. Whether you agree or not, you must comply. Is it a family decision or your own? Yi Zhihan interrupted. Is it not your desire to see me marry into the Zhao family for the sake of the Yi family's fortunes? Do not use my marriage to compensate for your inadequacies as the family head. The current plight of the Yi family rests largely on your shoulders. Slap. Before she could finish, Yi Zhenbiao swiftly approached her and delivered a resounding slap across her face. Such audacity and lack of discipline. Though your father neglects you, I shall take it upon myself to correct you. With considerable force, a handprint appeared on Yi Zhihan's face. It is evident that you only show your bravado at home. If you possess any true ability, take it outside. Yi Zhihan cast a stoic glance at her assailant. Slap. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Yi Zhenbiao struck her again. This time, a faint trace of blood appeared at the corner of Yi Zhihan's mouth. Nevertheless, her expression remained impassive as she fixed her gaze upon Yi Zhenbiao. If you have the guts, then kill me. Yi Zhenbiao shouted in anger. Second brother, perhaps we should wait for eldest brother and the old master to arrive before proceeding? Yi Zhenhui interjected. Such unfilial descendants, even if the old master were to arrive, I would show no mercy. Yi Zhenbiao retorted furiously. Indeed, with a mother absent in her upbringing and a father who indulges in debauchery, it is no wonder she has developed such a disrespectful demeanor. Lu Xiuqin added. As elders, it is our duty and responsibility to discipline her properly. Otherwise, she may well turn the world upside down. Second brother, second sister-in-law, the old master and eldest brother should be arriving shortly, Sun Xiaoman remarked. Just then, footsteps echoed at the entrance. Yi Zhenhong sauntered in, a bottle of liquor in hand, drinking as he walked, a quintessential drunkard. Observing his demeanor, an overwhelming sense of resignation washed over Yi Zhihan. With such a father, she could only resign herself to her fate. At this moment, the image of Lu Fan inexplicably surfaced in her mind. How she wished he would burst into the Yi household, fearless like a character from a soap opera, and take her hand before everyone, striding out boldly. Yet, she knew this was merely a figment of her imagination, an impossibility. Eldest brother. Where are the old master and eldest brother? Yi Zhenhui inquired of Yi Zhenhong. My apologies, Director Zhao. Yi Zhenhong did not acknowledge his younger brother's question. After taking a sip of liquor, he turned to Zhao Minghua. The matter concerning Xiaohan's stepmother has exacerbated the old master's health, rendering him bedridden. I convey my apologies on his behalf. As for the engagement between Chun Xiao and Xiaohan, the old master has entrusted us three brothers to deliberate and decide. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Yi Zhihan, and upon noticing the blood at her mouth, his eyes narrowed slightly. Director Yi, you are too kind. Given the old master's ill health, let us allow him to recuperate in peace, free from disturbance, Zhao Minghua replied with a smile. Though a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes as he regarded Yi Zhenhong, he had little interaction with Yi Zhenhong and had no desire to understand him. Knowing only that he was infamous in Jiangzhou for his incompetence, faced with such a wastrel, he had no interest in exchanging even a single word. Thank you for your understanding, Director Yi. Yi Zhenhong plopped down onto an empty sofa. Eldest brother, since the old master has spoken, I shall represent the Yi family in agreeing to this marriage. Yi Zhenbiao stated. Furthermore, there is no time like the present. Let us send Chun Xiao and Xiao Han to the Civil Affairs Bureau to collect their marriage certificate without delay. What say you? I have no objections. Yi Zhenhong took another sip of fine liquor, asserting that as long as Xiao Han was willing, that sufficed. Such matters can be decided by us elders. Lu Xiuqin interjected decisively, stating that since the elder brother had no objections, it was settled. Oh, what a lively gathering. Are we discussing selling a daughter for glory? At that moment, a casual voice echoed from the entrance. Everyone in the hall turned to see two figures entering, Lu Fan and Hao Fugue, dressed in delivery uniforms, each with a low-quality cigarette dangling from their lips, puffing clouds of smoke as they walked in. Upon seeing their attire, Yi Jinhan couldn't help but twitch his lips in dismay. How absurd. He had summoned them to propose, yet they arrived in work clothes. A touch of formality would not go amiss. Little did he know that while he found Lu Fan and his companion ridiculous, they too regarded him with disdain. Incredulous that he was still indulging in drink at such a critical time. Upon seeing the two, Yi Jihan was momentarily taken aback. He actually came? What could his purpose be? The Zhao family members also wore expressions of surprise. They were bewildered by the incongruity of two delivery men suddenly appearing in such an opulent villa. However, one person's reaction stood apart from the rest, Zhao's eldest son. Though he had never met Lu Fan before today, he had seen his photograph. This scoundrel who had dishonored him would be recognizable even in ashes. Yet, he was perplexed as to how Lu Fan had suddenly appeared at the Yi residence. The only plausible explanation was that Yi Jihan had privately informed him. Casting a cold glance at her, he thought, what a wretched woman, still hoping for her lover to come to her rescue. This debt shall be settled once you marry into the Zhao family. Infuriated, Yi Jinbiao glared at Lu Fan and his companion, bellowing, are the people outside blind? Who allowed these delivery boys to enter? What are you two doing here? This is no place for you. Lu Xiuqin echoed his sentiments, then shouted towards the entrance. Where are the guards? Someone get these intruders out of here. Stop shouting. Lu Fan shrugged. The guards are all asleep. They won't awaken for another 2 or 3 hours. What? Yi Jinbiao was taken aback. What do you mean? Who the hell are you? Yi family head. He is Lu Fan. Zhao Yichen replied coolly. What? At his words, everyone turned their gaze toward Lu Fan. Although they did not know him personally, the name was already well known among them. Zhao Minghua cast a scrutinizing glance at Lu Fan, his eyes narrowing slightly in recognition. So it is you, you scoundrel. Lu Xiuqin exclaimed loudly. How dare you return to the Yi family? Have you lost your mind? Turning sharply to Yi Jihan, she accused, Yi Jihan. Was it you who summoned them? Are you truly intent on bringing ruin upon our family? Madwoman, you're unbearable. Be silent. Lu Fan shot back, surveying the room. Who are you calling a madwoman? Lu Xiuqin continued to shout. Boy, I suggest you cease your insolence. I am not one to strike a woman. Lu Fan exhaled a plume of smoke. If you have the courage, then by all means, strike me. Lu Xiuqin rose, glaring fiercely. Two lowly delivery boys dare to flaunt their bravado in the Yi household. How audacious. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Fan delivered a sharp slap. Did you consume garlic this morning? Your breath is foul. Lu Xiuqin fell back onto the sofa, momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that Lu Fan would actually strike her. Scoundrel! Yi Jinbiao thundered. To be so brazen in the Yi family. Do you wish to court death? You would do well to silence yourself. Lu Fan glanced at him before stepping towards Yi Jihan. Who inflicted that injury upon your face? Don't concern yourself with me. You and Fu Gui should leave the Yi family, Yi Jihan stammered. Though she had long hoped for Lu Fan to rescue her from her plight. Now that he stood before her, her worry for him surged. If it were merely the Yi family, it would be one thing, but they now faced the Zhao family. The rulers of Jiangzhou. Despite Lu Fan's formidable skills, the common man cannot contend with the machinery of the state, no matter how adept one may be. Such confrontation is futile. Who struck you? Lu Fan interrupted her thoughts. I did. Before Yi Jihan could respond, Yi Jinbiao rose, addressing Lu Fan in a low tone. A junior lacking respect for his elders. Shouldn't he learn some decorum? Before he could finish, Lu Fan appeared before him in the blink of an eye, delivering a swift slap. Like Yi Jihan before him, a handprint bloomed on his face. Scoundrel, how dare you strike me? Yi Jinbiao faltered, his voice rising in anger. Smack. Before he could utter another word, another resounding slap echoed in the room. You cannot hit me? Yi Jinbiao stumbled sideways. Smack. He had barely spoken a single word when another slap landed. Blood trickled from the corner of Yi Jinbiao's mouth. Smack. 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 He opened his mouth to protest. But Lu Fan continued to unleash blows upon him. With the final strike, Lu Fan exerted a bit more force, sending Yi Jinbiao sprawling to the ground. Unable to rise for a considerable time. If you utter another word, I shall knock the very life out of you. Lu Fan looked down upon Yi Jinbiao and added, You truly have the audacity to strike my woman. Yi Jinbiao opened his mouth, ready to retort, but the razor-sharp glint in Lu Fan's eyes compelled him to silence. As the head of the Yi family, he was not a mere ornamental figure. He was a genuine practitioner of martial arts. Ordinary practitioners would find it impossible to approach within 10 feet, yet just moments ago, He faced Lu Fan and was utterly powerless, unable even to defend himself. It was evident to him that Lu Fan was far from being a mere delivery man. Silence enveloped the entire hall. The expressions on everyone's faces varied dramatically. Yi Jihan's eyes welled with tears. The grievances endured by the Yi family in recent years seemed to dissipate with each slap. Moreover, this was the first time Lu Fan publicly acknowledged her as his woman. Could this be considered an official acceptance of her? Beside them, Yi Jinhong maintained a stoic expression, seemingly indifferent, though inwardly chastising Lu Fan for his actions. That little brat, while Yi Jinbiao deserved punishment, was such severity truly necessary? There were outsiders present. The Yi family's reputation was being dragged through the mud. Jinbiao, are you all right? Lu Xiuzhen hurried over to assist her husband. She then turned to Yi Jinhong, exclaiming, "Elder brother, he is your daughter's guest. Won't you intervene? Lu Fan, you have gone too far," Yi Jinhong declared loudly after taking a swig of his drink. As Little Han's second uncle, it was his rightful duty to discipline the younger generation. "You should silence," Lu Fan interrupted furiously. "What right do you have to speak when you can't even protect your own daughter? Should you continue to prattle, I will not hesitate to include you in my wrath." Chapter 63. So it is young Master Chun. Cough. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Hao Fugue nearly choked. "Brother Fan, are you taking this too seriously? Even your prospective father-in-law?" He expressed concern over potential repercussions. Yi Jinhong's lips twitched, but he refrained from further comment, glaring at Lu Fan with seething resentment. That little rascal was clearly doing this on purpose, seizing the opportunity to insult him. He would remember this. "Let us go." Lu Fan then turned to Yi Jihan. "In such a heartless family, there is no need to stay. From now on, you shall follow me, and I will provide for you." He grasped her hand and headed towards the exit, entirely disregarding the Zhao family. This was rather excessive, bordering on contempt. Yi Jihan had intended to voice her thoughts, but ultimately suppressed them. "Halt." Just a few steps outside, Zhao Yichen's deep voice rang out as he stood. "Who might you be?" Lu Fan asked indifferently. "Lu Fan, pretending not to recognize me is rather amusing," Zhao Yichen replied coldly, his gaze sharp. If Yi Jihan merely evoked fantasies of dominance, then Lu Fan was the one he yearned to eliminate. In Jiangzhou, how dare someone place a green hat upon Zhao Yichen? He was treading perilously close to his own demise. In his heart, he had long since sentenced Lu Fan to a dire fate. Were it not for the current chaotic times, he would have employed every means at his disposal to deal with Lu Fan, rather than wait until today. "Are you really that famous? I must get to know you." Lu Fan replied. "You dare to speak to young Master Chen like that? Are you courting death?" Lu Xiuzhen retorted angrily. "Oh, so you are young Master Chen? My apologies. I mistook you for some insignificant person." Lu Fan feigned realization. Yi Jinhong remarked, "The little brat's acting is commendable. He can give himself a run for his money. How dare you speak like that?" A robust man from the Zhao family stepped forward. "Kneel and apologize to young master immediately." "Fool." Lu Fan shot back before turning his gaze to Zhao Yichen. "It is fortunate you are here. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out. I hereby formally inform you that Yi Jihan is my woman, so I kindly ask you to keep your distance. Should I learn that you continue to harass her, you will bear the consequences." Having said that, he turned to the Yi family members and declared loudly, "And you, from this day forth, if you dare to exploit my woman's marriage for the benefit of the Yi family, I shall bring the entire Yi family down. Do not doubt my words. I stand by them." Standing beside him, Yi Jihan felt tears welling up in her eyes. Since that fateful night, her emotions toward Lu Fan had been akin to a roller coaster, oscillating wildly. Initially, she found his words intolerable, had it not been for necessity. She would have preferred to never see him again. However, as they interacted more, she gradually discovered that Lu Fan's true nature was vastly different from his usual demeanor. Unbeknownst to her, a place for Lu Fan had begun to form in her heart. Thus, she endeavored to approach him in hopes of delving into each other's inner worlds. Yet she found him deliberately evading her, causing her to hesitate. Today, however, Lu Fan appeared before her like a savior, publicly declaring her as his woman. She found it difficult to discern which version of Lu Fan was the true one. Regardless of authenticity, his words deeply moved her, striking at the very core of her being. "You truly are courting death." The burly man furrowed his brow, taking 2 large strides forward, then delivering a powerful punch towards Lu Fan. His skill was impressive, comparable to that of the short elder in Zhenishuan. The punch, executed with full force, sliced through the air with a force akin to a high-pressure wave rushing towards Lu Fan. "Watch out!" Yi Jihan exclaimed, her face paling. Just as her warning echoed, Lu Fan released her hand and raised his fist to meet the attack. Crack! A sharp sound rang out, followed by the man's muffled groan as he staggered back 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing himself, his right arm hanging limply, the bone shattered and rendered useless. How is this possible? The man paused momentarily before casting a difficult glance towards Lu Fan, his expression contorted and his complexion pale. Despite having heard of Lu Fan's formidable skills and witnessing his earlier confrontation with Yi Zhen, he had never anticipated such a display of power. In a mere exchange, he had lost an arm. Such prowess was indeed terrifying. Not only was he astonished, but the entire Zhao family, including Zhao Minghua, was equally taken aback. They were well aware of the man's capabilities. Though not the strongest among the Zhao family's esteemed guests, he certainly ranked within the top 5. The fact that he was no match for Lu Fan was hard to believe. Zhao Yiqin finally understood why the assassins he had dispatched had not returned with such strength. A typical assassin would only be offering their head on a platter. "Are you all planning to take action?" Lu Fan inquired, his gaze shifting to the other members of the Zhao family. "If you're going to strike, do so quickly. I still have plans to take my woman shopping afterward. Let us not waste time." "Youth, do not let your confidence blind you. Allow me to engage you," declared an elder stepping forth from behind Zhao Minghua. He appeared to be in his 60s, clad in simple garments, with a lean physique, a pronounced forehead, and sharp eyes, clearly not an ordinary martial artist. Zhao Minghua and Zhao Yiqin remained silent, evidently wishing for the elder to impart a lesson to Lu Fan. "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Lu Fan asked the elder, his tone indifferent. Enough with the banter. The elder cast a glance at Lu Fan, daring to provoke the Zhao family. "I am eager to ascertain your true capabilities." With that, a formidable aura erupted from him, causing many present to involuntarily shiver. From this sheer force, it was evident that his skills far surpassed those of the earlier man. In the next instant, the elder vanished and appeared before Lu Fan like a specter. His speed was unmatched, a lightning flash that brought him close in an instant, his eagle claw hands striking towards Lu Fan's throat with ferocity. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he swiftly retreated several meters, the elder's hand grasping at nothing but an afterimage. The elder paused, momentarily stunned by Lu Fan's rapid reflexes. Without lingering, his expression hardened as he launched another assault, his aura surging to its zenith. Leaning forward, he alternated his strikes, creating a flurry of afterimages aimed at Lu Fan. This time, Lu Fan did not dodge. As the elder's attacks neared, he reached out directly towards the elder. Although the elder had anticipated Lu Fan's intent and reacted promptly, he was astounded to find that Lu Fan's speed was evidently superior. Before he could fully retract his attack, Lu Fan's hand had already seized his wrist, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him. In the next moment, Lu Fan spun the elder in a full 540-degree turn before releasing him. Then, the old man was hurled out of the hall like a sandbag, crashing heavily onto the cement ground outside, causing the surface to crack like a spider's web. After rolling several times, he collapsed, blood gushing from his mouth. Silence. The entire hall was instantly enveloped in a profound stillness. Chapter 64. Staying at your house tonight, observing the old man outside, who lay like a lifeless dog. Most people wore expressions of disbelief, especially Zhao Minghua and Zhao Yiqin, whose astonishment surpassed that of anyone else. Only they understood the old man's prowess. Ranking third among the Zhao family's guardians, second only to Old Master Zhao and Zhao Mingquan's personal attendant. Yet, he had been so easily incapacitated by Lu Fan in a single encounter. The Zhao family had gravely underestimated this seemingly inconspicuous adversary. "Brother Fan, you are amazing, my idol," Hao Fugui exclaimed, clapping and drawing everyone's attention back to the hall. "You dare to harm a member of the Zhao family? You are truly courting death." Lu Xiuzhen inhaled deeply before speaking. "Do you think having a modicum of skill allows you to act recklessly? You have no idea of the vastness of the world." However, halfway through her sentence, she was silenced by Lu Fan's piercing gaze. "What about you, young Master Chen? Do you still wish to call for assistance?" Lu Fan turned to Zhao Yiqin. "If you do, I shall wait here. Just remember to bring a few capable fighters. I can hardly be bothered with mere ants." "I must admit I underestimated you," Zhao Yiqin replied coolly. After a brief moment of shock, he had regained his composure, his face betraying little emotion. Undeniably, Lu Fan's skills had exceeded his expectations, yet they were far from intimidating enough to make him concede, no matter how skilled one might be. This was the age of firearms. Could anyone truly surpass a bullet? There were plenty of ways to deal with Lu Fan. Not planning to call anyone, Lu Fan inquired further. Haha, I never imagined there would be someone like you in Jiangzhou. Today has been an eye-opener. Zhao Minghua chuckled as he rose from his seat. He then turned to the Yi family. Head of the Yi family, Mr. Yi, let us conclude our matters here for today. We shall take our leave. As for the engagement between Chun and Miss Yi, we will discuss it another day. Mr. Zhao, I sincerely apologize. Yi Jinbiao quickly bowed and spoke. To express my regret, I will certainly bring Xiaohan to apologize in person another day. Have you grown accustomed to being a servant? Lu Fan glanced at him before turning to Zhao Minghua. Do you take my previous words lightly? Let me reiterate. Yi Jihan is my woman. From this day forth, if your Zhao family dares to lay a finger on her, I assure you, you will deeply regret it. Haha, such youthful fervor. Zhao Minghua smiled faintly and continued. In Jiangzhou, what the Zhao family wishes to accomplish, no one can hinder, including you. Your words and actions today are quite out of line, and you shall pay the price for them. Do not think I am merely trying to intimidate you. I, Zhao Minghua, have never resorted to threats. Feel free to come to me anytime. Lu Fan smiled as he spoke. Turning to Zhao Yichen, he added, Young Master Zhao, allow me to offer you a final warning. Should you dare to lay a hand on those close to me again, I shall ensure your swift demise. We shall meet again soon. Zhao Yichen replied coldly. His back turned as he strode towards the exit. In that fleeting moment, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. Patriarchy. The fluctuations in the capital market have been quite significant of late. It would be prudent to keep a close watch on the stocks under the Yi family's banner, lest calamity befalls you, Zhao Minghua remarked as he cast a glance at Yi Jinbiao before departing. Mr. Zhao, please take care. I shall certainly pay a visit to apologize another day. Yi Jinbiao trembled at Zhao Minghua's words. He understood the underlying implication. A move against the Uni group was imminent. Shortly after the Zhao family had left, Lu Fan turned to Yi Jihan and asked, What say you? Will you accompany me, or remain here? I shall go with you. Yi Jihan replied decisively. Very well. Lu Fan nodded. Yi Jihan, do you truly wish to bring ruin upon the entire Yi family? Yi Jinbiao inhaled deeply before speaking. Even if you disregard our well-being, you must consider your father and grandfather. What will become of them should the Yi family fall? I am fine. No need to worry about me. As long as I have my drink, I am content. Yi Jinhong replied. Brother, could you not aspire to something greater? Lu Xiuzhen retorted with irritation. Moreover, if the Yi family truly collapses, even the basic necessities of life will become a concern. Who will have the means to indulge you then? Not to worry, I can survive on $5 liquor. Yi Jinhong continued to gulp down his drink. I can hardly bear to converse with you. Lu Xiuzhen rolled her eyes at Yi Jinhong and turned to Yi Jihan, pleading, Little Han, I beseech you. Apologize to young Master Chen. Uncle, aunt, do you honestly believe that if I agree to marry Zhao Yichen, the Zhao family will extend a helping hand to the Yi family? You are sorely mistaken. Yi Jihan interrupted. Are you aware that the challenges currently facing the Uni group are predominantly orchestrated by the Zhao family? The cancellation of contracts by major agents, the resignation of senior executives, the withdrawal of bank loans. Each of these matters I have investigated, and they all lead back to the Zhao family. They aim to drive us to desperation, compelling us to plead for their mercy. If a union between the Yi and Zhao families were to occur, I can assure you, within a year, the Zhao family would consume the Yi family down to the very bones. In truth, her father had cautioned her long ago about the hidden machinations at play, yet she had initially dismissed the notion. However, as coincidences began to mount, she felt compelled to investigate, and indeed, her findings confirmed that nearly every incident was linked to the Zhao family. Impossible. Lu Xiuzhen shouted first. The Zhao family has always been on amicable terms with us. How could they possibly conspire against us? The issues within the company stem entirely from your inept management. Do not shift the blame onto others. I speak the truth. Whether you believe it or not is your concern. Yi Jihan interrupted her. Nonetheless, let me make one thing clear. I will never marry Zhao Yichen. So you might as well abandon that notion. With that, she took Lu Fan's hand and headed towards the door. Come on, I'm staying at your place tonight. Lu Fan protested. Fan Gu, Desau, wait for me. After calling out, Hao Fugue hurriedly followed. A loud crash echoed through the hall, accompanied by a flurry of curses. Moments later, The trio arrived at the entrance of the Yi family estate. Just then, Lu Fan's phone chimed. It was a message from Yi Zhenhong. Well done, you old fox. Lu Fan was at a loss for words as he responded. He finally understood the true purpose of Yi Zhenhong's invitation today. Stopping Zhao's proposal was secondary. The primary objective was to compel him to publicly acknowledge Yi Zhihan as his woman. Truly a wily old fox. Chapter 65. The Essence of Love, Thank You. Yi Zhihan said, her gaze towards Lu Fan filled with complexity. It's nothing. Lu Fan smiled as he put away his phone. How did you end up at the Yi residence? After a moment's reflection, Yi Zhihan continued. Did Yi Zhenhong summon you? She had already surmised this shortly after Lu Fan's arrival, as she could think of no one but Yi Zhenhong who would inform Lu Fan. What puzzled her was how her ineffectual father managed to bring Lu Fan into the fray. Not too dull after all. Lu Fan chuckled again. You should thank your father. Without him, would you have had the chance to enjoy lunch with Fugui? Yi Zhihan interrupted him, clearly not eager to discuss her father further. All right. Lu Fan replied with a gentle smile. You accepted? Yi Zhihan was momentarily taken aback, having expected Lu Fan to refuse her as he had in the past. She was surprised by his willingness this time. Why not accept a free meal? Lu Fan shrugged. By the way, Fan Go, I just received news from the company urging me to return and handle some matters. Hao Fugui feigned looking at his phone. I won't join you for dinner. You and Asa enjoy yourselves. Though he was rather oblivious, he possessed a certain awareness. Typically, he would have joined them, but today, given the peculiar circumstances, he clearly felt out of place as a third wheel. Having said that, without waiting for Lu Fan's response, he waved goodbye to Yi Zhihan and swiftly rode off on his electric scooter. Watching Hao Fugui's departing figure, Lu Fan's lips twitched slightly. If Fugui isn't going, will you still go? Yi Zhihan tentatively inquired, glancing at Lu Fan. If you truly want him there, I can call him back, Lu Fan replied. Of course not. Yi Zhihan rolled her eyes at him before hastily making her way to the electric scooter. After a brief moment, she approached the electric scooter and took a seat in the back. What are you doing? Lu Fan asked, momentarily taken aback. I'm going to eat. Yi Zhihan replied. I know a wonderful restaurant nearby. You drive, and I'll guide you there. Why not just send me the address? Lu Fan responded. I don't feel like driving today. Please, just give me a ride, okay? Yi Zhihan rarely displayed such a charming side in front of Lu Fan, which took him by surprise. The icy beauty revealing such a feminine demeanor was unexpected. A stunning beauty like you on an electric scooter. Aren't you worried others might think you're a prize cabbage being pushed around by a pig? Lu Fan chuckled. I enjoy it. Yi Zhihan's mood was evidently bright. Besides, you've done it before. 2 minutes later, Lu Fan started the scooter towards the restaurant. Yi Zhihan naturally wrapped her arms around Lu Fan's waist and rested her head against his back, a blissful expression gracing her face like that of a neighborly little sister. Hey, Yi, could you loosen your grip a bit? Lu Fan felt the softness pressing against him and remarked, you could easily cause an accident like this. What do you mean? Is your riding skill that poor? It's just one passenger, Yi Zhihan shot back. However, midway through her retort, she blushed and added, you rogue. I'm just speaking the truth. Lu Fan shrugged and revved the scooter. You've helped me so much today. How would you like me to express my gratitude? After a short while, Yi Zhihan leaned close to Lu Fan's ear, her breath fragrant. Shall I offer myself to you tonight for another round? Coughing slightly, Lu Fan replied. Yi, do you realize you're playing with fire? I don't know what playing with fire means. Yi Zhihan countered. All I know is that you declared in front of so many people that I am yours. I can never marry another man, and no one else will want me. So you must take responsibility. You hardly know me. Aren't you worried about jumping from Zhao Yichen's fire pit into mine? Lu Fan pressed on. If your pit is also fiery, then so be it. It's my fate. Yi Zhihan pondered thoughtfully. I truly don't know you. But that's because you haven't allowed me to. Will you grant me the chance to understand you? You'd be better off not knowing. Knowing too much can only harm you, Lu Fan replied. This was not an attempt to mislead Yi Zhihan. As his aunt had said, those entangled in his affairs would only find misfortune. His adversaries belonged to an elite few at the pinnacle of power, wielding resources beyond compare. In the grand scheme, even a vast family in the provincial capital would seem minuscule against those individuals. Moreover, he was acutely aware that those individuals would eventually come for him. And when they did, those around him would undoubtedly face immense peril. I'm not afraid. Yi Zhihan responded. I have already experienced death once. What is there to fear? What you refer to as death is merely a slight injury, Lu Fan replied with indifference. Moreover, in this life, death is not the most terrifying event. Sometimes, the desire to die may not even present an opportunity, and that is true despair. I know you must have encountered experiences that ordinary people have not. Would you care to share? Yi Jihan asked, slightly taken aback. Those are merely remnants of the past. Nothing worth recounting, Lu Fan said, his gaze fixed ahead, his thoughts drifting as memories flooded his mind. See, you still refuse to grant me the chance to understand you. Yi Jihan couldn't help but retort. Perhaps next time, Lu Fan suggested, redirecting the conversation after regaining his focus. Zhao Minghua mentioned the stock situation before leaving. It can't have been said lightly. Do you have a strategy to address it? None, Yi Jihan replied. With the Zhao family's influence and resources, suppressing the stock price of Yunyan Group would be effortless. Given that the cash flow of Yunyan Group is already precarious, there is little possibility of competing with the Zhao family, even if the situation were not dire. Shall we simply ignore it? Lu Fan inquired. Let them be, Yi Jihan said, taking a deep breath. The stock price is merely a sequence of numbers. Fluctuations are normal. If they truly possess the capital to invest, we could simply delist. However, the most pressing issue for the company is the bank's withdrawal of loans. If the bank becomes insistent, they could directly shut the company down. Which bank? Lu Fan asked. Jiuzhou Bank, Yi Jihan added. We have 1 week left until their final deadline. In such a short time, to procure several hundred million in cash to repay the loan is impossible unless we sell company shares. Schedule a meeting with their representative. I will accompany you to discuss this, Lu Fan suggested after a moment of contemplation. Do you have a plan? Yi Jihan was momentarily taken aback. Let us give it a try, Lu Fan shrugged. As they conversed, they arrived at an intersection and paused for the red light. Passers-by cast surprised glances at the pair. Not for any particular reason other than the sheer incongruity of the scene. A stunningly beautiful woman leaned affectionately against a delivery worker, her face radiating happiness. Could this be the true visage of love? An award-winning touching scene. Just then, a Mercedes came to a halt at the red light. Hey, beautiful. Why not ditch your man? A man adorned with a gold chain called out from the passenger window, whistling at Yi Jihan. Be my woman. And you can drive a Benz every day? Chapter 66. The Crisis of Gu Mingtao. How bothersome. Yi Jihan murmured with a slight frown. You refuse to drive yourself. And now you're facing trouble, Lu Fan remarked with a gentle smile. Your beauty, seated gracefully on the back of a courier's electric scooter, is a recipe for mischief. No worries, as long as you're here, I'm unafraid of trouble, Yi Jihan replied. Aren't you just inviting animosity upon me? Lu Fan shrugged in response. Hey, gorgeous. How about considering my offer? The man adorned with a gold chain boisterously inquired once more. Get lost, Yi Jihan retorted coldly. Oh, what a feisty one. I like it. The gold chain man continued. However, before he could finish his sentence, the green light illuminated, and Lu Fan revved the throttle, speeding away. He certainly wouldn't waste his time engaging with such individuals. Given his speed, the man's luxurious Mercedes could not catch up in the congested city streets. Approximately 15 minutes later, Lu Fan parked the electric scooter in front of an upscale restaurant. The prices here must be quite steep, he remarked as they dismounted. Rest assured, I can treat you to a meal, Yi Jihan smiled. At this point, she seemed to recall something and turned to Lu Fan, saying, by the way, do you remember the villa community where you dropped me off that night? Of course, how could I forget? What about it? Lu Fan asked, momentarily taken aback. I've purchased 2 villas in that community. One is my residence, while the other remains unoccupied as an investment, Yi Jihan explained. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could move there with my aunt. After all, that house is merely sitting empty. The conditions at your current place are rather poor, and it's not good for my aunt's health to be in such an environment. Such affluence. Lu Fan chuckled. I'll consult my aunt about it. If she has no objections, we can consider it. I can arrange for the rent. He had already tasked Hao Fuguei with the relocation arrangements, and Yi Jihan's suggestion was indeed worth contemplating, as renting from anyone is still just renting. The villa community's environment is undoubtedly splendid. He had taken a stroll around it after leaving Yi Jihan's villa that day. Nestled against the mountains, it boasts beautiful scenery, fresh air, and abundant greenery. Residing there would undoubtedly aid in his aunt's recovery. Could you refrain from being so uninspired in your speech? Yi Jihan shot Lu Fan a disapproving glance. If you're going to pay rent, perhaps you shouldn't move in at all. Are you suggesting we stay for free? Then I must express my gratitude on behalf of my aunt. Lu Fan chuckled. Then it's settled. A gleam of joy illuminated Yi Jihan's face. I'll have someone come to clean tomorrow. The house is fully furnished, so you won't need to buy anything. The day after tomorrow, I'll arrange for a moving company to assist my aunt. She had initially expected Lu Fan to decline, but was pleasantly surprised by his agreement. Today's series of events had instilled in her a glimmer of hope, signaling that the distance between her and Lu Fan was gradually closing. Are you dining here at noon? Beautiful. I'll come find you later. At that moment, an incongruous voice pierced the air, belonging to the man adorned with a golden necklace from the Mercedes. After speaking, he did not wait for Yi Jihan's response and slowly drove past a short distance away on the road. How irritating. Yi Jihan frowned and turned to Lu Fan. Shall we find another place? Oh no, I find this spot quite pleasant. Let us stay here. Lu Fan chuckled. Yet, Yi Jihan spoke again. Don't worry. If they decide to approach, it will conveniently cover our bill, Lu Fan replied with another smile. However, before he could finish his sentence, he halted, narrowing his eyes as he gazed ahead. Within his line of sight, the large vehicle had stopped at the entrance of a hotel, and soon a man wearing a baseball cap emerged from the lobby. The reason Lu Fan's words trailed off was that he recognized the man in the cap. It was none other than Gu Mingtao, the president of Liren Media. Lu Fan was taken aback that the other party had already left Zhenyi. It seemed that the commotion a few days prior had proven somewhat effective. What's wrong? Yi Jihan noticed Lu Fan's unusual demeanor. It's nothing. Lu Fan smiled. Did you see someone you know? Following Lu Fan's gaze, Yi Jihan looked over and was taken aback, exclaiming, Is that Gu Mingtao? Indeed. Lu Fan nodded. As they conversed, Gu Mingtao had already entered his vehicle, and soon the car began to move. Wait here for me. I shall return shortly, Lu Fan said before restarting his electric bike to follow. He had intended to inform Yi Jihan to locate Gu Mingtao's phone in the past couple of days to see if he had left Zhenyi. He did not expect such a fortunate encounter today, thanks to the earlier incident with the man in the golden necklace. Otherwise, he might have overlooked it. Suddenly, a deafening crash erupted ahead, shaking the air. Lu Fan looked up to see a Hummer abruptly veering off course, flipping the large vehicle onto its roof. Wheels in the air. Immediately, 3 muscular men emerged from the Hummer, each wielding a handgun. Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, the trio approached the overturned vehicle and pulled the triggers without hesitation. Their movements were remarkably practiced, exuding a palpable bloodthirstiness, unmistakably indicative of professional assassins. Witnessing this scene, chaos ensued. Pedestrians and those on non-motorized vehicles scattered in every direction. All cars on the road slammed to a halt, the sounds of rear-end collisions echoing sporadically. Just then, a stone shot forth at a speed rivaling that of a bullet towards one of the gunmen. By the time the gunman sensed the impending danger, the stone was already upon him, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm, and there was no time left to evade. Thud! The pebble penetrated effortlessly into his temple, and a mist of blood erupted forth as the gunman staggered a few steps to the side before collapsing, his legs twitching before falling still. The other two, taken aback by this scene, turned their heads in unison. They beheld a figure swiftly charging towards them. It was Lu Fan, launching the last remaining pebble from his hand. Bang! 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 Both men squeezed their triggers simultaneously, bullets whizzing past in a shower of sparks aimed at Lu Fan. However, to their astonishment, the bullets struck only the afterimage, clattering harmlessly to the ground amidst a flurry of sparks. Thud! In the next moment, one of the taller men fell rigidly to the ground, a gaping wound appearing in his forehead, instantly meeting his demise. Die! The last gunman, his face contorted with rage, continued to pull the trigger in Lu Fan's direction. Yet, he had forgotten that a handgun is not an automatic weapon. His final bullet had already been expended. Boom! Just as he stood there in confusion, Lu Fan had closed the distance, and the man was sent flying backward, crashing several meters away, his ribs shattered, blood gushing from his mouth, leaving him on the brink of death. Subsequently, Lu Fan strode towards the main road. Chapter 67. A call from Zhao Yichen. The man in the passenger seat, adorned with a gold chain, struggled to glance at Lu Fan as he approached. A bullet hole marred his chest, his upper body already soaked in blood. The heart shattered. No divine intervention could save him. He opened his mouth but uttered not a word. His head tilted, and he lay still, eyes wide open, unable to find peace in death. He had originally anticipated lingering to charm a beautiful woman, yet unexpectedly met his end so soon. Lu Fan then turned to the driver's seat, where the driver had been shot twice in the head and was lifeless. Help me. A feeble voice emanated from the back seat. It was Gu Mingtao. Lu Fan surveyed his condition. The right scapula pierced by a bullet, blood oozing from the wound, and his right leg trapped, unable to move. Lu Fan climbed into the car, maneuvering for a moment before dragging Gu Mingtao out. His right leg was severely injured, leaving him sprawled on the ground in agonizing pain. Lu Fan promptly tended to the gunshot wound, staunching the flow of blood. "Thank you," Gu Mingtao said, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions as he looked at Lu Fan. He could scarcely believe that the one who saved him was Lu Fan, the same person he had contemplated eliminating just days prior. Such is the variety of life and the unpredictability of fate. "You're out of Zhenixuan so soon? I thought you would remain inside to enjoy your retirement," Lu Fan remarked calmly. Gu Mingtao replied, "If you hadn't stirred things up at Zhenixuan, would I have gotten out so quickly? Has the Zhao family completely turned against your uncle?" Lu Fan paused before adding, "I'm curious, knowing full well that the Zhao family wouldn't spare your life. Why didn't you stay close to your uncle?" It was evident to him, even with a mere thought, that the assassination was orchestrated by the Zhao family. Beside my uncle stood someone from the Zhao family, who advised me to remain inconspicuous. After exiting Zhenixuan in the early hours of the morning, I contacted my uncle. Gu Mingtang hesitated briefly before continuing his discourse. "My uncle instructed me to wait here while he arranged for someone to escort me out of Jiangzhou. However, I did not anticipate that the Zhao family would arrive so swiftly." "How naive," Lu Fan replied nonchalantly, stating, "If all goes as expected, the moment you leave Zhenixuan, you will likely be under surveillance." He surmised that the Zhao family had not only embedded their people around the Buddha, but also most likely had agents within Zhenixuan. Conversely, it was certain that Zhenixuan had its own informants amidst the Zhao family and the Buddha. "Lu Fan, are you all right?" At that moment, Yi Jihan rushed over, panting, with a look of concern etched on her face. Although she was aware of Lu Fan's formidable skills, the fact that 3 assassins were armed with guns made her heart race when she witnessed Lu Fan charge forward. "I'm fine," Lu Fan smiled and replied. "I apologize, but I may need to reschedule our meal. I have some urgent matters to attend to. Please take a cab back, and I will call you once I'm done." "All right." Yi Jihan nodded in agreement. "Just be careful." Seeing that Lu Fan appeared unharmed, she felt a sense of relief. While speaking, she cast a glance at Gu Mingtang. She had pieced together the events that transpired at Gu Mingtang's villa, realizing that Lu Fan had been taken by the Special Operations Unit because Gu Mingtang had murdered He Jiaoyang and framed Lu Fan for it. She initially thought of staying with Lu Fan, but reconsidered. Her presence would be of no assistance and would only burden him further. "Remember to call me when you finish," Yi Jihan added. "Of course." Lu Fan nodded. After that, Yi Jihan turned and walked away. "Do you wish to survive?" Once Yi Jihan had departed, Lu Fan turned to Gu Mingtang and asked coolly, "The Zhao family will not spare my life unless you allow me to leave the city immediately." Gu Mingtang replied after taking a deep breath, "If you accompany me, I can guarantee your safety." Lu Fan asserted, "You overestimate your capabilities and underestimate the Zhao family." Gu Mingtang responded, looking at Lu Fan. "Enough with the idle chatter." Lu Fan interrupted decisively. "Just answer, will you come or not? If you genuinely can ensure my safety, I will go with you." Gu Mingtang took a deep breath in reply. He understood that following Lu Fan would not necessarily lead to favorable outcomes, especially since he had nearly caused Lu Fan's demise in the interrogation room of the Special Operations Unit. Nonetheless, it was better to cling to life than to succumb to fate. Preserving his own life was paramount. Furthermore, he had a vague inkling of Lu Fan's intentions for taking him along, knowing well the connection between Zhao Yiqin and Lu Fan, which likely involved using him against the Zhao family. With a thunderous roar, Lu Fan tossed Gu Mingtang into the Hummer and pressed down on the accelerator, the vehicle surging forward with a powerful growl. "Is that disc in your possession?" Gu Mingtang inquired after they had traveled some distance. "Who else knows the contents of the disc besides you and your uncle?" Lu Fan retorted. "No one." Gu Mingtao shook his head and added, "My uncle only found out a couple of days ago. I had never disclosed it to him before. He must have sent someone to seek you out, right? Those individuals only know that you possess the disc my uncle desires, but they are unaware of its contents." That evening, Lu Fan inquired further. "Who instigated you to murder He Jiaoyang? Was it Zhao Mingsheng or Zhao Yichen?" "Zhao Yichen," Gu Mingtao revealed without further concealment. "He harbors a deep-seated hatred for you, especially after you put him in such an embarrassing position, so he sought to have you eliminated through the Special Operations Group. However, he never anticipated that you would emerge unscathed from them. It was indeed him." Lu Fan remarked nonchalantly. He Jiaoyang, that wastrel, probably never imagined that his own cousin would be the one to take his life. Zhao Yiqin is quite formidable. Gu Mingtao nodded in agreement. On the surface, he appears gentle and refined, but in reality, he is ruthless and unscrupulous in his pursuit of goals. He will stop at nothing. After saying this, he turned to Lu Fan. I initially believed it would be a trivial matter for him to eliminate you, but now it seems everyone has underestimated your capabilities. Perhaps you truly can contend with him. Contend? He is but an ant. Lu Fan replied calmly. Gu Mingtao responded, there is no limit to arrogance. There is always someone more audacious. I thought Zhao Yiqin was the pinnacle of audacity, yet here we are, discovering someone even bolder. May I inquire how you managed to escape from the Special Operations Group? Gu Mingtao paused before asking, genuinely curious. With all evidence pointing to Lu Fan and He Jiaoyang's death, it seemed nearly impossible for him to evade capture, yet he had emerged unscathed. This left Gu Mingtao perplexed. Why ask so many questions? Lu Fan retorted. Then can you at least inform me where you intend to take me? Gu Mingtao pressed on. Just then, Lu Fan's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Who is this? Upon donning his Bluetooth headset, Lu Fan pressed the answer button. Zhao Yiqin. The voice of Zhao, the young master, resonated through the receiver. Oh, it's you. Lu Fan smiled faintly. What is the matter? Did you miss me after such a brief separation? Gu Mingtao is with you. Zhao Yiqin inquired coldly. You seem quite well informed. Lu Fan chuckled once more. Next time your family hires an assassin, could you perhaps find someone more competent? I have a video to show you. Zhao Yiqin interrupted. As the words fell, a message arrived, prompting Lu Fan to pick up his phone and view it. In the next moment, an icy wave of murderous intent surged from him. Chapter 68. You are courting death. In the video, Hao Fuguei was curled up on the floor of a villa's grand hall, resembling a cooked lobster. His right arm dangled limply. Whether broken or dislocated, blood continually oozed from his mouth, and his complexion was as pale as wax. Wounded all over. His body bore at least a dozen deep gashes, with blood pooling around him. This time, the severity of the situation was evidently far worse than the previous encounter where he was besieged by He Jiaoyang and his 3 companions. Did you see that? Zhao Yiqin's voice echoed once more. You are courting death. Lu Fan retorted, each word deliberate. Then let us see if you possess the capability. Zhao Yiqin swiftly shifted the conversation. I will send you an address. Within half an hour, bring Gu Mingtai for the exchange. If you fail to arrive on time, prepare to collect his remains. With that, he hung up before Lu Fan could respond. Immediately, a message arrived. What on earth happened? Gu Mingtai inquired, taking a deep breath. Struggling under the weight of Lu Fan's imposing presence, he could scarcely fathom how a single individual could exude such an overwhelming aura. The sheer weight of it was enough to instill a sense of despair within him. Clearly, he had underestimated the man before him. Where is the drug manufacturing facility you established with the Zhao family? Lu Fan pressed, ignoring Gu Mingtai's previous question. What do you intend to do? Gu Mingtai stammered, momentarily taken aback. Less chatter. If you wish to live, you'd best cooperate. Lu Fan interrupted him. As he spoke, the pressure emanating from him surged to new heights. I will tell you. Gu Mingtai gasped, panic etched across his face. After a brief pause to compose himself, he relayed the location of the facility. You had better not deceive me. Otherwise, you will wish for a fate worse than death. Lu Fan warned, before sending the address to Yi Zhenhong, fully aware of the latter's keen interest in such information. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Fan picked up his phone again and messaged Yuan Kuan. Boom. Subsequently, he set the navigation and pressed the accelerator to the floor, the Hummer roaring into a furious speed. Lu Xiao, was that a call from someone in the Zhao family? Do they want you to hand me over to them? Gu Mingtai asked, casting a glance at Lu Fan. Though he had not heard the conversation, he could surmise its implications. They have taken my friend. Lu Fan admitted without reservation. As I suspected. Gu Mingtai exhaled deeply, resignation creeping into his voice. I knew they would never allow me to leave alive. He refrained from pleading for his release, fully aware of the futility of such a request. Given Lu Fan's fierce reaction, he understood that the individual taken was undoubtedly of immense importance to him. An escape was not an option, especially with his injured leg. As long as you do not play tricks and follow me obediently, I will ensure your safety. Lu Fan reassured him. You underestimate the Zhao family. Gu Mingtai exhaled sharply. Since they have sent you to negotiate, they are undoubtedly well prepared. Given Zhao Yiqin's animosity toward you, Whether you can leave alive is another matter entirely. Enough of your whining. You have no choice but to trust me, Lu Fan replied firmly. Dingling. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the phone rang. Upon answering, Lu Fan discovered it was a call from Yi Jinhong. Speak, he commanded as he connected the call. How did you obtain the address? Is it credible? Yi Jinhong inquired. Gu Mingtang is right beside me. Do you think it's not credible? Lu Fan replied in a low voice. Yi Jinhong paused. He has exited from Zhenyi Pavilion? What else could it be? Lu Fan responded once more. I have urgent matters to attend to. I shall hang up now. I have sent you the address. How you handle it is your affair. Without waiting for Yi Jinhong's response, he abruptly ended the call. At the factory, the Zhao family had deployed a significant number of guards. If you wish to dismantle that place, it is rather presumptuous, Gu Mingtang remarked again. If it were that easy to seize, we wouldn't have waited until today. That is not your concern. Lu Fan interrupted him. He was acutely aware that such locations were far from simple, and Yi Jinhong surely understood this as well. Based on his understanding of Yi Jinhong, that cunning fox, he would never act without absolute certainty. Moreover, he speculated that Yi Jinhong would not personally make an appearance. Most likely, he would delegate the task to the Special Operations Team. Although he was unaware of the nature of the relationship between Yi Jinhong and Lu Zhenghong, he knew that Lu Zhenghong was already investigating the drug manufacturing facility. Even if Yi Jinhong had no direct ties to him, Lu Zhenghong would undoubtedly take action. Thus, the forthcoming events would hinge on which party, the Zhao family or Lu Zhenghong, had the stronger backing. Given Zhao Yichen's behavior towards you, do you not intend to inform the He family about that night's incident? Lu Fan continued. I have already spoken with members of the He family. Whether they believe it is their concern, Gu Mingtang replied. After a brief pause, he added, however, even if they believe it was Zhao Yichen's idea, they would likely refrain from acting rashly. The He family exists in reliance upon the Zhao family, even with 10 times their courage. They would not dare to openly confront the Zhao family. That is their affair. Lu Fan nodded slightly. He did not expect the He family to play a significant role. He merely wished to avoid becoming a scapegoat. After another pause, he inquired, didn't you hear that your uncle is aligned with the Zhao family? Why has he turned against them now? I am not well acquainted with my uncle's affairs. He seldom discusses his matters with me. Gu Mingtang shook his head in response. However, from my understanding of the Zhao family, they do not easily trust outsiders. Otherwise, I would not have gone through such lengths to collect that information. It was all for self-preservation. Does your uncle not know about the chaotic dealings you have with the Zhao family? Lu Fan pressed. He is aware, Gu Mingtang stated, but he has not participated. I did not inform him at first, and by the time he found out, I was already entrenched. I can only blame my own excessive ambition and lack of capability. It was naive of me to think I could conspire with a tiger. In retrospect, the Zhao family's intention to involve me was to treat me as a mere pawn from the very beginning. Your self-awareness is rather astute, Lu Fan remarked coolly. Though he had only interacted with Gu Mingtang twice, he had formed a rough assessment of his capabilities. How could he possibly be a match for the Zhao family? The most lamentable aspect of an individual lies in the disparity between their ambitions and their abilities. Why do so many people incessantly complain, blaming fate and others? The root of this discontent is precisely that. Inequality exists inherently in life. Lacking the necessary conditions from birth means that even with relentless effort, the outcome remains limited. For the vast majority, the heights reached through a lifetime of struggle may be innate to some from the moment of their birth. The oft-quoted sentiment, I labored for 18 years just to share a coffee with you, encapsulates the helplessness and bitterness of many. Thus, contentment is the true essence of life. The reason how Fugui remains perpetually cheerful is that he is acutely aware of his abilities and circumstances, which keeps his ambitions modest. With smaller ambitions comes greater happiness. Many individuals' woes stem from their overwhelming aspirations. What is the relationship between Zhenyi Yixuan and the Zhao family? Lu Fan inquired further. Are they aware of your dealings with the Zhao family? I am not entirely sure, Gu Mingtang replied, shaking his head. The depths of Zhenyi Yixuan are unfathomable to outsiders. I only know that even the Zhao family would think twice before offending them. 15 minutes later, the Hummer arrived at the entrance of a secluded villa, where 2 security guards approached, wielding electric batons. However, before they could draw near, Lu Fan pressed the accelerator, crashing the Hummer through the iron gates and into the premises. Moments later, he parked in a vacant space not far from the villa's entrance. Can we proceed? Lu Fan asked Gu Mingtang. It should be fine, Gu Mingtang replied. but his expression conveyed hesitation as he gazed at Lu Fan. Am I allowed to refrain from entering? What do you think? Lu Fan retorted, casting him a glance. Follow me obediently. I can ensure your survival in this venture as easily as I can in your exit. With that, he opened the door and stepped out. Realizing he had no other choice, Gu Mingtang gritted his teeth and pushed open the car door. Chapter 69, The Killing Field. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lu Fan scanned the surroundings, his eyes narrowing slightly. Numerous individuals lay concealed in the shadows. It was clear that the Zhao family intended to eliminate both him and Gu Mingtang. This was understandable, given that the situation had escalated to this point. It was an opportune moment to eradicate any future threats. Moreover, considering the humiliation Lu Fan had inflicted upon the Zhao family previously at the Yi residence, Zhao Minghua and his nephew could hardly swallow that insult. Who are you? Are you seeking death? Two enraged security guards charged at them. Let them in. A man's voice echoed from the villa's hall. Hearing this command, the guards halted in their tracks. Subsequently, Lu Fan strode toward the hall, with Gu Mingtang stumbling alongside, his face reflecting despair. At that moment, he could only cling to the hope that Lu Fan might be his salvation. Moments later, two individuals entered the grand hall of the villa. A sweeping glance revealed an elderly man clad in a black robe seated upon a sofa, his goat-like beard framing a visage adorned with keen, piercing eyes, radiating an aura of formidable energy. Flanking him stood four men and women of varying ages, their presence unmistakably exuding the essence of formidable practitioners. Surrounding this quintet, 6 men in black stood vigil, each bearing the unmistakable bulge of concealed firearms at their waists. Witnessing such a formidable assembly, Gu Mingtao's countenance grew increasingly grim. He discerned that the black-clad figures were indeed armed, and despite Lu Fan's exceptional skills, could he truly survive against the threat of 6 guns? Furthermore, the black-robed elder and his companions were clearly not to be trifled with. Are you Lu Fan? The elder inquired, casting a glance at Gu Mingtao as he spoke. Is the esteemed young master Zhao too fearful to show his face? Lu Fan replied coolly. You overestimate yourself. The elder retorted coldly. There is no need for the young master to intervene against a mere insect like you. And where are my people? Lu Fan inquired nonchalantly. It was no surprise to him that Zhao Yiqin remained absent. Earlier that morning at the Yi residence, Zhao Yiqin had witnessed Lu Fan's prowess firsthand. Despite his preparations, it was evident he was wary of unforeseen circumstances. Ultimately, as long as Lu Fan could be eliminated, Zhao Yiqin's presence was inconsequential. Do you comprehend the consequences of opposing the Zhao family? The elder pressed, ignoring Lu Fan's question. I do not, Lu Fan replied indifferently. I only know that if you surrender your people obediently, I might grant you a chance at survival. Otherwise, you shall not see the dawn of tomorrow. Truly ignorant. The elder retorted coldly. Do you believe that your meager skills can allow you to prance about before the Zhao family? This only serves to highlight your naivety. My patience is limited. It would be wise for you not to court your own demise. Young man, it is you who courts death. A casually dressed man beside the elder pointed at Lu Fan, declaring, This time next year shall mark your day of reckoning. With that, he forcefully smashed his teacup onto the ground, scattering shards in every direction. Immediately thereafter, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed through the hall. In the next moment, 2 robed men, accompanied by over 20 black-clad individuals, appeared at the entrance, effectively sealing off Lu Fan and his companions' escape. Each of the 20-odd figures wielded a gleaming machete, while 4 brandished handguns. Simultaneously, the 6 black-clad men within the hall drew their weapons, disengaging the safeties and aiming them squarely at Lu Fan. Witnessing this scene, Gu Mingtao, already trembling with fear, felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground. His face as pale as wax. The last vestiges of hope within him evaporated. This was the end of his journey. Well then, let us see if you can still speak defiantly. The casually dressed man stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon Lu Fan. 10 handguns. Lu Fan responded calmly. The Zhao family truly holds me in high regard. You have the opportunity to take your own life, allowing you to remain whole. The casually dressed man added. You have 1 minute to contemplate. If you do not act within that time, I shall make the choice for you. The opponent hesitated, evidently aware of Lu Fan's formidable skills, and dared not make a rash move. I have granted you a chance. If you refuse it, then accept your fate. Lu Fan replied calmly. Truly audacious. After the casually dressed man spoke, he turned to the elder in black robes. Ma Lao, shall we proceed? In your next life, perhaps you should be more discreet. The elder in black fixed his gaze on Lu Fan and spoke, then waved his hand. Attack. Bang, bang, bang. He had barely finished his sentence when a volley of gunfire erupted from outside. In the next moment, individuals standing at the doorway began to fall, caught completely off guard by their sudden encounter with death. Everyone, including the elder in black, froze in shock. Boom. Almost simultaneously with the gunfire, Lu Fan kicked the fallen Gu Mingtao to the left, sending him crashing several meters away, wincing in pain. However, without hesitation, he scrambled behind a sofa to shield himself. He understood that Lu Fan was saving his life. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been riddled with bullets. Whoosh. After sending Gu Mingtao flying, Lu Fan's figure flashed towards the elder in black with astonishing speed, leaving onlookers astounded. Shoot! Shoot quickly! The casually dressed man shouted. Bang! 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 As his words echoed, 6 men in black simultaneously pulled their triggers, unleashing a torrential rain of bullets. Clink! However, to their astonishment, every single bullet missed its mark despite the close range, leaving a series of bullet holes in the ground. The expressions on their faces were those of disbelief. Was this truly a human being? Were they filming a movie? Boom. One of the gunmen, momentarily stunned, suddenly saw a blur before him. Almost immediately, a searing pain shot through his chest as his sternum shattered, causing him to be propelled backwards toward the casually dressed man. Damned! The casually dressed man furrowed his brow and threw a punch at the man in black. Just as the black-clad man was sent crashing to the ground by his blow, Lu Fan had already reached him. Sensing the imminent danger, the casually dressed man's pupils constricted instinctively, and he raised his hand to defend himself. Yet, before his hand could touch Lu Fan, he felt a vice-like grip tightening around his throat, rendering him breathless. The man opened his mouth, but was unable to utter a single word. Bang! Simultaneously, 3 gunmen on the left fired in quick succession, sending 3 bullets sparking toward Lu Fan. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. With a swift turn, he hurled the casually dressed man towards the trio. Thud! 3 bullets successively penetrated the body of a man clad in leisure attire, one striking directly at the heart. Following a cloud of blood mist, the man collapsed to the ground, his legs convulsing before he drew his last breath. Chapter 70. Total annihilation. Simultaneously with Lu Fan's decisive action, chaos erupted outside the hall. After the initial gunshots, 7 or 8 members of the Zhao family fell, including 2 gunmen. The remaining members quickly realized the gravity of the situation and scrambled for cover, turning to see the source of the disturbance. Entering were Yuan Kuan and a contingent of 20 to 30 individuals, among them the formidable Rhino, all armed with handguns. Yuan Kuan, is that you? One of the robed men recognized Yuan Kuan and shouted furiously, do you dare oppose the Zhao family? Are you eager for death? Bang! Before he could finish his tirade, Rhino squeezed the trigger, the bullet racing forth. Though the robed man was reasonably agile, he was far from capable of evading the projectile. He attempted to evade, but his body betrayed him, leaving him helpless as the bullet expanded rapidly in his vision. Thud! As anticipated, the bullet pierced his forehead, resulting in a fatal shot that sent his body crashing to the ground. Scoundrel! Roared another robed man, turning to the remaining 2 gunmen. Shoot! Quickly shoot! The 2 men had yet to fully comprehend the unfolding chaos. Upon hearing the command, they hastily raised their weapons, but it was already too late. Bang! Before they could pull the trigger, Rhino and the other 3 gunmen had already fired their shots. After a flurry of gunfire, the 2 gunmen fell one after the other, lifeless. With the 2 adversaries dispatched, Rhino led the charge towards the remaining foes. Yuan Kuan, you are doomed. The Zhao family will not let you escape. The last robed man shouted angrily. Whoosh! Before he could finish, Yuan Kuan had closed the distance, his blade gleaming coldly as it slashed through the air. The robed man's pupils constricted in fear as he stumbled back a few steps, narrowly avoiding Yuan Kuan's deadly strike. Without pausing, Yuan Kuan swung his blade from below, unleashing a glimmering arc of steel. Swoosh! The man could not evade in time, and felt the blade carve a deep gash into his side, blood gushing forth. In agony, he sought refuge while shouting, Yuan Kuan, have you lost your mind? Do you even realize? Enough with your prattle. Yuan Kuan interrupted, his wrist twisting deftly as he pursued with a series of lethal strikes. The robed man, already inferior in skill to Yuan Kuan and now wounded, stood no chance. After several exchanges, Yuan Kuan delivered a decisive blow that severed the man's throat. The man collapsed, convulsing briefly before falling still, having dispatched his opponent. Yuan Kuan surveyed the remaining combatants. The black-clad adversaries were utterly outmatched before Night Princess and Rhino. Seeing that the danger had passed, Yuan Kuan dashed into the hall with a knife in hand. Inside the hall, the 6 gunmen lay lifeless on the floor, devoid of breath. The elderly man in the black robe and a middle-aged companion were jointly assaulting Lu Fan, while the other 3 had already reported to the King of Hell. Just as Yuan Kuan burst into the hall, Lu Fan executed a sweeping kick that sent the middle-aged man flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. As the man prepared to rise, Yuan Kuan took several strides forward and swung his knife down upon him. "No!" the middle-aged man exclaimed in horror. But before his words could fully escape his lips, the blade found its mark in his chest, showering Yuan Kuan with blood. The man gasped, and with a final spasm of his legs, he succumbed to his fate. "Scoundrel!" The black-robed elder's expression contorted with rage at this sight. "Enough of your cries. I shall send you to join him." Lu Fan's voice pierced through as he launched a powerful punch. The elder had no time to evade and could only instinctively raise his hand in defense. A sharp crack echoed as his arm broke, sending him hurtling backward. Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and scrambled to his feet, racing toward the exit. "Do you think you can escape?" Lu Fan advanced, delivering a kick that shattered the elder's spine. The man staggered forward a few steps before crashing to the ground, bloodied and utterly defeated. "Young Master Lu, are you all right?" Yuan Kuan inquired, glancing at Lu Fan. "I'm fine," Lu Fan replied, shaking his head as he approached the elder. "Where's Fu Gui?" In the innermost room, the elder had lost all bravado, realizing that further defiance would only lead to his own suffering. The moment Lu Fan had dispatched the 6 gunmen with blinding speed, tumultuous waves of fear had surged within him. He was the second-ranking guest elder of the Zhao family, a formidable figure in Jiangzhou. Yet, he recognized that evading bullets at such close range was utterly impossible, especially with 6 handguns firing simultaneously. At that moment, he understood he had encountered a master of unparalleled skill. The caliber of such a warrior was beyond his grasp. Concern for the Zhao family gnawed at him. Perhaps they had indeed attracted a grave trouble this time. "Young Master Lu, I will check." After stating this, Yuan Kuan hurried toward the inner room. Moments later, he emerged supporting the battered Hao Fugui, who was in a semi-conscious state, his breath feeble. Upon seeing Lu Fan, Hao Fugui struggled to speak. "Brother Fan, I've burdened you again. Enough of such nonsense. It is I who have implicated you." Lu Fan hastened forward. "Don't speak. We must get you to the hospital." He took Hao Fugui from Yuan Kuan's arms. "Young master, what shall we do with the black-robed elder?" Yuan Kuan gestured toward the elder. "Eliminate him," Lu Fan responded coldly. Upon witnessing the torment inflicted upon Hao Fugui, it was evident that he could no longer spare the life of his assailant. The black-robed elder, struggling to articulate a plea for mercy, was swiftly silenced by a decisive kick from Yuan Kuan, resulting in an abrupt demise. "Kuan, the scene is yours to manage. Ensure it is left pristine," Lu Fan instructed. "Additionally, dispatch someone to locate Zhao Yichen. Once found, exercise caution and maintain surveillance without making any hasty moves. Zhao Yichen has thoroughly provoked my ire. I have already decreed his sentence." "Understood," Yuan Kuan affirmed. "After you handle this matter, seek refuge with Yi Ji and the others. Refrain from making any appearances for the time being," Lu Fan continued. "Comprehended." Yuan Kuan nodded once more. At that moment, Gu Mingtao, trembling, emerged from behind the sofa. His complexion ashen. The astonishment he felt rivaled that of the black-robed elder. The scenes he had just witnessed replayed in his mind like a surreal film. Too implausible to comprehend. Just 10 minutes prior, he had relinquished all hope of survival. Yet in a mere instant, the tide had turned. Lu Fan had truly spared his life. "Kuan, ensure he is taken along. Prevent him from contacting anyone until I call," Lu Fan commanded, casting a glance at Gu Mingtao before addressing Yuan Kuan. "Certainly," Yuan Kuan responded. "Can you grant me a chance at survival?" Gu Mingtao ventured hesitantly. "I have stated that as long as you refrain from deception, your life will be spared," Lu Fan replied. After which, he directed Yuan Kuan, "Work swiftly. Once you have completed your task, make your exit promptly." With a roar, the Hummer surged forth, racing towards the First People's Hospital. Chapter 71. If you remain still, I shall act. Half an hour later, Lu Fan brought the Hummer to a screeching halt in the hospital parking lot. Exiting the vehicle, he swiftly cradled the unconscious Hao Fuguwei and hastened towards the hospital entrance. He had previously contacted by Xian, who, accompanied by 2 nurses, awaited his arrival at the doorway. Quickly, lay him upon the hospital bed, Bai Xian urged, hastening to greet Lu Fan. Observing how Fuguwei's dire condition left her speechless. In the brief span of less than a month since their acquaintance, this marked the second occasion Hao Fuguwei had been left half dead. This realization further solidified her opinion of Lu Fan. He was indeed a magnet for trouble, and those in his orbit would inevitably face repercussions. Whom have you entangled yourself with this time? Bai Xian inquired, pushing the hospital bed as she cast a sidelong glance at Lu Fan. If I were to claim that others provoked me, would you believe it? Lu Fan countered. Do you think I would? Bai Xian retorted, giving him an incredulous look. If you did not stir up trouble, would anyone dare to provoke you? Without waiting for Lu Fan's reply, her tone grew firmer as she continued. You must not only consider your own well-being, think of those around you. Fuguwei cannot always rely on fortune. Moreover, your aunt and Jihan. I am currently not in the mood to discuss such matters with you. Lu Fan interrupted her. The matter concerning Fuguwei is entrusted to you. Consider it a significant favor owed to you. I do not require your favor. Bai Xian retorted. I am, after all, a physician. Saving lives and healing the wounded is my fundamental duty. Having said that, she disregarded Lu Fan and quickened her pace, pushing Hao Fuguwei towards the operating room. Shortly thereafter, Lu Fan found a seat outside the operating room and sat down. He had already assessed Hao Fuguwei's injuries on the way here and was no longer as anxious as before. Fuguwei primarily suffered from superficial wounds and excessive blood loss leading to unconsciousness, but there was no imminent danger to his life. The arm he had seen in the video was dislocated, yet the bone was intact, and he had already restored it to its proper position. Ding-ling-ling. Just as he settled in, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Yi Jihan's number. Lu Fan, why are you at the hospital? Are you all right? As soon as the call connected, Yi Jihan's slightly worried voice came through before he could speak. Clearly, Bai Xian had already informed her. I am fine, Lu Fan replied. Fuguwei sustained some injuries, and I brought him here for Director Bai to tend to his wounds. Are you really okay? Yi Jihan paused before adding, what happened to Fuguwei? Why is he injured? It's a bit complicated to explain right now. I will tell you the details when we meet next. Lu Fan responded. Is he severely hurt? Yi Jihan continued to inquire. It should not be anything serious. Lu Fan hesitated before continuing. I can't discuss this further. I need to make a call to handle some matters. We'll talk later. All right. Please take care of yourself. Yi Jihan replied. After ending the call, Lu Fan dialed Yi Jihan's number. However, the phone rang for quite some time without an answer. After a brief interval, he tried again, but still no response. He repeated this 4 or 5 times to no avail. Approximately 15 minutes later, Yi Jihan returned the call. In broad daylight. I hope you are not engaged in some activities with a woman. Upon answering, Lu Fan remarked. Get lost. Yi Jihan retorted. Then countered. Why did you call so many times? What is the plan regarding the drug manufacturing facility? Lu Fan inquired. Lu Zhenghong has already taken people there. We should have results shortly. Yi Jihan replied. When do you intend to use that disc I provided you? Lu Fan continued his questioning. What can't wait? Yi Jihan countered. If you do not take action, I shall. Lu Fan asserted. He indeed felt a sense of urgency. As the Zhao family repeatedly danced on the edge of destruction, and he was keen to facilitate their downfall. How do you plan to act? Are you going to storm into the Zhao household and wreak havoc? Yi Jihan responded. Reckless valor is not advisable. Do not act foolishly. It should be happening within the next couple of days. Just keep an eye on the news. However, do not set your expectations too high. Even with that disc and the drug manufacturing facility, it is unlikely that we can completely uproot the Zhao family. Understood, Lu Fan replied. This matter, needless to say, does not require emphasis from Yi Jihan. He had already anticipated it psychologically. To believe that a mere line could obliterate the Zhao family, this foremost aristocracy of Jiangzhou, would be to underestimate its resilience. The Zhao family could easily sacrifice lesser interests to protect their core, as long as Zhao Mingsheng is thrust into the spotlight to shoulder all the burdens. The family is unlikely to encounter significant troubles in the near term, and the likelihood of such a scenario is quite high. Of course, should everything within their domain be exposed, the Zhao family would undoubtedly find themselves besieged on all fronts. Additionally, if Zhao Mingsheng were to face adversity, Even though the grand edifice of the Zhao family might outwardly appear unscathed, it would be nothing but a precarious structure at its core. The information currently available can only be utilized in discussions between Gu Mingtao and Zhao Mingxing. Other videos and photographs must be revealed gradually, Yi Zhenhong added. And the reason? Lu Fan inquired further. There are too many individuals involved, many of whom hold significant power. If this information were to be released indiscriminately, you should comprehend the consequences. Yi Zhenhong replied. Has someone pressured you? Lu Fan interrupted him. I am but a useless pawn. Who would pressure me? Yi Zhenhong responded. Then it implies that your backers cannot withstand such immense pressure? Lu Fan suggested again. His words were clearly probing. Who knows whether Yi Zhenhong had any backing? Up until now, he could only ascertain that Yi Zhenhong shared an unusual relationship with Lu Zhenghong, but whether there were higher-tier individuals involved remained uncertain. However, he had an inkling that there were indeed others, though Yi Zhenhong concealed them too well for him to have any leads. You little rascal, are you trying to extract information from me? Yi Zhenhong continued. Leave this matter to me. I will provide you with a satisfactory outcome. Very well, Lu Fan replied decisively. He was fully aware of the repercussions that would ensue if all those videos and photographs were released. The political landscape of Jiangzhou would undoubtedly be rocked to its foundations. Chaos would ensue in society, and the ripple effects would extend to the provincial capital. This was no trifling matter. His target was merely the Zhao family, not the entirety of Jiangzhou, and he did not wish for the millions of citizens in Jiangzhou to be implicated. What of Gu Mingtao? Lu Fan then asked. Send him to the Special Operations Group. I will have Lu Zhenghong arrange for someone to pick him up. Yi Zhenhong responded after a moment of contemplation. Understood, Lu Fan replied before ending the call. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Zhenhong sent a message containing the name and phone number of the liaison from the Special Operations Group. Subsequently, Lu Fan composed a message to Yuan Kuan, instructing him to send someone to deliver Gu Mingtao to the Special Operations Group. Gu Mingtao was a ticking time bomb. Keeping him near Yuan Kuan for too long would only heighten Yuan Kuan's risk. Ding ding ding. Shortly after sending the message, an unfamiliar number called in. Who is this? Lu Fan asked upon answering the call. I am Gu Xiao, came the voice of a middle-aged man from the other end. You must have dialed the wrong number. Lu Fan replied, as he had never heard of anyone by the name of Gu Xiao. Those in the underworld refer to me as Buddha. The middle-aged man added. Is it you? Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 72. Swift Actions. Is Xiao Tao in your hands? Gu Xiao continued. I saved your nephew's life. Shouldn't you express your gratitude first? Lu Fan inquired. Name your price. Gu Xiao retorted. Do you think I am in need of money? Lu Fan queried. Then present your terms. What must happen for me to release him? Gu Xiao pressed again. You've called too late. Lu Fan replied coolly. If all goes as expected, he is already in the Special Operations Group's compound. The Special Operations Group? Gu Xiao paused, bewildered. What is he doing there? What do you think he is doing there? Lu Fan responded. After committing so many heinous acts, he is naturally going to confess to the Special Operations Group. Did you force him into this? Gu Xiao's tone turned frosty. He is tormented by his conscience and unable to sleep through the night. Thus, he decided to confess. What does that have to do with me? Lu Fan answered. Pressuring him to confess to the Special Operations Group is tantamount to sentencing him to death. Gu Xiao stated solemnly. In Jiangzhou, there is no corner untouched by the Zhao family. Your words are futile. These matters are beyond my control. Lu Fan interjected. If there is nothing else, I will hang up. Can we arrange a meeting? Gu Xiao asked after a brief pause. I am quite busy these days and have no time. Lu Fan replied. He was acutely aware that the other party had effectively severed ties with the Zhao family. And given Gu Xiao's capabilities, he was far from matching the Zhao family's strength. To speak of anything else, the legitimate forces that the Zhao family could mobilize were more than sufficient to dismantle Gu Xiao, who had risen from the underworld. Thus, for Gu Xiao at this moment, even if an alliance with Lu Fan was unattainable, it was imperative to avoid further enmity. Gu Xiao's desire to meet was compelling evidence that, apart from compromise, he had few options left. Set a time. Gu Xiao took a deep breath and continued. I know you wish to act against the Zhao family, but you alone stand no chance. I possess some information regarding the Zhao family that may pique your interest. I will call you after I finish my business in a few days. Lu Fan paused briefly before adding, Kuan Yi is my friend. You would do well to refrain from making any moves against him, or you shall know the consequences. I await your call, but do not delay too long. Gu Xiao concluded before hanging up. Shortly thereafter, Lu Fan contemplated briefly before picking up his phone to send a message to Yi Zhenhong. The message was simple, a reminder to Lu Zhenhong not to allow Gu Mingtao to perish within the Special Operations Group. Approximately half an hour later, the sound of high heels echoed, and soon after, Yi Zhenhong hurriedly approached the surgery room. As she walked, she inquired, "Lu Fan, how is Fu Gui? Is he not out yet? What brings you here?" Lu Fan asked, slightly taken aback. "I happened to be nearby on some errands, and came over once I finished." Yi Zhenhong replied. "Fu Gui has only been inside for less than an hour. He won't be out this quickly," Lu Fan responded with a smile. He naturally understood that Yi Zhenhong was not coincidentally handling matters in the vicinity. She had most likely made a special trip from the company. What had transpired? Could it possibly be related to the Zhao family? Yi Zhenhong took a seat beside Lu Fan. Lu Fan nodded. "I knew it." After a deep breath, Yi Zhenhong spoke. "This morning, you stood up for me at the Yi family, humiliating Zhao Minghua and Zhao Yichen. I knew they wouldn't let it go easily. For the time being, they can't do anything to you, so they'll take it out on Fu Gui. Ultimately, it's my fault that Fu Gui is involved in this. It has nothing to do with you." Lu Fan interrupted her. "If anyone is to be blamed, it is I who brought him into this, and you as well. We all share this burden." "No," Yi Zhenhong continued. "It truly has nothing to do with you." Lu Fan interrupted her once more, shifting the topic. "Has the bank manager scheduled a meeting yet? On my way here, his secretary called and asked me to come to his office for one last discussion tomorrow morning." A look of seriousness crossed Yi Zhenhong's face. "What will you discuss?" Lu Fan inquired. "What conditions did they propose?" "None." Yi Zhenhong shook her head. "Before today, they hadn't mentioned any conditions. They just asked me to repay the loan. Then why have they suddenly requested a face-to-face meeting?" Lu Fan responded. "I don't know." Yi Zhenhong shook her head. "Let's not overthink it for now. I will accompany you to meet him tomorrow morning." Lu Fan replied. "What good will that do?" Yi Zhenhong inhaled deeply and joked. "You can't possibly beat him up first, and then demand he retract the loan withdrawal. Can you? Why not?" Lu Fan replied with a smile. "Then perhaps you should not accompany me," Yi Zhenhong said, her lips twitching slightly. "I've heard his background is quite formidable. If you truly did confront him, the loan withdrawal would be the least of your worries. Your personal safety would be at risk. Rest assured, I am quite reasonable." Lu Fan chuckled again. "I will go and reason with him, not resort to violence." Yi Zhenhong questioned, "Are you certain you are a reasonable person?" Time flew by, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The light above the operating room finally extinguished. Soon after, several nurses wheeled Hao Fugui out, closely followed by Bai Shixian and another doctor in white coats. Hao Fugui remained in a state of unconsciousness, likely due to the lingering effects of anesthesia. "Shixian, how is Fugui?" Yi Zhenhong rose to greet them. "Zhenhong, what brings you here?" Bai Shixian paused momentarily before responding. "Do not worry. He is not seriously injured. Most of it is superficial wounds." After speaking, she turned to Lu Fan. "His superficial injuries this time are significantly more severe than last time. He must be hospitalized. If you find the hospital fees too expensive." Drawing from past experiences, she felt compelled to preempt any objections. "Shixian, please arrange for Fugui's hospitalization. I will cover all expenses." Before Lu Fan could respond, Yi Zhenhong interjected. "When did you become so love-struck?" Bai Shixian cast a speechless glare at Yi Zhenhong, exclaiming, "Ignoring the wisdom of the elders will lead you to regret. One day you will understand." With a smile, Yi Zhenhong interrupted her. "Do as you wish." After a slight shrug, Bai Shixian took out her phone to make arrangements. That evening, Yi Zhenhong remained until around 8 or 9 o'clock before returning to her villa accompanied by Lu Fan. Upon returning to the hospital, Lu Fan made a brief phone call to his aunt, summarizing the situation concerning Hao Fugui. His aunt said little, only advising him to take good care of Hao Fugui at the hospital, promising to bring some soup for him the next day. Before hanging up, she requested Lu Fan to check the Jiangzhou news. "Brother Fan, you should head back. I'm truly fine." Hao Fugui spoke up after Lu Fan ended the call. "Miss Yi has hired 2 or 3 caregivers for me. I'm in good hands." "Enough chatter. Let's discuss this when you feel better tomorrow," Lu Fan replied, then opened the local news on his phone. After glancing at the trending topics, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Quick actions indeed. In the trending news, 5 or 6 out of the top 10 stories were about the same incident. The leading headline read, "Thunder Operation. Special Task Force dismantles Jiangzhou's largest drug den." The article provided an overview of the operation, and the accompanying images revealed the considerable scale of the drug production facility. According to the report, The special task force mobilized 200 personnel and engaged in intense conflict with armed individuals. Ultimately, around 10 members of the task force suffered casualties, while approximately 30 to 40 adversaries were shot, in addition to over 100 arrests. A significant haul of various firearms and hundreds of kilograms of narcotics was also confiscated. The article had garnered over 100,000 views, with thousands of comments predominantly applauding the task force's efforts. The second headline proclaimed, "The man behind Jiangzhou's largest drug factory." Lu Fan clicked to read more, finding a photograph of an unremarkable middle-aged man. The article identified him as Zhang Tingliang, the legal representative of a trading company in Jiangzhou who had spent years engaged in trade abroad before arriving in Jiangzhou 4 years prior. The operation occurred this afternoon, and by nightfall, there are already numerous official reports. They moved swiftly, Hao Fuguei remarked after glancing at the news. Earlier that afternoon, Lu Fan had briefly informed him about the events of the day, so he was aware that Lu Zhenghong had led a team to the drug factory. Delay can invite unforeseen complications. Lu Fan mused thoughtfully. This situation is quite understandable. Lu Zhenghong evidently fears lingering uncertainties, prompting him to release the news immediately, leaving the Zhao family with no room for maneuvering. He is merely the head of the Jiangzhou Special Task Force. There are still higher authorities from the Jiangnan Provincial Special Operations. If he does not act swiftly, given the Zhao family's influence and the power behind them, it is entirely plausible that they could suppress this matter through administrative means. After all, a higher official can easily crush the dissenting voice. Currently, public opinion has already fermented. Even with their immense clout, it would be arduous for the Zhao family to reverse the tide. In this era of social media, the old methods of deleting posts to eliminate public discourse have become obsolete. Now, a single spark can ignite widespread dissemination across the internet in no time. Understood. Hao Fuguei nodded, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation. After a brief pause, he pointed at a photograph of Zhang Tingliang and remarked, "This individual must be the scapegoat the Zhao family has put forth, am I right?" "Not quite a scapegoat," Lu Fan replied. "If I am not mistaken, he is likely the visible head of that drug manufacturing factory and is indeed deserving of his fate." Indeed, Hao Fuguei nodded once more, continuing, "The Zhao family cannot simply present such a figure and expect to absolve themselves, can they? That depends on Lu Zhenghong's resolve and his ability to withstand the pressure." Lu Fan responded, "Lu Zhenghong still possesses a trump card, Gu Mingtang. If he is truly determined, he could very well bring down Zhao Mingsheng." Just then, the phone rang with Yi Zhenhong's number. "What instructions do you have?" Lu Fan inquired upon answering. "Have you seen the news?" Yi Zhenhong countered. "Quite impressive. They are swift." Lu Fan replied before asking, "What are the plans for Zhao Mingsheng?" "The reason I called was to discuss this matter," Yi Zhenhong said after a brief pause. "Zhao Mingsheng is dead." "Dead?" Lu Fan was taken aback. "What happened? Who was responsible?" This turn of events was truly unexpected. There are Zhao family members within the Special Operations Team. After Zhao Mingsheng received advance notice, he fled Jiangzhou for the provincial capital, Yi Zhenhong continued. However, shortly after exiting the highway in the provincial capital, he was involved in a car accident. A truck overturned, crushing him into a pulp. Quite ruthless. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. It was evident, even to the dim-witted, that this was orchestrated by the Zhao family. Eliminating Zhao Mingsheng would allow everyone else to remain unscathed. Why would they not seize the opportunity? Whether the perpetrator had prior communication with the Zhao family remains a different issue. It is indeed regrettable that Zhao Mingsheng was not captured alive. Yi Zhenhong continued. However, the loss of such a key player will undoubtedly inflict significant damage on the Zhao family, enough to cause them considerable distress for a while. Even if they could have taken him alive, extracting information from him would not have been guaranteed. Lu Fan replied. "True," Yi Zhenhong responded. "This incident will likely lead the Zhao family to attribute most of the blame to you, so be cautious. I await their moves." Lu Fan replied, adding, "Could you arrange for a personal bodyguard for your daughter? I fear the Zhao family may have designs on her." "I have already done so," Yi Zhenhong interrupted. "Aren't you her personal bodyguard?" Lu Fan's lips twitched. "I cannot possibly be by her side 24 hours a day." "Why not?" Yi Zhenhong replied. "Why not just live with her?" Lu Fan retorted. Here we go again with the self-promotion for his daughter. The following morning, around 10 o'clock, Lu Ziqing arrived at the hospital with a pot of black fish soup. Hao Fuguei, overwhelmed with gratitude, found himself at a loss for words, tears glistening in his eyes. After years of wandering, Only Lu Fan and Lu Ziqing could evoke a sense of family in him. Most importantly, he was acutely aware that Lu Ziqing was no ordinary person. For a man of his humble stature to receive such care from her was indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. After a brief conversation, Yi Jihan entered the room. "Auntie, you're here too?" She greeted Lu Ziqing upon seeing her. "I was just feeling bored at home, so I thought I'd come out for a bit." Lu Ziqing replied with a smile. "By the way, Lu Fan, have you spoken to Auntie about the house?" Yi Jihan suddenly remembered and turned to Lu Fan. "Xiao Fan told me about it over the phone last night," Lu Ziqing said, smiling as she asked, "If we move in, would it be a bother to you?" "Bother? Not at all." Yi Jihan eagerly responded. "If Annie wants to come live with us, I would be thrilled. How could that be a bother?" "If it truly isn't a bother, then thank you, Xiaohan." Lu Ziqing smiled in response. "Auntie, you've agreed?" A flicker of joy crossed Yi Jihan's face. "Thank you, Auntie. We should be the ones thanking you." Lu Ziqing chuckled. "Once Fugawei is discharged, you all can move in," Yi Jihan suggested once more. "Sounds good." Lu Ziqing nodded with a smile. After a brief pause, she turned to Lu Fan, "Xiao Fan. You're accompanying Xiao Han to meet the head of Jojo Bank this morning, right? It's getting late. You should hurry." "Yes." Lu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two bid farewell to Lu Ziqing and Hao Fugawei before departing. About 30 to 40 minutes later, the Porsche came to a halt in the courtyard of Jojo Bank's Jiangzhou branch. 10 minutes later, guided by a uniformed secretary, they settled into a reception room. "Ms. Yi, please wait here. President Zheng is currently in a meeting. I will take you to his office once he is finished," the secretary informed Yi Jihan. "Thank you," she replied. However, they ended up waiting for nearly 2 hours. "Forget it. Let us just go back. He is definitely trying to make things difficult for us," Yi Jihan said, glancing at her watch. "Don't be hasty. If you leave now, those 2 hours will have been wasted," Lu Fan remarked with a faint smile. "But we don't even know when he will be able to see us," Yi Jihan replied. "Since we're already here, let us just wait a little longer." Lu Fan smiled again. Just then, the same uniformed secretary entered once more. "Ms. Yi, I sincerely apologize. President Zheng had an urgent matter to attend to. He asked me to extend his apologies and will call you tomorrow to reschedule." "Is that so?" A chill emanated from Lu Fan. Chapter 74, President Zheng's Game. "Is he taking things too far?" Yi Jihan furrowed her delicate brows and spoke up. "We have waited for him for 2 hours. And now he tells me he is too busy to see us?" "I sincerely apologize," the secretary in uniform replied. Mr. Zheng did not anticipate this sudden situation. "Is he truly too busy to meet us? Or is it a deliberate snub?" Lu Fan turned to the uniformed secretary and inquired further. "President Zheng just returned to his office after a meeting and was about to have you both brought over when he received an urgent call and had to leave," the secretary responded. Although her expression revealed little, the unusual glimmer in her eyes did not escape Lu Fan's notice. "Is that so?" Lu Fan smiled faintly, interrupting her. After speaking, he turned to Yi Jihan. "Do you know which office is his?" "The innermost one." Yi Jihan paused for a moment before replying. "Let us go and inquire why President Zheng is toying with us." Lu Fan responded with a grin. "But his office has a separate access control system. Without a key card, we cannot enter," Yi Jihan added. "Just follow me. A key card is unnecessary," Lu Fan declared, striding toward the door. Yi Jihan hesitated briefly before following him, instinctively sensing that their adversary was intentionally putting them in a difficult position. "Sir, I have already informed you that President Zheng has left," the secretary in uniform interjected, slightly frowning as she blocked their path. "I do not resort to violence against women." "You had best not provoke me," Lu Fan remarked, casting a glance at her. As he spoke, an oppressive aura emanated from him, enveloping the secretary in uniform. The woman instantly felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her body trembling uncontrollably, her complexion paling in an instant. She was merely an ordinary office worker, unprepared to withstand such formidable pressure, and her legs buckled, causing her to collapse onto the floor. Meanwhile, in the innermost office, a corpulent middle-aged man reclined in a large chair, a cigar perched between his lips. A strikingly beautiful uniformed woman stood a short distance from the grand desk, holding a stack of documents as she delivered a work report. "Lu Qi, how long have you been at Jojo Bank?" The man, named Zheng Jian, interrupted her. "In response to the president's inquiry, I joined after graduating last year," the uniformed woman replied, momentarily taken aback. "That has been a year." Zheng Jian's gaze roamed over the woman, his throat involuntarily twitching. Do you know why, after nearly a year, your salary and position remain unchanged? Zheng Jian's eyes fixed on her face. I do not know, the uniformed woman replied, looking down. You are pretending to be oblivious. Zheng Jian exhaled a cloud of smoke and retrieved a bank card from his drawer, tossing it onto the desk. I lack the patience for riddles. Let us speak plainly. Inside this card is 500,000. If you agree to compensate me in 3 days, this money will be yours. President Zheng. I am not the person you think I am, the uniformed woman began, and I already have a boyfriend. 800,000. President Zheng. I truly am not relying on my physical form to subdue women, she responded once more. 1 million. President Zheng declared. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. The uniformed woman hesitated for a moment before turning to exit. 2 million. Zheng Jian's voice rose by a decibel. This is my final offer. As he spoke, he stood up. Everyone has their price. You are no exception. 2 million is already your utmost premium. Should you agree, remain. If you decline, you may leave. However, you must understand that, in that case, your tenure at Jiuzhou Bank would come to an end. Upon hearing his words, the uniformed woman, who was hastening towards the door, paused, a look of conflict crossing her face. In this society, one is mocked for poverty, but not for their profession. Zheng Jian sauntered toward her. For the vast majority of ordinary white-collar workers, it would take a decade to earn 2 million. Yet, you could acquire this sum by merely accompanying me for 3 days. Furthermore, as long as I remain at Jiuzhou Bank, you shall not be treated poorly. Do not tell me this prospect does not stir your interest. Having approached her, he continued, for you, spending 3 days with me bears no loss. It will not diminish your worth. Zheng Jian added. Moreover, I can assure you that every woman who appears to thrive in our bank, aside from their legitimate partners, has other financial backers. Some even have more than one. Taking a deep breath, the uniformed woman finally mustered the courage to speak, her body trembling slightly. The hardest part is taking the first step. Once you do, the rest will follow, Zheng Jian stated, bending down to lift the woman and tossing her onto the long sofa. He then removed his coat and lunged forward. Just then, the office door was kicked open, and Lu Fan, accompanied by Yi Jihan, strolled in. Oh, President Zheng, what an interesting scene, Lu Fan remarked, glancing at the two on the sofa. So he is indeed here. What a scoundrel, Yi Jihan muttered under her breath. You insolent fools. Who allowed you to enter? Are you tired of living? Zheng Jian shouted furiously. As his voice echoed, he rose from the sofa, his face contorted with rage. He had finally managed to coax the woman into a reluctant agreement, only to be interrupted before anything could commence, his heart seething with resentment toward the intruders. Startled by the sudden turn of events, the uniformed woman lay on the sofa in shock for a moment before regaining her composure. Quickly, she scrambled to her feet and dashed toward the exit. Yi Jihan, is that you? Zheng Jian's voice rang out again. Who the hell let you in? Do you even realize what you're doing? He was taken aback to discover it was Yi Jihan. He could not fathom the audacity she displayed in storming into his office. Although the Yi family was considered the second most affluent in Jiangzhou, he held them in low regard. In fact, apart from the Zhao family, no one in Jiangzhou warranted his respect. Conversely, with the power he wielded, he was more than capable of becoming a distinguished guest among the prominent families. All right, President Zheng, cease your shouting and take a moment to calm down with a cigarette, Lu Fan remarked as he settled onto a nearby sofa, casually tossing a cigarette in Zheng Jian's direction. Naturally, Zheng Jian would not accept the offered cigarette. Instead, he glared at Lu Fan with fury, exclaiming, Who do you think you are, daring to act so brazenly in my presence? He is my man. Yi Jihan interjected in a low, firm tone. The two words flowed effortlessly from her lips, devoid of any hesitation, momentarily leaving even Lu Fan taken aback. Your man? Zheng Jian was momentarily stunned by Yi Jihan's declaration. Subsequently, he returned to the large table, took a puff from his cigar, and coldly addressed Yi Jihan. Very well. Then I shall engage you both in a rather entertaining game today. Chapter 75. Zheng Jian's peculiarities simultaneously. Hurried footsteps echoed at the entrance, and soon 7 or 8 security guards brandishing electric batons appeared at the door. President Zheng, I apologize, but he smashed the glass door at the entrance, the lead security guard reported. A bunch of useless fools, get out. Zheng Jian interrupted with a roar, commanding, all of you, stay outside. Understood. The lead guard hesitated for a moment before retreating with his colleagues to the corridor after closing the office door. President Zheng wishes to play a game? Lu Fan exhaled a cloud of smoke and chuckled. How fortuitous. I too enjoy games. I wonder what kind of game President Zheng has in mind. Kid, I hope you can still laugh after this. Zheng Jian shot a glance at Lu Fan before addressing Yi Zihan. I hereby formally notify you that by the end of today, the 500 million loan must be settled. Otherwise, the Jiuzhou Bank will initiate the auction of Yunyu Group's mortgaged assets beginning with your office building tomorrow. Furthermore, I am not afraid to inform you that I have already contacted Jiangzhou Bank, and they will issue a loan withdrawal notice for the 200 million your company owes them today. Moreover, starting today, your Yunyu Group will find it impossible to secure a single penny from any bank. Do not doubt my words. I mean what I say. I am eager to see how long you can hold out. President Zheng, I believe I have not offended you prior to today, have I? Yi Zihan asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Why are you so intent on driving our company to ruin? She understood all too well that Zheng Jian's words were no mere threats. He possessed the capability to follow through on them. If Zheng Jian were truly determined to target Yunyu Group, she would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate this crisis, as he had seized upon the company's vulnerabilities. If the business were in good standing, she would not be overly concerned about the ability to secure loans. However, given the multitude of issues plaguing Yunyu Group, simultaneous pressure from the banks could lead to bankruptcy and liquidation within a month. So, are you frightened now? Zheng Jian inquired, scrutinizing Yi Zihan. If you are scared, then beg me. If your sincerity is sufficient, perhaps I might show mercy and spare your company. What do you truly desire? Yi Zihan took a deep breath before speaking in a low voice. Previously, when Lu Fan intended to forcibly enter Zheng Jian's office, she harbored reservations, concerned that it might offend the other party and complicate matters further. However, upon observing Zheng Jian's demeanor and the words he had spoken earlier, she realized that he was deliberately targeting Yunyu Group. No amount of caution on her part would be of any consequence. Is this your attitude when seeking assistance? Zheng Jian continued to puff on his cigar. Do you truly believe you are in a position to plead? What must you do to cease your attacks on Yunyu Company? Yi Zihan inquired after another deep breath. You truly do not know how to solicit help, do you? Zheng Jian responded. Let us engage in a game. If you crawl around my office on your knees, I shall grant your company an additional month. Should you be willing to don a collar and chains while crawling, the extension could be lengthened to 3 months. And if you are prepared to strip and crawl in chains, I could secure 6 months for your company. Of course, you have an even more favorable option. If you serve me in front of your man, I might consider granting your company an entire year. You may choose any one of these conditions. I shall allow you 2 minutes to contemplate. With that, he took another puff of his cigar. This was not the first time he had played this game. Before today, every woman who had sought his assistance and caught his interest had been subjected to this trial. He relished the psychological struggle of those women, deriving a sense of conquest from witnessing them crawl on the ground with tears in their eyes. Just half a month ago, a female entrepreneur sought his assistance through an intermediary for a loan of 100 million, and he had subjected her to the same game. For the sake of the loan, she had boldly chosen the third option. Even now, the image of her graceful form occasionally flickered through his mind. Naturally, not every woman was willing to comply with his game. However, those who rejected him rarely fared well. You are insane, Yi Zihan exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. She could hardly believe that the branch manager of a prestigious bank could be so vile. Do you not wish to proceed? Zheng Jian shrugged before shifting his tone. Then get out of my office immediately and prepare for your demise. Yi Zihan's face turned crimson with indignation. There was no need to become enraged with such a beast. Lu Fan, with a calm smile, interrupted her. Please take a moment to rest. I will handle this. Let us return. Yi Zihan sighed, exhaling her frustration. There will be another way. She feared that Lu Fan, in a fit of anger, might resort to violence, leaving no room for resolution and inviting further trouble. Why return? The matter remains unresolved. Lu Fan rose and walked towards Zheng Jian. Kid, what are you pretending for? I have yet to settle accounts with you. Zheng Jian sneered at Lu Fan. A mere boy, still reeking of youth, dares to act recklessly in my presence. He must truly have a death wish. Do you believe that merely by disrupting my access control system, I could have you imprisoned for 2 years? Terrifying, isn't it? As Lu Fan took a drag from his cigarette, he spoke. You relish games. Allow me to engage you in one as well. If you don the collar and chains and crawl around the office lobby, I shall grant you clemency this once. What say you? Yi Zihan interjected. Is this not already a situation grand enough? You truly are oblivious to the peril you court. Zheng Jian's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on Lu Fan. I shall make it abundantly clear, with the words you just uttered. If I do not see you confined to a cell for no less than 3 years, I shall cease to bear your surname. Do not presume I am merely attempting to intimidate you. I possess ample means to deal with a lowly wretch such as yourself. The law is but a construct. I declare you guilty, and even if you are innocent, you must bear the weight of guilt. Is that not so? As Lu Fan approached Zheng Jian, he continued, Today, I had intended to reason with you, yet I find that engaging in discourse with a beast such as you is a most arduous task. Thus, I shall resort to more direct methods. Enough, Lu Fan. Yi Jihan took a deep breath and spoke once more. There is no need to invite unnecessary trouble over someone like him. Let us depart. Do not be so hasty to leave. Zheng Jian wore a smug expression. If your man wishes to resort to violence, let him attempt it. With a sharp crack, Lu Fan's hand met Zheng Jian's face before he could finish his sentence. Zheng Jian, caught off guard by Lu Fan's audacity, stood frozen, devoid of any instinct to evade. Given his weakened state, even had he wished to dodge, he would have been unable. A resounding slap echoed as Zheng Jian was sent sprawling to the ground, a handprint blooming upon his cheek. Yi Jihan observed this scene, her lips twitching slightly. Very well, hope is now utterly extinguished. However, one such as Zheng Jian is indeed deserving of a beating. Perhaps a bit more force would have been appropriate. You dare to strike me? How dare you? Zheng Jian glared at Lu Fan with rage. As the head of the Jiangzhou branch of Jiuzhou Bank, he was accustomed to being surrounded by admirers. He had never been struck before. Not even the Zhao family would dare to treat him with such disrespect. Yet here he was, humiliated by an unknown youth. What folly! In his heart, he had already sentenced Lu Fan to severe punishment. Even if he did not seek his demise, he would ensure that he understood the consequences of such insolence. Did you not invite me to strike you? Lu Fan replied coolly. I shall soon teach you the meaning of respect. Zheng Jian retorted through clenched teeth, rising from the ground and bellowing towards the door. You worthless lot. What are you doing outside? Get in here at once. Crash. The office door was forcefully flung open, and several security guards hastily entered. You dare to strike President Zheng? Are you tired of living? The lead guard brandished an electric baton, pointing it menacingly at Lu Fan. Enough with your meaningless chatter. Zheng Jian interjected angrily. Break one of his legs first, so he kneels to speak with me. President Zheng, I advise you to refrain from courting disaster. Otherwise, you shall surely regret it. Yi Jihan cautioned, glancing at Zheng. Having accompanied Lu Fan through numerous perilous situations, she understood that these guards posed little threat to him. After all, Lu Fan had dared to confront the Zhao family. A mere bank branch president was hardly worth concern. Thus, she genuinely warned Zheng Jian that persisting in this manner would only lead to his own suffering. Humph. The one courting death here is you. I guarantee that within a month, I will see Yunya Group liquidated. Zheng Jian retorted coldly. If you wish to meet your end, then so be it. After speaking, Yi Jihan turned to Lu Fan, saying, just don't let it escalate to murder. That would be quite troublesome. She refrained from further urging Lu Fan to avoid violence, as it was clear that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. A bit of retribution would serve well. She felt powerless, wishing she could deliver a few slaps to Zheng Jian herself. Rest assured, I am a law-abiding citizen. I would never resort to murder, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Kid, lie down. Before Lu Fan could finish, a guard approached, baton raised. Bang! The guard, quick to charge, was met with a swift counter. Crashing into a large desk and collapsing to the floor, blood spattering from his mouth as he struggled to rise. Everyone together. The lead guard commanded as he and the others advanced on Lu Fan. Bang! 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 In mere moments, all the guards lay incapacitated on the ground, writhing in agony, unable to even glimpse Lu Fan's figure. Upon witnessing this scene, Zheng Jian was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated Lu Fan's formidable skills, and a flicker of panic crossed his face. It seems your men are quite inadequate. Shall I summon reinforcements? Lu Fan strolled toward Zheng Jian. What do you intend to do? I warn you if you dare. Zheng Jian's complexion shifted, prompting him to retreat. Slap. Before he could retreat further, Lu Fan delivered a resounding slap that echoed through the room. The force of the blow sent Zheng Jian tumbling to the ground, his two front teeth flying from his mouth, stained with blood. But this was just the beginning. Lu Fan seized Zheng Jian by his collar and lifted him, then hurled him against the coffee table. Crash! The sound of shattering glass filled the air as the table splintered, leaving Zheng Jian with 2 deep gashes on his forehead, blood streaming down his face. Having lived a life of luxury, Zheng Jian could scarcely endure such pain, letting out a deafening scream of despair. Before he could utter another word, Lu Fan delivered a kick that sent him flying across the room. Thud! After crashing violently against the wall, he fell to the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood, with at least several ribs broken. Following a final agonizing scream, he lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, devoid of any previous vigor. Hiss! Witnessing Zheng Jian's miserable state, the several security guards lying on the ground could not help but gasp in shock. How could the influential President Zheng be reduced to such a pitiful condition? Who on earth could have done this? Was he truly unafraid of death? Would you like to vent your frustrations? Lu Fan then turned to Yi Jihan and smiled. Yi Jihan's lips twitched slightly. Forget it. Let us not bother with him. Let us leave. Her mind was wholly preoccupied with how to handle the aftermath, and she had no interest in seeking revenge. Although Lu Fan's flurry of punches and kicks was quite satisfying, it would not alter the fate of Yunya Group. In fact, it could worsen the situation. Having already prepared for the worst, she feared that bankruptcy and liquidation were imminent. Wait, I haven't had enough fun yet. Lu Fan laughed again. Just give me a moment. I want to enjoy this a little longer. Please, no more. I'm begging you. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zheng Jian quickly pleaded for mercy. I'm about to die. I know I've made a mistake. I will immediately notify the relevant parties to cancel the withdrawal decision against Yunya Group. Do you take me for a fool? Lu Fan replied coolly. Your eyes are filled with murderous intent. I suspect that before we even leave this office, you will have someone seal off Yunya Group. Won't you? No, that is not the case. Realizing he had been seen through, Zheng Jian shook his head vigorously. I promise I won't target Yunya Group again. For him, a wise man does not suffer at the hands of immediate troubles. He aimed to survive the present crisis first. As for how to retaliate against Lu Fan and his companion, that was a matter for another day. However, one thing he could be certain of was that he would ensure they paid an exceedingly heavy price. I'm sorry, but I cannot place my trust in you. Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. As he spoke, he bent down and picked up a fruit knife, waving it in his hand. Spare me. Zheng Jian's complexion changed, and he shouted once more. Don't you enjoy playing games? Lu Fan smiled again. Shall we play a little game of throwing knives? At that moment, he flicked his wrist, and the fruit knife flew towards Zheng Jian's groin with the speed of a bullet. No! Zheng Jian exclaimed in terror. With a thud, the knife embedded itself into the floor just a fist's distance from his groin, burying the blade deep. Zheng Jian was so frightened that he lost control, and a foul odor permeated the office. Chapter 77. Let me sleep for a night. So it turns out that President Zheng is afraid of death too? That makes things much simpler. Lu Fan glanced at him. If you had told me earlier that you were afraid of dying, you wouldn't have to endure such physical torment. This matter cannot be blamed on me. It is your own fault for not informing me sooner. Had you mentioned it earlier, I would have approached you with reason from the start. Zheng Jian, in a state of utter desolation, managed to utter a few words. I truly regret my actions. Please, spare me. At that moment, the resentment that had once consumed him had diminished, giving way to a burgeoning fear. He sensed that if he continued down this reckless path, Lu Fan might indeed take his life. Wait a moment. I need to send a message first, Lu Fan declared, retrieving his phone and dispatching a message. Curious. Yi Jihan glanced at Lu Fan, puzzled by his intentions. Ding-ling-ling. Barely 2 minutes after Lu Fan's message was sent, Zheng Jian's phone on the large table began to ring. Director Zheng, would you like to answer the call? Lu Fan remarked, tossing the phone towards Zheng Jian. Upon seeing the incoming number, Zheng Jian's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively casting a glance at Lu Fan. Why are you looking at me? Answer the call. Do you still wish to be struck a few more times? Are you addicted? Lu Fan continued teasingly. Hold you. How may I assist you? Zheng Jian replied after pressing the answer button. The conversation lasted less than a minute, and upon its conclusion, Zheng Jian's face turned ashen. The phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, fear etched across his features. After a moment of stunned silence on the floor, he hastily crawled towards Lu Fan, bowing profusely and pleading for mercy. I am truly sorry. I was blind to your greatness. I implore you, spare my life. At that moment, the terror in his expression was unmistakably genuine, emanating from the depths of his soul. The essence of the call he had just received conveyed a stark message. Should he fail to satisfy Lu Fan today, not only would his own life be at risk, but the safety of his family would also hang in the balance. Were these words spoken by another, he might have dismissed them, but knowing the caller as he did, he understood that this was no idle threat. It was only then that the gravity of his predicament truly dawned on him. The person you have offended is not me. What good is it to beg me? Lu Fan exhaled a cloud of smoke, speaking with indifference. Taken aback by Lu Fan's words, Zheng Jin quickly turned to crawl towards Yi Jihan, bowing and pleading once more. President Yi, I apologize, I was wrong. I truly regret my actions. Please, let me off this once. I will immediately retract the loan withdrawal notice, and I can arrange for Jiuzhou Bank to grant Yunyan Group a loan of 500 million. If you find 500 million insufficient, then let it be 1 billion. I can negotiate for you to receive the interest at half the market rate. Yi Jihan expressed her surprise at this proposition, setting aside the matter of 1 billion, even the 500 million. If the interest could indeed be reduced to half the market rate, would save over 10 million annually just in interest alone. Given the current circumstances of Yunya Group, all banks are hesitant to engage, let alone extend loans. If Jiuzhou Bank could indeed issue an additional 500 million in loans, she was confident that she could orchestrate a remarkable turnaround for Yunya Group in a short span. How about the interest on the previous 500 million? Lu Fan remarked nonchalantly. I will negotiate with the higher-ups and settle at half the market price. Zheng Jian responded promptly after a moment of surprise. For him, whether he could secure that was another matter. Preserving his life was of utmost importance. If it truly came to that, he would have to bear the cost himself. General Manager Yi, are you satisfied with this proposal? Lu Fan then turned to Yi Jihan and smiled. If you are dissatisfied, you may as well eliminate him. It's no trouble. No. Zheng Jian hurriedly kowtowed to Yi Jihan. General Manager Yi, spare me. Why are you targeting Yunya Group? Yi Jihan inquired after a moment of contemplation. Is it the Zhao family that has instigated you? Yes, Zheng Jian nodded. It was Zhao Yichun who approached me personally, suggesting that when you find yourself cornered, you would naturally seek his assistance. So it is him. Yi Jihan's brows furrowed tightly. I'm quite curious, since it was the young master Zhao who sought you out. How dare you indulge in games? Lu Fan questioned further. That was also tacitly permitted by Zhao Yichun. Zheng Jian responded with difficulty. What a scoundrel! Yi Jihan's face was filled with fury. After that, she ignored him and turned to Lu Fan. Let us go. Thank you, General Manager Yi, for your grace. I will send someone to Yunya Group tomorrow to discuss the loan. Zheng Jian quickly interjected. 10 minutes later, Lu Fan and the others returned to the car. Thank you. Yi Jihan expressed her gratitude with a smile as she started the car. This trip not only resolved the group's most pressing issue, but also unexpectedly secured several billion in loans, a delightful surprise indeed. All of this was thanks to Lu Fan. This man before her had repeatedly surpassed her expectations. What manner of man was he? And how much more did she not know about him? If you truly wish to express your gratitude, do not limit it to mere words. Let us have something tangible. Lu Fan's gaze swept over Yi Jihan while he unconsciously licked his dry lips. Rogue. Yi Jihan shot him an exasperated glance and replied, If you truly desire it, come to my villa tonight. Really? Lu Fan, with a touch of mischief, added, just for the sake of it, no strings attached. Get lost. Yi Jihan glared at him fiercely. Yi Zhenheng was right. You are nothing but a freeloader. With that, she drove the car out of the courtyard. Shortly after, they turned onto a tree-lined avenue. What do you mean by freeloader? Lu Fan retorted. I helped you with such a significant matter today. Is it not reasonable for you to grant me one night? Your mouth is truly infuriating. Yi Jihan shot him another exasperated glance. One day, I will sew it shut with a needle. After saying this, without waiting for Lu Fan's response, she shifted the topic and asked, Whom did you send a message to earlier? Who were you looking for? Why did Zheng Jian react with such terror? This question piqued her curiosity. Who on earth had Lu Fan enlisted that could intimidate the influential Zheng Jian to the point of begging for mercy? I, too, was in the dark regarding this matter. Lu Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Whether you ask or not is of no consequence. Yi Jihan cast him a sidelong glance, knowing well that eliciting any truth from this man was an exercise in futility. I genuinely do not know who it is. The information I received was sent to my aunt. She was the one who sought me out, and I am unfamiliar with her contact. Lu Fan replied once more. His words were devoid of deceit. He had indeed sent that message to his aunt. Yesterday, after she had heard him mention the situation regarding Jiuzhou Bank, she had casually suggested that if he required assistance, He should message her, and she would handle it. Knowing his aunt, Lu Fan was certain her words were not mere platitudes. There was undoubtedly someone involved. In fact, should he wish to find someone himself, it would be a trivial matter. Dealing with the branch manager of Jojo Bank would be as effortless as drinking water. His aunt was well aware of this, and her request for Lu Fan to keep her informed clearly indicated her desire to minimize his exposure to risk. Someone your aunt has found. Yi Jihan paused, momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, she continued, "What is your relationship with your aunt?" "Be careful." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Fan abruptly yanked the steering wheel, sending the car careening towards the roadside. Chapter 78. A sudden threat bang. A deafening crash resonated as the Porsche 911 collided violently with a large tree. The engine hood crumpled instantly, the windshield shattered completely, and all the airbags in the front seats deployed. "What are you doing?" Yi Jihan, dazed, looked at Lu Fan in astonishment. She knew he wasn't the type to act recklessly, yet she remained oblivious to the unfolding events. What she did not realize was that at the precise moment the car struck the tree, a sniper's bullet struck the ground, sending sparks flying. The target of the sniper was the car's fuel tank. Had Lu Fan not swerved the steering wheel, they would likely have been blown into the air by now. There has been an accident. Hurry, help. A few pedestrians at the roadside were startled by the sudden turn of events. After a brief moment of shock, they began to approach the vehicle, their faces etched with disbelief. "Stay back, disperse," Lu Fan shouted, tearing apart several airbags and kicking the car door open. He then turned to Yi Jihan and urged, "There's a sniper. We must get out." Upon hearing his words, Yi Jihan's complexion shifted dramatically as she forcefully pushed against the car door. "The door is jammed. I can't open it." Boom. Almost in unison with her words, a dump truck came barreling towards them, as if possessed by madness. The pedestrians who had intended to offer assistance halted in their tracks. It became painfully evident to anyone with a modicum of intelligence that this was no accident. It was a calculated attempt on their lives. As the dump truck barreled down at full speed, 2 or 3 timid women gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with shock. "Damn it!" Lu Fan cursed from within the vehicle. Without hesitation, he scooped up Yi Jihan from her seat and swiftly hurled himself toward the door. Thud! Just as they crashed to the ground, the dump truck collided with a Porsche, the deafening sound reverberating through the air, instantly transforming the compact car into a heap of scrap metal. Had Lu Fan and Yi Jihan been a moment slower, they would undoubtedly have been reduced to mere pulp. The massive tree nearby was cleaved in two, its leaves swirling chaotically in the air. The pedestrians, having never witnessed such a spectacle, fled in terror. Clang! Moments later, 2 men clad in tight black attire leaped from the dump truck, each wielding a handgun. Bang! 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 Without uttering a word, the men advanced toward Lu Fan and Yi Jihan while pulling the triggers, bullets hurtling forth. The manner in which they handled their weapons revealed their identity as professional assassins. Just like before, at that moment, Lu Fan had already risen from the ground, quickly helping Yi Jihan to her feet before taking refuge behind a large tree not far away. Thud! Several bullets embedded themselves into the trunk, splintering wood in all directions. "Stay here and don't go out," Lu Fan instructed. "Be careful." Yi Jihan nodded in response. The scene before her mirrored the day she was shot, and with the experience from that incident, she felt far less panicked this time. "Watch out." However, before she could finish, Lu Fan's pupils constricted in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he embraced Yi Jihan and darted to the side. Thud! Just as they left the shelter of the tree, a sniper bullet whizzed past, piercing the trunk before continuing on its path. Simultaneously, as Lu Fan and Yi Jihan emerged from behind the tree, the 2 black-clad men had already pursued them. Bang! Gunfire erupted once more, bullets speeding forth. To the astonishment of the gunmen, even while Lu Fan cradled a living person in his arms, the bullets struck only the afterimages left in their wake, leaving several smoking bullet holes in the ground. "Quite impressive. Let us see how many bullets you can evade," one of the men with a buzz cut taunted as he fired. Whoosh! However, before he could finish his sentence, a stone shot forth with the velocity of a bullet. The man had not anticipated that Lu Fan could retaliate under such circumstances, and thus he was entirely unprepared. By the time he sensed the impending danger, it was already too late. Thud! The stone pierced his forehead, blood spraying forth as he collapsed, eyes wide open, unable to close them in death. In his final moments, he realized he had been deceived by his employer. This was no ordinary delivery guy. This was, quite literally, a superhuman. At such a close range, while holding someone, he could still effortlessly evade bullets. Was this even human? Brother. Upon witnessing the dire plight of his companion, the man clad in black uttered a mournful cry. His visage contorted with rage as he glared menacingly at Lu Fan. You wretched boy, today I shall flay your skin, he declared, simultaneously squeezing the trigger once more. Though the last 2 bullets merely struck the ground. Out of ammunition, Lu Fan steadied himself and remarked coolly, then released Yi Jihan with a gentle command. Seek refuge behind the debris truck. I will signal you when it is safe to emerge. Understood. Yi Jihan, forcing herself to maintain composure, hastened towards the truck. Fully aware that a sniper was lurking nearby, Lu Fan had instructed her to hide behind the truck, likely a blind spot for the marksman. Die, you little brat. The muscular figure in black disregarded Yi Jihan, brandishing a dagger as he charged at Lu Fan. In an instant, he was upon Lu Fan, the knife glinting ominously as it lunged toward Lu Fan's throat. Have you lost your senses? A mere knife will not suffice when you cannot even handle a gun, Lu Fan remarked, sidestepping effortlessly. The man missed his strike, twisting his wrist to retract the dagger, its blade now arcing toward Lu Fan's neck. In a heartbeat, as the man believed he had the upper hand, the sound of breaking bones echoed from his chest, and he was propelled backward as if struck by a vehicle. Crashing to the ground and spewing forth a torrent of blood, the dagger slipping from his grasp. Before he could rise, Lu Fan was already at his side. With a sharp crack, Lu Fan's foot connected with the man's knee, shattering the patella instantaneously. The man's expression morphed into a grotesque mask of agony. Do you wish to survive? Lu Fan asked coolly. Reveal the identity of your employer, and I shall spare your life. What say you? Logically, it seemed likely that the Zhao family was behind this attack, given the substantial losses Lu Fan had inflicted upon them, prompting them to send assassins to ambush him. However, Lu Fan had a nagging suspicion that this was not the doing of the Zhao family. Suddenly, a sniper's bullet whizzed through the air, and Lu Fan narrowly evaded it, squinting as he sidestepped. Just as he regained his footing, a second bullet struck the man on the ground, piercing his heart. A mist of crimson erupted, and after a brief convulsion, he lay still. Chapter 79, Sister-in-Law, Brother Fan's bed is quite spacious. Are you unscathed? Moments later, Lu Fan arrived at the rear of the debris truck, assessing Yi Jihan's condition. He noted only a couple of abrasions on her arm and felt a wave of relief wash over him. I'm fine, how about you? Yi Jihan replied, shaking her head. After a brief respite, she had managed to regain her composure. I'm also all right. Lu Fan gestured toward the mangled remains of the Porsche. My apologies. But it appears you are in for quite an expense. In the grand scheme of things, what does a car matter compared to our lives? Yi Jihan continued. Has the sniper departed? Indeed, Lu Fan affirmed with a nod. Though he had not personally verified the situation, he was almost certain that the other party had departed. From previous circumstances, it was evident that the sniper's objective was twofold: to eliminate him, and, clearly, to prevent the 2 men in black from falling into his grasp. At this juncture, the opposition was acutely aware that a mere sniper rifle could not possibly take down Lu Fan, and having silenced any loose ends, remaining was entirely unnecessary. It should not be someone summoned by the Zhao family, right? Yi Jihan inquired further. Why? Lu Fan countered. The Zhao family has engaged with you on multiple occasions and is well aware of your capabilities, she pondered aloud. Given the substantial losses you inflicted upon them this time, they must harbor a profound animosity towards you. If it were indeed the Zhao family behind this, it would certainly not be a trivial matter. Not foolish, are you? Lu Fan chuckled softly. But how do you know I caused the Zhao family such significant losses? I am not dim-witted. Yi Jihan shot him an incredulous glance. You must have taken Gu Mingtao yesterday to interrogate him regarding that drug manufacturing facility, right? It seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge. Lu Fan smiled again. Did Yi Jihan also partake in that affair? Yi Jihan paused before adding. Don't tell me he didn't. If my conjecture is correct, the connection with the Special Operations Group was likely facilitated by him. Am I right? Quite impressive. I underestimated you. Lu Fan replied with a grin. He had not anticipated that Yi Jihan would be privy to so much information, which took him by surprise. That is because in your eyes, I am merely a frivolous heiress, endlessly lamenting my misfortunes. Yi Jihan cast a sideways glance at Lu Fan. You said that yourself? Not me. Lu Fan shrugged in response. You may not have said it, but that is what you think. Yi Jihan shot him a glare before continuing. As for the earlier incident, if it was not orchestrated by the Zhao family, then it was most likely the Wu family. They would undoubtedly attribute Wu Yujia's demise to you, seeking a hitman to deal with you. On one hand, they indeed wish for your demise. On the other hand, even if they cannot kill you, they can lead you to believe it is the Zhao family's doing, thereby exacerbating the conflict between you two. Am I mistaken? Ah. A scholar's insight after 3 days away. Lu Fan laughed again. You can analyze this. Impressive. You are one step closer to becoming my woman. Who would want to be your woman? Yi Jihan retorted playfully. Shortly thereafter, the two hailed a taxi to the hospital, and after about an hour, they returned to Hao Fugui's hospital room. Yi Jihan first expressed her profound gratitude to Lu Ziqing regarding the Jiuzhou Bank matter, her face aglow with appreciation. She then proceeded to recount the incident involving the assassin to Lu Ziqing. Upon hearing her account, Lu Ziqing easily deduced that it was the Wu family behind the scheme. A glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Noting that fleeting chill in his aunt's gaze, Lu Fan silently mourned for the Wu family. The Wu family, it seemed, was nearing its end. In truth, had his aunt not acted, he was already prepared to take matters into his own hands. Certainly, he would not take matters into his own hands. Instead, he planned to pressure Yi Jinhong. He was confident that if Yi Jinhong intended to act against the Wu family, it would not pose a significant challenge. In the ensuing 2 to 3 days, nothing particularly noteworthy transpired. However, at noon 3 days later, Hao Fugui insisted on being discharged from the hospital, and Lu Fan, unable to dissuade him, acquiesced to his wishes. On the day of his discharge, Yi Jihan arrived at the hospital driving a Land Rover, and promptly handed the car keys to Lu Fan, declaring that the vehicle would henceforth belong to him. Lu Fan, not wishing to be overly formal, accepted the gesture, recognizing that once he moved to the villa community, it would indeed be inconvenient to lack a vehicle. Subsequently, Lu Fan drove Yi Jihan and Hao Fugui back to the urban village. To Lu Fan's surprise, he did not see Bai Shixian all day. Logically, even if Bai Shixian held a disdain for him, Hao Fugui was still her patient. Her failure to even acknowledge his presence seemed rather unusual. Nevertheless, he refrained from inquiring about the specifics from Yi Jihan. During their journey, Yi Jihan recounted the situation regarding Jiuzhou Bank. The morning after the incident, Zheng Jian personally led a team to Yunyan Group, and everything proceeded smoothly. Thus, the financial issues of Yunyan Group were effectively resolved. Approximately half an hour later, upon returning to their rented accommodation, they found a dozen individuals from Yunyan Group assisting Lu Ziqing in her relocation. That afternoon, everyone busied themselves with the moving process. And with ample hands, they completed the task by 4 or 5 o'clock. Thank you, Xiaohan. The 4 of them settled in the hall of the villa, and Lu Ziqing smiled at Yi Jihan. Aunt, I should be the one thanking you for agreeing to move in. Yi Jihan replied with a radiant expression. From now on, I won't feel lonely. Whenever I'm not at work, I'll come over to chat with you, as long as you don't find me bothersome. Sister-in-law, why don't you just move in with us? Hao Fugui suggested with a serious demeanor. Smack. Before he could finish, Lu Fan playfully slapped the back of his head. Are you itching for trouble, making such noise? There's nothing wrong with calling her sister-in-law. It's better than addressing her as Miss Yi every day, Lu Ziqing chuckled. Indeed, Yi Jihan chimed in. Being called Miss all the time is quite unpleasant. Fugui, you should call me sister-in-law from now on. All right. Hao Fugui grinned widely. Lu Fan interjected. Shouldn't this matter be discussed with me, the person involved? Sister-in-law, I just saw that bed in Fan Gu's room. It's quite large. Shouldn't you consider moving in with him? Hao Fugui continued. Yi Jihan coughed slightly from the tea, and after regaining her composure, she replied. Even if I were to move in, it would be with my aunt. I certainly wouldn't live with him. That's good, that's good. You nearly gave me a fright. Lu Fan exclaimed, patting his chest. Observing Lu Fan's exaggerated expression, Yi Jihan felt a surge of anger rising within her. Uffed. Lu Ziqing stifled a laugh, then turned to Yi Jihan, saying, Xiaohan, don't let Lu Fan irritate you. His tongue could drive anyone to madness. Indeed, my dear sister-in-law. Feng Gu often speaks insincerely. Hao Fugui, with a tone that suggests recklessness, remarked, I suspect he dreams of you moving in with him. Just as he finished speaking, a resounding slap echoed against the back of his head, causing stars to dance before his eyes. It seems you are itching for trouble. Lu Fan shot him a glare. Hee, I merely conveyed your innermost thoughts to my sister-in-law. Hao Fugui grinned widely. At that moment, Lu Fan's phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, his eyes narrowed slightly. After the ringtone persisted for 7 or 8 rings, he pressed the answer button and spoke. Master FO, to what do I owe the pleasure?